A History of the First World War by Liddell, Hart. One of the origins of the war. 50 years were spent in the process of making Europe explosive. 5 days were enough to detonate it. To study the manufacture of the explosive materials which form the fundamental causes of the conflict is within neither the scope nor the space of a short history of the World War. On the one side, we should have to trace the influence of Prussia on the creation of the Reich, the political conceptions of Bismarck, the philosophical tendencies in Germany, and the economic situation, a medley of factors which transmuted Germany's natural desire for commercial outlets, unhappily difficult to obtain, into a vision of world power. We should have to analyze that heterogeneous relic of the Middle Ages known as Austria-Hungary, appreciate her complex racial problems, the artificiality of her governing institutions, the superficial ambitions which overlay a haunting fear of internal disruption and frantically sought to postpone the inevitable end. On the other side, we should have to examine the strange mixture of ambition and idealism which swayed Russia's policy, and the fear generated beyond her frontiers, especially among her German neighbors, perhaps the deadliest of all the ingredients in the final detonation. We should have to understand the constant alarms of fresh aggression which France had suffered since 1870, study the regrowth of confidence which fortified her to resist further threats, and bear in mind the wounds left in her side by Germany, a surgical excision of Alsace-Lorraine. Finally, we should have to trace Britain's gradual movement from a policy of isolation into membership of the European system and her slow awakening to the reality of German feeling towards her. In such a study of European history during half a century, a generalization can for once be closer to exactness than the most detailed history. The fundamental causes of the conflict can be epitomized in 3 words: fear, hunger, pride. Beside them, the international incidents that occurred between 1871 and 1914 are but symptoms. All that is possible and sensible here is to trace the most significant turning points in the trail of causation which led to combustion. This trail runs through the structure of alliances which Bismarck built after 1871. Ironically, Bismarck intended it as a shelter for the peaceful growth of his creation, the German Empire, and not as a magazine for explosives. For although his philosophy was epitomized in his 1868 phrase, "The weak were made to be devoured by the strong," his own hunger was satiated, after 3 meals, by the War of 1870-71. It cannot be charged against him that his eyes were larger than his stomach, feeling that Germany now was, as he said, a saturated state. His governing idea henceforth was not expansion but consolidation. And to secure time and peace for this consolidation of the new Germany, he aimed to keep France in a state of permanent powerlessness to wage a war of revenge. But the result was to prove that 2 wrongs do not make a right. Apart from frequent direct menaces to France, he sought to counteract her annoyingly rapid recovery by the indirect method of depriving her of friends or supporters. To this end, his first effort was to bring Austria and Russia together by forging a common link with Germany, while he strove to ensure peace in the Balkans as a means to avoid any dangerous strain on the link. For some years, his policy was that of acting as the honest broker in the diplomatic exchange of Europe without committing himself to any party. But friction with the Russian Chancellor, Gorchakov, and the complications caused by the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 led him to make a defensive alliance with Austria in 1879, despite the objections of the old Emperor William I, who regarded it as treachery to Russia and even threatened to abdicate. This definite commitment was to have infinite consequences. Nevertheless, Bismarck temporarily regained his central position by his diplomatic masterstroke of 1881, the famous 3 Emperors Alliance, whereby Russia, Austria, and Germany undertook to act together in all Balkan affairs. And although it lapsed in 1887, Germany's connection with Russia was strengthened in compensation by the secret reinsurance treaty, by which the 2 powers agreed to maintain benevolent neutrality towards each other in case of war with a third. It was not, however, to apply if Germany attacked France or Russia attacked Austria. By this second masterstroke, executed with great duplicity, Bismarck averted the risk, then imminent, of an alliance between Russia and France. Meantime, the alliance between Germany and Austria had been enlarged by the inclusion of Italy in 1882. The object was to safeguard Austria against a stab in the back if at war with Russia, and in return, Italy's new allies would come to her assistance if attacked by France. But as a safeguard to her old friendship with Britain and to her own coasts, Italy had a special protocol appended to the treaty stating that it was in no case to be directed against Britain. In 1883, Romania, through her king's personal and secret act, was attached to the new Triple Alliance. Even Serbia was temporarily linked on by a separate treaty with Austria, and Spain by an agreement with Italy. In regard to Britain, Bismarck's aim seems to have been to keep her in friendly isolation from Germany and unfriendly isolation from France. His feelings towards Britain oscillated between friendship and contempt, and the political party system formed a pivot. For the old Jew, Disraeli, he had genuine respect, but he could not understand the point of view of the Gladstonian liberals, and their wavering actions he despised. While Disraeli was in power, Bismarck toyed with the idea of linking Britain to his chain of alliances, but although Queen Victoria was plaintively sure that Germany would be the safest ally in every way, she was less sure of Bismarck's safety as a repository of trust, and Disraeli shared her doubts. Hence Bismarck continued, with equal satisfaction, his policy of playing off Britain against Russia and France in turn. And with shrewd calculation he favoured Britain's occupation of Egypt because it embroiled her with France, and resisted the growing clamour in Germany for colonial expansion. Our colonial jingo's greed is greater than we need or can satisfy because it threatened future trouble with Britain, yet made his support to Britain in Egypt a means of extracting overseas concessions as muscles with which he could assuage the colonial hunger of a body of German interests too powerful even for him to ignore. The Conservatives returned to power in Britain, and the intensified friction with France led to a fresh tightening of the links with Germany, and Bismarck's offer of a formal alliance was eagerly welcomed by Lord Salisbury's cabinet, who seemed only to have held back from fear of parliamentary objection to foreign entanglements. Bismarck, however, profited from the informal entente to secure the cession of Heligoland so vital to German naval operations a generation later at a paltry price. Thus at the end of the 80s Bismarck's great structure seemed complete. Germany was buttressed by the Triple Alliance, while the attached yet semi-detached position of Russia and Britain gave her advantages without encumbrances. From this secure base she was ready to develop her commercial expansion, and Bismarck had placed France in the combined solitude and circumscription of a political isolation ward. But with the beginning of the 90s the first crack appeared in the structure, close upon the dismissal of the builder. The accession in 1888 of the young Emperor William Roman II was disagreeable to the Tsar, Alexander Roman III, who disliked his aggressive amiability and distrusted his intentions. Yet the breach came not from Alexander, but from William. Bismarck's control irked him just as it irked the general staff and in the soldiers, among whom he had been brought up. He so naturally found allies that in linking himself with them he did not realize that he was forging fresh fetters for himself. The first effect, after the dismissal of the pro-Russian Chancellor, was his successor's refusal to renew the reinsurance treaty with Russia. The second effect, a natural sequel to the first, was that the Tsar swallowed his aversion to republicanism and, in 1891, made an agreement with France which, a year later, was developed into a military convention for mutual assistance in case of attack. In this convention, a significant point was that if any member of the Triple Alliance mobilized its forces, both France and Russia were instantly to mobilize. The Tsar at least could not complain that he did not understand the meaning, for the French negotiator, General Boisdeffre, took pains to explain that mobilization means declaration of war. In the Tsar's case, the draft was swallowed under the fear that Britain was about to ally herself with Germany. It lay heavy on his stomach, so that it was long in producing any diplomatic value for France. Nevertheless, France had left quarantine. Henceforth there was not one political group, but two, in Europe. Although one was loose, the other compact, the two groups formed a balance of power, if their power was not yet balanced evenly. A doubly significant sidelight upon Germany's renunciation of the Russian secret treaty is that the Council in Berlin, which reviewed the matter, decided against the treaty on the ground that it was disloyal not only to Austria but to Britain. Whatever the Kaiser's failings, he was more sincere than Bismarck, and the insincerity apparent in his contradictory utterances seems to have been due to his combination of excessive frankness with a quick-changing mind. An essential difference between the two men was that the one sought security through consistent dishonesty, and the other gained in security through spasmodic honesty. The consideration shown for Britain was in accord with the Kaiser's views. For, although he had reversed Bismarck's attitude towards Russia, he maintained Bismarck's policy of friendship towards Britain, perhaps owing to more sincere and less political motives. The one personal source of cleavage lay in the mutual antipathy of the Kaiser and his uncle, the Prince of Wales, later King Edward Roman VII. And, curiously, it was the Bismarck family who worked to widen this personal breach. But this could not have developed into national cleavage without greater causes being at work. More truly, it was one cause with sundry accretions. Its origin and its foundation lay in Germany's change of policy from internal to external expansion. The growth of her commerce and influence to a worldwide scale inevitably brought her interests and those of Britain into contact at many points. Under tactful, or even Bismarckian guileful handling, this contact might not have caused such friction as to strike sparks, for British statesmanship was peculiarly insensitive. The party most conscious of Britain as imperial state happened to be the party most sympathetic to imperial Germany. But Bismarck had gone, and tact did not fill his place. As so commonly happens with great men, his disciples forgot his principles and remembered only his method the mailed fist. Yet the Kaiser himself could also exert charm, and through it succeeded not only in maintaining his popularity in England despite repeated irritation, but in gaining a strong hold on the new and weakly amiable Tsar Nicholas Roman II. For a time he thereby acquired influence without obligation. The first friction with Britain came over Turkey's shadow cast on the future. A liberal government was in power again in 1892, when, as Grey relates, suddenly there came a sort of ultimatum from Berlin requiring us to cease competition with Germans for railway concessions in Turkey. And in the years that followed, the Kaiser lost no opportunity to emphasize that the spreading web of German commerce had a sharp-fanged spider at its center. In 1895, his intervention made it possible for Russia to deprive Japan of her spoils in the war with China. In 1896 came the next, and more serious, friction with Britain. Ironically, its source was an Englishman's too ardent admiration for Bismarckian imperialism. The Kaiser, enthused by Rhodes' equal admiration for himself, became more and more irritated by Rhodes' schemes of British expansion in South Africa, frustrating his own. After several sour complaints and sweet encouragement of the Transvaal Boers, he found a tempting pretext in the Jameson raid into the Transvaal. At a council on January 3, 1896, he suggested that Germany should proclaim a protectorate over the Transvaal and send troops thither. When the Chancellor, Hohenlohe, objected that would be war with England, the Kaiser ingenuously replied, yes, but only on land. As a less drastic alternative, the Kaiser was encouraged to send a congratulatory telegram to President Kruger, so worded as not only to be highly offensive to Britain, but to deny her suzerainty over the Transvaal. Popular feeling boiled over in both countries, due in the one case to ill-suppressed jealousy, and in the other to pained surprise at discovering a fresh rival than a traditional friend. Germans felt the natural chagrin that Britain, with already so many colonies, should be gaining more in the one part of the world where latecomer might hope to stake a claim. Englishmen had made such a habit of colonization that they blandly assumed it could only fit John Bull's figure, and could not understand that anyone, save the traditional rivals, France and Russia, might be anxious. However unconsciously provoking in ordinary intercourse, this calm assurance was a sedative in a crisis, and it largely saved this one. Warlike measures were actually ordered by Germany, and she suggested to France and Russia combination against Britain. But lack of response from these countries, the calmness of Lord Salisbury as government, and a sense of her own naval weakness, restrained Germany and averted the immediate danger to peace. But a danger put off by lack of power is not a danger removed. From this moment dates the real growth of German naval ambition, expressed in the Kaiser's words of 1897, the trident must be in our fist, and in the Kaiser's action of summoning Admiral Tirpitz to manufacture the trident. The next year saw the first large naval program. It also heard the Kaiser proclaim himself, during his visit to Damascus, the protector of all Mohammedans throughout the world, a direct provocation to Britain and France. And not only to them. For the Kaiser's undisguised assumption of the role of patron saint of Turkey was fatal to his accord with Russia. His shadow now obscured Russia's view of Constantinople, the goal of her dreams. Like the opponents whom Napoleon derided, the Kaiser failed in policy because he saw too many things at once, and forced the other powers, whom Bismarck had played off against each other, to see only one thing: the fist of Germany wherever they looked. Nevertheless, the affront to Britain in South Africa was followed, in 1898, by the offer from Chamberlain of that very alliance which Bismarck had sought in vain. But it was now the turn of Germany to be suspicious of the offer. On the British side, the offer was impelled by a new and uncomfortable consciousness of isolation and weakness, while based on the old consciousness of natural affinity with Germany. But it looked, as it was in part, the confession of weakness, and weakness was not a quality to appeal to the new Germany. And one of Bismarck's few legacies to his successors was the habit of underrating Britain's strength and overrating Russia's. In Germany, as repeated rejections of Chamberlain's proposals between 1898 and 1901, the dominant factor was a personal factor, the concealed figure of Holstein. This crabbed, suspicious, and miserly official of the Foreign Office, who loved obscurity because its dimness enhanced his real power in the pursuit of real policy, who would not buy himself a new suit although he did not shrink from using his official knowledge for private speculation, who had intrigued for his master's dismissal while posing as his pupil, was now viewed with awe as the spiritual heir of Bismarck when he had only inherited his immoral methods. Above all, he lacked Bismarck's confidence. In consequence, although he would have liked to accept the British offers, he shrank back from fear that Germany would become Britain's catspaw and be converted into a shock absorber against Russia. On the other hand, he felt that Britain's weakness might now be exploited for Germany's benefit by holding Britain at arm's length and wringing concessions from her, while still keeping her hopeful of closer ties. In this view, at least, he was supported by the Chancellor, Below, and the Kaiser, whose outlook was well summed up in his words, "To Below I have now got the British, despite their twisting and wriggling, where I want them," and the German Navy, expanded afresh in 1900, was the means of putting the screw on harder. During the next few years, and especially during the South African crisis and war, the British government had to pay heavily, not for German support, but merely for the privilege that German threats and insults should not be pressed to action. Over the Portuguese colonies, over Samoa, over China, Lord Salisbury's government showed such contemptible weakness as almost to justify the Kaiser's description of them as unmitigated noodles. The revelations from the diplomatic archives of these years are sorry reading. To them, indeed, can be traced an indirect responsibility for the eventual conflict, for it was natural that the Kaiser and his advisors should be confirmed in their good opinion of the mailed fist method. He can be acquitted of a desire to press his method as far as actual war, not only because of the evidence of his distaste for it, but because of his tendency to superficial judgment. The limited menace was so obviously yielding the profits of war without the hazards, that the too obvious deduction was just the one to appeal to his mentality. His responsibility for the war lies in these years, and it is a large responsibility, indeed, the largest. By the distrust and alarm which his bellicose utterances and attitude created everywhere he filled Europe with gunpowder, it is as irrational to fix the chief blame on those who eventually struck the sparks as it is to concentrate investigation of the war's origins on the brief month when the sparks were struck, in reaction from the unhistorical propaganda which pictured the Kaiser as seeking, or even planning the war. The pendulum has swung too far the other way. To recognize his erratic good intention should not lead us to underestimate his bad effects, and they came essentially from the fact that he was too well pleased with the reflection of his acts on himself. He saw himself arrayed in shining armor when actually he was wearing the garb of Puck. He proved that making mischief makes war. In delaying any acceptance of British overtures, the Kaiser and Liddell felt secure. They underrated the effect of a common uneasiness in making easy bedfellows. With undue assurance they argued that there could be no real union between the whale and the bear, and by their acts they compelled this union. In retrospect, the most extraordinary feature is the number of kicks required to drive Britain away from Germany and into the awkward embrace of the dual alliance. Germany had at least full warning, for Chamberlain warned her in 1898 and again in 1901 that the period of England's splendid isolation is past. We should prefer adherence to Germany and the Triple Alliance, but if this proves impossible, then we, too, contemplate a rapprochement with France and Russia. The German belief in its impossibility proved a fallacy. That belief was summed up in Holstein-S was the threatened understanding with Russia and France is purely an English swindle. A reasonable agreement with England can, in my opinion, only be attained when the feeling of compulsion over there has become more general. He was too clever. By his reasonable agreement he meant not an alliance between equals but the relation of master and servant. Weakly as the British government had behaved, and weaker still as it appeared to one imbued with the blood and iron philosophy, this weakness is not sufficient to explain Holstein's amazing presumption. This is, indeed, an illustration that the real trouble in Germany, and the cause of her troubles, was not any true Machiavellian design, but merely the complaint summed up in the schoolboy phrase swelled-head. Britain's first attempt to strengthen her position in other directions was her alliance with Japan in 1902. Its European significance is that it did not carry Britain away from Germany, but tended to raise a fresh barrier between Britain and the dual alliance. It sprang from Chamberlain's original proposal of a treaty between Britain, Germany, and Japan, in close touch with the United States. Germany held back, and so almost did Japan. For the Japanese statesman, Marquis preferred to seek an alliance with Russia, and was only turned from his purpose because his arrival in St. Petersburg was outstripped by the progress of the negotiations in London between Baron Heihachi, the Japanese ambassador, and Lord Lansdowne, the foreign secretary. Even then, the Japanese council of elder statesmen wavered, under Ito's pressure, before accepting the British alliance, whose indirect result was thus to precipitate the Russo-Japanese War, a result neither desired by nor palatable to Britain. For by 1904 a dramatic change had occurred in the European situation. Only 5 years before, France had been so bitter against Britain over Fashoda that she had almost forgotten Alsace-Lorraine. But fear of Germany, more deep-seated, made her statesmen open to reproach when, in 1901, Chamberlain fulfilled his warning to Germany. The first step in the eventual negotiations between Lansdowne and Paul Cambon, the French ambassador, was to remove causes of friction at the most sensitive point overseas. The greatest obstacle was Egypt, still a cherished object of French ambition, and it was no mean diplomatic feat that recognition of Britain's actual occupation was exchanged for recognition of French right to occupy Morocco if she could. The agreement was signed in April 1904. Although the popular idea of King Edward Roman VII's responsibility for the agreement is purely legendary, still more so the popular German idea of him as spinning a Machiavellian web around Germany, his visit to Paris created the atmosphere in which agreement was possible. At first his reception was frigid, but his tact and understanding of the French combined with their truly republican love of royalty to hasten a thaw, and succeeding visits uncovered common ground. Thus if it is not true that he made the new Entente, he undoubtedly made a cordial. But the Kaiser also helped. Deeply chagrined that the lover whose advances Germany had spurned had dared to woo another, his mischief-making was now redoubled. His efforts were directed to break up the Franco-British Entente, and the coincident Russo-Japanese War provided the opportunity. His first move was a failure, for the peace-loving Tsar rejected his advice to send the Black Sea Fleet through the Dardanelles in defiance of Britain. But when the Baltic Fleet, Russia's last naval trump, sailed for the Far East, it received false information. The Russians later alleged that it came from German sources that Japanese torpedo craft were lying in wait in the North Sea. Through a panic mistake, they fired on British trawlers and made no effort to redeem their error, which brought Russia and Britain momentarily to the brink of war. For some days, the British Channel Fleet shadowed the Russians until the tension was eased by a message of regret from the Tsar, against the wishes of the war party in Russia. The Tsar, bitter at his humiliation, now, to the Kaiser's delight, proposed a combination of Russia, Germany, and France to abolish English and Japanese arrogance and insolence. The Kaiser promptly dispatched a draft treaty between Russia and Germany, but urged the Tsar not to divulge it to the French, arguing that the treaty once effect, our combined powers will exert a strong attraction on France, and adding that an excellent expedient to cope British insolence and overbearing would be to make some military demonstration on the Perso-Aachen frontier, but it was the Tsar who called, on reflection. The next German move was singularly inapt, and for it the Kaiser was not responsible. Now, too late, he wanted to woo France instead of trying to separate her from Britain by threat. But he was sent off by Billaud and Holstein to Tangiers, that to throw down the glove to France by a speech which challenged French claims in Morocco. Billaud followed it up by calling for a conference to review the future of Morocco. The challenge came at an awkward moment. The French army was suffering one of its periodical crises. Russia was entangled with Japan, and the French Prime Minister, Rouvier, doubted both the assurance and value of British support. Thus the Foreign Minister, Ducas, was sacrificed and France accepted the demand. The mailed fist had scored afresh, but the alarm had driven Britain and France closer together. The third move was the Kaiser's own. In July 1905, when on board the Tsar's yacht at Bjorko, he suddenly produced the draft treaty, and in his hybrid Willy-Nicky English, asked should he like to sign it. It would be a very nice souvenir of our interview. The Kaiser relates that, when Nicholas answered yes, I will, tears of joy filled my eyes, a thrill ran down my spine, and he felt that all his ancestors, including Grandpapa and the old Prussian god, were giving him their benediction. This phase of royal diplomacy, however serious its implication, was not without its humorous relief. There is a delightful commercial touch in one of his letters to Dearest Nicky. Now that the program for the renewal of your fleet has been published, I hope you won't forget to remind your authorities to remember our great firms at Stettin, Kiel, etc. They will, I am sure, furnish fine specimens of line of battleships. Melodrama marks his aggrieved letter to Billaud, who, as the treaty ran counter to his own anti-French aims in Morocco, threatened resignation. The morning after your resignation reaches him, the Kaiser will no longer be in this world. Think of my poor wife and children. But when the Tsar's minister saw the treaty, they objected that it could not be reconciled with the French alliance, and sufficient hint of it leaked out to cause strong protests from France. Thus the masterpiece was quietly dropped into the diplomatic waste paper basket. In justice to the Kaiser, it must be mentioned that at the time he had some cause for personal grievance against Britain, even though it was largely the reaction to his long-standing habit of seeking his end by threats. His forceful impulsiveness had a counterpart in Sir John Fisher, just become First Sea Lord, who constantly talked of a preventive war and freely aired suggestions that if Germany would not limit her naval expansion, her fleet should be Copenhagened on the Nelson model. Such wild suggestions naturally made more impression in Berlin than in London. King Edward remained 7th year as a cause of irritation was social and personal rather than political. A little more tolerance towards his nephew's Scotchery might have helped to make relations smoother. Lord Lansdowne records that the king talks and writes about his royal brother in terms which make one's flesh creep. These personal antipathies and pinpricks, of little account on the British side, where the king was a constitutional ruler and also had a sense of humour, had a deeper reaction on the German side of the North Sea, where the ruler could influence policy decisively and had no sense of humour. And by inciting the Kaiser to further mischief-making intrigues and menaces, they had an ultimate reaction in Britain, where even the new Liberal government of Campbell Bannerman could not ignore them, and was unwillingly forced closer into the arms of France. While the government refused to commit Britain to a formal alliance with France, it held out the hope that British public opinion might favour intervention if France was attacked. And when the French logically argued that emergency aid would be no use unless its method of application had been thought out, Campbell Bannerman authorised discussions between the two general staffs. While these had no effect upon the eventual decision for war, they were to have a great influence on the conduct of the war. It is significant also that in 1905 the new German war plan made allowance for a British expeditionary force of 100,000 men, the very figure the French asked for being present on the French side. Part of his idea of drawing France, with Russia, into a combination against Britain, the Kaiser now reverted to the idea of action against France over Morocco. He decided, however, that from a technical military standpoint conditions were not suitable, and that an alliance with Turkey, which would place the forces of Mohammedanism to the furthest extent under Prussian leadership at my disposal, and a secure internal position were necessary preliminaries. This illuminating example of his imbalance of mind is contained in a letter of December 31st, 1905, to Liddell, which concludes, "First shoot the socialists down, behead them, render them impotent if necessary per bloodbath, and then war abroad, but not before, and not a tempo." Yet the next change in the European situation was not to strengthen his foundations, but to weaken them, by weakening his influence over Russia in the person of the Tsar. With supreme irony, the change came in the most unlikely way by the drawing together of the new British government and its antipathy, despotic Russia. Impelled partly by its general pacifism and partly by its natural reaction to German menaces, the Liberal government continued the effort begun by Lansdowne to remove the traditional sources of friction with Russia. And in 1907 the points of difference at the point of contact were settled by an arrangement. While there was no definite agreement, the natural effect was to smooth the way to cooperation in Europe. Although Britain was not tied either to France or Russia by any formal agreement, she was tied to their side by the bonds of loyalty, and so could no longer impose a check upon them without suspicion of disloyalty. Thus her old independent influence in a crisis had slipped away. The dilemma was realized and was summed up by the Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, in a memorandum of February 20th, 1906. "There would, I think, be a general feeling in every country that we had behaved meanly and left France in the lurch. The United States would despise us. Russia would not think it worthwhile to make a friendly arrangement with us about Asia. Japan would prepare to reinsure herself elsewhere. We should be left without a friend, and without the power of making a friend in Germany, it would take some pleasure in exploiting the whole situation to our disadvantage. On the other hand, the prospect of a European war and of our being involved in it is horrible." Henceforth the great powers were in fact, if not in name, divided into two rival groups. During the next few years, Germany, whose aggressive and impolitic policy had created the counter-group, so curiously assorted, was also to help and be helped by Austria in hardening it as a snowball is hardened when squeezed. But she was also to suffer from her own creation. Britain's adhesion to the new group weakened the old by making Italy a doubtful partner. Hence Germany was compelled to cling more closely to her other partner, Austria, whom formerly she had led. If Germany wished for war, this bondage was an advantage, but if she wished for peace she would be hampered even as Britain was hampered. The new grouping of Europe was not the old balance of power, but merely a barrier between powers. That barrier, moreover, was charged with explosives and armaments which the several countries, now driven more by fear than by ambition, hurriedly augmented. Another ill consequence was that fear of a sudden detonation led the autocratic powers at least to give the military custodians of these armaments a dangerously free hand in disposing them. Fear had taken charge of reason long before July 1914. The first spark came from the Balkans in 1908. The revolution in Turkey was seized upon by Bulgaria to throw off Turkish suzerainty and by Austria to annex the provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which she had administered since 1879. This annexation had been discussed between the Austrian and Russian foreign ministers, Arnthal and Iswalski had been willing to assent to it in return for Austrian support in securing the opening of the Dardanelles. But before Iswalski could sound France and Britain, the annexation was declared. In Italy, it was justly felt to be an affront, and in Serbia to be a menace. But in Russia the effect was made worse by the German ambassador's peremptory demand that Russia should recognize it under pain of a combined Austrian and German attack. Russia, caught when she had been acting single-handed, and threatened by a two-handed combination, gave way from fear, and was left with resentment, aggravated by the sense of having forfeited her standing in the Balkans. Iswalski felt that he had been not only browbeaten but duped, and resigning soon after, went to the Paris embassy as an embedded foe of the Germanic powers. Another personal factor. And Austria, flattered by this first success in imitating Germany's mail-fist method of diplomacy, was encouraged to continue it. This Bosnian deceit of Arnthal stands out predominantly among the immediate origins of the war. Its intervention was the more unfortunate because the years 1906-14 saw an improvement in Germany's official relations, at least, with France and Britain. It would have been more marked but for the continued ominous increase in the German navy. It is easy to appreciate now that the Kaiser's encouragement to Tirpitz' anti-British naval ambitions was due largely to vanity, but then it looked more naturally a consistently designed challenge. And even when he tried to repair the damage, the Kaiser was unhappy in his method. His way of conciliating British feeling was to declare, in the famous Daily Telegraph interview of 1908, that the British were mad as much as not to recognize his friendship, and that he was in a minority in a land not friendly to England. Without soothing British fears, it caused an outcry in Germany, a public repudiation by Liddell, and it thus weakened the Kaiser's own power to check the war party in Germany. But it at least led to the Kaiser's replacement of Liddell as Chancellor by the well-meaning Bethmann Hallwig, who was more desirous of peace if less capable of preserving it. He promptly opened negotiations for an Anglo-German agreement, and met with an eager response from the Liberal government, now renewed in power by the elections of 1910. But practical results were barred, first, by Tirpitz's opposition to any naval adjustment, and second, by the German demand that any agreement must be so worded as to bar Britain from coming to the aid of France. This was too obviously a strategic move. Sir Edward Grey made the only possible reply: one does not make new friendships worth having by deserting old ones. Nevertheless, the tension was eased. The German public, press and Kaiser, as shown by his documentary comments, still suffered from Anglophobia, owing largely to the feeling of thwarted aims and the much-propagated idea that King Edward Roman VII had planned a vast hostile encirclement of Germany. Perhaps the most illuminating reaction was the belief that the King's 1908 visit to the Emperor Francis Joseph was a move to detach Austria from Germany, whereas we now know from the Austrian archives that the King actually asked Francis Joseph's assistance towards reducing the friction between Britain and Germany, and valued the alliance as a common link. But the discussions helped the relations between the British and German foreign ministries and led them to cooperate in settling several points of dispute. Relations were also helped by the settlement between France and Germany over Morocco. Characteristically, the settlement followed a new crisis. The crisis, curiously enough, was provoked by the otherwise pacific foreign minister Liddell in W.C.H. Dara and opposed by the Kaiser, another instance of the incalculable double-headedness which was so dangerous a feature of German policy. As a means of encouraging France to grant concessions in Africa, in June 1911, Liddell and W.C.H. Dara dispatched a gunboat to Agadir. In reply, Lloyd George, the former opponent of the Boer War and the leading pacifist in the British cabinet, warned Germany in a public speech against such threats to peace. The effect, in conjunction with firm indications of her readiness to support France, was to damp the spark. But resentment made public opinion in Germany more combustible than ever, and it enthusiastically approved yet another increase in the German navy. Nevertheless, the subsequent settlement over Morocco removed a serious source of friction between France and Germany, and thus indirectly contributed to the better official atmosphere in which Haldin's 1912 mission to Germany took place. Yet even Haldin had to confess that his spiritual home had become a powder magazine, although he communicated his fears only to his colleagues in the cabinet. The growth of the war party in Germany, however, was accompanied by a consolidation of the peace elements, most marked among the socialists, and the presence of a pacifically minded chancellor kept open a possible avenue for further negotiations. But at this very time a fresh powder trail was laid in the Balkans. The weakness of Turkey, and the example of Italy in occupying Tripoli, encouraged Bulgaria, Serbia, and Greece to claim autonomy for Macedonia as a step to ejecting the Turks from Europe. The Turks were quickly defeated. Serbia's share of the spoils was to be northern Albania. But Austria, already fearful of Serb ambitions, had no intention of allowing a Slav state to gain access to the Adriatic. She mobilized her troops, and her threat to Serbia was naturally answered by Russia as similar preparations. Fortunately, Germany joined with Britain and France to forestall the danger. Less fortunately, their settlement was the cause of a fresh crisis. For, by setting up Albania as an independent state, they upset the division of the spoil. Serbia now claimed part of Macedonia. Bulgaria refused not only by word but by blow, only to be overcome by the combined weight of Serbia and Greece, while Romania joined in, and Turkey slid back to recover her lost property under cover of the dust raised by the dogfight. As a result, Serbia was the chief gainer and Bulgaria the chief loser. This was much to Austria's distaste, and in the summer of 1913 she proposed an immediate attack on Serbia. Germany restrained her, cancelling moderation, but herself gave Russia fresh cause of offense by extending German control of the Turkish army. Russia saw her dream of the Dardanelles fading, and her ministers came to the conclusion that it could only be revived if a general European war cut a dangerful attitude of mind. Their immediate aim was now to recover their shaken influence in the Balkans, and they sought to win over Romania as a first step towards building a new Balkan alliance. The prospect created fresh alarm in Austria, already distracted by the internal strain of her diverse racial parts. Force was her method to suppress the dissatisfaction of her Serb and Croat subjects in the annexed provinces and of her Romanian subjects in Transylvania. And her desire was to apply the same remedy in time to the external state Serbia, which formed a natural rallying point for all the dissatisfied elements within. Her leaders felt that war beyond her frontiers would be the best way to silence discord within. In this feeling they were not alone. The popular unrest in Russia, only half stifled by the use of Naut in exile, and the clamour for universal suffrage in Germany, made the war parties in both countries look to war as a safety valve. During the last year, incitements multiplied on all sides: bellicose speeches, articles, rumours, frontier incidents. President Wilson's confidant, Colonel House, left Berlin with the conviction that the military party was determined on war at the earliest opportunity and would force the Kaiser to abdicate if he opposed their desire. Their excitement was suddenly aggravated by the 3-year service act which France had passed as a remedy for her inferior manpower in face of recent developments in the German army. But the German ambassador reported to Bethmann Hall that, in spite of the chauvinistic attitude of many circles and the general dream of a recovery of the lost provinces, the French nation as a whole could be described as desirous of peace. The most that could be said, even of Poincaré, the president, was what Poincaré himself expressed, that France did not want war, but did not fear it. Elsewhere, however, the surface of the continent was now strewn with powder, and everywhere the air was heavy with fatalism. The fatal spark was struck at Sarajevo, the Bosnian capital, on June 28, 1914. Its first victim marked the irony of destiny. The fiery Slav nationalists who sought to advance their cause by murdering the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to Francis Joseph, singled out the one man of influence in Austria who was their friend. For Franz Ferdinand also had dreams of a reconstructed empire in which the several nationalities were held together not in bondage but in federation. But to most of the Bosnian Slavs he was merely the symbol of the oppressor, and to the extreme nationalists who plotted his death he was the more to be hated because his dream of reconciliation within the empire might thwart theirs of breaking away from the empire to join with Serbia in creating a wider Yugoslav state. The handful of youthful conspirators sought and received help from the Serbian secret society known as the Black Hand. This was largely composed of army officers, who formed a group hostile to the existing civil government in Serbia. Rumors of the conspiracy seemed to have reached the ears of ministers, and orders were sent to the frontier to intercept the conspirators, but as the frontier guards were members of the Black Hand, the precautions naturally failed. It seems also, but is not certain, that a vague warning was sent to Vienna. What is certain is the amazing carelessness of the Austrian authorities in guarding the Archduke, and their cynical indifference to the fate that befell this highly unpopular heir to the throne. Fotarek, the military governor of Bosnia and future commander of the offensive against Serbia, could not have done more to facilitate the task of the assassins if he had connived at it. Hence there must always be a suspicion that he did. After a first attempt on the Archduke's passage to the city hall had failed, Potarek so clumsily directed the return journey that the Archduke's car had to pull up, and 2 shots rang out, mortally wounding the Archduke and his court-despised morganatic consort. He died at 11 a.m. a prophetic hour. The news of the crime caused horror and indignation in all countries save 2, Austria and Serbia. The Serbian press made little effort to conceal its pleasure, and the Serbian public still less, while the government, which, exhausted by the Balkan Wars, had every incentive for peace in order to consolidate its gains, was foolishly remiss in making or offering an investigation into the complicity of its subjects. Austrian police investigation was also leisurely, and after a fortnight Wiesner, who was deputed to conduct it, reported that while Serbian societies and officials were implicated, there were no proofs of the complicity of the Serbian government. On the contrary, there are grounds for believing it quite out of the question. But Austrian decision was prompt, although any outward appearance of action was long delayed. Count Berchtold, the foreign minister who had added an air of elegance to the tradition of deceit bequeathed by Arthur gracefully and gratefully seized the opportunity to retrieve Austria's and his own lost prestige. The day after the crime he declared to the chief of the general staff that the time had come to settle with Serbia once for all, words that seemed to come at von H. Arsendorf, the echo of his own repeated promptings to war. But Berchtold met an unexpected obstacle in Count Tesser, who objected strongly on the score of expediency. Not of morality. There can be no difficulty in finding a suitable casus belli whenever it is needed. Conrad also considered expediency, and remarked to Berchtold, we must above all ask Germany whether she is willing to safeguard us against Russia. Berchtold, too, had no wish to meet a rebuff from Germany such as so damaged his prestige 2 years before. Hence the aged emperor was induced to sign a memorandum for the Kaiser, accompanied by a personal letter. But the Kaiser needed no appeal. For when the German ambassador, Tiskirchi, had sent off a report of his conversation with Berchtold on June 30th, saying that he had given a warning against hasty steps, the Kaiser scribbled in the margin who authorized him to do this. It is idiotic. It is none of his business. Tiskirchi must be good enough to stop this lunacy. We must clear the Serbians out of the way, and that too forthwith. For Tiskirchi, he was not equal to his master as somersaults. Formerly energetic in incitement, he presumably remembered his master's voice, edging restraint 2 years before, and now thought that he was fulfilling the Kaiser's wish by changing his own tune, only to find that the Kaiser had also changed. How shall we explain it? Most probably by the Kaiser's fear of being again reproached with weakness, and by his characteristic indignation that royal blood had been shed, if also by the more creditable motive of his friendship with the murdered man. As to Count Hoyers, the Austrian letter-bearer, he gave the assurance, on July 5th, that Austria could depend on the complete support of Germany. In the Kaiser's opinion, there must be no delay. If it was to come to a war between Austria-Hungary and Russia, she could be assured that Germany would stand at her side, although he added that Russia was in no way ready for war. Germany was so he was assured. In a series of hasty consultations with his military and naval advisors, various precautionary measures were ordered. Meantime, the Kaiser left, as arranged, to visit Norway. A few days later, on the 17th, Waldersee, the Assistant Chief of the General Staff, reported to the Foreign Minister, "I shall remain here ready to jump. We are all prepared." This blank check, endorsed by the Chancellor and given with full recognition of the consequences, stands out predominant among the immediate causes of the war. Austria hurried to cash it, and T. was only too eager to repair his blunder in urging caution. Unlike later decisions, this was taken in a calm, if not a cool atmosphere, a fact which gives it special significance in assessing the Welter War. Significant also is the care taken by Germany and Austria to lull suspicion of any impending move in Conrad's words. Peaceful intentions should be simulated. While giving no advice to Austria to keep her demands within moderation, the German government showed its own side either the support of Italy, Bulgaria, Romania and Turkey should be ensured for a war. Italy was to be given no hint of the action intended, but Austria was urged to be ready with a price for her support when war came. Now assured of Germany's backing, Berchtolds' next problem is so to draft the ultimatum to Serbia that it will be acceptable. This takes some thought, and on July 10th Berchtold confesses to T. that he is still considering what demands could be put that it would be wholly impossible for Serbia to accept. The only dissenting voice is that of Tisza, but he is told that diplomatic success would be valueless. He threatens to withhold his support, but suddenly veers round after Berchtold has warned him of the military difficulties which would be caused by delay, and has impressed the fact that Germany would not understand any neglect on our part to use this opportunity for striking a blow. Austria might forfeit her partnership with Germany if she showed weakness. The ultimatum is drawn up, and after reading it, the old emperor says Russia cannot accept this. This means a general war, but its delivery is delayed until various war preparations are complete and Poinka has sailed from St. Petersburg, where he has been visiting the Tsar. The Russian ambassador in Vienna is also induced by peaceful assurances to go on leave. But the German steamship lines are warned of the date on which the Austrian note would be delivered, and that they must be ready for swift developments. At 6 p.m. on July 23rd, the ultimatum is presented to the Serbian government when the Prime Minister is away. Its terms not only demand the repression of all propaganda against Austria, but Austria has the right to order the dismissal of any Serbian officials that she cares to name and to post her own officials in Serbia. This directly violates Serbia's status as an independent country. Only 48 hours are allowed for acceptance. Next day, the German government delivers notes in St. Petersburg, Paris and London, which state that the Austrian demands are moderate and proper. The German government had not even seen the ultimatum when it light-heartedly wrote this and added the threat that any interference would be followed by incalculable consequences. In London, the note caused stupefaction, in Russia fierce indignation. About 2 minutes before the ultimatum expired, the Serbian reply was handed to the Austrian ambassador. Without waiting to read it, he broke off relations and caught the train from Belgrade, in accordance with his instructions. Formal orders were issued 3 hours later for Austria as partial mobilization on the Serbian front. Simultaneously, preparatory measures for mobilization took place in Germany and Russia. Yet the Serbian note had accepted all the Austrian demands except the 2 which definitely violated her independence. When the Kaiser read it, on July 28th, after his return, he wrote the comment, "A brilliant performance for a time limit of only 48 hours, a great moral victory for Vienna, but with it every reason for war drops away," and in reference to Austria's partial mobilization, he adds, "On the strength of this I should never have ordered mobilization." Once more the mailed fist has triumphed, and the Kaiser, having shown the doubters that he is a strong man, is eager to rest on his laurels. Royal honor is satisfied. But he unwisely suggests that Austria might well occupy part of Serbia until her demands are fulfilled, an act that Russia could never be expected to permit. Bettman Hallweg agreed with the Kaiser's view, and on the morning of the 28th the advice was sent to Vienna, adding that, if Austria continues her refusal to all proposals for mediation or arbitration, the odium of being responsible for a world war will in the eyes of the German people fall on the German government. But the changed tone was fatally belated. Germany had herself blocked these proposals during the most auspicious period. When the German note was delivered, on July 24th, Russia was at once assured of France's support, and Grey was pressed by his allies to declare Britain's solidarity with them. But his parliamentary responsibility and the divided views of the cabinet, as well as the uncertainty of public support, hindered any such declaration. He feared, too, that any such action might strengthen the war parties in Russia and Germany. Instead, he tried to open a path to mediation. His first move, on the 24th, was to urge through Berlin an extension of the Austrian time limit. It received no support in Berlin and was tardily passed on to Vienna, where it arrived 2 hours before the expiration, when it was at once rejected. On the 25th and 26th he made further proposals for joint mediation by Germany, Britain, France and Italy, while Austria, Russia and Serbia were to abstain from military operations. Prompt acceptance came at once from Paris and Rome. Says Nov in St. Petersburg, who had originally mooted the idea, now agreed in principle but preferred first to try direct discussions with Vienna. Berlin refused. The Kaiser scribbled his usual incendiary comments on the reports that came to him that is a tremendous piece of British insolence. I am not called upon to prescribe like Greater H.M. the Emperor of Austria had to preserve his honour. There is much evidence that German opinion was encouraged by Britain's attitude to count on her neutrality in case of war. But in the newspapers of July 27th, the British government published the news that the fleet, assembled for manoeuvres, had been ordered not to disperse. This hint, in combination with the nature of Serbia's reply, caused a change of official tone in Berlin where, the day before, the General Staff had sent to the Foreign Office the ultimatum they had drafted in readiness for delivery to Belgium. Thus, later on July 27th, the German government decided to pass Grey's proposals on to Vienna. They sent Grey word that this action implied that they associate themselves to a certain extent with your hope. But after seeing the German foreign minister, the Austrian ambassador telegraphed to Vienna, the German government offers the most unqualified assurances that it in no way identifies itself with them, but on the contrary is decidedly opposed to their consideration, and only communicates them in order to satisfy the English. The German government is so acting because its point of view is that it is of the utmost importance that England, at the present moment, should not make common cause with Russia and France. On the 28th, after the Kaiser had seen Serbia's reply, there was a further cooling of tone, as we have seen. But Bethmann Hollweg's cautionary message, his first, to Vienna that day was too late and too tepid. For at 11 a.m. again, on July 28th, Austria's telegraph declaration of war was delivered to Serbia. And the same day, Berchtold refused Sazanov's proposal for direct conversations, giving as his reason the fact that war was now declared. A grim humour underlies both the cause and method of Austria's precipitate decision. Militarily, there was every reason for delay in the actual declaration, as the army could not be ready to move until August 12th. But messages from Germany had been inciting Austria to haste. Berchtold and Conrad feared to lose her support and the chance of war if they dallied. Berchtold cynically summed up the position to the Emperor. On July 27th, I think that a further attempt by the Entente powers to bring about a peaceful solution remains possible only so long as a new situation has not been created by the declaration of war, and in obtaining the Emperor's signature to the declaration of war, he quenched any debts by incorporating the justification that Serbia had attacked Austrian troops. Having achieved his end, he then deleted the sentence referring to this imaginary attack. The rush to the abyss now gathered unbreakable speed, driven by the motor of military necessity. In constructing their huge and cumbrous machines, the general staffs of Europe had forgotten the first principle of war elasticity. Alike in mobilization and in use, the conscript armies of the continent were almost unmanageable. Events were soon to show that they could be set in motion, but could not be effectively guided. Their steering lock was inadequate. In this deficiency, now a danger to peace, they afforded a contrast both to the fleets of the time and to the small professional armies of the past. The one thought of the generals during these critical days was to start their machines. Desire for war and fear of being caught at a disadvantage reacted on each other. Thus in Germany and Russia, as already in Austria, any desire among the statesmen for peace suffered the counterpole of the generals' entreaties to action, and predictions of dire consequences if their technical advice was disregarded. Already in Austria, the generals shared with Berchtold the somber distinction of having initiated the war. The next success was in Russia, also a land of military mediocrity. There, the news of the Austrian declaration of war wrought a decisive change. Hitherto, Sazonov had kept the generals in hand. Now he begins to succumb to inevitability, and suggests that partial mobilization shall be carried out of the troops on the Austrian front only. The general staff argue that for technical reasons this is impracticable, and urge that only a general mobilization can avoid upsetting the machine. Unwilling to yield to their arguments, yet unwilling to override them, Sazonov makes a compromise. 2 ukases are prepared for the Tsar's signature, one for partial and one for general mobilization, and a decision between them is put off. But the general staff are working on the second. Next morning, the chief of the mobilization branch receives the order for general mobilization signed provisionally by the Tsar, and goes round to obtain the necessary signature of the ministers. One of them cannot be found until the evening. Meantime, the German ambassador calls on Sazonov about 6 p.m. and gives him a message from Bethmann Hollweg that if Russia continues her mobilization measures, Germany will mobilize, and mobilization means war. The message is delivered with the assurance that it is not a threat, but a friendly opinion. To Sazonov it sounds more like a threat, and it seems to prohibit even partial mobilization on the Austrian frontier. His opposition to his unclamorous general staff weakens, and after a conference with its chief, Yanushevich, he apparently consents to general mobilization and obtains the Tsar's approval. Let us shift our gaze for a moment to Berlin. There the same nervous tension exists, and the same tug of wills is in progress. But the Kaiser, and his political advisors are now seriously alarmed that Austria's action will make them appear the guilty party, and so cost them the support of Italy while ensuring the entry of Britain against them. Thus the demand of the General Staff for immediate mobilization is refused, and late in the evening Bethmann-Hollweg sees the British ambassador. He tries to bargain for Britain's neutrality and suggests that in return Germany would not annex any part of France, but he cannot give him such an assurance as regards the French colonies. The ambassador tells him that acceptance of the offer is highly improbable, wherein he proves a true prophet. Lichnowsky's warnings from London, that British opinion is hardening, send the Kaiser into a paroxysm of frightened rage. He scrawls abusive epithets about English Pharisaism, calling Grey a mean deceiver, and, rather oddly in view of Bethmann-Hollweg's offer, terms the British a pack of base hucksters. But Lichnowsky's report of Grey's renewed proposals for mediation at least induces Bethmann-Hollweg to send a string of telegrams to Vienna exhorting the Austrians not to continue their open refusal, lest they drag Germany into war at a disadvantage. The Kaiser also telegraphs to the Tsar saying that he is trying to persuade Vienna to agree to frank negotiations. It crosses a similar conciliatory telegram from the Tsar, and is answered by a second, suggesting that it would be right to give over the Austro-Serbian problem to the Hague Conference. I trust in your wisdom and friendship. The fact that the Kaiser's marginal comment is rubbish casts a doubt upon his sincerity. But the Kaiser has also sent a second telegram of appeal to check military measures, which would precipitate a calamity. This produces an actual effect. The Tsar, about 10 p.m., rings up the Chief of Staff, and despite Yanuskovych's horrified protests that the orders have now gone out, directs him to cancel them and substitute a partial mobilization. But the General Staff, though discomfited, are not defeated. Next morning, in order to retrieve the position, they bring fresh arguments and all their weight to bear. First they try to approach the Tsar, but he takes refuge from their pressure by refusing to see the Minister of War. Yanushevich then seeks out Sazonov and insists that any further delay in general mobilization will dislocate the army organization and endanger Russia's safety. He further contends that partial mobilization will give the French the impression that, when war came, Russia will be unable to help her in resisting Germany's onslaught. Sazonov, now resigned to the certainty of war, agrees to visit the Tsar that afternoon. The Tsar, pale and worried, gives way and gives the order after Sazonov has soothingly assured him that whatever happens his conscience will be clear. Sazonov telephones the order to Yanushevich and advises him to disappear for the rest of the day as a safeguard against the Tsar's vacillation. Sazonov first thinks of trying to keep the general mobilization as secret as possible without issuing any proclamation, but finds it technically impossible, and the ukase is posted up next morning, July 31st. That same day, but a few hours later, the Austrian order for general mobilization is given. Henceforth the statesmen may continue to send telegrams, but they are merely waste paper. The military machine has completely taken charge. Indeed, it had done so on the 30th not only in Russia. At 2 p.m. Molk, the chief of the German General Staff, had sent a message to the Austrian General Staff through their attached that Russia's military measure will develop into casus foeders for Germany, decline the renewed advances of Great Britain in the interest of peace. A European war is the last chance of saving Austria-Hungary. Germany is ready to back Austria on Mazovedy. Subsequently, he sent a telegram direct to Conrad: mobilize at once against Russia. Germany will mobilize, persuade Italy, by offering compensation, to do her duty as an ally. Thus Molk counteracted the irresolute telegrams of Bethmann-Hollweg. The Austrian military and civil leaders needed no urging, merely the assurance of Germany's support, and had no intention of acceding to any proposals for mediation unless Germany threatened to withdraw its support. And Germany now meant the General Staff. As soon as news reached Berlin of the Russian order, a state of danger of war was proclaimed, which comprised the first step of mobilization, a neat military device to gain a lead without giving away a trick. At the same time, ultimatums were dispatched both to St. Petersburg and Paris. The ultimatum to Russia demanded that she must suspend every war measure against Austria and ourselves within 12 hours, and definitely notify us of this. Sazonov, in reply, said that it was technically impossible to stop the mobilization, but that, so long as negotiations continued, Russia would not attack. The Tsar reinforced this statement with another telegram to the Kaiser: understand that you are obliged to mobilize, but wish to have the same guarantee from you as I gave you that these measures do not mean war, and that we shall continue negotiating. But, without waiting to hear the reply to the ultimatum, the German government dispatched a formally worded declaration of war to their ambassador in St. Petersburg, who duly delivered it after the expiry of the time limit in the early evening of August 1st. Almost coincidentally, German mobilization began. Yet General von Chiles had shrewdly reported from St. Petersburg: people have mobilized here through fear of coming events with no aggressive purpose, and are already terrified at the result, and the Kaiser had made the note right. That is the truth, but the Kaiser, now equally frightened and willing, could not stop his own military machine. For Moltke was insistent that the unusually favorable situation should be used to strike, pointing out that France's military situation is nothing less than embarrassed, that Russia is anything but confident, moreover at the time of year is favorable. The rashness of the Russian general staff might at least be excused by nerves, but hardly Moltke's. If three men can be singled out as the main personal causes of the war, at this time they are Berchtold, Conrad and Moltke. But Moltke was really a limited company, the great general staff. Yet, if their action was deliberate, fear was the background of their thought, not merely militaristic ambition. Here, among the Austrian general staff, of the doubling of the Serbian army in consequence of Serbia's gain of territory in the Balkan War. Here, among the German general staff, of the Russian army's unexpectedly rapid recovery from its 1905 sickness under the ministrations of Sakhalinov. Like a hard-pressed hero of the towpath, Moltke now pushed Austria into war so that he could jump into her rescue and then be sure of her help in return. The German ultimatum to France demanded to know whether France would remain neutral in a Russo-German war, gave her 18 hours for a reply, and added the menace, mobilization will inevitably mean war. In case she offered to remain neutral, the German ambassador was instructed to make the impossible demand that France must hand over the fortresses of Verdun and Tel as a pledge. For Moltke's plans were made for a two-front war, and his aim would be upset if only one target appeared. Could military folly go further? The German ambassador called for his answer on August 1st, and was simply told that France would act as her interest required. That afternoon the French mobilization was ordered, but in Republican France the civil government was still superior to the general staff, and since July 30th the frontier forces had been withdrawn to a line 10 kilometers inside the frontier as a pacific gesture and a safeguard against the danger that a frontier skirmish might provide an excuse for war. If a military handicap, the political wisdom of this withdrawal was seen in the fact that German patrols crossed the actual frontier on the 30th and again, by German official admission, on the 31st. Thus when, on August 3rd, Germany declared war on France, she could only allege the one concrete excuse that a French aviator had thrown bombs on the railway near Karlsruhe in Nuremberg, a rumor already contradicted in Germany before the declaration was delivered. Why was the actual declaration delayed 2 days in delivery? First, because of the fresh suggestion from Bray that so long as there was any chance of agreement between Russia and Austria, Germany and France should refrain from any attack. This suggestion was vaguely worded in Lichnowsky, in his eager desire for peace, enlarged in telegraphing to Berlin that this would appear to mean that in case we did not attack France, England would remain neutral and would guarantee France's neutrality. The Kaiser and his Chancellor clutched at the straw. The former said to Moltke, "We march, then, with all our forces, only towards the east." Moltke, as his memoirs relate, replied that this was impossible. The advance of armies formed of millions of men was the result of years of painstaking work. Once planned, it could not possibly be changed. The Kaiser bitterly retorted, "Your uncle would have given me a different reply." Moltke gained his way as regards the continued concentration against France, but a 24-hour break was ordered to be put on the actual crossing of the frontier of France and Luxembourg. Moltke pathetically records that it was a great shock to me, as though something had struck at my heart. However, his heart attack was soon relieved, for late that evening further telegrams from London showed that Britain was not promising neutrality. The break was released, and if it had caused some check on Moltke's arrangements, some of his advanced troops had actually entered Luxembourg that day in advance of timetable. Nevertheless, the British cabinet was still wavering. A majority of its members were so anxious for peace and uncertain of the public attitude that they had failed to give a clear warning which might have strengthened Bettman Hallwig in his feeble efforts to withstand his own war party. Now it was too late and the military machine was in control. Nothing could have averted war after July 31st. Thus the British cabinet discontinued uncertainty, however natural and creditable, merely increased the anxiety of France, fearful of desertion. Germany came to the rescue. Her long-prepared ultimatum to Belgium, demanding a free passage for her troops as required by her still longer prepared war plan, was delivered on the evening of August 2nd. The Belgian government sturdily refused to allow its neutrality to be violated. On the morning of August 4th, the German troops began their invasion. The threat, even before the act was known, was decisive in hardening British opinion to the point of intervention, even though that intervention was already inevitable, as the German staff had correctly calculated. An ultimatum was delivered that Germany should respect Belgian neutrality, and was received by Bettman Hallwig with a pitiful complaint that Britain was going to war just for a scrap of paper. At 11 p.m. by German time the ultimatum expired. Britain also was in the war and Italy was out of it, having already decided for neutrality on July 31st. Thus in the final act, as in the earlier acts, technical military arguments were decisive. The German army must go through Belgium, even though with the certainty that Britain would thereby be drawn in against Germany. Military technique how competent in peace to gain war, how impotent in war to gain victory, so it was soon to prove. Two of the opposing forces. The nation centered upon the conflict with the conventional outlook and system of the 18th century, merely modified by the events of the 19th century. Politically, they conceived it to be a struggle between rival coalitions based on the traditional system of diplomatic alliances, and militarily a contest between professional armies swollen, it is true, by the continental system of conscription, yet essentially fought out by soldiers while the mass of the people watched from seats in the amphitheater the efforts of their champions. The Germans had a glimpse of the truth, but one or two prophetic minds apart the nation in arms theory, evolved by them during the 19th century, visualized the nation as a reservoir to pour its reinforcements into the army, rather than as a mighty river in which emerged many tributary forces of which the army is but one. Their conception was the nation in arms, hardly the nation at war. Even today, this fundamental truth has yet to be grasped in its entirety and its full implications understood. Progressively, throughout the years 1914 and 18, the warring nations enlisted the research of the scientist, the inventive power and technical skill of the engineer, the manual labor of industry, and the pen of the propagandist. For long, this fusion of many forces tended to a chaotic maelstrom of forces. The old order had broken down, the new had not yet evolved. Only gradually did a working cooperation emerge, and it is a moot point whether even in the last phase cooperation of forces had attained to the high level of coordination direction by unity of diversity. The German army of 1914 was born in the Napoleonic Wars, nourished in infancy by Gneisenau and Scharnhorst, and guided in adolescence by the elder Moltke. It reached maturity in the War of 1870, when it emerged triumphantly from a trial against the ill-equipped and badly led long-service army of France. Every physically able citizen was liable to service. The state took the number it desired, trained them to arms for a short period of full-time service, and then returned them to civil life. The feature, as also the object, of the system was the production of a huge reserve by which to expand the active army in war. A man served 2 or 3 years full-time, according to his branch of the service, followed by 5 or 4 years in the regular reserves. He then served in the Landwehr for 12 years, and finally passed into the Landsturm from the age of 39 till 45. Further, an ersatz reserve was formed of those who were not called on for service with the colours. In this organization and in the thoroughness of the training lay the secret of the first great surprise of the war, one which almost proved decisive. For instead of regarding their reservists as troops of doubtful quality, fit only for an auxiliary role or garrison duty, the Germans during mobilization were able to duplicate almost every first-line army corps with a reserve corps and had the courage, justified by events, to use them in the opening clash. This surprise upset the French calculations and thereby dislocated their entire plan of campaign. The Germans have been reproached for many miscalculations. Less than justice has been done to the correctness of many of their intuitions. They alone realized what is today an axiom that, given a highly trained cadre of leaders, a military machine can be rapidly manufactured from short time levies, like molten liquid poured into a mold. The German mold was a long-service body of officers and NCOs who, in their standard of technical knowledge and skill, had no equal on the continent. But if the machine was manufactured by training it gained solidity from another process. The psychological element plays an even greater part in a national than in a professional army. Spirit de corps is not enough. The stimulus of a great moral impulse to action is necessary, a deep-rooted belief in the policy for which citizens are called on to fight. The leaders of Germany had worked for generations to inspire their people with a patriotic conviction of the grandeur of their country as destiny. And if their opponents went forth to battle in 1914 with as intense a belief in their country as cause, this flaming patriotism had not the time to consolidate such a disciplined combination as years of steady heat have produced in Germany. The German people had an intimacy with and a pride in their army, notwithstanding the severity of its discipline, that was unknown elsewhere. This unique instrument was handled by a general staff which, by rigor of selection and training, was unmatched for professional knowledge and skill if subject to the mental grooves which characterize all professions. Executive skill is the fruit of practice, and constant practice, or repetition, tends inevitably to deaden originality and elasticity of mind. In a professional body, also, promotion by seniority is a rule difficult to avoid. The Germans, it is true, tended towards a system of staff control, which in practice usually left the real power in the hands of youthful general staff officers. As war memoirs and documents reveal, the chiefs of staff of the various armies and corps often took momentous decisions with hardly a pretense of consulting their commanders. But such a system had grave objections, and from it came the grit in the wheels which not infrequently marred the otherwise well-oiled working of the German war machine. Tactically, the Germans began with 2 important material advantages. They alone had gauged the potentialities of the heavy howitzer and had provided adequate numbers of this weapon. And if no army had fully realized that machine guns were concentrated essence of infantry, nor fully developed this preponderant source of firepower, the Germans had studied it more than other armies, and were able to exploit its inherent power of dominating the battlefield sooner than other armies. In this anticipation of the value of heavy artillery and machine guns, the German General Staff seems to have been largely influenced by the acute diagnosis of Captain Hoffmann, its youthful attache with the Japanese army in Manchuria. Strategically, also, the Germans had brought the study and development of railway communications to a higher pitch than any of their rivals. The Austro-Hungarian army, if patterned in the German model, was a vastly inferior instrument. Not only had it a tradition of defeat rather than of victory, but its racial mixture prevented the moral homogeneity that distinguished its ally. This being so, the replacement of the old professional army by one based on universal service lowered rather than raised to its standard of effectiveness. The troops within the borders of the empire were often racially akin to those beyond, and this compelled Austria to a politically instead of a militarily based distribution of forces, so that kinsmen should not fight each other. And her human handicap was increased by a geographical one, namely, the vast extent of frontier to be defended. Nor were her leaders, with rare exceptions, the professional equals of the Germans. Moreover, if common action was better understood than among the Entente powers, Austria did not accept German direction gladly. Yet despite all its evident weaknesses, the loosely knit conglomeration of races withstood the shock and strain of war for 4 years, in a way that surprised and dismayed her opponents. The explanation is that the complex racial fabric was woven on the Stet-Germanic and Magyar framework. From the central we turn to the Entente powers. France possessed but 60% of the potential manpower of Germany, 5,940,000 against 9,750,000, and this debit balance had forced her to call on the services of practically every able-bodied male. A man was called up at 20, did 3 years full-time service, then 11 in the reserve, and finally 2 periods of 7 years each in the Territorial Army and Territorial Reserve. This system gave France an initial war strength of nearly 4 million trained men, compared with Germany's 5, but she placed little reliance on the fighting value of reservists. The French command counted only on the semi-professional troops of the first line, about 1 million men, for the short and decisive campaign which they expected and prepared for. Moreover, they assumed a similar attitude on the part of their enemy with dire result. But this initial surprise apart, a more profound handicap was the lesser capacity of France for expansion in case of a long war due to a smaller population under 40 million compared with Germany at 65 million. Colonel Mangin, later to become famous, had advocated tapping the resources in Africa, the raising of a huge native army, but the government had considered the dangers to outweigh the advantages of such a policy, and war experience was to show that it had military as well as political risks. The French General Staff, if less technically perfect than the German, had produced some of the most renowned military thinkers in Europe, and its level of intelligence could well bear comparison. But the French military mind tended to lose in originality and elasticity what it gained in logic. In the years preceding the war, too, a sharp division of thought had arisen which did not make for combined action. Worse still, the new French philosophy of war, by its preoccupation with the moral element, had become more and more separated from the inseparable material factors. Abundance of what cannot compensate a definite inferiority of weapons, and the second factor, once realized, inevitably reacts on the first. In material, the French had one great asset in their quick-firing 75mm field gun, the best in the world, but its very value had led them to undue confidence in a war of movement and a consequent neglect of equipment and training for the type of warfare which came to pass. Russia's assets were in the physical sphere, her defects in the mental and moral. If her initial strength was no greater than that of Germany, her manpower resources were immense. Moreover, the courage and endurance of her troops were famous. But corruption and incompetence permeated her leadership. Her rank and file lacked the intelligence and initiative for scientific warfare. They formed an instrument of great solidity but little flexibility, while her manufacturing resources for equipment and munitions were far below those of the great industrial powers. This handicap was made worse by her geographical situation, for she was cut off from her allies by ice or enemy-bound seas, and she had to cover immense land frontiers. Another radical defect was the poverty of her rail communications, which were the more essential as she relied for success on bringing into play the weight of her numbers. In the moral sphere, Russia's condition was less clear. Her internal troubles were notorious, and must be a brake on her efforts unless the cause was such as to make a crusade-like appeal to her primitive and incoherent masses. Between the military systems of Germany, Austria, France, and Russia there was a close relation. The differences were of detail rather than fundamental, and this similarity threw into greater contrast the system of the other great European power, Britain. Throughout modern times she had been essentially a sea power, intervening on land through a traditional policy of diplomatic and financial support to allies, whose military efforts she reinforced with 11 from her own professional army. This regular army was primarily maintained for the protection and control of the overseas dependencies, India in particular, and had always been kept down to the minimum strength for this purpose. The reason for the curious contrast between Britain's determination to maintain a supreme navy and her consistent neglect, indeed starvation, of the army lay partly in her insular position, which caused her to regard the sea as her essential lifeline and main defence, and partly in the constitutional distrust of the army and the logical prejudice, which had its almost forgotten source in the military government of Cromwell. Small as to size, it enjoyed a practical and varied experience of war without parallel among the continental armies. Compared with them, its obvious professional handicap was that the leaders, however apt in handling small columns and colonial expeditions, had never been prepared to direct large formations in la Grande Guerre. But the value of such practice, and the British handicap, are easily overrated by the layman. For experience has tended to show that the larger the force, the smaller the scope for generalship, and the less the call upon it. Compared with the manifold personal initiative of a Marlborough or a Napoleon before enduring battle, the decisions of an army commander in 1914-18 were necessarily few and broad. His role was more akin to that of managing director of a vast department store. And in a war where all the leaders were soon out of their depth and slow to recover, practical acumen counted for more than the theoretical technique acquired in peacetime exercises. These, especially in the French army, too often bred the delusion that the issue of an order at a distance was equivalent to its fulfillment on the spot. In a little British army which originally took the field, personality had for a time more scope, and much was to depend upon it. Unfortunately, the issue was to suggest that the process of selection had not succeeded in bringing to the fore the officers best fitted for leadership. It is significant that, on the way out to France, Haig spoke to Charteris, his military secretary and future chief intelligence officer, of his qualms concerning the commander-in-chief, Sir John French, whose right hand he had been in South Africa. D.H. unburdened himself today. He is greatly concerned about the composition of British DHU. He thinks French quite unfit for high command in time of crisis. He says French's military ideas are not sound, that he has never studied war, that he is obstinate, and will not keep with him men who point out even obvious errors. He gives him credit for good tactical powers, great courage, and determination. He does not think Murray will dare to do anything but agree with everything French suggests. In any case, he thinks French would not listen to Murray but rely on Wilson, which is far worse. D.H. thinks Wilson is a politician, and not a soldier, and politician with Douglas Haig is synonymous with crooked dealing and wrong sense of values. This judgment is similar to that of another general, eminent as a military historian. There could hardly have been worse selected GHQs than those with which we began the South African War in 1914. But apart from errors in selection, there is a question whether officers were miscast for their actual roles. In 1912, French himself had expressed the opinion that certainly Haig and Pat Grayson would always shine more and show to greater advantage as superior staff officers than as commanders. Because of his unrivaled knowledge of the German army and cordial relations with the French, as well as his gift for putting juniors at their ease, Grierson would have been a peculiarly good chief of staff for French. Yet when Grierson, his chief staff officer at manoeuvres, had pointed out to French the impracticability of some of his proposals, he had at once been replaced by Sir Archibald Murray. Grierson, instead, went to France as commander of an army corps. A man of full figure and sedentary habits, 55 years old, the combination of good living and hard work had undermined his constitution. He collapsed and died on his way to the front. If this was a great loss to the army, it was a less immediate danger than Murray's subsequent collapse on August 26th, the critical day of Leketo. Worse still, Murray would recover sufficiently to think that he was functioning when actually he was still unfit. These were but two of the most prominent instances of the trouble caused by a system which brought officers to high position at an age when their energy was declining and their susceptibility to the strain of war increasing. As a fortunate offset, the enemy suffered at least as heavily from this handicap. Indeed, the directing head of the German armies, Moltke, who had recently been undergoing treatment, caused alarm among his entourage in the very first days of war by his state of semi-collapse. The other British corps commander, Haig, had taken too good care of his health to cause any such anxiety. Physically, his fitness at 53 was exceptional. In the South African War, his thoroughness and methodicity had made him an ideal staff officer to French, but later, when given command of a mobile column, those qualities had not proved all-sufficing. It is worth recalling that when Colonel Will Sampson, the incomparable intelligence officer and fighting scout, was told of Haig's appointment as column commander, he remarked, "He is quite all right, but he is too cautious. He will be so fixed on not giving the Boers a chance. He'll never give himself one." 13 years later, a Will Sampson's point was borne at. For the revised official history of 1914, published after a generation has passed, has revealed that at Haig's first serious test as a corps commander he was temporarily thrown off his balance by a trifling encounter in the dark, so that he reported the situation very critical, and repeatedly called for help from a neighbour who was really high-pressed. It has also revealed that Haig's excessive caution on reaching the Aisne allowed the day of opportunity to slip away, and the enemy to establish their 4 years' tenure of the position beyond. Yet if command was not Haig's natural role, he had developed qualities which others lacked, and once the battlefront became static, the conditions of warfare tended to change the role of a commander into that of a super staff officer. Errors of conception were to cost more than any errors of execution. Lessons of the South African War that went wider than the selection of leaders had been overlooked. Read in the light of 1914-18, the evidence taken before the Royal Commission on the War in South Africa offers astonishing proof of how professional vision may miss the wood for the trees. There is little hint, among those who are to be the leaders in the next war, that they had recognized the root problem of the future, the dominating power of fire defense, and the supreme difficulty of crossing the bullet-swept zone. Sir Ian Hamilton alone gave it due emphasis, and even he was too sanguine as to the possibility of overcoming it. His proposed solution, however, was in the right direction, for he urged not only the value of exploiting surprise and infiltration tactics to nullify the advantages of the defense, but the need of heavy field artillery to support the infantry. Still more prophetically, he suggested that the infantry might be provided with steel shells on wheels to enable them to cross no man's land and make a lodgment in the enemy's position. Mr. Emery, author of the Times History of the War, probed a weak spot in the prevailing European theory by arguing that superior skill now counted more than superior numbers, and that its proportionate value would increase with material progress. The same note was struck by General Baden-Powell, who urged that the way to develop it was to give officers responsibility. When young, he was left to find his channel for proving this in the Boy Scout movement, and not in the army. Two generals, Paget and Hunter, had a vision of the value and future use of motor vehicles in war, while Haig said that, rather than mounted infantry, he would prefer infantry on motors. In view of the development of the motor between 1903 and 1914, it is strange how little use of it was made at the outset of the next war, or even at the end. But the most remarkable feature of this Royal Commission was the way the French and Haig discoursed on the paramount value of the arme blanche, implying that so long as the cavalry charge was maintained all would be well with the conduct of war. An equally striking underestimate of firepower was contained in Haig's forecast that artillery seems only likely to be really effective against raw troops. His confident opening declaration was that cavalry will have a larger sphere of action in future wars. And he went on to say, besides being used before, during, and after a battle as hitherto, we must expect to see it employed strategically on much larger scale than formerly. What a contrast there was to be between this expectation and the event. French, Germans, Russians, and Austrians certainly had unexampled masses of cavalry ready at the outbreak of war. But in the opening phase they caused more trouble to their own sides than to the enemy. From 1915 on, their effect was trivial, except as a strain on their own country air supplies. Despite the relatively small number of British cavalry, forage was the largest item of supplies sent overseas, exceeding even ammunition, and thus the most dangerous factor in aggravating the submarine menace, while, by authoritative verdict, the transport trouble caused in feeding the immense number of cavalry horses was an important factor in producing rush escalades. In the British Army, also, one unfortunate result of this delusion was that when the cavalry school came to the top in the years just before the war, there was the usual human tendency to penalize the careers of officers who propounded more realistic ideas, while a still larger circle were thereby induced to maintain silence. This was the greater pity because the cavalry sense of mobility was as vital a necessity as the cavalry means of mobility was the cannon, and by undue emphasis on the old means the chance of recreating the means was hindered. But in other ways the bitter lessons of the South African War brought profit, exerting an influence which to some extent counteracted that inelasticity of mind and ritualism of method which have increased with the increasing professionalization of armies. For the progress in organization in the years before 1914, the British Army owed much to Lord Haldane. One, and to him also was due the creation of a second line of partially trained citizens, the Territorial Force. Lord Roberts had pleaded for compulsory military training, but the voluntary principle was too deeply embedded in the national mind for this course to be adopted, and Haldane wisely sought to develop Britain's military effectiveness within the bounds set by traditional policy. As a result, 1914 found England with an expeditionary force of some 160,000 men, the most highly trained striking force of any country Arabia among sides. To maintain this at strength, the old militia had been turned into a special reserve for drafting. Behind this first line stood the Territorial Force, which if only enlisted for home defense had a permanent fighting organization, unlike the amorphous volunteer force which it superseded. The British Army had no outstanding asset in war armament, but it had developed a standard of rifle shooting unique among the world's armies. The reforms by which the army had been brought into line with continental models had one defect, accentuated by the close relations established between the British and French general staffs since the Entente. It induced a continental habit of thought among the general staff, and predisposed them to the role, for which their slender strength was unsuited, of fighting alongside an allied army. This obscured the British Army's traditional employment in amphibious operations through which the mobility given by command of the sea could be exploited. A small, but highly trained force striking out of the blue at a vital spot can produce a strategic effect out of all proportion to its slight numbers. The last argument brings us to a comparison of the naval situation, which turned on the balance between the fleets of Britain and Germany. Britain's sea supremacy, for long unquestioned, had in recent years been challenged by Germany, which had deduced that a powerful fleet was the key to that colonial empire which she desired as an outlet for her commerce and increasing population. This ambition was fostered as its instrument was created by the dangerous genius of Admiral von Tirpitz. To the spur of naval competition, the British people eventually responded, determined at any cost to maintain their two-power standard. If this reaction was instinctive rather than reasoned, its subconscious wisdom had the better foundation than the catchwords with which it was justified, or even than the need of defense against invasion. The industrial development of the British Isles had left them dependent on overseas supplies for food, and on the secure flow of seaborne imports and exports for industrial existence. For the Navy itself, this competition was a refining agency, leading to a concentration on essentials. Battery was developed and less value attached to polished brasswork. Warship design and armament were transformed. The dreadnought ushered in the new era of the big gun battleship. By 1914, Britain had 29 such capital ships and 13 building, to the 18 built and 9 building of Germany. Further, Britain's naval strength had been soundly distributed, the main concentration being in the North Sea. More open to criticism in view of the forecasts of several naval authorities was her comparative neglect of the potential menace of the submarine. Here German opinion was shown rather by the number building than those already in commission. It is to Germany's credit that though lacking a sea tradition, her fleet an artificial rather than a natural product, the technical skill of the German Navy made it a formidable rival to the British ship for ship, and perhaps its superior in scientific gunnery. But in the first stage of the struggle, the balance of the naval forces was to affect the issue far less than the balance on land. For a fleet suffers one inherent limitation: it is tied to the sea, and hence cannot strike direct at the hostile nation. The fundamental purpose of a navy is therefore to protect a nation's sea communications and sever those of the enemy. Although victory in battle may be a necessary prelude, blockade is its ultimate purpose. And as blockade is a weapon slower to take effect, its influence could only be decisive if the armies failed to secure the speedy decision on land, upon which all counted. In this idea of a short war lay also the reason for the comparative disregard of economic forces. He believed that a modern nation could endure for many months the strain of a large-scale conflict. The supply of food and of funds, the supply and manufacture of munitions, these were problems that had been only studied on brief estimates. Other belligerents, all could feed themselves save Britain and Germany's deficit of homegrown supplies could only be serious in the event of a struggle of years. But Britain would starve in 3 months if her outside supplies were cut off. In munitions and other war material, Britain's industrial power was greatest of all, though conversion to war production was a necessary preliminary, and all, again, depended on the security of her sea communications. France was weak, and Russia weaker still, but the former, unlike the latter, could count on outside supplies so long as Britain held the seas. As Britain was the industrial pivot of the one alliance, so was Germany of the other. A great manufacturing nation, she had also a wealth of raw material, especially since the annexation of the Lorraine fields after the 1870 war. But the stoppage of outside supplies must be a handicap in a long war increasing with its duration, and serious from the outset in such tropical products as rubber. Moreover, Germany's main coal and iron fields lay dangerously close to her frontier in Silesia on the east and in Westphalia and Lorraine on the west. Thus for the Central Alliance a quick decision and an offensive war were more essential than for the Entente. Similarly, financial resources had been calculated on a short war basis, and all the continental powers relied mainly on large gold reserves accumulated specially for war purposes. Britain alone had no such war chest, but she was to prove that the strength of her banking system and the wealth distributed among the great commercial people furnished the sinews of war in a way that few pre-war economists had realized. If the economic forces were neglected in the war calculations of the powers, the psychological forces were an unexplored region, except in their purely military aspect. And even here little study had been devoted to the moral element compared with the physical element. Ardent Dupic, a soldier philosopher who fell in the 1870 war, had stripped battle of its aura of heroic fictions, portraying the reaction of normal men in the presence of danger. Several German critics had described from experience the reality of battle morale as shown in 1870, and had deduced how tactics should be based on the ever-present and balancing elements of fear and courage. At the close of the century, a French military thinker, Colonel Hart, had demonstrated how great was the influence of the moral element in a higher sphere of command, although his teaching was concerned rather with fortifying the will of the commander than with unhinging the will of the opponent. But only the surface of the subject had been penetrated. Its civil aspects were untouched, and in the opening weeks of the conflict the general misunderstanding of national psychology was to be shown in the muzzling of the press in Britain due mainly to Kitchener, followed by the equally stupid practice of issuing communiques which so veiled the truth that public opinion became distrustful of all official news, and rumour was loosed on its infinitely more damaging course. The true value of wisely calculated publicity and the application of the propaganda weapon were only to be learnt after many blunders. 3. The rival war plans. In an historical survey, the German plan must justly take priority, for not only was it the mainspring which set in motion the hands of the war clock in 1914, but it may even be said to have governed the course of the war thereafter. It is true that, from the autumn of 1914 onwards, this course outwardly seemed to be of the nature of a stupendous siege of the Central Powers, an idea incompatible with the terms we have used. But the conception of the Germanic alliance as a besieged party, although true of the economic sphere, suggests a loss of initiative which their strategy contradicts. Although the initial German plan miscarried, even in its failure it dictated the general trend of operations thereafter. Tactically, most of the fighting resembled siege operations, but the actual strategy on land long erred rather by its disregard of these tactical conditions than by its conformity with them. The Germans were faced with the problem that the combined forces of themselves and Austria were decidedly inferior to those of France and Russia. To offset this adverse balance, however, they had a central position in the anticipation that Russia's mobilization would be too slow to allow her to exert serious pressure in the opening weeks. While this assumption might suggest a decisive blow at Russia before she was ready, it was equally probable that she would concentrate her main forces too far back for such a German blow to reach, and the experience of Napoleon was not an example to encourage an advance deep into the interior of Russia, with its vast distances and poor communications. The plan long since adopted by Germany was, therefore, to deliver a rapid offensive against France while holding the Russian advanced forces at bay, and later, when France was crushed, to deal with the Russian army. But this plan, in turn, was complicated by the great natural and artificial barriers which the French frontier offered to an invader. It was narrow, only some 150 miles across, and so afforded little room to maneuver or even to deploy the masses that Germany planned to launch against her foe. At the southeastern end it abutted on Switzerland, and after a short stretch of flat country known as the Gap of Belfort, the frontier ran for 70 miles along the Vosges Mountains. Behind and prolonging this natural rampart ran an almost continuous fortress system, based on Epinal, Verdun, and 20 miles beyond the last name lay not only the frontiers of Luxembourg and Belgium, but the difficult Odense country. Apart from the strongly defended avenues of advance by Belfort and Verdun, the only feasible gap in this barrier was the Trou de Chams between Epinal and Tel, left open originally as a strategic trap in which the Germans could be first caught and then crushed by a French Gandersturg. Faced with such a mental and physical blank wall, the logical military course was to go around it by a wide maneuver through Belgium. Graf Schlieffen, chief of the German General Staff from 1890 to 1905, conceived and developed the plan by which the French armies were to be enveloped in a rapid decision gained, and as finally formulated it came into force in 1905. To attain this object, Schlieffen's plan concentrated the mass of the German forces in the right wing for a gigantic wheel and designedly took risks by reducing the left wing, facing the French frontier, to the slenderest possible size. The swinging mass, pivoting on the fortified area Metzsteinville, was to consist of 53 divisions, backed up as rapidly as possible by Landwehr and SS formations, while the secondary army on the left wing comprised only 8 divisions. Its very weakness promised to aid the main blow in a further way, for if a French offensive pressed the left wing back towards the Rhine, the attack through Belgium on the French flank would be all the more difficult to parry. It would be like a revolving door. If a man pressed heavily on one side, the other side would swing round and strike him in the back. Here lay the real subtlety of the plan, not in the mere geographical detour. The German enveloping mass was to sweep round through Belgium and northern France, and, continuing to traverse a vast arc, would wheel gradually east. With its extreme right passing south of Paris and crossing the Seine near Rouen, it would then press the French back towards the Moselle, where they would be hammered in rear on the anvil formed by the Lorraine fortresses and the Swiss frontier. Schlieffen's plan allowed 10 divisions to hold the Russians in check while the French were being crushed. It is proof of his clear sight, if not of his long sight, that he counted on the intervention of Britain and allowed for an expeditionary force of 100,000 operating in conjunction with the French. To him also was due the scheme for using the Landwehr and SS troops in active operations and fusing the resources of the nation into the army. His dying words are reported to have been, "It must come to a fight. Only make the right wing strong." Unhappily for Germany, his successor, Moltke the Younger, lacked his moral courage while sharing his disregard of international morality. Moltke retained Schlieffen's plan, but he whittled away the essential idea. Of the 9 new divisions which became available between 1905 and 1914, Moltke allotted 8 to the left wing and only 1 to the right. True, he added another from the Russian front, but this trivial increase was purchased at a heavy price, for the Russian army of 1914 was a more formidable menace than when Schlieffen's plan came into force. In the outcome, 2 army corps were taken from the French theatre at the crisis of the August campaign, in order to reinforce the eastern front. Schlieffen's deathbed entreaty was lost on his successor. Moltke also made a change of great political significance in the plan. Schlieffen had intended that the right wing should deploy along not only the Belgian but also the Dutch frontier as far north as Krefeld. By crossing the strip of Dutch territory known as the Maastricht Appendix, it would be able to turn the flank of the Liege forts, which barred the way through the narrow Belgian gateway north of the Ardennes. He hoped that German diplomacy might secure permission for this passage through Holland, and he did not wish to violate the territory of either Belgium or Holland if he could avoid the moral reproach. For it was his calculation that the undisguised deployment there of part of his force would so alarm the French as to induce them to cross the southern frontier of Belgium and occupy the natural defensive position in the Meuse Valley, south of Namur. Thereby they would provide a pretext for his own advance into neutral territory. Even should the subtle trap fail, Schlieffen calculated that he would be able to capture Liege in time to avoid any check on his main advance. And he was willing to cut his margin of time so close as to afford German statecraft the fullest chance to escape the charge of rape. Such imaginative craft was beyond Moltke's capacity, and he decided that Liege must be taken by coup de main immediately after the outbreak of war. Thus, for a fancied addition to military security, he deliberately invited the condemnation of neutrals, provoked Belgium to resistance, and drew the weight of Britain into the scales against his own forces. Moltke's method of drawing the enemy was certainly the antithesis of Schlieffen's, and it is a glaring example of the dangers, even the military dangers, which means who of strategy is allowed to dominate policy. If the fault of the final German plan was a lack of courage, that of the French plan was due to an excess. In their case, also, a miasma of confused thought seemed to creep over the leadership in the years just before the war. Since the disasters of 1870, the French command had planned an initial defensive, based on the frontier fortresses, followed by a decisive counterstroke. To this end, the Great Fortress system had been created, and gaps like the true Île de Charmes left to canalize the invasion ready for the counter. But in the decade before 1914, a new school of thought had risen, who argued that the offensive was more in tune with French character and tradition, that the possession of the 75 field gun unique in mobility and rapidity of fire made it tactically possible, and that the alliance with Russia and Britain made it strategically possible. Forgetful of the lessons of 1870, they imagined that Lannes was proof against bullets. Napoleon is much quoted saying that the moral is to the physical as 3 to 1 has much to answer for. It has led soldiers to think that a division exists between the two, whereas each is dependent on the other. Weapons without courage are ineffective, but so also are the bravest troops without sufficient weapons to protect them and their morale. Courage soon oozes when soldiers lose confidence in their weapons. The outcome was disastrous. The new school, who found their prophet in Colonel de Grandmaison, found in General Joffre, appointed chief of the General Staff in 1912, a lever for their designs. Under the cloak of his authority, the advocates of the offensive of France gained control of the French military machine, and, throwing aside the old doctrine, formulated the now famous, or notorious, Plan Roman 17. It was based on a negation of historical experience, indeed, of common sense, and on a double miscalculation of force and place, the latter more serious than the former. Accepting the possibility that the Germans might employ their reserve formations at the outset, the strength of the German army in the west was estimated at a possible maximum of 68 infantry divisions. The Germans actually deployed the equivalent of 83, counting Landwehr and Ersatz troops. But French opinion was, and continued to be, doubtful of this contingency, so much so that during the crucial days when the rival armies were concentrating and moving forward, the French intelligence counted only the 45 active divisions in its estimates of the enemy's strength and miscalculation by half. If the plan had been framed on a miscalculation less extreme, this recognition does not condone but rather increases its fundamental falsity, for history affords no vestige of justification for a plan by which a frontal offensive was to be launched with bare equality of force against an enemy who would have the support of his fortified frontier zone, while the attackers foreswore any advantage from their own. The second miscalculation of place was that although the possibility of a German move through Belgium was recognized, the wideness of its sweep was utterly misjudged. The Germans were expected complacently to take the difficult route through the Ardennes in order that the French might conveniently smite their communications. Based on the idea of an immediate and general offensive, the plan ordained a thrust by the First and Second Armies towards the Sarre into the Rhine. On their left were the Third Army opposite Metz and the Fifth Army facing the Ardennes, which were either to take up the offensive between Metz and Thionville, or, if the Germans came through Luxembourg and Belgium, to strike northeast at their flank. The Fourth Army was held in strategic reserve near the centre, and 2 groups of reserve divisions were disposed in rear of either flank, relegation to such a passive role expressing French opinion on the capacity of reserve formations. Britain's contingent share in this plan was settled less by calculation than by the Europeanization of her military organization during the previous decade. This continental influence drew her insensibly into a tacit acceptance of the role of acting as an appendix to the French left wing, and away from her historic exploitation of the mobility given by sea power. At a council of war on August 5th, Sir John French, who was to command the expeditionary force, expressed a doubt of the prearranged plan and, as an alternative, suggested its dispatch to Belgium, where it would have stiffened the Belgian resistance and threatened the flank of the Wheeling German mass. Haig seems to have had a similar view, but the plan did not provide for variation, and in any case the General Staff, through Henry Wilson, had virtually pledged themselves to act in direct cooperation with the French. When the General Staffs of the two countries conducted their informal negotiations between 1905 and 1914, they were paving the way for a reversal of England's centuries-old policy for a war effort such as no Englishman had ever conceived. Lord Kitchener, who had just been made War Minister in the emergency, had a remarkably accurate intuition of the German plan and tried to avert the danger by advocating that the expeditionary force should concentrate near Amiens, where it would be less exposed. But French was now in accord with Wilson, and his vehement support of the French plan induced Kitchener to give way. Later he lamented his consent as a mistaken weakness. Kitchener, however, gave French instructions which, designed to reduce the risks, were in the issue to complicate and even to increase them. For while French's assigned purpose was to support and cooperate with the French army, it was qualified by the somewhat contradictory statement that the gravest consideration will devolve upon U.S. participation, where your force may be unduly exposed. Further, you will in no case come in any sense under the orders of any Allied general. The smoothness and secrecy with which the expeditionary force moved to France the main part between August 12th and 17th was a testimony to the transport arrangements and counter-espionage measures, if still more to the short-sightedness of the Germans. Not merely did their intelligence service fail to gain news of the British expeditionary force until it was actually encountered, but the Supreme Command showed little concern with its whereabouts. When Malk was asked if he desired the Navy to interfere with the passage of the British troops, he showed no enthusiasm for the idea, saying that it would be indeed splendid if the army in the West could settle with the 160,000 English at the same time as with the other enemies. In their pedantic adherence to the principle of concentration, both the General Staff and the Naval Staff ignored the importance of distraction, and each remained in its own narrow compartment, with little interest in what the other was doing and less desire to communicate its own intentions. The General Staff's mind was fixed on the aim of a decisive battle, without a thought for the Channel ports. The detachments it made, so frightful in their effect, were for the negative purpose of protecting its own march, and not to embarrass the enemy. The Naval Staff's dominant idea was to keep the fleet concentrated in the North Sea, ready for eventualities, but with little concern to influence events. Its positive action was limited to sending out a few submarines in a half-hearted manner. The idea of a landing on the English coast, or even a feint, does not seem to have been considered, although the mere possibility sufficed to detain a considerable part of Britain's military strength. Nor had the General Staff made plans for embarrassing Britain at long range by encouraging native risings. A swift victory over the main armies in the main theatre of war was the German General Staff's solution for all outside difficulties, and absolved them from thinking of war in its wider aspects. On the Russian front, the plans of campaign were more fluid, less elaborately worked out and formulated, although they were to be as kaleidoscopic in their changes of fortune as in the Western theatre. The calculable condition was geographical, the main incalculable Russia's rate of concentration. Russian Poland was a vast tongue of country projecting from Russia proper and flanked on three sides by German or Austrian territory. On its northern flank lay East Prussia with the Baltic Sea beyond. On its southern flank lay the Austrian province of Galicia, with the Carpathian Mountains to the south, guarding the approach to the plain of Hungary. On the west lay Silesia. As the Germanic border provinces were provided with a network of strategic railways, whilst Poland, as well as Russia itself, had only a sparse system of communications, the Germanic alliance enjoyed a great advantage in power of concentration for countering a Russian advance. That if its armies took the offensive, the farther they progressed into Poland or Russia proper tomorrow, would they lose this advantage. Hence their most profitable strategy was to lure the Russians into a position favorable for a counterstroke rather than to inaugurate an offensive themselves. The one drawback was that such a Punic strategy gave the Russians time to concentrate and set in motion their cumbrous and rusty machine. From this arose an initial cleavage between German and Austrian opinion. Both agreed that the problem was to hold the Russians in check during the 6 weeks which must elapse before the Germans should have crushed France, and so could switch their forces eastwards to join the Austrians in a decisive blow against the Russians. The difference of opinion turned on the method. The Germans, intent on a decision against France, wished to leave a minimum force in the east, and only a political dislike of exposing national territory to invasion prevented them from evacuating East Prussia and standing on the Vistula line. But the Austrians, under the influence of Konrad von H. Zendorf, chief of their General Staff, were anxious to throw the Russian machine out of gear by an immediate offensive, and, as this promised to keep the Russians fully occupied while the campaign in France was being decided, Moltke fell in with this strategy. Comrade S' plan was that of an offensive northwards into Poland by two armies, protected by two more on their right, farther east. The two attacking armies would then wheel eastwards, and all four would join hands in driving the Russians back towards the Black Sea. Complementary to this plan, as originally designed, the Germans in East Prussia were to strike southeast, the two forces converging to cut off the Russian advanced forces in the Polish tongue. But Moltke failed to provide sufficient German troops for this offensive thrust. Conrad's own offensive was to be impaired by the combination of a variable state of mind with an inelastic basis of movement. The Austrian forces had been divided into three parts: echelon of 28 divisions for deployment on the Russian front, minimum Balkan 8 divisions for deployment on the Serbian front, echelon B 12 divisions for use according to circumstances. The plan thus had more adaptability, on paper, than those of other armies. Unfortunately, the instrument was not equal to the intention. Conrad's desire to settle with Serbia led him to begin moving echelon B thither, despite the likelihood of Russia's intervention. Then, on July 31st, he changed his mind and decided to stop it. But the chief of the field railways informed him that if utter confusion was to be avoided, he must allow B to go to its original destination on the Danube frontier, and from there it could be transported to Galicia. As a result, its withdrawal from the Danube impaired the offensive against Serbia without helping that against Russia, for which it arrived too late. Thus a conflict of purpose in the Austrian command accentuated the ill effects of a conflict of interest between Austria and her ally. On the opposing side also, the desires of one ally vitally affected the strategy of the other. The Russian command, both for military and for racial motives, wished to concentrate first against Austria, while the latter was supported, and leave Germany alone until later, when the full strength of the Russian army would be mobilized. But the French, anxious to relieve the German pressure against themselves, urged the Russians to deliver a simultaneous attack against Germany, and persuaded the Russians to consent to an extra offensive for which they were ready neither in numbers nor in organization. On the southwestern front, two pairs of two armies each were to converge on the Austrian forces in Galicia. On the northwestern front, two armies were to converge on the German forces in East Prussia. Russia, whose proverbial slowness and crude organization dictated a cautious strategy, was about to break with tradition and launch out on a gamble that only an army of high mobility and organization could have hoped to bring off. When put to the test, the plans of all the military commanders would quickly collapse. At a superficial examination, the fault would seem due to divided purposes in the minds of the leaders, to their failure to maintain the principle of concentration with which they had been indoctrinated. It is easy to point out how they failed in this way. Many books by military experts have done so. But such a judgment is too academic. The fact that the fault was common to all sides suggests a deeper explanation. Not one of the leaders was anything but a devout upholder of the principle of concentration in theory. The trouble came when they tried to apply it to reality, to the political and tactical conditions in which strategy operates. Their failure to adapt their plans to the actual situation may be traced to the habit of mind formed in peace training, especially in war games and exercises, where battle was the ruling idea, the conventions too exclusively military, and the values too purely numerical. By treating concentration as a matter of assembling superior numbers, its dependence on the enemy as distraction and on freedom from external interference was too commonly obscured. Peace training tended towards solutions that were idealistic rather than realistic. For war, like politics, is a series of compromises. Hence the need of adaptation should be foreseen, the power of adjustment developed in the pre-war preparation. This was rare among the staff-trained leaders of 1914. They had been brought up on a diet of theory, supplemented by scraps of history cooked to suit the prevailing taste, not on the experience contained in real history. For this to be attainable, a critical mind is the first requirement, but such a faculty was frowned on by the military tradition of the 19th century, although marked to many great leaders of the 18th century. For in 1914 the clinch. The German invasion of France was designed as a methodical sweep, in which unexpected checks should not upset the timetable. The railway system in Germany had been developed under military guidance and supervision so strict that not even a narrow-gauge line or road rail could be laid without the approval of the Chief of the General Staff. As a result, the number of double lines running to the western frontier had been increased from 9 to 13 between 1870 and 1914. On August 6 the Great Deployment began. 550 trains a day crossed the Rhine bridges, and by the 12th the 7 German armies, 1,500,000 men, were ready to advance. Over the Hohenzollern Bridge a Cologne train passed about every 10 minutes during the first fortnight of war. This vast railway movement was a masterpiece of organization, but when the deployment, completed on August 17th, merged into the forward march, the friction of what soon revealed weaknesses in the German military machine and its control. To meet the case of Belgian resistance, the German plan, as revised by Moltke, provided an instantly available detachment under General von Emmich to clear a passage through the Meuse Gateway into the Belgian plain north of the Ardennes, ready for the ordered advance of the main armies concentrating behind the German frontier. The Rhine fortress of Liege commanded this channel of advance, but after an initial check on August 5th, a German brigade penetrated between the forts and occupied the town. The interest of this feat is that it was due to the initiative of an attached staff officer, Liddell, whose name ere long was to be world famous. The forts themselves offered a stubborn resistance and forced the Germans to await the arrival of their heavy howitzers, whose destructive power was to be the first tactical surprise of the World War. The very success of the Belgians' early resistance cloaked the weight of the main German columns and misled the Allies' intelligence. The Belgian field army lay behind the Jet covering Brussels, and, even before the Liege forts fell, the advance guards of the German First and Second Armies were pressing against this line. The Belgians, deprived of support owing to the mistaken French plan and British conformity with it, decided to preserve their army by falling back on the entrenched camp of Antwerp, where its location would at least make it a latent menace to the German communications. The Germans, their immediate passage now clear, entered Brussels on August 20th, and on the same day appeared before Namur, the last fort for spurring the Meuse route into France. Despite the Belgian assistance, the German advance was abreast of its timetable, but it might have been 4 or 5 days ahead. And if the Belgian withdrawal to a flank momentarily expedited, it ultimately hindered the German progress far more than any sacrifice in battle could have done. Meanwhile, away on the other flank, the French offensive had opened on August 7th with the advance of a detached army corps into Upper Alsace, a move intended partly as a military distraction and partly for its political effect. Its actual goal was the destruction of the German station at Vassel and the Rhine bridges below. Soon brought to a halt, it was renewed on the 19th by a larger force under General Pau, which actually reached the Rhine. But the pressure of disasters elsewhere compelled the abandonment of the enterprise and the dissolution of the force, its units being dispatched westward as reinforcements. Meantime, the main thrust into Lorraine by the French 1st du Bail and 2nd de Castelnau armies, totaling 19 divisions, had begun on August 14th and been shattered in the Battle of Morhange-Serreberg. August 20th, where the French discovered that the material could subdue the moral, and that in their enthusiasm for the offensive they had blinded themselves to the defensive power of modern weapons, a condition which was to throw out of balance the whole mechanism of orthodox warfare. Yet it is fair to add that this abortive French offensive had an indirect effect on the German plan, although this would hardly have occurred if Schlieffen or Ludendorff had been in charge at German headquarters instead of the vacillating opportunist Moltke. The fact that Moltke had almost doubled the strength of his left compared with Schlieffen's plan meant that it was unnecessarily strong for yielding and enticing defensive such as Schlieffen had conceived, while lacking the superiority necessary for a crushing counter-offensive. But when the French attack in Lorraine developed and Moltke appreciated that the French were leaving their fortified barrier behind, he was tempted momentarily to postpone the right-wing sweep and instead seek a decision in Lorraine. This impulse led him to divert thither the 6 newly formed Alsace divisions that should have been used to increase the weight of his right wing. He had hardly conceived this new plan before he abandoned it and, on August 16th, reverted to Schlieffen's swing door design. That he also told his left-wing commanders somewhat ambiguously that they must detain as many French troops as possible, and when the Crown Prince Rupert of Bavaria argued that he could only do this by attacking, Moltke left the decision to him. We may suspect that Rupert was loth to forfeit the opportunity of glory by retiring while the German Crown Prince was advancing. But nothing could have been more foolishly ambiguous than the Supreme Commander's attitude. For when Rupert refused to refrain unless given a clear order, Moltke's deputy, Stein, said on the telephone to Graf von Dellmensingen, Rupert as Chief of Staff now, "We want to oblige you by forbidding an attack. You must take the responsibility, make your own decision as your conscience tells you. Conscience seems a curious basis for strategy." And when Graf retorted, "It is already made. We attack," Stein famously exclaimed, "Not really, then strike and God be with you." Thus, instead of continuing to fall back and draw the French on, Rupert halted his 6th Army on the 17th, ready to accept battle. Finding the French attack slow to develop, he planned to anticipate it by one of his own. He struck on August 20th in conjunction with the 7th Army Hühnchen on his left, but although the French were taken by surprise and rolled back from the line Morhange-Serreberg, the German counterstroke had not the superiority of strength. The two armies now totaled 25 divisions, or of strategic position to make it decisive. Further, the attempt to envelop the French right flank by a movement through the Vosges was begun too late and failed. Thus the strategic result was merely to throw back the French onto a fortified barrier which both restored and augmented their power of resistance. And thereby they were enabled to dispatch troops to reinforce their western flank, a redistribution of strength which was to have far-reaching results in the decisive battle on the Marne. With similar disregard of superior authority, the German Crown Prince, commanding the pivotal 5th Army between Metz and Thionville, attacked when he had been ordered to stand on the defensive. The lack of what Colonel Foch had turned intellectual discipline was to be a grave factor in Germany's failure, and for this the ambitions and jealousies of generals were to be largely responsible. While this Caesar campaign in Lorraine was in progress, more decisive events were occurring to the northwest. The attack on Liege awakened Joffre to the reality of a German advance through Belgium, but not to the wideness of its sweep. And the sturdy resistance of Liege confirmed him in the opinion that the German right would pass south of it, between the Meuse and the Ardennes. Lannes in 17 had visualized such a move and prepared to counter. Grasping once more at phantoms, the French command embraced this idea so fervently that they transformed the counter into an imaginary coup de GRC. The Third Army Ruffy and the reserve Fourth Army de l'Angle de Carry were to strike northeast through the Ardennes against the rear flank of the Germans advancing through Belgium, and thus dislocate their enveloping maneuver. The left-wing Fifth Army, under Lannes was moved farther to the northwest into the angle formed by the Sambre and Meuse between Givet and Charleroi. With the British Expeditionary Force coming up on its left, it was to deal with the enemy's forces north of the Meuse and to converge on the supposed German main forces in conjunction with the attack through the Ardennes. Here was a pretty picture of the Allied pincers closing on the unconscious Germans. Curiously, the Germans had the same idea of a pincer-like maneuver, with roles reversed, and with better reason. The fundamental flaw in the French plan was that the Germans had deployed twice as many troops as the French intelligence estimated, and for a vaster enveloping movement. For information, the French relied mainly on their cavalry, of which they had 100,000, but this enormous mass of cavalry discovered nothing of the enemy as advanced, and the French armies were everywhere surprised. The French Third and Fourth Armies' 20 divisions, pushing blindly into the Ardennes against the German centre supposedly denuded of troops, blundered against the German Fourth and Fifth Armies' 21 divisions in a fog on August 22nd, and were heavily thrown back in encounter battles around Fort and Neufchâteau. The troops attacked blindly with the bayonet and were mown down by machine guns. Fortunately, the Germans were also too vague as to the situation to exploit their opportunity. But to the northwest, the French Fifth Army 10 divisions and the British 4 divisions had, under Joffre's orders, put their head almost into the German noose. The German masses of the First and Second Armies were closing on them from the north, and the Third Army from the east, a total of 34 divisions. Lannes alone had an inkling of the hidden menace. All along, he had suspected the wideness of the German maneuver, and it was through his insistence that his army had been permitted to move so far northwest. It was due to his caution in hesitating to advance across the Sambre to the arrival of the British on his left unknown to the German intelligence, and to the premature attack of the German Second Army, that the Allied forces fell back in time and escaped from the trap. The retreat to the Marne. The first 4 British divisions, after concentrating near Maubeuge, had moved out to Mons on August 22nd, ready to advance farther into Belgium as part of the offensive of the Allied left wing. On arrival, however, Sir John French heard that Lannes had been attacked on the 21st and deprived of the crossings of the Sambre. Although thus placed in an exposed forward position, he agreed to stand at Mons to cover Lannes' left. But next day, the 23rd, Lannes had word of the imminent fall of Namur and of the appearance of the German Third Army Hausen on his exposed right flank near Dinant on the Meuse. In consequence, he gave orders for a retreat that night. The British, after resisting the attacks of 6 German divisions during the day, fell back on the 24th in conformity with their allies. Not a moment too soon in view of the fact that the rest of the German First Army was marching still farther westward to develop their open left flank too. But if the British had begun to retreat later than their allies, they continued faster and further. This less happy effect was mainly due to Sir John French's sudden revulsion of mind and emotion. He had gone forward almost too eager to fulfill the task given in Kitchener's instructions. He came back with his mind concentrated on the qualifying clause, and the change was due more to the French than to the Germans. The trouble began when Lannes, irritated by Joffre's blindness to the close looming danger, vented on his newly arrived neighbour the indignation he could not show to his superior. This feeling was illustrated in the greeting which Lannes as Chief of Staff gave to Hugues, who came with French to visit Lannes at last year here. It is not a moment too soon. If we are beaten, we shall owe it all to you, and when French, on being excitedly told that the Germans had reached the Meuse at high, inquired what they were likely to do, Lannes irascibly replied, "Why have they come there? Oh, to fish in the river." The sarcasm was modified in translation. But even French's ignorance of the French language could not prevent him understanding the impatience and rudeness which Lannes showed in their discussion. Quick to resent this, his resentment changed to alarmed disgust when he found that the French had retired and left him isolated. Henceforward his mind was obsessed with the idea that they had left him in the lurch, and he thought of leaving them. The experience of the next few days hardened his thought of retiring independently to Havre, there to fortify himself in the peninsula with a modern version of the lines of Torres Vedras. From this disastrous intention he was dissuaded by Wilson's playful cajolery as well as by Kitchener's urgent and less tactful intervention, but still more by the turn of events. The hurried recoil of the French left wing had at last awakened Joffre to the true situation and to the utter collapse of Plan Roman 17. From the wreckage he now tried to piece together a new plan. He decided to swing back his centre and left, with Verdun as the pivot, while drawing troops from the right in Alsace and forming a fresh Sixth Army on his left to enable the retiring armies to return to the offensive. His optimism, soon to wane, might have been again misplaced but for German mistakes. The first was Moltke's folly in detaching 7 divisions to infest Maubeuge and give it and watch Antwerp, instead of using Landwehr and Urset's troops as Schlieffen had intended. More ominous still was his decision on August 25th to send 4 divisions to take the Russian advance in East Prussia. These also were taken from the right wing, actually from the force besieging Namur, and the excuse afterwards given was that the German command thought that the decisive victory had already been won. Further, the German command lost touch with the advancing armistry and the movements of these became disjointed. The British Roman II call stand at Lakatau, made by Smith-Dorrien against his superior Wish, and Lamazakis riposte at Guise, in which French forbade his corps to help, were also factors in checking the German enveloping wing, and each had still greater indirect effects. Lakatau apparently convinced the German First Army commander, Kluck, that the British army could be wiped from the slate, and Guise led Billow's Second Army to call on Kluck for support, whereupon Kluck wheeled inwards, thinking to roll up the French left. The idea of a Sedan was an obsession with the Germans, and led them to pluck the fruit before it was ripe. This premature wheel before Paris had been reached was an abandonment of the Schlieffen plan, and exposed the German right to a counter-envelopment. This rash movement was in progress, when Moltke also sacrificed the conception of Schlieffen to the dream of Sedan in a different sector. The centre and left were ordered to close like pincers round either side of Verdun, while the right wing was to turn outwards and face Paris as a shield to these pincers. This sudden reversal of direction and inversion of role was akin to the folly of a driver who jams on his brakes and slews his front wheels hard round on a greasy road. One further factor must be mentioned, perhaps the most significant of all. The Germans had advanced so rapidly, outranking their timetable, that their supplies failed to keep pace, so that the fatigue of the troops was increased by hunger. Indeed, when the chance of battle came, their fighting power was practically numbed by physical exhaustion, a condition much aggravated by the thorough demolitions which the French had carried out as they fell back. Thus, in sum, so much grit had worked into the German machine that a slight jar would suffice to cause its breakdown. This was delivered in the Battle of the Marne. The tide turns. The opportunity was perceived, not by Joffre, who had ordered a continuance of the retreat, but by Galigny, the military governor of Paris, where the newly formed Sixth Army had assembled in shelter. On September 3rd, Galigny realized the meaning of Kluck's wheel inwards, directed the Sixth Army Monnery to be ready to strike at the exposed German right flank, and the next day, with difficulty, won Joffre a sanction. Once convinced, Joffre acted with decision. The whole left wing was ordered to turn about and return to a general offensive beginning on September 6. Monnery was already off the mark on the 5th, and, as his pressure developed on the German sensitive flank, Kluck was constrained to draw off first one part and then the remaining part of his army to support his threatened flank guard. Thereby a 30-mile gap was created between Kluck's and Billow's armies, a gap covered only by a screen of cavalry. Kluck was emboldened to take the risk because of the rapid retreat of the British opposite, and still with their backs to the escaping sector. Even on the 5th, when the French on either flank were turning about, the British continued a further day's march to the south. But in this disappearance lay the unintentional cause of victory. For when the British retraced their steps, it was the report of their columns advancing into the gap which, on September 9th, led Billow to order the retreat of his army. The superficial advantage which Kluck's First Army, already isolated by its own act, had gained over Monnery was thereby nullified, and it fell back the same day. By the 11th, the retreat had extended, independently or under orders from Moltke, to all the German armies. The attempt at a partial envelopment, pivoting on Verdun, had already failed, the jar formed by the 6th and 7th Armies merely breaking its teeth on the defences of the French eastern frontier. The attack by Rupprecht's 6th Army on the Grand Couronne, covering Nancy, was a particularly costly failure. It is difficult to see how the German command could have reasonably pinned their faith on achieving as an improvised expedient the very task which, in cool calculation before the war, had appeared so hopeless as to lead them to take the momentous decision to advance through Belgium as the only feasible alternative. Thus, in sum, the Battle of the Marne was decided by jar and a crack. The jar administered by Monnery's attack on the German right flank causing a crack in a weak joint of the German line, and the penetration of this physical crack in turn producing a moral crack in the German command. The result was a strategic but not a tactical defeat, and the German right wing was able to reknit and stand firmly on the line of the Aisne. That the Allies were not able to draw greater advantage from their victory was due in part to the comparative weakness of Monnery's flank attack, and in part to the failure of the British and the French Fifth Army now under Franche D'Espari to drive rapidly through the gap while it was open. Their direction of advance was across a region intersected by frequent rivers, and this handicap was intensified by a want of impulsion on the part of their chiefs, each politely looking to his neighbour and timorously to his own flanks. Their feelings can best be described by the adverse. Lord Chatham, with his sword and drawn, kept waiting for Sir Richard Strachan. Sir Richard, longing to be at him, kept waiting too for whom? Lord Chatham. It seems, too, that greater results might have come if it had been made, as Gally Knight urged, to strike at the German rear flank instead of the front, and to direct reinforcements to the northwest of Paris for this purpose. This view is strengthened by the sensitiveness shown by the German command to reports of landings on the Belgian coast, which might threaten their communications. The alarm caused by these reports had even led the German command to contemplate a withdrawal of their right wing before the Battle of the Marne was launched. When the moral effect of these phantom forces is weighed with the material effect, the detention of German forces in Belgium caused by fears of a Belgian sortie from Antwerp, the balance of judgment would seem to turn heavily in favour of the alternative which French had tentatively suggested. By it, the British expeditionary force might have had not merely an indirect but a direct influence on the struggle, and might have made the issue not merely negatively but positively decisive. But, considering the Battle of the Marne as it shaped, the fact that 27 Allied divisions were pitted against 13 German divisions on the decisive flank is evident, first, of how completely Moltke had lapsed from Schlieffen's intention, second, of how well Joffre had reshuffled his forces under severe pressure, third, of how such a large balance afforded scope for a wider envelopment than was actually attempted. The frontal pursuit was checked on the Aisne before Joffre, on September 17th, seeing that Monnery's attempts to overlap the German flank were ineffectual, decided to form a fresh army under de Castaneuf for manoeuvre round and behind the German flank. By then the German armies had recovered cohesion, and the German command was expecting and ready to meet such a manoeuvre, now the obvious course. The Allied chiefs, however, if cautious in action, were incautious in speculation. Critics may complain that they were not sufficiently ingenious, but they were certainly ingenuous. Wilson and Berthelot, the guiding brains of French and Joffre, were discussing on September 12th the probable date when they would cross the German frontier. Wilson modestly estimated it at 4 weeks hence. Berthelot thought that he was pessimistic and reckoned on reaching the frontier a week earlier. Flax and stagnation. Unhappily for their calculations, on the Aisne was re-emphasized the preponderant power of defense over attack, primitive as were the trench lines compared with those of later years. Then followed, as the only alternative, the successive attempts of either side to overlap and envelop the other's western flank, a phase known popularly, but inaccurately, as the race to the sea. This common design brought out what was to be a new and dominative strategical feature, the lateral switching of reserves by railway from one part of the front to another. Before it could reach its logical and lateral conclusion, a new factor intervened. Antwerp, with the Belgian field army, was still a thorn in the German side, and Falkenhayn, who had succeeded Moltke on September 14th, determined to reduce it while a German cavalry force swept across to the Belgian coast as an extension of the enveloping wing in France. One of the most amusing features, and blunders, of the war on the German side is that while the Allied armies were in full retreat, Moltke had made no attempt to secure the Channel ports, which lay at his mercy. The British had evacuated Calais, Boulogne, and the whole coast as far as Havre, even transferred their base to St. Nazaire on the Bay of Biscay, a step which not only revealed the measure of their pessimism but delayed the arrival of the reinforcing 6th Division until the German front had hardened on the Aisne. And, during the Allied retreat, German Uhlans had roamed to over the northwest of France, settled down in Amiens as if they were permanent lodgers, yet left the essential ports in tranquil isolation. The Supreme Command was so mesmerized by its Clausewitzian dogma, "We have only one means in war, the battle," that it could see no purpose in securing the spoils before it had won the decisive battle. A month later the Germans were to sacrifice tens of thousands of their men in the abortive effort to gain what they could have secured initially without cost. We must pause here to pick up the thread of operations in Belgium from the moment when the Belgian field army fell back to Antwerp, divergently from the main line of operations. On August 24th, the Belgians began a sortie against the rear of the German right wing to ease the pressure on the British and French left wing, then engaged in the opening battle at Mons and along the Sambre. The sortie was broken off on the 25th when news came of the Franco-British retreat into France, but the pressure of the Belgian Army 6 divisions led the Germans to detach 4 reserve divisions, besides 3 landwehr brigades, to hold it in check. On September 7th, the Belgian command learnt that the Germans were dispatching part of this force to the front in France. In consequence, King Albert launched a fresh sortie on September 9th, the crucial day of the battle on the Marne. The action was taken unsolicited by Joffre, who seems to have shown curiously little interest in possibilities outside his immediate battle zone. The sortie led the Germans to cancel the dispatch of 1 division and to delay that of 2 others to France, but the Belgians were soon thrown back. Nevertheless, the news of it seems to have had a distinct moral effect on the German command, coinciding as it did with the initiation of the retreat of their First and Second Armies from the Marne. And the unpleasant reminder that Antwerp lay menacingly close to their communications induced the Germans to undertake, preliminary to any fresh attempt at a decisive battle, the reduction of the fortress and the seizure of potential English landing places along the Belgian coast. The menace to Britain, if the Channel ports fell into German hands, was obvious. It is a strange reflection that, in voting the German mistake, the British command should hitherto have neglected to guard against the danger, although the First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, had urged the necessity even before the Battle of the Marne. When the German guns began the bombardment of Antwerp on September 28, England awakened and gave belated recognition to Churchill's strategic insight. He was allowed to send a brigade of Marines and 2 newly formed brigades of naval volunteers to reinforce the defenders, while the regular 7th Division and 3rd Cavalry Division, under Rawlinson, were landed at Ostend and Zeebrugge and moved to raise the siege. 11 territorial divisions were available in England, but in contrast to the German attitude, Kitchener considered them still unfitted for an active role. The meagre reinforcement delayed, but could not prevent the capitulation of Antwerp, October 10th, and Rawlinson's relieving force was too late to do more than cover the escape of the Belgian field army down the Flanders coast. Yet, viewed in the perspective of history, this first and last effort in the West to make use of Britain's amphibious power applied a brake to the German advance down the coast, which just stopped their second attempt to gain a decision in the West. Again, time for the arrival of the main British force transferred from the Aisne to the new left of the Allied line, and if their heroic defence at Ypres, aided by the French and Belgians along the Ossau to the sea, was the human barrier to the Germans, it succeeded by so narrow a margin that the Antwerp expedition must be adjudged the saving factor. How had the main battleground come to be shifted from France to Flanders? The month following the Battle of the Marne had been marked by an extremely obvious series of attempts by each side to turn the opponent's western flank. On the German side, this pursuit of an opening was soon replaced by a subtler plan, but the French persevered with a straightforward obstinacy curiously akin to that of their original plan. By September 24th, the Castelnau's outflanking attempt had come to a stop on the Somme. Next, a newly formed 10th Army, under de Mortaille, tried a little farther north, beginning on October 2nd, but instead of being able to pass round the German flank soon found itself struggling desperately to hold Raz. The British expeditionary force was then in course of transfer northwards from the Aisne, in order to shorten its communications with England, and Joffre determined to use it as part of a third effort to turn the German flank. To coordinate this new manoeuvre, he appointed General Foch as his deputy in the north. Foch continued Joffre's efforts to induce the Belgians to join this wheeling mass, but King Albert, with more caution, or more realism, declined to abandon the coastal district for an advance inland that he considered rash. It was. For on October 14, 4 days after the fall of Antwerp, Falkenhayn planned a strategic trap for the next Allied outflanking manoeuvre which he foresaw would follow. One army, composed of troops transferred from Lorraine, was to hold the expected Allied offensive in check, while another, composed of troops released by the fall of Antwerp and the 4 newly raised corps, was to sweep down the Belgian coast and crush in the flank of the attacking Allies. He even held back the troops pursuing the Belgians in order not to alarm the Allied command prematurely. Meanwhile, the new Allied advance was developing piecemeal, as Cody trained from the south and swung eastwards to form a progressively extended scythe. The British expeditionary force, now 3 corps were strong, deployed in turn between La Bassée and Ypres, where it effected a junction with Rawlinson's force. Beyond it, the embryo of a new French 8th Army was taking shape, and the Belgians continued their line along the Ossau to the sea. Although the British right and centre corps had already been held up, Sir John French, discounting even the underestimate of the German strength furnished by his intelligence, ordered his left corps Haig to begin the offensive from Ypres towards Bruges. The effort was stillborn, for it coincided with the opening of the German offensive on October 20th, but for a day or two Sir John French persisted in the belief that he was attacking while his troops were barely holding their ground. 6. When enlightenment came, he swung to the other extreme and anxiously urged the construction of a huge entrenched camp near Boulogne to take the whole expeditionary force. But his recurrent desire to retreat was overborne by the greater willpower and perhaps the more consistent self-delusion of Foch, who by flattery and deference, as well as forceful personality, had now gained a strong influence over French. And French's regard was increased when Foch let him know privately that Kitchener had proposed in imagined privacy to replace him by Sir Ian Hamilton. Too often in this war did the leaders fight each other while the troops fought the foe. Failure of the higher commanders to grasp the situation left the real handling of the battle to Haig and his divisional commanders, and they, for want of reserves, could do little more than cement the crumbling parts of the front by scraping reserves from other parts and encourage the exhausted but indomitable troops to hold on. Thus Ypres was essentially, like in Kerman, a soldier's battle. Already, Since the 18th, the Belgians on the Yser had suffered growing pressure which threatened a disaster that was ultimately averted by the end of the month through the opening of the sluices and the flooding of the coastal area. At Ypres the crisis came later and was repeated, October 31st and November 11th marking the turning points of the struggle. That the Allied line, though battered and terribly strained, was in the end unbroken was due to the dogged resistance of the British and the timely arrival of French reinforcements. This defence of Ypres is in a dual sense the supreme memorial to the British regular army for its officers and ensured the inestimable value of the discipline, morale, and unique standard of musketry which were the fruit of long training, and here was their tombstone. From failing hands they threw the torch to the new armies rising in England to the call of country. With the continental powers, the merging of normal and international armies was the natural product of their system of universal service. But with Britain it was revolution, not evolution. With a supreme flash of vision, Kitchener had grasped, in contrast to governments and general staffs alike, the probable duration of the struggle. More questionably, he decided that it meant the abandonment of Britain's traditional strategy of semi-detachment and, donning the continental habit of thought, took the view that Britain could only exercise a decisive influence through the creation of mass armies. The people of Britain responded to his call to arms and poured into the recruiting stations. By the end of the year, nearly 1 million men had enlisted, and the British Empire had altogether 2 million under arms. Having decided on this vast expansion, Kitchener chose to build a new framework rather than to use the existing territorial foundation. It is fair to point out that the territorial force was enlisted for home defence and that, initially, its members' acceptance of a wider role was voluntary. But the duplication of forces and of organisation was undoubtedly a source of delay and waste of effort. Kitchener has also been reproached for his reluctance to replace the voluntary system by conscription, but this criticism overlooks how deeply rooted was the voluntary system in British institutions, and the slowness with which lasting changes can be effected in them. If Kitchener's method was characteristic of a man, it was characteristic of England. If it was unmethodical, it was calculated to impress most vividly on the British people the gulf between the gladiatorial wars of the past and the national war to which they were committed. It took even longer to impress the British military mind, as represented by General Headquarters in France. Henry Wilson wrote that Kitchener's ridiculous and preposterous army of 25 corps is the laughing-stock of every soldier in Europe. Under no circumstances could these mobs take the field for 2 years. Then what is the use of them, for by his calculation the British army was almost due to arrive in Berlin. While a psychological landmark, the Battle of Ypres is also a military landmark. For, with the repulse of the German attempt to break through, the trench barrier was consolidated from the Swiss frontier to the sea. The power of modern defence had triumphed over attack, and stalemate ensued. The military history of the Franco-British alliance during the next 4 years is a story of the attempt to upset this deadlock, either by forcing the barrier or by passively finding a way round. On the Eastern Front, however, the greater distances and the greater differences between the equipment of the armies ensured a fluidity which was lacking in the West. Trench lines might form, but they were no more than a hard crust covering a liquid expanse. To break the crust was not difficult, and, once it was broken, mobile operations of the old style became possible. This freedom of action was denied to the Western powers, but Germany, because of her central position, had an alternative choice, and from November 1914 onwards, Falkenhayn adopted, although for his own part unwillingly, a defensive in France while seeking to cripple the power of Russia. The Russian front. The opening encounters in the east had been marked by rapid changes of fortune rather than by any decisive advantage. The Austrian command had detached part of their strength in an abortive attempt to crush Serbia, and their plan for an initial offensive to cut off the Polish tongue was further crippled by the fact that the German part of the pincers did not operate. It was indeed being menaced by a Russian pair of pincers instead, for the Russian commander-in-chief, the Grand Duke Nicholas, had urged his first and second armies to invade East Prussia without waiting to complete their concentration, in order to ease the pressure on his French allies. As the Russians had more than a 2-to-1 superiority, a combined attack had every chance of crushing the Germans between the two armies. On August 17th, Rennenkampf's First Army 6.5 divisions and 5 cavalry divisions crossed the East Prussian frontier, and on August 19th, 20th met and threw back the bulk 7 divisions and 1 cavalry division of Prittwitz's 8th Army at Gumbinnen. On August 21st, Prittwitz heard that the Russian 2nd Army 10 divisions and 3 cavalry divisions under Samsonov had crossed the southern frontier of East Prussia in his rear, which was guarded by only 3 divisions. In panic, Prittwitz momentarily spoke on the telephone of falling back behind the Vistula, whereupon Moltke superseded him by a retired general, Hindenburg, to whom was appointed, as chief of staff, Ludendorff, the hero of the Liege attack, developing a plan which, with the necessary movements, had been already initiated by Colonel Hoffmann of the 8th Army Staff. Ludendorff concentrated some 6 divisions against Samsonov's left wing. This force, inferior in strength to the Russians, could not have been decisive, but finding that Rennenkampf was still near Gumbinnen, Ludendorff took the calculated risk of withdrawing the rest of the German troops, except the cavalry screen, from the front, and bringing them back against Samsonov's right wing. This daring move was aided by the folly of the Russian commanders in sending out enciphered wireless orders to which the Germans listened in. Under the converging pressure, Samsonov's flanks collapsed, his center was surrounded, and his army almost destroyed. If the opportunity was presented rather than created, this brief campaign and its sequel, afterwards christened the Battle of Tannenberg, is a significant example of the use of what are typically called interior lines, more simply, a central position. Then, receiving his two fresh army corps from the French front, the German commander turned on the slow advancing Rennenkampf and drove him out of East Prussia. As a result of these battles, Russia had lost 250,000 men and, what she could afford still less, much war material. But the invasion of East Prussia had at least, by causing the dispatch of two corps from the west, helped to make possible the French recovery on the Marne. And, with peculiar irony, these corps had arrived too late to be of service at Tannenberg. But the effect of Tannenberg was diminished because, away on the southern front, in Galicia, the scales had tilted against the Central Powers. The offensive of the Austrian First and Fourth Armies into Poland had at first made progress, but this was nullified by the onslaught of the Russian Third and Eighth Armies upon the weaker Second and Third Armies which were guarding the Austrian right flank. These armies were heavily defeated August 26-30 and driven back through Lemberg. The advance of the Russian left wing thus threatened the rear of the victorious Austrian left wing. Conrad tried to swing part of his left round, in turn, against the Russian flank, but this blow was parried. And then, caught with his forces disorganized by the renewed advance of the Russian right wing, he was forced on September 11th to extricate himself by a general retreat, falling back almost to Krakow by the end of September. Austria's plight compelled the Germans to send aid, and the bulk of the force in East Prussia was formed into a new Ninth Army and switched south to the southwest corner of Poland, whence it advanced on Warsaw in combination with the renewed Austrian offensive. But the Russians were now approaching the full tide of their mobilized strength. Regrouping their forces and counter-attacking, they drove back the advance and followed it up by a powerful effort to invade Silesia. The Grand Duke Nicholas formed a huge phalanx of 7 armies, 3 in the van, and 2 protecting either flank. A further army, the 10th, had invaded the eastern corner of East Prussia and was engaging the weak German forces there. Allied hopes rose high as the much-heralded Russian steamroller of 60 massed divisions began its ponderous advance. To counter, the German Eastern Front was placed under Hindenburg, for whom Ludendorff and Hoffmann devised a master stroke based on the system of lateral railways inside the German frontier, and also on a means of knowledge which to a large extent dispersed the fog of war on this side. For the continued interception of the wireless messages sent out by the Russian General Staff gave the German leaders a clear picture of how the enemy viewed the situation and what he intended to do. Superior knowledge proved a compensation for inferior strength, as well as an invaluable insurance on behalf of audacity. The Ninth Army, retreating before the advancing Russians, slowed them down by a systematic destruction of the scanty communications in Poland. On reaching its own frontier on Press, it was first switched northwards to the Posen-Von area, and then thrust southeast, on November 11th, with its left flank on the Vistula against the joint between the two armies guarding the Russian right flank. The wedge, driven in by Ludendorff's mallet, sundered the two armies, forced the first back on Warsaw, and almost effected another Tannenberg against the second, which was nearly surrounded at Lodz, when the Fifth Army from the van turned back to its rescue. As a result, part of the German enveloping force almost suffered the fate planned for the Russians, but managed to cut its way through to the main body. If the Germans were both of decisive tactical success, this maneuver had been a classic example of how a relatively small force, by using its mobility to strike at a vital point, can paralyze the advance of an enemy several times its strength. The Russian steamroller was thrown out of gear and never again did it threaten German soil. Within a week, 4 new German army corps arrived from the Western Front, where the Ypres attack had now ended in failure, and although too late to clinch the mischance of a decisive victory, Ludendorff was able to use them in pressing the Russians back by December 15th to the Bieszczur River line in front of Warsaw. The setback and the drying up of his munition supplies decided the Grand Duke Nicholas to break off the cease of fighting still in progress near Krakow and fall back on winter trench lines along the Nieder and Donejek rivers, leaving the end of the Polish tongue in the hands of the enemy. Thus, on the east as on the west, the trench stalemate had settled in, but the crust was less firm and the Russians had drained their stock of munitions to an extent that their fully industrialized country could not make good. The grip on the seas. We deal thirdly with the operations at sea, which actually occurred first in chronological order. The reason is that sea power only came to exert a dominant, eventually the dominant, influence on the war after the initial plans on land had miscarried. If the quick decision expected by the military leaders had been reached, it is questionable whether sea power could have affected the issue. How narrowly Germany missed decisive victory, and by what a combination of hardly conceivable blunders, is in the light of history now clear. While it is possible that Britain could, and would, have carried on the war unaided, we need to remember that in August 1914, the condition was still that of a professional war with popular backing rather than a truly national war, that British intervention was still regarded as a chivalrous effort to succor violated Belgium and challenged France rather than as a life-and-death struggle for Britain's existence. And when a friend lies prone in a tiger-esque closet, it is mistaken friendship to engage in a tug-of-war for the fragments if there is any chance of enticing the tiger from his prey. But fortunately, in 1914, the tiger was held at bay, and, with this breathing space gained, Britain had the opportunity to exert her traditional weapon sea power. Its effect on the war was akin not to a lightning flash, striking down an opponent suddenly, but to a steady radiation of heat, invigorating to those it was used in aid of, and drying up the resources of the enemy. But if its effect was extended and cumulative, its application was instantaneous, comparable almost to turning on an electric switch. This simple act, yet perhaps the most decisive of the war, took place before the actual outbreak on July 29th, when at 7 o'clock in the morning that Greater Armada, the British Grand Fleet, sailed from Portland for its war station at Scapa. Few eyes saw its passage, few minds knew its destination in those northerly Orkney Isles controlling the passage between North Britain and Norway, but from that moment Germany as Otteries was subjected to an invisible pressure which never relaxed until on November 21st, 1918, the German fleet arrived in those same northern waters to hand itself into the custody of a force of whom it had seen no more than a few fleeting glimpses during 4.5 years of intangible struggle. The fundamental cause of this unprecedented type of conflict lay in the recent development of new weapons, the mine and the submarine, which were produced in naval warfare, the same predominance of defensive over offensive power which was the key factor on land. The immediate cause, however, was the strategy adopted by Germany as naval command, partly through a miscalculation of Britain as probable strategy. Appreciating their own inferiority to the British fleet as well as the impossibility of a surprise blow in face of its preparedness, and believing that their enemy was obsessed with the Nelsonian tradition of seeking battle, the German command adopted a Fabian strategy. They aimed to refuse conflict until the mine layers and submarines had weakened the strength of the British Navy, until the strain of a close blockade had begun to tell on the superior fleet, and perhaps provided the chance of a surprise stroke, and until the conquest of Britain's allies on land had made her position more difficult. The plan had at least a sound geographical basis, for the nature and configuration of the German coast lent itself to the strategy. The short North Sea coastline was heavily indented, the estuaries a maze of difficult channels, and screened by a fringe of islands of which Heligoland formed a strongly fortified shield to the naval bases at Wilhelmshaven, Bremerhaven and Cuxhaven. Best of all, from the estuary of the Elbe there was a back door into the Baltic Sea, the Kiel Canal. By this the naval forces in the Baltic could be rapidly reinforced, while an enemy advance into that landlocked sea was not only hampered by the neutral position of its approaches, but could be imperiled by submarine and destroyer attack while passing through the narrow channels between the Danish islands. The natural defensive power of Germany's sea frontiers made attack almost impossible, and conversely gave her an excellent base for raiding operations save for the geographical handicap that the coastline of Great Britain, like a vast breakwater, narrowed the exit for operations in the outer seas. The one obvious defect of this Fabian strategy was that it involved the immediate abandonment of Germany as foreign trade and reduced the possibility of her interference with the seaborne supplies of Britain and her allies. Moreover, the German plan of progressive attrition was vitiated by the strategy adopted by the British Admiralty, which abandoned the direct doctrine of seeking out the enemy for the indirect doctrine of the fleet in being. Realizing how the mine and submarine, combined with Germany's natural advantages, had made a close blockade hazardous, the Admiralty adopted the strategy of distant surveillance, keeping the battle fleet at a position which commanded the North Sea and an instant readiness for action if the enemy appeared, and using the light craft for closer, but not close observation. This strategy was not as passive as it seemed to a critical public, eagerly expecting a new Trafalgar. It appreciated that Britain's general command of the sea was the pivot of the Allied cause, and that to hazard it by exposure to uncompensated losses was the negation of this supreme requirement. Therefore, while desiring battle and being ready for it, the Admiralty quietly set about its primary duties of maintaining the security of the ocean routes, dealing with the sporadic threats to those routes, and, thirdly, ensuring the safe passage to France of the British Expeditionary Force. The idea of economic pressure exercised by sea power was still in embryo. Not until a later phase did it crystallize into a formal doctrine, and the term blockade assume a new and wider definition. The attack on seaborne commerce was deep-rooted in the traditions of the British Navy, and thus the transition to an indirect attack on the life of the enemy nation, her supplies of food and raw material, is an almost imperceptible progress. When this pressure was exercised against herself in a novel form and by a new weapon, the submarine, it was human, if logical, that she should decry it as an atrocity. It was not easy for a conservative mind to realize that with the transition from a war of government policies into a war of peoples, intoxicated with Clausewitzian catchphrases about the fight to the finish, the indefinite code of military chivalry must be submerged by the primitive instincts let loose. But in 1914 this absolute war was still only a theory and had little influence on the opening operations. The history of the naval struggle must be dated from July 26, 1914, when the Admiralty, in view of the clouded international situation, sent orders to the fleet assembled for review at Portland not to disperse. If the review was a happy chance, the use made of it was one of the decisive acts and wisest judgments of the war, for while free from any of the provocation of an army mobilization, it placed Britain in automatic control of the situation at sea. It was followed, on July 29th, by the unnoticed sailing of the fleet for its war stations in the North Sea, a warning telegrams to all squadrons abroad. To students of war and politics, the lesson should not be lost, for, whatever its other limitations, a professional force has this power of unprovocative readiness which a national force inevitably lacks. Mobilization is a threat, creating an atmosphere in which peaceful argument withers and dies. Between negotiations and mobilization there is a gulf. Between mobilization and war an imperceptible seam, and the act of any irresponsible man can draw a nation across it. Admiral Jellicoe, the new commander of the Grand Fleet, had one initial weakness to contend with. His base at Scapa was without defences against torpedo attack, and the fortified base being prepared at Rosyth was still incomplete. The historic concentration of British sea power had been on the Channel coast, where lay the best prepared and defended harbours, and the government had been slow to provide funds for bases on the North Sea to accompany the change in the concentration areas. The danger compelled him to take his fleet west of the Orkneys, although it came down as far as the Forth during the transport to France of the expeditionary force, which was directly protected by the older battleships of the Channel Fleet and by a laid system of patrols in the southern waters of the North Sea. The safe passage of the expeditionary force was the first direct achievement of the Navy. The next followed on August 29th, when BTS battle cruiser squadron and TS destroyer flotillas made a swoop into the Bight of Heligoland, sank several German light cruisers, and achieved the much greater indirect effect of confirming the Germans in their strictly defensive strategy, not an unmixed blessing, for it led them to concentrate on the development of submarine attack. Apart from this engagement, the story of 1914 in the North Sea is a record of unceasing vigilance on the one side, of minor submarine and mining successes and losses on the other. The war in the Mediterranean opened with a mistake that was to have far-reaching political consequences. Two of Germany's fastest ships were there, the battle cruiser Goeben and the light cruiser Breslau, and received orders from Berlin to steer for Constantinople. They evaded the British efforts made to cut them off, partly owing to inelasticity in applying the Admiralty instructions. On the high seas the chase was more prolonged. Germany had not been allowed time to send out commerce destroyers from home waters, but for some months a few cruisers on foreign service were a thorn in the side of the British Navy. It was not easy to reconcile the needs of the North Sea concentration with the duty of patrolling and protecting the tremendous length of sea routes along which supplies as well as troops were flowing from India and the Dominions to the support of the mother country. By the destruction of the Indienne on November 9th, the Indian Ocean was finally cleared, but this success was offset by disaster in the Pacific, where Admiral Craddock's cruiser squadron was crushed by the heavier metal of Admiral von Spee's armoured cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. This setback was, however, promptly redeemed by the Admiralty, who dispatched Admiral Stodie with two battle cruisers, Inflexible and Invincible, on a lightning dash to the South Atlantic, while another battle cruiser, Australia, swept down from Fiji on Admiral von Spee's rear. Trapped on December 8th at the Falkland Isles, by this finely conceived surprise, Spee was sunk, and with him the last instrument of German naval power upon the oceans. From this time onwards, the ocean communications of Britain and her allies were secured for trade, for supplies, and for the conveyance of troops. But as to all ocean routes, there must be a land terminus. The development of the submarine made this security gradually less effective than it seemed on the morrow of Stodie's victory. The nature of the war at sea began to undergo definite changes early in 1915. During the first phase, Britain had been too busy in clearing the seas and maintaining the security of the sea routes to devote much attention to the use of her sea command as an economic weapon against Germany. In any case, her naval power was fettered by the artificial restrictions on blockade embodied in the Declaration of London of 1909, which the British government with singular blindness announced on the outbreak of war that it would accept as the basis of maritime practice. The release from these self-imposed fetters was aided by Germany's action. On November 2nd, 1914, a German battle cruiser squadron made a raid on the Norfolk coast as a reconnaissance to test the scope of Britain's naval defence. Another followed on December 16th against the Yorkshire coast, Scarborough, Whitby, and the Hart Pools being bombarded. Each time the Germans slipped away safely, but when they attempted a third, on January 24th, the English battle cruiser squadron and a BD trapped them off the Dogger Bank, sank the Bielshire, and badly damaged the Derfinger and Seydlitz. Although the stroke missed full success, it convinced the Germans of the futility of their attrition strategy, and in general, the commander of their high seas fleet was replaced by Paul, who proposed to Falkenhayn an offensive submarine campaign, which for success must be unlimited. As a result, on February 18th, Germany proclaimed the waters around the British Isles a war zone where all ships, enemy or neutral, would be sunk at sight. This gave Britain a lever to loosen the Declaration of London, and she replied by claiming the right to intercept all ships suspected of carrying goods to Germany and bring them into British ports for search. This tightening of the blockade caused serious difficulties with neutrals, America especially, but Germany eased the friction by torpedoing the Great Line of Lusitania May 7, 1915. The drowning of 1,100 people, including some Americans, was a spectacular brutality which shocked the conscience of the world, and appealed more forcibly to American opinion than even the desolation of Belgium. This act, succeeded by others, paved the way for the entry of the United States into the war, though it was to be later than seemed likely in the morrow of the tragedy. One result of Britain's early established command of the sea was that it gave her the opportunity to sweep out Germany's overseas colonies with little hindrance or expenditure of force. Their seizure was valuable in that it gave the Allies important assets to bargain with in case of an unfavourable or negative issue to the war. At the end of August, a New Zealand expedition captured Samoa, and in September an Australian expedition took possession of New Guinea. The Australian Navy also cleared several important German wireless stations in the Pacific Isles. Japan, entering the war on Britain's side, sent a division with a naval squadron to besiege the German fortress of Tsingtao on the coast of China. The first landing took place on September 2nd, and a tiny British contingent arrived on the 23rd, but the defences were modern, the land approach narrow, and the actual siege was not begun until October 31st. 7 days bombardment was followed by an assault which led to the capitulation of the garrison after a rather feeble resistance. In Africa, Togoland was occupied in August. The equatorial forest of the Cameroons was a sterner obstacle, and not until the beginning of 1916 were the German forces conquered by joint British and French forces after a prolonged but economically conducted campaign. General Botha, the South African premier, once in arms against England, now for her, organized a force which conquered German Southwest Africa. Almost concurrently, Botha rendered a still greater service to the British cause by putting down the rebellion of a section of disaffected Boers, which, save for the Irish Rising of Easter 1916, was the only revolt within the borders of the Empire during these 4 trying years. Only German East Africa, the largest and richest of Germany's colonies, remained, and that, owing to the difficulties of the country and the skill of General von Liddell, the German commander, was not to be completely subdued until the end of 1917. An expeditionary force was sent thither in November to support the local British East African forces, and was repulsed at Tanga. To compensate his lack of troops, the German commander, Liddell, found allies in the local bees, and his skillful tactics produced panic among the Indian battalions. Not until late in 1915 could the British government, occupied with greater problems, spare either the time or the force to deal with this hornet's nest. The year 1915 witnessed the dawn of another new form of war which helped to drive home the new reality that the war of armies had become the war of peoples. From January onwards, Zeppelin raids began on the English coast and reached their peak in the late summer of 1916, to be succeeded by airplane raids. The difficulty of distinguishing from the air between military and civil objectives smoothed the path for a development which, beginning with excuses, ended in a frank avowal that in a war for existence the will of the enemy nation, not merely the bodies of their soldiers, is the inevitable target. Although the Zeppelin raids in 1915 and 1916, through misdirection, did little material damage and caused less than 2,000 casualties, it has been estimated that, by their disorganizing effect, about 1/6 of the total normal output of munitions was entirely lost. The first psychological symptom of the World War, as it seemed to many, was an immeasurable sigh of relief. Had the peoples of Europe sat on the safety valve too long? The war-weary mind of today cannot reconstruct the tension and anxiety, the strain and stress of hope and fear of the long years of the peace that was no peace and yet was not war. It may be read as a revolt of the spirit against the monotony and triviality of the everyday round, the completion of a psychological cycle when the memories of past wars have faded and paved the way for the emergence and revival of the primordial hunting instinct in man. This first phase of enthusiasm was succeeded by one of passion, the natural ferocity of war accentuated by a form of mob spirit which is developed by a nation in arms. The British Army was relatively immune because of its professional character, whereas in the German Army, the most essentialist citizen, it gained scope because of the cold-blooded logic of the general staff theory of war. With the coming of the autumn, a third phase became manifest, more particularly among the combatants. This was a momentary growth of a spirit of tolerance, symbolized by the fraternization which took place on Christmas Day, but this in turn was to wane as the strain of the war became felt and the reality of the struggle for existence came home to the warring sides. For Scene 1. The battle that was not, yet turned the tide the Marne. No battle has caused more controversy, produced so large a literature in so short a time, or given rise to more popular interest and legend than that of the Marne. But then this crisis of September 1914 wrought the downfall of the German war plan and thereby changed the course of history. For if it be true, as it certainly is in part, that Germany lost the war when she lost this battle, it is natural that claimants to the distinction of having won it should be many. The first legend to rise was that Foch had won it by driving the German centre into the marshes of St. and even today, in total disregard of the facts and times of the battle, this is still given currency by reputable historians outside France. But while, like a pebble dropped in water, the ripples of this story were still spreading, knowledgeable opinion in France was violently arguing whether the credit was due to Joffre, the commander-in-chief, or Gallieni, his quondam superior and then subordinate, who had delivered from Paris the blow at the German flank exposed by Kluck's will inwards before Paris. One school contended that Joffre had conceived the idea of the counter-offensive, and at worst admitted under pressure of facts that Gallieni's initiative in seeing the opportunity had given an impulse to Joffre's decision to seize it. The other school argued that Joffre, after the failure of his first attempt to stage a counter-offensive on the line of the Somme, had given up all idea of a fresh attempt at an early date, and that but for Gallieni's fire, determination, and persuasion the retreat would have continued. A dispassionate judgment is now possible, and if we recognize that on Joffre fell the grave responsibility of taking the decision, the weight of evidence shows that Gallieni's inspiration dictated both the sight and promptness of the thrust. Furthermore, it rebuts the alternative case of Joffre's advocates that Gallieni marred the prospect by precipitating the blow, for we know that 24 hours' delay would have enabled the Germans to complete the protective redistribution which Gallieni interrupted. On the German side, a similar controversy has raged as to whether the order to retreat was a mistake, and whether Kluck of the First Army, Liddell of the Second, or the envoy of the Supreme Command, Colonel Hensch, was responsible for the fatal decision. The multiple controversy has at least served to show that the Marne was a psychological rather than a physical victory. So, also have been most of the mortal victories of history, with actual fighters' secondary influence. For the profoundest truth of war is that the issue of battles is usually decided in the minds of the opposing commanders, not in the bodies of their men. The best history would be a register of their thoughts and emotions, with a mere background of events to throw them into relief. But the delusion to the contrary has been fostered by the typical military history, filled with details of the fighting and assessing the cause of a victory by statistical computations of the number engaged. The Marne was so clearly a psychological issue that the minds of the commanders have received due analysis. But even so, the combat complex has tended to narrow the analysis of minds to the area where the clash of bodies took place. Thereby certain suggestive evidence has escaped comment. This evidence may be expressed in a startling question. Was the victory primarily due to the heated imagination of an English railway porter and to a party of temporary visitors to Ostend? Or, at the least, did these humble worthies constitute with Gallieni the mainspring of victory? The suggestion is not so fantastic as it seems when we study the mental atmosphere of the German commandos. Before and during the crisis they were constantly looking backward apprehensively over their right shoulders, fearful of an Allied stroke against their ever-lengthening communications in Belgium and northern France. Unfortunately for the Allies, there was small warrant for this nervousness. The belated plea for landing the BEF on the Belgian coast had been overruled by the Wilsonian pledge and policy of tying it as an appendix to the French left wing. Yet the Belgian Field Army, if under German guard at Antwerp, had at least caused a serious detachment of German strength to this guard and more, was a chronic irritation to German nerves. The fertile brain of Mr. Churchill was also at work. Resources were scanty, but he dispatched a brigade of Marines under Brig Generalist on to Ostend, with orders to give their presence the fullest publicity. They landed on August 27th and stayed ashore until the 31st, now to turn to the other side of the hill. On September 5th, the day when the French troops were moving forward to strike a Kluck, Colonel Hensch, the representative of the Supreme Command, came to the threatened army with this ominous and despairing warning: the news is bad. The 6th and 7th armies are blocked. The 4th and 5th are meeting with strong resistance. The English are disembarking fresh troops continuously on the Belgian coast. There are reports of a Russian expeditionary force in the same part. A withdrawal is becoming inevitable. We know from other sources that the 3,000 Marines had grown in the German command's imagination to 40,000, and that the Russians were said to be 80,000. Thus the German flank army was left to face its ordeal with the belief that its rear was seriously menaced, and that in any case the Supreme Command was contemplating a withdrawal. At least such knowledge must have been insidiously innovating during a period of strain. If the Supreme Command came to have doubts of the Belgian news, it also became imbued with the idea of a retirement, and when Hench came again on September 9 with full powers to coordinate it should rearward movements have begun, not only had these begun, but they also coincided with fresh disturbing news from Belgium. For if the Belgian sortie from Antwerp that day was short-lived, it had all the incalculable psychological effect of menacing news at a moment of crisis. The German retreat gathered momentum and spread. With it turned the tide of the war. History should do justice to Mr. Churchill as happy inspiration and General Stan as handful of marine promenaders. But equally helpful was that amazing Russian myth which originated and spread so mysteriously. Mr. Churchill, we know, had actually proposed to bring a Russian expeditionary force in such a way. Did the proposal perhaps leak out and become exaggerated into realization in the process? General opinion, however, has long ascribed the legend to the heated imagination of a railway porter working on the simple fact of the night passage of troop trains with Gaelic-speaking occupants. If so, a statue in Whitehall to the unknown porter is overdue. Keeping this external factor on the circumference of our thought, let us turn to trace the sequence of events in the actual battle zone. The immediate chain of causation begins with the escape by retreat of the French and British armies from the frontier trap into which Joffre as planned had led them. The first, highly coloured, reports from the army commands in the battles of the frontiers had given the German Supreme Command the impression of a decisive victory. It was under this hallucination that Moltke, on August 25th, cheerfully and needlessly dispatched 4 divisions to the Russian front to the detriment of his right-wing Panch, already weakened by 7 divisions left for the investment of derelict fortresses, truly a bad investment. Then the comparatively small totals of prisoners raised doubts in Moltke's mind and led him to a more sober estimate of the situation. The Kaiser's easy optimism now irritated him. He has already a shout to Raumud that I hate like death. The new pessimism of Moltke combined with the renewed optimism of his army commanders to produce a fresh change of plan, which contained the seeds of disaster. While Clark's army, on the German extreme right or outer flank, was pressing on the heels of the British so close that the outside British corps Smith-Dorrien was forced to halt and give battle, Clark's neighbour on the inside, below, was following up Lanrezac's French Fifth Army. When on August 26 the British left wing fell back southwards, badly mauled from the ghetto, Clark had turned southwestwards again. If this direction was partly due to misconception of the line of retreat taken by the British, the idea that they were retreating to the Channel ports, it was also in accordance with his original role of a wide circling sweep, and by carrying him into the Amiens Piron area, where the first parts of the newly formed French Sixth Army were just detraining after the switch from Alsace. It had the effect of dislocating Joffre's design for an early return to the offensive by compelling the Sixth Army to fall back hurriedly towards the shelter of the Paris defences. But Clark had hardly swung out to the southwest before he was induced to swing in again. For in order to ease the pressure on the British, Joffre had ordered Lanrezac to halt and strike back against the pursuing Germans, and below, shaken by the threat, called on Clark for aid. Lanrezac's attack, on August 29th, was stopped before Below needed this help, but he asked Clark to wheel in nevertheless, in order to cut off Lanrezac's retreat. Before acceding, Clark referred to Moltke. The request came at a moment when Moltke was becoming perturbed in general over the way the French were slipping away from his embrace and, in particular, over a gap which had opened between his 2nd Below and 3rd Holstein armies through the latter having already turned south from southwest to help the 4th Army, its neighbour on the other flank. Hence Moltke approved Clark's change of direction, which meant the inevitable abandonment of the original wide sweep round the far side of Paris. Now the flank of the wheeling German line would pass the near side of Paris and across the face of the Paris defences. By this contraction of his frontage for the sake of security, Moltke sacrificed the wider prospects inherent in the wide circling sweep of the original plan. And, as it proved, instead of contracting the risk, he exposed himself to a fatal counterstroke. On the night of September 2nd, Moltke sent a message to the right-wing commanders, which confirmed the change of plan and foreshadowed a new one. The French are to be forced away from Paris in the southeasterly direction. The First Army will follow in echelon behind the Second Army and will be responsible henceforth for the flank protection of the force, but the First Army was a full day's march ahead of the Second. If Clark tried to carry out the second part of the message, he would be neglecting the first part. Hence he decided to march on, while detailing an incomplete reserve corps and a depleted cavalry division to serve as a flank guard. How lightly he regarded any danger from Paris is also shown in the facts that no aircraft were allotted to the flank guard and no air reconnaissance ordered to the westward. Meantime, Moltke was growing depressed, and his decision to abandon the original plan was definitely taken on September 4th. In place of it, Moltke substituted a narrow envelopment of the French centre and right. His own centre 4th and 5th armies was to press southeast, while his left 6th and 7th armies, striking southwestwards, sought to break through the fortified barrier between Tal and Epinal, the jaws thus closing inwards on either side of Verdun. Meantime, his right 1st and 2nd armies was to turn outwards and, facing west, hold off any counter-move which the French might attempt from the neighbourhood of Paris. Moltke's order continued to ignore that Clark was ahead of Below in the race southward and had already crossed the Marne. for it not only told Kluck to remain facing the east side of Paris, i.e. facing west, but to remain north of the Marne while B low-wheeled into line, facing west, between the Marne and the Seine. Thus, to fulfill the order, Kluck had not merely to halt, while Below caught up and passed him, but to perform a sort of backward somersault. Such gymnastics are somewhat upsetting to the equilibrium of a large army, and in this case the French counter-move which Moltke wished to guard against had already begun before his new plan could take effect. Moreover, Kluck, reluctant to be thus deprived of the chance of being the agent of decisive victory, continued his advance south towards the Seine on the 5th, saying that the movement to face west might be made at leisure. For the moment, he still left the weak detachment of 3 brigades and a few cavalry to guard his flank. Next morning it was struck by the French Sixth Army moving out from Paris. During these days the Franco-British retreat had continued. On August 30th, Joffre, yielding to the pressure of a government alarmed at seeing him abandon the capital by his direction of retreat, detached Monnery's Sixth Army to reinforce the Paris garrison. Parting with this signified his abandonment of the flank counterstroke, for this was the force he had assembled for its execution. Moreover, a memorandum drawn up that same day shows that he had transferred his faith to a counter-offensive against the German centre in the hope of accomplishing the rupture which we formerly attempted facing northeast and debouching from the Meuse. On September 1st, Joffre issued orders for the retreat of the Allied armies to be continued to a line south of the Seine, Aube and Ornain rivers. Not only was the effect to take the armies away from and far to the southeast of Paris, but a commander who is contemplating an early counter-offensive does not place the obstacle of a river barrier between himself and the enemy. And a further note to the several army commanders next day added that it was Joffre's intention to organize and fortify this line, whence he planned to deliver not an immediate but an eventual counter-offensive. That same day he replied to a suggestion of a stand on the Marne, made by Sir John French and communicated through the Minister of War. I do not believe it possible to envisage a general action on the Marne with the whole of our forces, but I consider that the cooperation of the English army in the defence of Paris is the only course that can give an advantageous result. To the Minister of War and to Gallieni he repeated the same verdict. When zealous apologists say that the idea of a counter-offensive was at the back of Joffre's mind, the historian can agree. This array of evidence is more than sufficient to dispel the legend that Joffre had any intention of giving battle on the Marne or that he planned the counterstroke which tilted the balance so dramatically. The definite nature of his reply was the more significant because, on September 1st, a staff officer with Lanrezac's army had found the German order for a change of direction in the wallet of a dead officer, and this was sent to Joffre's headquarters early next day. And on the morning of the 3rd, the changed direction, to the southeast, of Kluck's marching columns had been noticed and reported by British aviators. In the afternoon, they added that these columns were crossing the Marne, and in the evening Monnery reported that there were no German troops left in the area west of the line Paris-Senlis. All this was reported to Joffre without making any impression on his plans, save that on the night of the 2nd he altered the limit of his retirement to a line still farther south. But from Gallieni, the new military governor of Paris, even a fragment of information gained on the 3rd had drawn an instant response. He ordered Monnery to carry out further air and cavalry reconnaissances as soon as it was light on the 4th. Quickly convinced by these early reports that the Germans were moving obliquely past the front of the Paris defences, exposing their own flank, Gallieni was equally quick to act. At 9 a.m. he ordered Monnery's army to get ready for a move eastward to strike the Germans in flank. He then informed Joffre by telephone of his preparatory moves, and urged him to sanction a counter-offensive. This consent was necessary not only to ensure combined effort, but because Joffre had persuaded the new Minister of War to subordinate Gallieni to himself. Gallieni's fiery and inspired arguments made an impression, but no more, on the slow-thinking commander-in-chief of the field armies. To save time while Joffre was still cogitating, Gallieni rushed off by motor to Melun to explain the new situation to the British, and if possible gain a cooperation. Unfortunately, Sir John French was absent from his headquarters, and at first Gallieni could not even find Archibald Murray, his chief of the general staff. It was a curious scene. Gallieni, for his part, found the British staff unsettled and depressed, not hesitating to say that if England had known the condition of the French army she would not have entered the war. They were hardly in the mood to discern the underlying qualities of this most unmilitary-looking military genius, bespectacled and untidy, with shaggy moustache, black buttoned boots and yellow leggings. Little wonder perhaps that one eminent soldier with a pungent gift of humour remarked that no British officer would be seen speaking to such a comedian. Gallieni pointed out to Murray that it was vital to seize the opportunity which the Germans had given by offering their right flank, told him that the army of Paris was already in motion against the German flank, and begged that the British should cease to retreat and join with his forces in an offensive next day. Murray, however, showed une grande repugnance in Jourdan's views, and declared that he could do nothing in the absence of his commander. After waiting 3 hours in vain for Sir John French's return, Gallieni had to leave at 5 p.m. with the mere promise of a telephone message later. This brought no satisfaction, for its purport was that the British would continue their retreat next day. Their decision had been confirmed by receiving a letter, written that morning, from Joffre, who said, "My intention, in the present situation, is to pursue the execution of the plan that I have had the honour to communicate to you of retiring behind the Seine and only to engage on the selected line with all forces united." The meagre influence which the news of Kluck's change of direction had achieved was shown by a subsequent paragraph which said, "In the case of the German armies continuing their movement towards the Assisi, perhaps you will agree that your action can be most effectively applied on the right bank of the river, between the Marne and Seine." This casual qualification to the definite opening statement gave the British little encouragement to fall in with Gallieni's audacious suggestion. There is a dramatic contrast between the sluggish working of Joffre's mind, gradually but all too slowly veering round, and Gallieni's swift coup d'etat and instantaneous reaction. After Gallieni's morning message, Joffre had been moved so far as to send a telegram, 10:12:45 p.m. to Francis D'Esperi, who had superseded Lamerzac in command of the Fifth Army, saying, "Please inform me if you consider that your army is in a state to make it an attack with any chance of success in inquiry which hardly suggests a sense of vital opportunity or an urge to action." This reached Francis D'Esperi while Henry Wilson, of French's staff, was with him, and, after discussion, a reply was drafted, saying the battle cannot take place before the day after tomorrow, and that the Fifth Army would continue its retreat on the morrow, attacking on the 6th. To this message he added, in his own hand, a qualifying note even less encouraging: "In order that the operation may be successful, the necessary conditions are 1. The close and absolute cooperation of the 6th Army debouching on the left bank of the Arc on the morning of the 6th. It must reach the Arc tomorrow by the British 1T badge. 2. My army can fight on the 6th, but its situation is not brilliant. No reliance can be placed on the reserve divisions." What was likely to be the effect on Joffre of such a discouraging reply to his tentative inquiry? The heart in his hesitation. That hesitation was the more natural because Berthelot, his chief adviser, was vehemently in favour of continuing the retreat and maintaining the original plan. Then early in the afternoon came an ominous report of German progress across the Marne. As Joffre's own memoirs relate, this was all that was needed to cause Berthelot to return to the charge. The memoirs, it is true, argue that Joffre merely continued to put off a decision, but they admit that he issued new instructions that were designed to accord with Berthelot's plan. Still more significantly, the decision was taken to move the headquarters over 30 miles farther south. Then, while Joffre was having an early dinner, Francis D'Esperi's message arrived. The next link in the chain of causation fits in with the click of a telephone switch putting a call through. For if Gallieni's coup d'etat gained the opportunity, it was, as he himself said, coups d'etat phone which gained the Battle of the Marne. On returning to his headquarters in Paris, he had found a belated message from Joffre which was favourable to his proposal for counterstroke, but preferred it to be delivered south of the Marne, where it would have lost the greater effect given by a blow against the enemy's flanks and rear. Gallieni seized the telephone, got through to Joffre, and by the fervour and force of his arguments at last won his sanction for the army of Paris to strike north of the Marne as part of a general counter-offensive by the left-wing armies. Joffre promised to obtain the cooperation of the British. Gallieni promptly issued orders 8:30 p.m. to Monnery's army, which he reinforced. After several hours' delay, Joffre's orders were sent out for the offensive on September 6th. It was too late now for the 5th, and too late to be generally effective even for the 6th. The delay had far-reaching consequences, not all ill. On the 5th, while Monnery's troops were moving east towards the enemy, both the British and Francis D'Esperi were marching south in accord with their original orders away from the enemy, and even away from each other. But for Gallieni, the gap they thus opened might have proved perilous. When they turned about next day, they had much ground to recover, and were not as quick in retracing their steps as the situation demanded. This disappearance of the British not only enabled but encouraged Kluck, who had been taken completely unawares, to pull back half his main body, Roman II and Roman IV Corps, from the sector where the British had been to reinforce the hard-pressed flank guard, which was trying to hold off Monnery's menacing advance against the German rear. The arrival of these fresh forces began to check Monnery's advance on the 7th, and Gallieni pushed forward every possible reserve he could scrape up in order to strengthen Monnery. Here occurred the famous, if legend-crusted, episode of the Paris taxicabs. A fresh division had just detrained near Paris, but it was 40 miles from the battlefront. If it marched, thither it would be too late, and there was only sufficient rail transport to take half the division. That afternoon, the police held up taxicabs in the streets, bundling the passengers out in some cases, and, after collecting 600 cabs, sent them to the suburb of Gagny, where they filled up with soldiers. Gallieni came to see the performance and, with mingled gratification and amusement, exclaimed, "Well, at least it is not commonplace. During the night this foreigner of the future motorized column swept, as only Paris taxicabs can sweep, through the low-lying villages and past their amazed inhabitants, making 2 journeys with 3,000 soldiers at a time. Unfortunately, these taxicabs maintained their traditional preference for speed over reliability, and passing and repassing became so mixed that on the morning of the 8th, several hours were spent in sorting out their passengers before the division could attack. The pressure on the Germans gained extra force from the fact that it was directed against their rear flank. If Gallieni had received the 2 further army corps for which he had asked days before and which were only just arriving piecemeal, the German forces south of the Marne might have been cut off, and the battle being as decisive tactically as it was strategically. Even in the actual situation, the menace was such that at 10 p.m. on the 6th, Clark called back his 2 remaining army corps, so creating a 30-mile wide gap between himself and the neighboring army of below. Only 2 weak cavalry corps, with a few Jaeger battalions, were left to fill it, and Clark failed to arrange that this thin screen should be put under a single command. The consequences were fatal. Although he was able to hold, and even press back Monnery-esque troops, the gap he had left in the southern front uncovered Billard's flank. Although still untouched by French D'Espery's slow advance on the 7th, Below, sensitive to his raw side, drew back his right to the north bank of the Petit Morin. And when news came that the British were advancing into the centre of the gap, it proved the signal for the German retreat, which began on September 9th. If the continuance of the British withdrawal on September 5th had marred the chance of a crushing victory, it was a pleasant irony of fate that their very withdrawal made possible the victory as actually achieved. It is necessary, however, to take account of the situation on other parts of the battlefront, for, unless the German intentions elsewhere had been frustrated, Joffre's victory would have been impossible and defeat probable. To the frustration of their left-wing attack in the east, or Lorraine sector, the Germans themselves were the chief contributors, for by pressing the French back on their own fortress line they had already made their task of breaking through it almost impossible. And yet another of the many accidents of the Marne made their repulse certain, for when Duville's and de Castelnau's armies, after their defeat in the Battle of Mohanscherberg, entered their hasty retreat, their line sagged inwards, and into this re-entrant form quite unintentionally, the main German attack was launched, pushing towards that very gap of charms which the French in earlier years had prepared for their reception. Thus the French were given an opportunity to strike back effectively at the German flanks, and thereby they temporarily paralyzed the original German advance, which came to a halt on August 27th. This not only gave the French breathing space to strengthen their position, but enabled Joffre, with safety, to transfer part of the force from the right wing to the more critical left wing. News of this transfer inspired Montfort to frame his new plan of September 5th and lured him into another vain attack on the French fortified barrier, despite protest from Crown Prince Rupert of Bavaria, commanding the 6th Army. The new attack was launched frontally against the Grand Caron de Nancy, the ridge which formed a flank buttress for the gap of Charmes. And the Kaiser arrived with his white cuirassiers, like an actor waiting his call to make a triumphal entry into Nancy. But successive assaults, inadequately prepared, collapsed under the well-knit and superior fire of the French artillery, and on September 8th Moltke ordered Rupert to stop the offensive and the vain loss of life. Rupert had been urged into it against his own judgment by the excessive confidence of the artillery expert, Major Bauer, that his super-heavy howitzers would have the same effect as on the obsolete Belgian fortresses. Yet, curiously, he now only gave up the attack under protest, so McBurch was the judgment of the military leaders of 1914-18. The Germans and the 5th and 4th Armies, west of Verdun, was no better able to fulfill its role as the right arm of the Pincer-like squeeze ordained in Moltke's modified plan. In the Verdun area, Cyril had replaced Ruffy as commander of the French Third Army, and the first instructions he received indicated not only a continued retreat but the abandonment of Verdun. Cyril thought differently, however, and determined to cling onto the Verdun pivot as long as possible without losing touch with the 4th Army to the west. It was a happy piece of initiative, and the break thus placed in the southeastern advance of the enemy as 5th Army under the German Crown Prince was an essential factor in upsetting Moltke's plan. The stout resistance of Cyrilist troops, and still more the deadly fire of their artillery, not only held up but paralyzed the Crown Prince's advance. And a belated attempt on the 9th to break the deadlock by a night attack ended in a suicidal fiasco with the Germans firing on each other. Cyril, however, asked in vain for reinforcements which might have enabled him to convert his resistance into a dangerous counterstroke from Verdun westwards against the German flank, for by holding onto Verdun he had formed one side of a sack into which the German armies between him and Monnery, on the other side, had pushed. The German Third Army Hossen formed a link between the German centre and right wing and was assigned the indefinite role of being ready to support either. This role was perhaps in part the reflection of the fact that, being composed of Saxons, the Prussians tended to discount its value. In the event, it was virtually divided. Its left was used to help the 4th Army in the abortive attack on the French 4th Army de Lannoy-Becquerie, an attack which, after perhaps the severest fighting of the whole battle, was driven to ground by the French artillery. Its right joined with Below's left in an attack on Foch, who had taken over command of a new 9th Army, in the French centre, formed by simple subtraction from de Langle to Carrier's army. Among all the legends of the man that which has grown up round Foch's path is the most comprehensive and has the least substance. The first claim, still widely believed, is that Foch decided the issue of the whole battle by a counterstroke which threw the Prussian guard into the marshes of St. Gond. In fact, however, the Germans took their leave without interference after the issue had been decided farther west. The second, and more modest claim, is that Foch made the victory possible by preventing a German breakthrough in the French centre. Even this is inaccurate because the Germans were not trying to break through here. Liddell was merely carrying out his new protective task of wheeling his line to face west. And, in the course of this wheel, his left wing naturally bumped against Foch's front. A further paradox is that although Foch issued repeated orders for attacks, his troops in reality were on the defensive, a defense needlessly desperate owing to his own disobedience of orders. At 1:30 am on September 6th, Foch had received Joffre's famous order for the general about turn. Unlike the other armies, he received it in time to act on his share of it, which was to cover the flank of French at d'Esperier's attack by holding the southern exits of the marshes of St. Gond. Instead, he concentrated the bulk of his forces for an offensive north of the marshes, leaving the weak Roman 11 Corps to hold the wide and vulnerable sector east of the marshes. His troops were tired and much reduced by the hard retreat, and their offensive quickly died away. In a reflux, they failed to hold firmly the southern exits of the marshes. Thus Foch continued to keep his main strength on that flank. But the Germans could only cross by the narrow causeways, and in consequence made a sidestep as they might have done earlier. On the 7th, their attack east of the marshes broke down under the fire of the French artillery. As the only way of evading it, a bayonet attack in the half-light before dawn was arranged. This caught Foch's right by surprise, and it gave way rapidly. Fortunately, the Germans did not follow up as rapidly and so captured few of the tormenting guns. Even so, the situation was serious and Foch called for help. French at d'Esperey lent a corps to support his left and Joffre sent another to fill the gap now yawning on his right. On the 9th, the continued German attack against Foch's right made fresh progress and met little resistance until, shortly before 2 p.m., it was stopped by receiving Liddell's now notorious order for a general retirement. The Germans drew off undisturbed and even unobserved. To meet the earlier emergency, Foch had taken the 42nd Division from his intact left wing and switched it across to his right, but had only arrived in time to fire its guns in the twilight after the vanished foe, contrary to the popular legend of its decisive counterstroke against the flank of the German breakthrough. And one has to add that although Liddell had exposed his flank in making a wheel, Foch thought only of making a frontal counterattack. On the battle as a whole, his main, and most serious, effect was that he detracted from the main offensive instead of helping to cover it. In our survey of the battlefront, we have now travelled back to the decisive western flank. Let us focus our eyes on the various headquarters behind the German front and examine the wavering gusts of opinion which culminated in the German retirement. The Supreme Command was back at Luxembourg, whither it had moved from Koblenz on August 30th, and depended for communication with the armies on wireless, supplemented by occasional visits by staff officers in motor cars. No regular motorcycle dispatch service had been organized, and wireless communication suffered not only from the time lost in enciphering and deciphering but from interference from the Eiffel Tower in Paris. As the army commanders, faithful to the tradition of 1870, were jealous of control, information was as sparse as it was slow except when they had successes to report and exaggerate. Throughout the crisis of the battle, from September 7th-9th, no single report of any value came back from the front, and, as late as the 12th, Moltke had no knowledge of what had happened to Clark's army, or where it was. Perhaps this ignorance made little difference, for on the 5th, Falkenhayn, then at Luxembourg in his capacity of Minister of War, noted in his diary, "Only one thing is certain, our general staff has completely lost its head. Schlieffen's notes do not help any further, and so Moltke's wits come to an end." Moreover, Moltke had already reconciled himself to defeat. Verticalism at Luxembourg is well shown by the fact that when, on September 8th, Lieutenant Colonel Hensch left, as his emissary, to visit in turn the 5 armies west of Verdun, he was given full powers to coordinate the retreat should rearward movements have been initiated. He found none had occurred, if he found little confidence, at the headquarters of the 5th, 4th, and 3rd armies. Passing on, he spent the night of the 8th with Liddell, and there found such an intensification of gloom that when he left in the morning he could at least feel confidence on one point that orders for a retreat would soon be given. And about 9 a.m. on the 9th, air reports told Liddell that 6 enemy columns, 5 British and 1 of French cavalry were approaching the Marne and so entering the mouth of the gap. By 11 a.m. he had issued orders for the retreat of his army to begin at 1 p.m., sending word to Clark of his action. Hensch, delayed by blocks and panics on the road, did not reach Clark's headquarters till almost noon. There, according to his evidence, he found that orders for a retirement had already gone out, and in confirming them merely added the direction of the retreat northeastward. But Clark's chief of staff, Cole, asserts that these orders were only the mistake of a subordinate and that he had merely ordered a swing back of his left in view of the fact that the British were almost behind it. He further says that Hench, in view of B. Lois' situation, gave him orders to retreat, and Hench is not alive to contradict him. That the facts that the withdrawal began at 2 p.m., that the roads behind had been cleared, and that neither Cole nor Clark troubled to ask for a written order, go far to support Hench by showing their eagerness to be off. Cole, indeed, has admitted that the imminent breakthrough of the British and French at Dieppe made the retreat inevitable. And, owing to the British penetration, Clark's army had to retreat northward, thus leaving the gap still open. The most curious of all the many accidents of the Marne is its accidental reproduction of the perfect pattern Napoleonic battle, the pattern which Napoleon several times fulfilled and which General Cannon and other students believe was normally in his mind. Its characteristics were that while the enemy was gripped in front, a maneuver was directed against one of his flanks, a maneuver which was intended not to be decisive in itself but to create the opportunity for a decisive stroke. For the threat of envelopment caused a stretching of the enemy's line to ward it off and so created a weak joint on which the decisive stroke then fell. On the Marne, Gallieni caused the stretching and the British pierced the joint. The pattern was executed perfectly, yet quite unconsciously. Hence we see clearly that the continued retreat of the British on the 5th and their slow advance on the 6th and 7th were strategically invaluable, holding back unintentionally as Napoleon would have done purposely. If their decisive thrust had been disclosed earlier, the joint would hardly have been weakened by the removal of Clark's last two corps, the departure of which, even as it was, Below delayed until early on the 8th. And the fact that Monnery's stroke was definitively checked while these two corps were still on the march towards him is sufficient evidence that his stroke in itself could not have caused a decision. But the continued slowness of the advance on the 8th, 9th, and 10th was the negation of the Napoleonic pattern, and it proved fatal to the chance of converting the German retreat into a disaster. Thereby it paved the way for the 4 long years of trench warfare. In part it was due to the obstacle provided by successive rivers, but in still greater part it was due to want of impulsion and misguided direction. So Job French seems to have had little faith in the prospect, and still less in his allies' efforts. In consequence he trod on the brake rather than the accelerator, besides keeping most of his cavalry on his right flank, and even in rear of it, as a link with his French neighbour instead of a spearhead of the pursuit. 7. Indeed, not until the 11th was the cavalry really launched in pursuit. French at Dieppe advance was even more cautious. His right was tied back to Foch, his centre slowly followed up, but did not catch up, Belo's retiring wing, his left neglected to push along a completely open path. A further cause of delay, however, was the tactical method employed in the advance. The old idea of keeping an even alignment still ruled, as it did until 1918, so that if one corps or division was checked its neighbours tended to halt. Thus frequent opportunities were missed for pushing on past the flanks of a temporary resistance and maintaining the momentum of the advance. And because the British and French missed this opportunity, it was to be left for 1918 to see and the Germans to apply the method of nature, for thus does any current or stream take the line of least resistance, finding a way past an obstacle and then flowing on, while the back edges wash away the now isolated obstacle. Perchance also the victory might have been more decisive to the shortening of the war if its creator had not been removed from control at the beginning of it. Having already limited the power of Gallieni's blow, Joffre seized the first chance to deprive him of his powers of directing it. With that he had been as quick in exploiting the weakness of the rival army. For on September 11th, Joffre informed Gallieni that he would resume direct control of Monnery's army, leaving Gallieni to fret his soul within the confines of Paris while watching the fruits of victory slipping from the grasp of his slow-thinking superior. Throughout the battle, Gallieni's governing idea had been to direct all reserves to the north towards the enemy's rear, although several times frustrated by Joffre. With Gallieni's disappearance, the advance became purely frontal, giving the Germans the breathing space to reorganize and stand firm on the line of the Aisne. Not until then, September 17th, did Joffre's mind awake to the idea of concentrating by rail a fresh mass of maneuver behind the German flank. As a result, in the so-called race to the sea, the French were always an army corps too few and 24 hours too late until the trench front stretched to the sea. But his was not the sole failure to take advantage of the temporary state of disorder and indecision behind the German line. It is the sober verdict of General Edmonds, the British official historian, that had some of the 14 British territorial force divisions and 14 mounted brigades, with the 6th Division still in England, been landed at the Channel Coast posts to fall on the German communications and rear, a decisive tactical result might have been obtained and the war finished. Even as it was, on reaching the Aisne an opportunity had remained, only to be missed. Indeed, the official history states that the prospects of a breakthrough never were brighter than on the morning of the 13th. Thanks to German carelessness and the initiative of various junior commandos, the passage of the river had been achieved on both flanks. and from all the information furnished to General Haig, the gap had not been closed which had existed between the German First and Second Armies ever since the Battle of the Marne. But the race was lost owing to a failure of the High Command to appreciate the situation. On the 13th, the divisions made a rather cautious and leisurely advance, and in the GHQ orders there was no hint whatever of the importance of time. By the evening of the 13th September, the situation had completely changed. German reinforcements were known to have arrived, and serious resistance was to be expected on the 14th, yet the GHQ orders merely repeated the formula that the army will continue the pursuit. There was no plan, no objective, no arrangements for cooperation, and the divisions blundered into battle. With their failure, the flux crystallized and deadlock ensued. A still greater opportunity was thrown away by the French to the eastward, for, on reaching the Aisne, Canora's cavalry corps and a group of reserve divisions were opposite a 10-mile gap in the German front. After crossing the river, the cavalry rode on 13 miles northwards to Sisson, but then, seeing the danger of being cut off, the order was given to retire to the bridges. This inglorious sense of precaution forfeited an opening such as cavalry would never again enjoy on the western front. For, at Sisson, Canora's cavalry corps was 15 miles north of the thrown-back flank of the German Second Army and 40 miles behind the line of the Third Army. It had only to move eastwards across the enemy lines of communication to cause at least alarm and confusion. The question has often been posed whether the trench stalemate would have come to pass if France had possessed Napoleon. Although the unappreciated defensive power of modern weapons and the unwieldy masses of 1914 weighted the scales against the mobility and decisiveness of warfare, the Gallieni interlude raises a doubt. For not only did Gallieni afford the one instance of Napoleonic coup d'etat witnessed on the Western Front in 1914-18, but his intuition, his boldness of maneuver, and his swift decision was so vivid a contrast to that of the other leaders, French, British, and German, as to suggest that it was possible to snatch a decision by maneuver from the jaws of trench warfare before the artisan swallowed the artist. The hypothesis is strengthened by the fact that Gallieni's influence was exercised under the most shackling conditions. The command of a fortress was governed by rules and limitations which ordained a strictly defensive role, even gave the governor power to refuse assistance to the field armies, and discouraged him from any wider horizon than that of his immediate responsibility for the defense of the fortress. It was the irony of fortune that the commander-in-chief in the field should have led the way to universal siege warfare, that the commander of a fortress should have conceived and launched the most decisive maneuver of the war. Yet war is a game where the joke accounts, and when Joffre withheld the trump, Gallieni played the joker. As he remarked later, half humorously, half bitterly, there has not been a battle of the Marne. Joffre's instructions ordained a retreat on the Seine and the evacuation of Verdun and of Nancy. Sarel did not obey, he saved Verdun. Castelnau held on to the Grand Couronne, he saved Nancy. I have taken the offensive. As for asserting now that it is the commander-in-chief who had gone back far to the rear while I advanced, who conducted, foresaw, and arranged it all, it is hard to believe. The truest phrase of all was his: first, there has not been a battle of the Marne, nor had there been a battle of Sedan in 1870. The folly of MacMahon in face of the first Moltke was paralleled, and even excelled, by the folly of the second Moltke in face of shadows. For scene 2. The field of legend Tannenberg. Like that of the Marne, the popular story of the great German victory of Tannenberg is a monument of monumental error. For it consists, actually, of a figure of wood, on a pedestal of clay, varnished with legend. The first and most popular of these legends provided a romantic picture of an old general who, as the hobby of his years of retirement, spent his time in devising a gigantic trap for a future Russian invasion, exploring paths through and sounding the bottom of the marshes in which the Russian hordes were to be engulfed, and then, when war came, carrying his dream to fulfillment. The next legend, which rose as the shadow of Ludendorff rose behind the figure of Hindenburg, was of a masterly plan for a second can he conceived and dictated in the train that was carrying Ludendorff to pick up his nominal master en route to East Prussia. History, alas, must dissipate both. For the Germans, essentially a people of combination, found their Gallieni in a conjunction between the brain of a young staff officer and the drive of an old corps commander. And they, in turn, were much helped because Russian leadership was able to combine the faults of a Moltke and a Joffre. Indeed, the military history of modern Russia is epitomized in the brief record of the invasion of East Prussia. The man who was, in large measure, responsible for the blundering execution was also responsible for that disastrous invasion being made, and being made before the Russian forces were ready. This was General Jelinsky, who had been chief of the General Staff until 1913, for he had made the military convention with France whereby Russia was pledged to put 800,000 men in the field on the 15th day of mobilization. This arrangement put a strain on the cumbrous Russian war machine, which caused numerous cracks and local failures when it began moving. And it also put a strain on the Russian headquarters staff, which led them to make decisions in a state of nervous flurry. But the arrangement did not end with this promise, for the new plan envisaged an offensive against the Germans simultaneously with the main thrust against the Austrians. To increase the drawbacks, the plan was to be carried out by a man who had not worked it out, who had even been deprived deliberately of any influence upon it by General Sukhamlinov, the Minister of War. Sukhamlinov, indeed, was scheming to get command himself. But he was not the only one who had the belief in his own divine fitness for command. And his rival claimed divine right. For when the war came, the Tsar proposed to take command himself, to the alarm of his ministers. Under pressure from them, the Tsar regretfully appointed the Grand Duke Nicholas, who was at least a trained soldier, but handicapped him by nominating his two principal assistants. One of these, Yanushkevich, was a quoted general, unpopular with the working army. The second, Danilov, was an able but orthodox soldier, and really directed the Russian strategy. From the earliest days of August, the Grand Duke was incessantly pressed by the French, through the Russian Foreign Office, to do something to relieve the German pressure on the French, and to do it quickly. Thereby, although the Russian invasion of East Prussia did not begin before the promised time, it began before it was ready. East Prussia formed a long tongue of land pointing across the Niemen River to the heart of Russia, and flanked on the north by the Baltic and on the south by Russian Poland. Along the land frontier, two armies had been assembled, the first or Vilna army under Rennenkampf and the second or Warsaw army under Samsonov. The two formed a group under the higher control of Jelinsky. His plan was that Rennenkampf should advance against the eastern tip of East Prussia, drawing upon himself the German defending forces. Then, 2 days later, Samsonov was to cross the southern frontier and bestride the Germans' rear, cutting them off from the Vistula. The fault of this plan lay not in the conception, but in the execution. Its potential value was well proved by the alarm indeed, the dislocation of mind caused in the German headquarters when the menace was disclosed. But it suffered two natural handicaps, apart from faulty leadership and military unreadiness. The first was that the two armies were separated by the 50-mile chain of the Masurian Lakes. These also, in conjunction with the fortified Königsberg area on the west, narrowed Rennenkampf's line of advance to a gap only about 40 miles wide. Secondly, the Russians' own invasion from the south was now to be handicapped by the fact that they had left the border country a desert with poor railways and worse roads as a barrier against a German invasion. On August 17th, Rennenkampf crossed the eastern frontier with 6.5 divisions and 5 cavalry divisions. The problem of meeting such a double thrust had long been studied, and Schlieffen's solution had been that of utilizing the obstacles of the country, especially the Masurian Lakes, to strike hard and with full strength at whichever Russian army first came within reach, and then to turn against the other. But Prittwitz, the commander in East Prussia, was akin to his superior, Molk, in his fear of taking calculated risks. Unwilling to rely on landwehr and garrison troops to supplement natural obstacles in delaying Samsonov, he also left the 2 divisions of the Roman 20 Korps on the southern front. The remainder of his 8th Army, 7 divisions and 1 cavalry division, concentrated to oppose Rennenkampf. And, to handicap himself further in gaining quick and decisive results, he launched a frontal attack on the invaders owing to a mistaken idea of their position. This attack was delivered near Gumbinnen on August 20th. The German Center Corps, the Roman 17 Mackensen, had to deliver the most straightforward attack and suffered a heavy repulse, which offset at least psychologically the success of the corps on either wing. Even so, Rennenkampf was on the point of ordering a retreat to save his own center from encirclement when, next morning, he found that the Germans were retreating instead. For on the day of Gumbinnen, Samsonov had reached the frontier, so hurried on by Jelinsky that his troops were tired and hungry, their transport incomplete and the supply services in chaos. He had with him 8 divisions and 3 cavalry divisions, while 2 more divisions were following on. His appearance was reported by the Roman 20 Corps to Prittwitz, and his force was rather under than overestimated. Prittwitz was unnerved by the news, although the Roman 20 Corps was not. That evening 2 of his staff, General Giannert and Lieutenant Colonel Max Hoffmann, were talking outside their office in the headquarters at Niedenberg and comfortably close to the southern frontier when Prittwitz appeared and called them into his office. There also was the Chief of Staff, Count Waldersee, another wavering bearer of a famous name. With anxiety writ on his face, Prittwitz said, "I suppose, gentlemen, you also have received this fresh news from the southern front. The army is breaking off the battle and retiring behind the Vistula." Both the junior staff officers protested, urging that the Gumbinnen thrust should first be driven home, that there was adequate time, and that, in any case, a precipitate retreat without fighting would give Samsonov, who was much nearer the Vistula, the chance to cut off the main German forces. Prittwitz, however, curtly told them that the decision rested with him and not with them. He then left the office, leaving them to continue the argument with Waldersee and, eventually, to persuade him to take bolder measures. It was decided that, to gain time and room, an attack should be launched against Samsonov's left or western flank, and for this purpose 3 divisions should be railed back from the Gumbinnen area to reinforce the Roman 20 Corps, while the remainder of the Foster Reserve and Roman 17 Corps were to retreat westwards by road. Here was the foundation of the Tannenberg maneuver. On returning to the office, Pripyats agreed to their moves, and spoke no more of retiring behind the Vistula. Next day he grew quite cheerful when word came that his forces had been disengaged safely from Rennenkampf's front, and that Samsonov had almost come to a standstill. But on the 22nd, when the headquarters had been moved north to M.H. Lawson, a bombshell was exploded by a telegram which announced that a special train was on its way with a new commander-in-chief and a new chief of staff on board, the first being General von Hindenburg and the second, General Ludendorff. Half an hour after came the delayed telegram which told Pripyats and Waldersee that they had been superseded. Not until later did the astonished staff discover the clue to this dramatic upset. It lay in the fact that while Pripyats was out of the office, during the discussion on the 20th, he had not only telephoned to Mackensen and to the lines of communication authorities to tell them that he was going to retire behind the Vistula, but had telephoned also to the Supreme Command then at Koblenz on the Rhine. He had even told Moltke that he could only hold the Vistula line if he received reinforcements. To crown his now broken folly, he forgot to tell his staff of this telephone talk when he came back, and so prevented them informing Moltke of his change of plan. And Moltke, whose own loss of nerve and lapse into pessimism were still to come, though imminent, was remarkably quick to penalize it in the subordinate. He looked round at once for a man of decision, and found him in Ludendorff, who had just wrenched victory from defeat at Liege. Then, as an afterthought, he chose a nominal superior for Ludendorff, who was summoned to Koblenz. Arriving there on the 22nd, he had the situation in East Prussia explained to him, dispatched his initial orders direct to the unfortunate Pripyats Corps commanders, called the train for his new command, and picked up his commander, Hindenburg, at Hanover. Let us pause to contemplate this delightful and amusing picture of the German system of command. The staff officer chosen first and alone consulted, while the figurehead waits and claimed in the Lost Property Office at Hanover, the staff officer telegraphing his orders, and then collecting his baggage on the way. But the supreme jest was that the plan had already been framed and the necessary movements made by a still more junior staff officer, Hoffmann, who was to remain under Ludendorff in his post as head of the operations branch. The calculated daring of the plan, moreover, owed much to an earlier experience of Hoffmann-S. For Schlieffen, with discerning insight, had picked the simpishly brilliant young captain, whom many deemed merely a witty Fellner, to go as observer with the Japanese forces in the war against Russia. He learnt much about the Russian army, and not least a story that two generals, Rennenkampf and Samsonov, had boxed each other essays on the railway platform at Mukden. Thus, in his judgment, Rennenkampf would be in no hurry to aid Samsonov by pressing on from Gumbinnen. He had also learned in Manchuria the incredible carelessness of Russian methods, and this knowledge led him in August 1914 to accept the intercepted Russian wireless orders sent out in Clear as authentic, whereas his seniors were distrustfully inclined to regard them as an artful deception. Paradoxically, the fulfillment of Hoffmann-S plan and its development by Ludendorff, the plan on which Ludendorff was to rise to world fame, were hindered by Ludendorff's initial orders. For, in order to amputate Pripyats' control, Ludendorff had telephoned from Koblenz to the several army corps, telling them to act independently until he arrived. The I Reserve and Roman 17 Corps on Rennenkampf's front utilized this order to take a day's rest in their retreat westwards. Another check on rapidity was that the whole of the 8th Army headquarters had to move back to Marienburg to meet the new commanders. On arrival there on the 23rd, Ludendorff was pleasantly surprised to find that the movements already in progress fitted in with his own half-formed plan, and he confirmed Hoffmann-S arrangements. Next day it became clear that Rennenkampf was not moving forward in pursuit, and Ludendorff enlarged the plan by accelerating the retirement of the I Reserve Corps below, so that it could strike Samsonov's right flank. Then, on the 25th, intercepted wireless messages showed him the slowness of Rennenkampf's movements, and he began to think that he could use the Roman 17 Corps Mackensen also, leaving only the cavalry to watch and hoodwink Rennenkampf. The battery might strike hard at not one but both of Samsonov's flanks, and bring off a decisive double envelopment. Unfortunately for his now matured plan, even forced marches could not overtake the lost day of rest. Samsonov, meantime, had been staggering forward, driven on by telegraphic lashes from Zielinski, who had jumped to the conclusion that the Germans were doing what Pripyats had contemplated, retreating to the Vistula. And in driving Samsonov on to cut them off, Zielinski not only neglected to hasten Rennenkampf, but even diverted his energy by orders to invest Königsberg. Meantime, Samsonov's army was spread out over a front of nearly 60 miles, and his right, center, and left were widely separated. If they had been linked by mobility, this width might have been an advantage, but with sluggish troops and bad roads it became a danger. And an attempt to sidestep farther west as he advanced led through self-dislocation to self-destruction. Scholz's Roman 20 Corps had been slowly giving way and wheeling back westwards, before the advance of the Russians sent a Roman 13 and Roman 15 Corps towards the Lionel-Enstein-Osterode. Fearing both the strain and the effect of a further retirement, Ludendorff ordered Franz Corps to attack on the 26th and break through the Russian left-wing I Corps and 2 cavalry divisions near Assau. Franz protested that part of his troops, 3/4 of his field guns, all his heavy guns, and his ammunition columns had not yet arrived. He also urged that instead of making a frontal attack, he should get round the Russian flank. Ludendorff summarily overrode these objections. His sense of time was perhaps greater than his sense of tactical reality. But Franz, who had no wish to repeat Mackensen's experience at Gumbinnen, avoided the Russians' active resistance by passive resistance to Ludendorff's orders, and contented himself with the capture of an outlying ridge. And any danger to Scholz's Roman 20 Corps was avoided by the inactivity of Samsonov's exhausted troops. One corps, for example, had marched more than 150 miles in 12 days over roads that were merely deep sand. But the 26th did not pass without hard fighting. Far away on the other flank, the Russian right-wing VI Corps and cavalry division, separated by 2 days' march distance from the rest of the army, had encountered a lot in the 2 German corps that were marching back from the east front. The Russian right wing was thrown back in confusion, but the attacks of Blow and Mackensen were badly coordinated. Their troops were tired by the forced marches, and they did not press the pursuit. Thus the Russian right wing, although disorganized, was able to retire safely. Part of one division, however, had been hemmed in with the backs to the BSL lake, and in the panic a number were drowned. From this small incident arose the legend that Hindenburg had driven Samsonov's army into the lakes and marshes, drowning thousands. The real crisis of the battle, as a whole, came on the 27th. For that morning Franz, now amply supplied with shells, opened a fierce bombardment on the position of the Russian left wing near Ostau. The Russian troops could not stand high explosive on top of an empty stomach, and they broke in flight without waiting for the German infantry. Franz ordered the pursuit to be made towards Niedenburg to get across the rear of the Russian centre, but a Russian counter-attack against his outer flank caused him to wheel south towards Soda. At daybreak on the 28th, however, he discovered that the beaten Russian left wing had retired precipitately from Soda across the frontier, and he once more turned his forces eastwards to Niedenburg. The time that he had lost on the 27th was compensated for by the fact that the Russians had engulfed themselves still further to their doom. For although Samsonov knew the night before that his right had been beaten and his left was menaced, he had ordered his centre to strike northward again. As he can be acquitted of undue optimism, there are 2 possible explanations: that he was too rigidly loyal to his orders in trying to carry out his mission, or that he was unwilling to retreat when Rennenkampf, his old enemy, was advancing. His attack probably saved the Germans a repulse, for Scholz had been ordered by Ludendorff to chime in after Franz's attack. As it was, the Russian centre made several cracks in Scholz's front, although at the price of further exhaustion to itself. These cracks seemed to have momentarily cracked Ludendorff's now, for he ordered Franz both to send back assistance and, with the rest of his corps, to march northeast towards Lana, against the immediate rear of the Russian centre. This direction, which traversed thick forest country, would have given Franz less time and chance to bar the Russian line of retreat. Fortunately, he again disregarded his orders and continued towards Niedenburg. Soon after midday, Ludendorff discovered that the Russians were not attempting to deepen the cracks, but, rather, were showing signs of retreat. So he sent Franz fresh orders not only to move on Niedenburg, but through it eastward on Wilhelmsburg. And by the night of the 29th, Franz's troops held the road from Niedenburg to Wilhelmsburg with a chain of entrenched posts between, forming a barricade across the line of retreat of the Russians, who were now flowing back and becoming inextricably mixed in the forest maze which Franz had avoided. With its rear closed and its roads congested, the Russians sent a Roman 13, Roman 15, and half the Roman 23 Corps dissolved into a mob of hungry and exhausted men, who beat feebly against the ring of fire and then let themselves be rounded up in thousands. The crowning scene of the tragedy was enacted by Samsonov himself, who had moved up from Niedenburg on the 27th to control the battle, only to find himself caught up in the swelling eddies of the retreat. Unable to do anything, he turned and rode south again on the 28th, only to get lost in the depths of the forest. In the darkness he turned aside, and his absence was unnoticed by his staff until a solitary shot rang out he had taken his own life rather than survive the disaster. But when he died, the disaster was not so complete as his despair, nor so certain. If the Russian centre had only been able to reorganize itself for an aimed attempt to break out, it might well have succeeded. For Franz's barricade was thin and was itself menaced from the outside. The source of the menace was Ardemanov's corps which, after its defeat at Ostau and retreat over the frontier, had been reinforced, and now returned to the rescue. Air reports warned Franz of the danger on the 29th, but he stoutly refused to give up his blockade, although he dispatched such force as he could possibly spare to check the advancing Russians at Niedenburg. Even so, the town was lost on the 30th, but Ludendorff was already sending reinforcements, and Armanov, having made little attempt to press his advantage, retreated south once more on the 31st. The cause of Franoy's weakness, however, and the escape of part of Samsonov's army, was due to the failure of Mackensen and Below from the east to join up with Franoy's. Thus the barricade was neither as firm nor as complete as it might have been. Owing to faulty cooperation between Mackensen and Below, and a lack of clear guidance from above, the corps abandoned the pursuit of the Russian right wing and turned northwards towards Allenstein, marching, in good German style, to the sound of the guns instead of weaving a net round the enemy's rear in Hannibalic style. Ludendorff, divided between fear of running Kampf's advance and his desire to annihilate Samsonov, issued a contradictory series of orders which did not help to sort out the tangle into which Mackensen and Below had got their forces. In the outcome, he thereby risked more and gained less. For he took longer to close up his battle accounts and left a gap in the southeast through which part of the Russian Roman 13 Corps actually escaped, and most of it might have escaped if Mackensen, on his own initiative, had not turned southwards again in an effort to close the gap, and the Russians had not been blinded by panic. Nevertheless, 92,000 prisoners were taken, 2.5 army corps annihilated, and the other half of Samsonov's army severely shaken, especially in morale. The Germans were certainly favoured by the enemy's folly above all in dispersing the fog of war at intervals by unciphered wireless messages. Yet if we make due allowance for these flashes of light, we should take due account of the blindness and the difficulties of this wild region. The victory of Tannenberg remains a great achievement, as it was a unique one in the history of the war. But Ludendorff was not the designer of victory, and still less Hindenburg. To Hoffmann is due the chief credit of the design, if Prittwitz and Ludendorff have some share for accepting it in turn, and Ludendorff also for certain additions of detail. Nor was Ludendorff even the agent of victory, for Franoy's share was the most essential. And against Ludendorff's share must be offset the fact that his original telegram from Koblenz was the original and echoing cause of the failure to complete Samsonov's encirclement. For the Battle of Tannenberg was not a second canny, deliberately planned, as it has so often been acclaimed. The aim was to break the force of the Russian invasion, and not to surround the Russian army, and the idea of the double envelopment only an afterthought, which became possible of fulfillment when Rennenkampf continued to remain passive. As much an afterthought as the very name given to the victory. For Ludendorff's order for the pursuit on the 28th had been headed at Fargenau, when Hoffmann suggested that he might happily wipe out a stain on German annals by using instead the name of the town in front of them, Tannenberg, where in 1410 the Teutonic Knights had suffered an historic rout. For Scene 3. The man who juggled with armies, and broke them at Lemberg. No man in Europe had worked harder for war than Konrad von H. Tiesendorf, the careering head of the Austro-Hungarian armies. None surpassed him in eagerness. Fate determined that he, of all the military chiefs, should come to grief most utterly in the first clash of the armies. Yet he was, perhaps, the ablest strategist among them. Molk, Joffre, and the Grand Duke Nicholas were conscientious pedestrian soldiers, with marked differences of temperament but not of tempo. They were slow-moving and slow-thinking, whereas Conrad had a sense of mobility and an aptitude for bold maneuver. His strategy blended the spirit of an artist with the suppleness of an acrobat. If his ideas were bounded by the walls of the 19th century school of war, they represented his best fruits. Also his worst defect a failure to appreciate the growing part that material factors play in modern war. Lacking a sense of tactical reality, he would attempt feats of strategic virtuosity for which his instrument was inherently unfitted. When it bent, under the strain, he merely pressed on it the harder until it broke in his hands. The Austrian army was the most obsolete in equipment among those of the great powers. Its field guns were fewer in proportion and shorter in range. Some 2/3 of the rifles were of old pattern, a quarter of a century old, and its reserve was so inadequate that, even in September, the troops holding the Carpathian passes had to be issued with single loaders. Its transport was so scanty that it had to be supplemented by a cumbersome collection of assorted farm carts, which congested the roads. Yet with all these hindrances to vigorous action, the training of the Austro-Hungarian army had been devoted purely to the offensive. This infatuation with the tactical impossibility seems to have been due to the influence of Konrad von H. Tiesendorf, who had himself compiled the manuals on which the army had been trained. If the tactical instrument of his plan was brittle, its strategic foundation was hollow. The Polish salient, deep thrust between the jaws of Austrian and German territory, was on the map a morsel so inviting that any amateur strategist would have jumped at the idea of biting it off. It excited Konrad beyond discretion. He pictured to himself a strategic super Sudan, with his own armies thrusting out from Galicia and the Germans driving down from East Prussia to cut off the Russian masses in the wide plains of Poland. But this project was not easy to adjust to the practical problem of a double-fronted war conducted by a double-headed alliance. Germany had long decided to concentrate her initial efforts against France. At a meeting in 1909, Moltke had told Conrad that he hoped to settle with France within 6 weeks, and then to switch his forces to the Russian front in support of Austria. In view of the German decision, Conrad might wisely have decided to stand on the defensive until the reinforcement came. If he had done so, geography and Russian lethargy would have worked in his favor to gain time. The rivers and streams that run north from the Carpathians would have provided a series of delaying obstacles, and the Russian army's slower rate of concentration would have withheld early danger. But, even to gain time, Conrad could only conceive one form of action: the offensive. And, with this obsession, Russia's lengthy process of mobilization served him as a justification. The sooner he struck, the less force he would have to meet. It was calculated that the Russians would have 31 divisions on the Austrian front by the 20th day of mobilization, August 18th, rising to 52 by the 30th day. Conrad counted on having available a force equal to the Russians by the first date, whereas he would be in an inferiority of 3 to 4 by the second. To him this was an incentive to prompt action, although to anybody save a military optimist of the 1914 kind, very quality of strength, and strength of such a dubious quality, might have seemed inadequate odds in launching a would-be decisive offensive. But Conrad also counted on the strength of a vague promise from Moltke in 1909 that the German forces in East Prussia would take the offensive. Although no direction was mentioned, and even the intention lapsed, Conrad continued to assume that such an offensive would take place. If the German General Staff bears the responsibility of having failed to undeceive him instead, Moltke indulged in schoolboyish exhortations to thrust the Naut carriers into the marshes of the Pripyat and drown them, that Conrad was certainly eager to deceive himself, rather than forego the opportunity of displaying his art. His two strongest armies, the 1st and the 4th, were assembled on the left of his line in Galicia for a northward thrust. While the 3rd covered their eastern flank, it was to be joined by the 2nd when this eventually arrived from its circular tour on the Serbian front. Conrad had admitted the possibility that the Russians, instead of assembling to be cut off in the Polish salient, might concentrate for an offensive against his eastern flank. In that case, he proposed to swing his armies round to face them on a line through Lemberg, but, as such a possibility did not accord with his desires, he was more than ready to discount it. This did not prove difficult, thanks to the defective means of information on which he relied. He had over 100,000 cavalry, but a mere 42 aircraft, and of these only a few were serviceable. The Austrian advance was preceded by a great mass of cavalry sent forward on August 15 on a 100-mile excursion to search a front 250 miles wide. Within a few days, so many of the horses had sore backs that several entire divisions were put out of action. Only a small proportion came within reach of the enemy, who did not use a cavalry screen. Thus these Austrian cavalry bumped into the Russian infantry, who took heavy toll of them. The Austrian official history candidly remarks that the results of the distant cavalry reconnaissance were not worth the cost of casualties. But the slight indications that he gleaned sufficed to satisfy Conrad that the Russians were assembling according to his plan. So, on the 20th, he gave the fateful order for the northward offensive into the depths of Poland. Groping in the dark, the Austrian infantry pushed on towards Lublin, while Conrad, in false confidence, expressed his belief that there is no sign of any Russian movement from the east against the right flank. His delusion was soon to be rudely dispersed, for 2 whole Russian armies were marching against this flank. In contrast to the Germans, Conrad seems to have discovered too late the possibility of intercepting the enemy as wireless orders, although he learned the trick in time to escape the closing of the net into which he had blindly walked. By comparison, the Russian plan was of shrewd and simple design. It offered 2 essentially different alternatives, but the initial dispositions were made to suit either. In any event, all the Polish salient west of Warsaw and the Vistula was to be evacuated. The Russian forces were divided into 2 groups, one assembling on the northwestern front facing East Prussia, and the other on the southwestern front facing East Galicia. Each group comprised 3 armies, with a 4th guarding its outer flank. If the Germans concentrated for an offensive against Russia, the alternative that would be adopted was Plan G Germania, by which the Russian forces would fall back to a north and south line through Brest-Litovsk, retiring farther if and when necessary, until the arrival of the troops from Siberia and Turkestan enabled them to take the counter-offensive in strength. If the Germans made their main effort against France and remained inactive in the east, Plan Austria came into operation. In this, the southwestern group of armies, reinforced by one from the northwestern, would take the offensive against the Austrians. The remainder of the northwestern group would invade East Prussia. In the light of orthodox theory, this plan of delivering a double attack on 2 widely separated points and in divergent directions may seem unwise and be too hastily condemned. Its justification lay in the weakness of the German forces in East Prussia and in the importance of a distraction to their effort against France, as the event proved. Also, it would shield the flank of the main offensive, and shorten the front if it succeeded, while paving the way for the ultimate advance of the main armies into Silesia. Here were strong arguments. Moreover, it would have been difficult, because of poor communications, for more troops to be used effectively on the Galician side. The defects of the plan were less in the general design than in the conduct of the northern offensive and the crudeness of the instrument. Unfortunately, these defects were aggravated by the pressure which the French applied to the Russian command to accelerate its action. The Grand Duke Nicholas resisted their suggestion that he should advance direct against Silesia, ignoring the enemy on his flanks, but in loyalty to his allies he began to assemble 2 fresh armies on the centre with a view to such a move as soon as possible. Also, he tried to hasten the execution of his present moves, and thereby put a greater strain on the Russian organization than it could safely bear. If the consequences were most harmful on the East Prussian side, where they led to Tannenberg, their effects were felt earlier on the Galician side. Here the Russians, like the Austrians, had a picture of their enemy as planned that was exactly the reverse of the reality. And no more than the Austrians did they have the means of information to correct it. Ivanov, commanding the southwestern group of armies, imagined the enemy moving east. They would be met by his strong 3rd and 8th armies, advancing west, and then his 4th and 5th armies would descend from the north across their rear. A delightful picture, and, although it was incorrectly conceived, it came near to being fulfilled the other way round. The opening, however, was unpropitious. Under pressure from the Grand Duke Nicholas, and contrary to Ivanov's wish, the 4th Army on the extreme west began moving down before its mobilization was complete. In this unready state it collided on the 23rd with the Austrian 1st Army pushing northward. Both were surprised. But in this battle of Krasek, superiority of force was on the Austrian side, and it enabled General Denkel to turn the flank of the Russians and drive them back. The news of this reverse was an unpleasant shock to the Grand Duke and Ivanov, but, with eyes still glued on their original picture, they too easily slipped into the deduction that the Austrian stroke came merely from an offensive flank guard. And to punish the audacious intruder, Plave S. 5th Army was ordered to wheel westward against his flank and rear, so as to cut him off. Another picture. Unfortunately for the Russians, this wheel presented their own flank to the northward advancing Austrian 4th Army Offenburg. The clash took place on the 26th. In this battle of Komarov, the Russians suffered the worst because their own commander was continuing to urge the westward wheel while the enemy was forcing them to face around the south. Under this double pressure, the Russian 5th Army became badly bent, especially on the flanks, and by the evening of the 28th it was in grave danger of being encircled by Offenburg S. It might have crumpled sooner if the Austrian cavalry had not fallen a prey to panic due to their own carelessness, which temporarily unhinged Offenburg S' advance. That hitch in drawing close the net had fateful consequences. For the grey waves of the main Russian advance were now rolling on towards Lemberg, perilously close to Offenburg S' line of supply and retreat. The caution and cumbersomness of the Russian armies, by acting as a brake on their advance, had helped to keep Conrad in ignorance of the impending menace, and his own temperament had contributed to make this worse. Enthused by the opening success of his northward advance, he had drawn 3 divisions from the weak 3rd Army near Lemberg to increase Offenburg-'s strength, and at the same time he approved a suggestion that what remained should advance east from Lemberg to strike at the supposedly small Russian forces now reported in that direction. His 2nd Army from the Danube was only just beginning to arrive on the scene at Stanislaw in the south. The 3rd Army, as fresh advance to the Zlotolipa on the 26th, was followed by still rasher attacks, unprepared and disjointed, on the heads of the Russian columns, which had a 5-2 advantage in numbers. The Austrians recoiled in disorder to the Nilalipa. Lemberg itself, 25 miles behind the battlefield, was filled with panic-stricken fugitives that night. Next morning Conrad ordered the battered 3rd Army to fall back on Lemberg, and sent word to Offenburg to return the 3 divisions loaned to him. Conrad, indeed, was about to halt his 2 northbound armies when news came that the Russians were not pursuing their progress. Thereupon he changed his mind, and also his previous orders. Ivanov, still believing that he was faced by the mass of the Austrian forces, had decided to pause for 48 hours, so that his columns might close up and deploy for battle on the Nilalipa. Had he pushed on at once, it is likely that he would have crashed through the shaken Austrians, as through a paper screen. The Grand Duke, when he heard of the halt, sent orders that the advance on Lemberg was to be resumed immediately. A remote commander-in-chief may propose, but his executive subordinates disposed the troops under their control. The Russian attack did not develop until the 30th, and even then its decisive impulse came, not from Roski-S army facing Lemberg, but from Brusilov, who had made a sidestep northward with the bulk of his army the 8th by night, and then delivered a smashing blow with his right corps against one sector of the Austrian front. Its collapse produced a general reflux. The roads to the rear were congested with fugitives intermingled with guns and transport. The Austrian official history candidly relates that a mere cry of the Cossacks are coming often sufficed to cause another panic surge. They were not coming, however, anything like as fast as in the Austrian fears. Once more the Russians gave their enemy time to recover. They took nearly 3 days to advance the 18 miles which their fugitive opponents had covered in less than 1. Then, the belated approach produced fresh panics, which opened such gaps on the enemy front that Conrad was constrained to abandon Lemberg late on September 2nd. But his enemy had given him time that he could not have gained. He used it not to hedge, but to plunge more heavily, staking everything on the completion of his success in the north. Here, by the 30th, Offenburg's wings were well round Plevis' flanks, while Dankel's right was driving a wedge between the two Russian armies. Confident of an early decision, Offenburg begged for 2 days' grace to achieve it. It was far easier for the local commander to ask than for Conrad to concede such an interval. He bore the responsibility for the whole, and had to face the alarming fact that only 30 miles and a panicky mob separated Ruski and Brusilov from the communications of his own northern armies. Notwithstanding this grim situation, Conrad accepted Offenburg's plea and allowed him to retain the extra divisions. Like a left-handed swordsman beset by two adversaries, Conrad would guard his right side with a frail wicker shield while thrusting full out at the man in front of him. His willpower commands admiration. It would command unreserved admiration if one was sure that it was not fostered by self-delusion. Moreover, in the modern war of masses, the will of a commander-in-chief, however strong, cannot dominate those of the men upon whom he depends. His will not work unless his mind is attuned to theirs. In the events that now followed, the gulf between Conrad's ideas and the capacity of his instrument became manifest. On the night of the 30th, the commander of the menaced Russian Fifth Army sought to extricate himself by an order for withdrawal. That order might not have availed to save him if fortune had not on this occasion favored the discreet. Next morning, the jaws of the trap, instead of closing, were drawn back. Two archduke controlled the jaws, Joseph on the right and Peter on the left. A solitary Austrian airplane, reconnoitering, magnified a handful of Russian cavalry into a division marching against Joseph's rear. He pulled back a large part of his force to guard it. On the other wing, the Austrian cavalry reported a similar threat, equally mythical, whereupon Peter drew back his whole force to cover his rear. Thus the Russians safely withdrew, leaving an empty battlefield. Too late, Offenburg the next morning ordered a rapid pursuit. Counter-orders came from Conrad. These new orders were born of hope rather than of anxiety. It was unfortunate that Plevis' army had not been surrounded, but to Conrad's eyes it was routed. It is fair to point out that he could only see the enemy as conditioned through the magnifying glass provided by subordinates eager to flatter his hopes and enlarge their own achievements. Encouraged by this view of a play definitely removed from the board, Conrad conceived the picture of a new and greater encirclement. Offenburg should turn about and descend from the north upon the slowly advancing armies of Ruski and Brusilov, while the newly arrived Austrian Second Army should strike from the south against their other flank and lap round their rear. It was a masterly conception, which in breathtaking boldness was worthy of Napoleon. Unfortunately, Conrad's picture did not coincide with the reality of his opponent's situation, and was affected by a change in their plans. Ivanov had ordered Ruski to incline northward, with Brusilov conforming, so that he might take in flank and rear the forces that were pursuing Plave. The effect on Conrad's plan was that this movement brought Ruski round to face the southbound Austrians instead of presenting them his flank. Also, it contracted the space in which Offenburg could maneuver between his late and his new opponent. Even this might not have mattered if Conrad's instrument, the Austrian army, had been fitted for bold and swift maneuver. Its palpable unfitness formed Conrad's worst breach with reality. Moreover, a new danger was arising. There were now two armies instead of one facing his own extreme left. For the newly formed Russian Ninth Army had been brought down the Vistula to support the force. While the latter pinned Dankel's army, the former was to push past his flank and round the Austrian rear. Then the whole of the Austrian armies might be cut off from their natural line of retreat. Thus, while Conrad was trying to catch part of Ivanov's forces in a deadly embrace, Ivanov was sidestepping to get round his left and take him in the rear. The clash of these two plans produced a series of acrobatics such as huge armies have not attempted before or since, and to which these particular armies were most unsuited. Offenburg duly turned about and marched south, leaving the Archduke Joseph's divisions as a rearguard. The supposedly beaten Plave also turned about and followed. On September 6th, Offenburg, expecting to strike Ruski's flank, found Ruski knocking against his own at Roveruska. Fortunately for him, Ruski was equally surprised, and this gave Offenburg a chance to face around. Away to the far south, Conrad's other pincer had been no more effective. The Austrian Second Army came too fresh, to the fighting, but was travel-worn. Its advance soon petered out in a series of disjointed attacks, and supported by artillery, which culminated in a rippling wave of panic during the night. When the tangle was straightened out, the Austrian Second, Third, and Fourth Armies stood in a line facing east. The one clear fact that emerged was that the Russian armies were inclining northward. This inspired Conrad to the conception of yet another offensive design, regardless of the state of his troops. On the evening of September 8th, Offenburg was given the task of halting the Russians who faced him, while the other two armies left their prepared defensive positions and wheeled northwards to roll out the Russian line. But the day of the 9th brought disillusionment. Brusilov was also intent on taking the offensive, and the two sides met head-on. The condition of the Austrian forces discounted their superiority of numbers, and the battle ended in stalemate, leaving each side with an exaggerated impression of the other's power. With faith unquenched, Conrad that night sent a fresh order to his armies for a concentric attack against the enemy on the Lemberg front. Next morning he went forward himself with the idea that his presence might be an encouragement. Not unnaturally, his presence, or rather behind one point of a 50-mile line, made no appreciable difference. He sent an urgent message to the commander of the Second Army to attack without halting, vigorously and regardless of loss. The commander of the Second Army did not think the order worth passing on to the troops. Such orders were to be repeated so many thousand times on all sides during the World War that it would seem as if to those who uttered them they had the virtue of a magic incantation. An economy of the phrase might have endowed it with more potency. It is rare to trace any effect on those to whom it was addressed, still less on the enemy. By his persistent pursuit of the technically impossible, Conrad had engulfed his armies in a pit whence escape was hopeless unless fortune threw them a line. Fortune relented and did so by a telegram that did not travel along a line. While Conrad's disordered forces were throwing themselves against the Russians near Lemberg, in fulfillment of his plan, and becoming more entangled in the process, dark masses of the enemy were looming across their rear. Away to the northwest, Dankel's isolated army was struggling to hold up the Russian 4th and 9th armies, double its strength, who were pushing down from the north. On the 9th, Dankel warned Conrad that he could hold them no longer, but must fall back behind the San. Worse still, there was a 30-mile gap between Dankel's inner flank and Rosky's. Into this gap Plev's army and a whole cavalry corps were marching, unseen and unforeseen by Conrad. But the ingenious Russian command came to his rescue in the nick of time. Early on the 11th, the Austrians intercepted a wireless order which the Russians, according to their habit, had sent out unciphered. The order showed that Plev's left wing was expected to reach points well behind Roska by that evening. Still clutching at straws, Conrad delayed a few hours in the hope of a miracle on his other flank, and meantime sent an order for the remnant of the Archduke Joseph's divisions to drive back the intruding mass. Offenburg did not think such an order fit to pass on. So, in the afternoon, as no news of a miracle came, Conrad at last gave the order to disengage the armies and fall back behind the San as fast as possible. By one of history's strangest coincidences, it was at almost the same hour that Moltke accepted the inevitable and gave the order that converted the enforced withdrawal of his right wing into a general retreat of the German armies in France. The Austrian retreat, however, if less final, was far longer and harder. To quote the moving words of the Austrian official history, day and night behind a huge train of transport vehicles marched the infantry, with bowed heads, yet and discouraged, sick, the artillery, sinking in up to their axles in the morass that the roads became, the cavalry regiments, like horsemen of the apocalypse, in molten confusion, made their way on, their presence palpable from afar by the penetrating smell of the festering galls of hundreds of led horses. The deep-churned mud of the roads luckily served as a brake on the inherently sluggish Russians, and frequent flickers of light from their wireless orders helped to guide the Austrians in evading interception. But Offenburg's troops could only do so by turning so far south that they became intermingled with the retreating tide of the Third Army. Less than two-thirds of the Austrian troops whom Conrad had confidently pushed forward in August reached the shelter of the San. Even there they did not tarry. They were so obviously unfit to fight that on September 15th, when the first Russians approached, Conrad ordered a fresh retreat to the Donejek, a farther 80 miles west, leaving behind the great fortress of Piazza Missile and its garrison as an obstacle to the pursuers. Conrad would, almost surely, have saved himself and his country this additional draught of gall if he had abstained from his last futile assaults near Lemberg. But his rosy imagination had prevented him. This had certainly revived when, after the war, he wrote in his memoirs, the Austro-Hungarian armies were not beaten, they had to be withdrawn to escape a situation that might well have led to a defeat if the battle had continued. From this they were saved. He saved them from annihilation, but not from ruin. He had lost some 350,000 men out of 900,000, and the survivors had retreated over 150 miles, abandoning the province of Galicia. But the ultimate effects were worse than the immediate results. Conrad had juggled with armies and broken them. If he was able to collect the pieces and stick them together with German glue, they never again had a sound ring. Scene 4. First Ypres, the real and the shadow battle. Within 9 months of its beginning, the war produced 2 battles of Ypres. And of these, first Ypres was itself a twin battle. In its inception and its course, it was closely related to the struggle simultaneously in progress along the Asse between Ypres and the sea. But it had also a dual nature. There was a battle fought by the Allied troops who held the shallow trenches in front of Ypres. There was a different battle being fought in imagination by the two chief commanders on the Allied side at their quarters behind Ypres. The latter were attacking shadows while the former were defending themselves against the sternest realities. Rarely, if ever, have the view at the front and the view behind the front been so widely apart. The clash at Ypres followed, yet was not truly a continuation of the outflanking attempts that followed the deadlock on the Aisne. For while Joffre and Foch continued to concentrate their gaze on the immediate western flank of the German line in France, and their thoughts on the next overlapping move, Falkenhayn had shifted his attention to Flanders and was planning a wider maneuver as wide, in fact, as the coastline would allow. A new Sixth Army, composed of troops which, from the eastern flank in Lorraine, was to counter Joffre's next narrow swing. Meantime, another fresh army would sweep down the Belgian coast behind the Allies' flank. That army, the Fourth, was made up of the troops set free by the fall of Antwerp together with 4 newly raised army corps, and these an enthusiastic crowd of young volunteers was blended with a 25% nucleus of trained reservists. The abandonment of Antwerp and its possible consequences did not obtrude into Foch's horizon. On October 10th, he sketched out his picture of the future. I proposed to advance our left 10th Army by Liddell to the Scheldt at Tournai or Orchies, the British Army, forming line from Tournai through Courtrai. In this way, all the French, British, and Belgian detachments would be united on the left banks of either the Scheldt or the Lys. After that, we can see. Had this intention been fulfilled, the Allied forces would have been moving eastward while the new German forces were marching southward behind their backs. On the 13th, Foch wrote to Joffre concerning Sir John French's intentions. The Marshal wishes at all costs to go to Brussels. I shall not hold him back. Fortunately for the Allied troops, King Albert held them both back by his sagacious reluctance to let go of the coast and embark on an inland excursion. And the Germans soon supplemented his restraining check, besides confirming his wisdom. When the British Roman II Corps began moving forward to fulfill its part of the wheeling sweep, it found that the French left was falling back. By the 18th, it had been brought to a halt itself before Lille even was reached. The Roman III Corps, an LMBS cavalry corps, coming up on its left, were likewise held up, and on the 20th found themselves resisting an enemy offensive. The day previously, the German onslaught on the Ussel line, near the sea, had begun. Until now, the 6 weak Belgian divisions, stiffened by Admiral Ronark H.S. brigade of French Marines, had been occupying the line from the sea almost to Ypres. But, just in time, 2 French territorial divisions, covered by Mitraille's cavalry corps, took over the right half of the line, as far as Dixmude, reinforcing Ronark H.S. brigade and linking up with Rawlinson's force at Ypres. The attack on the Belgian sector was made by Basile's 3 divisions from Antwerp. Screened by these until the last moment, a greater force was converging against the Dixmude-Ypres sector. At this moment of approaching crisis, Foch was still intent on carrying out his eastward offensive, and his chief concern seems to have been with the uncertain spirit of the British commander-in-chief. Sir John French had moved his forces to Flanders only after prolonged hesitation, anxious lest by taking position on the left flank of the French he might again be exposed as at Mons in August. Once committed to the move, he had quickly become optimistic, with the help of Foch's tactful handling and assiduous flattery. Then, however, he was disquieted by the resistance his Roman II Corps met in the initial advance towards Lille. He spoke of constructing a huge entrenched camp at Boulogne to shelter the whole expeditionary force. Sensitive as a weathercock, his mind had swung round again by the 19th, under Foch's gust of optimistic encouragement. Although Rawlinson's attempt that day to advance eastward on Menin had been abortive, French ordered Hague's corps to advance northeastward with the object of capturing Bridges, saying that the enemy's strength on the front Menin Ostend is estimated at about a corps and no more. Yet his own intelligence officers estimated and underestimated the enemy's strength as being 3.5 corps. As one of the officers later explained, the old man only believed what he wished to believe. Foch's power of suggestion for the moment dominated French's mind. For 2 more days, French persisted in the belief that he was attacking, while, in reality, his troops were barely holding their ground. The imagined offensive remained imaginary, because it clashed with the opening of the German offensive against Ypres and a simultaneous renewal of the German offensive against the southern part of the British line. Everywhere the British were thrown on the defensive, and in several places lost ground. But French that evening renewed his attack orders to Hague, apparently with the idea that his left wing would still find the enemy's open flank. So on the 21st, Hague's corps duly tried to advance past Rawlinson's flank, only to be first held up and then menaced on its left. The troops dug in where they stood, and, as their left had been swung back, the Ypres salient of now mortal memory was formed. That same day, Joffre, visiting Flanders, had come to see French and, as an encouragement to fresh offensive efforts, had told him that the French detachment was being increased by the dispatch of the Roman IX Corps. The weathercock, however, was now veering back to a former direction. Until the French reinforcements arrived, the British commander was unwilling to give any more far-reaching order than that Action against enemy will be continued tomorrow on general line now held. It was a euphemistic way of recognizing the defensive. Fox still persisted in the offensive idea. Although the enemy's strength was now unmistakable, he ordered his own troops, now forming the embryo of Diable's 8th Army, to make a general offensive on the 23rd in the three widely spread directions of Rouleau's, Tharaut, and Gestel's. At the same time, he asked the Belgians and British to take part, the latter again to swing east. If they had done so, they would have laid open their flank. Happily, the enemy gave them no chance of trying. Foch's request did not reach British General Headquarters until a few hours before the French attack was supposed to start. It was also complicated by the receipt of a request from Diable that the British would attack in a different direction, and by Diable's instructions to his own right wing to advance on a line which would take it through the British front. The official history remarks, with moderation, that such proposals could not be taken seriously. On hearing of them, Haig telegraphed to GHQ that there must be some misapprehension of the situation, that there was no time for concerted action, and every chance of confusion. But his anxiety was needless. The leading French troops did not appear until the afternoon, and the enemy's fire at once stopped their attempt to advance. But they were a welcome reinforcement to the line of defense. Their arrival made the two sides approximately equal in strength, numerically, from Ypres to the sea. Next day, the 24th, the French Roman 9 Corps was ordered to continue to advance. Foch telegraphed direct to the Corps commander, Dubois, all the units of the Roman 9 Corps are detrained, which was anticipation, not fact. Make your dispositions that all these units are employed today, and that the action receives a new impulse. There must be decision and activity. The result at least gave an air of indication to Foch's theory, for Dubois' men advanced over half a mile before they were finally held up, while the British, fighting defensively, lost some ground. But the German records suggest that in the proportion of loss afflicted the defensive was the more profitable, and that by the night of the 24th the new German Corps had blunted their fighting edge. Realizing that their effort was spent, the German 4th Army commander pinned his hopes to a continued effort against the Ossau sector, where a decision seemed imminent. This, if achieved, would open the path to Dunkirk and Calais. Under cover of darkness, the Germans had gained a footing across the Ossau near Tevith on the night of the 22nd. Counter-attacks failed to dislodge them, all the Belgian reserves were used out, and the French 42nd Division, which would have been invaluable for the purpose, had unfortunately been committed to a vain offensive in the coastal Cordonian Newport. By the 24th, the Germans had brought the infantry of 2.5 divisions across the Ossau to expand this foothold, and the Belgian centre gave way under the strain. Fortunately, it managed to rally on the embankment of the Dixmude-Newport Railway, whither the 42nd Division was switched in time to stiffen the resistance. And Ronark H.S. Marines splendidly withstood a succession of assaults on the key point of Dixmude. But the situation was still critical, and next day King Albert sanctioned the attempt to create a water barrier by opening the locks at Newport so as to flood all the country between the Ossau and the railway embankment. These arrangements took time. But, happily, the line of the railway embankment was held, without suffering much pressure, until at high tide on the evening of the 28th the Belgian engineers succeeded in opening one of the locks at Newport and letting in the sea. If it crept too slowly, each day brought a fresh reinforcement to the flood, until it seemed to the Germans as if the whole country had sunk with them and behind them. With the impetus of desperation, they renewed their attack and breached the embankment line of defensive round Schiphol. But the rising flood came to the rescue, and during the night the Germans began to retire across the Ossau to escape being cut off. The crisis on the Ossau was the prelude to a greater crisis at Ypres. This, again, followed on a fresh attempt by the Allies to take the offensive, which weakened them for the subsequent defensive struggle. No sooner had the first crisis at Ypres passed than Foch resumed the offensive in his own mind. He had never discontinued it. That he had again infused French with his own assurance is clear from the telegram which French had sent to Kitchener. The enemy are vigorously playing their last card. In the night of the 24th, French wired again, suggesting that the battle was practically won. But on the 25th, the Allied offensive made practically no progress against newly wired German defences. On the 26th, Dubois and Haig continued the attack, but only advanced a few hundred yards. In contrast, the sharp southern corner of the salient, where Rawlinson's men, the 7th Division, stood, was smashed in by a German attack, and for a time converted into an equally sharp re-entrant. Luckily, the assailants did not follow up their success. They were preparing and screening a greater stroke. A new German army under Fabric was being brought up to be inserted like a wedge on the south side of the Ypres salient, between the 4th and 6th armies. This wedge was made up of 6 divisions, heavily buttressed with artillery. Its entry into the battle on the 29th would give the Germans a 2-to-1 superiority of numbers. With unforeseen irony, French had just wired to Kitchener that they were quite incapable of making any strong and sustained attack. For 2 days more the Allied offensive was continued without effect, although Dubois had been reinforced by a 3rd Division. Faced with a strong line, and themselves provided with little ammunition, the fighting commanders were wise enough to water down the orders received from behind. And although on the night of the 28th these orders again prescribed the offensive, the troops in front suspected the coming storm. It broke over the British front at 5:30 next morning. It was now the Germans' turn to leave the shelter of their trenches and offer themselves as targets. An infantry trained to fire 15 rounds rapid in a minute with a rifle was thus enabled to prove its hitting power and to produce a leaden counterstorm that obscured its lack of machine guns so well that its German assailants thought it had quantities. They declared that over every bush, hedge and fragment of wall floated a thin film of smoke, betraying the machine gun rattling out bullets. Thus, at the end of the day, the British front is intact, save at one point Gallivell Crossroads. But Haig, under whom all 3 divisions had now been placed, had no reserve left intact. During the day, French had been to Kassel for another injection of fucking serum. Foch told French that he was satisfied with the advance of his own troops between Ypres and the sea, but admitted that he was far from well informed as to their doings. French, on his return, ordered the British advance to be continued. He also wired to Kitchener that if the success can be followed up, it will lead to a decisive result. Haig, with a greater realism that came from a closer view, told his troops to entrench, and added that he would postpone orders as to the resumption of the offensive until he saw what the situation was in the morning. The enemy command at the same time was issuing an order of the day which said, "The breakthrough will be of decisive importance. We must, and therefore will conquer, settle forever the centuries-long struggle, end the war, and strike the decisive blow against our most detested enemy. We will finish with the British, Indians, Canadians, Moroccans, and other trash, feeble adversaries who surrender en masse if they are attacked with vigor." The attack was aimed at the Zandvoort and Messines ridges to break through the southern hinge of the salient with the object of reaching the Kimmel Heights. Thus the main weight fell on the 7th Division and on the thin chain of 3 dismounted cavalry divisions which linked Haig's force with the Roman 3 Corps. A bad break was made in the cavalry line, but the war-experienced assailants did not show the reckless courage of the volunteers who had been repulsed earlier, and their caution in following up their success enabled Haig and Allenby to putty up the gaps. Haig also made an appeal to Dubois, who generously sent his own small reserve to strengthen the line south of Ypres, where it certainly did more good than in supporting an imaginary offensive on the north side. Foch, back on the hill of Kassel, had little idea of what had happened. Towards the end of the afternoon, a first report of these events was brought to him, but, as he says, it was impossible for me to estimate their full significance. About 10 p.m. one of his staff came back with word that there was certainly a gap in the British cavalry front, which they could not fill for want of men. If this breach was not quickly closed, the road to Ypres would be open. Foch at once telephoned to the British GHQ at Saint-Omer to ask for fuller news, but was told that nothing more definite was known. So, just before midnight, Foch himself set off for Saint-Omer. To counteract French depression, and to fill the physical gap, he promised that if French would hold on, he would send him 8 battalions of the 32nd Division, which was just arriving in the French sector. Foch did not get back to Kassel until about 2 a.m. Summarizing his action up to this moment, he said, pointing to the map, "I've stuck a wafer there and there, then, at Hollebeck, the English broken through, the Boches passing through a wafer here." A few hours later, after daybreak, the worst crisis of the whole struggle arose. The main German attack was once more aimed, with odds of 5-1, at the sagging line of Allenby's cavalry. But this line, now reinforced by a few battalions of British infantry and Dubois' timely contribution, stood firm until the attacks died away at nightfall. A bare half of Foch's promised contribution arrived in time to relieve part of the line in the evening. The crisis of the battle occurred farther north at Gallivell on the Ypres-Menin road. Lying on a forward spur of the low ridge that covers Ypres, Gallivell was the last point retained in British hands from which the eyes of ground observers could overlook the enemy's line. Under increasing pressure, the front of the 1st Division caved in, and shortly before noon Gallivell was lost. The divisional commander, Lomax, on hearing the news, rode back to the headquarters he shared with Munro of the 2nd Division, and laconically remarked, "My line is broken." Half an hour later, a shell burst into the room where they were holding a conference with their staffs. Lomax and several others were fatally injured. Only one of those present was unhurt. Control was temporarily disorganized. Haig meantime had left his headquarters at the White Ch. and ridden forward up the Menin road at a slow trot with part of his staff behind him as at an inspection. If the sight of him brought reassurance to the stragglers and wounded who were trickling down the road, the sight of them and the nearer fall of the enemy shells told its significant tale to him. On his return he heard definite news of the break in the line. It moved him to issue orders for his troops to fall back to a rearward line just covering Ypres, and to hold it to the last, if they could not hold on where they were. But, unknown to him, the immediate danger had already been averted. Soon after, the Germans captured Gallivell. A counter-attack by a remnant of the 1st South Wales Borderers had retrieved the position on the flank. But, clearly, it could only be maintained if an adequate reinforcement arrived. So Brigadier General Fitzclarence, commanding the 1st Guards Brigade, sent up the few oddments he still had at hand, and then raced back to find the divisional commander. Lomax's resources were exhausted, but he had arranged with Marmot that in case of any break, the 2nd Division Reserve should aid him by coming down on the enemy's flank from the north. And earlier in the morning, 1 battalion, the 2nd Worcestershires, had been placed at his disposal. Thus Lomax, barely half an hour before being himself mortally wounded, was able to give Fitzclarence the means of saving the situation. Swiftly, Fitzclarence studied the map and the ground and gave his orders to Major Hankey, commanding the 2nd Worcestershires. His staff officer, Captain Thorne, went with them as guide. The counterstroke caught the Germans relaxing after their own success, and, coming unexpectedly, tumbled them out of Gallivelt before they could rally. If the German artillery was quick to exact the toll, the German infantry had shown a remarkable incapacity to exploit their opportunities. The disciplined cohesion of their superior numbers enabled them to break into the thin Allied defences. Once inside, and themselves disordered, they failed to produce the initiative that might have guided them through, and became the victims of their own too machine-like discipline. It is a serious reflection on the system and spirit of their pre-war training. That the enemy's initial success, naturally, made a strong impression behind the defender's front, where impressions perforce operate sooner than facts, and often more decisively. Sir John French himself came up to the White CH Tower about 2 p.m. No better news had yet come to relieve the gloom, and French had scarcely need to be told of the critical situation, for he could feel it in the atmosphere. Haig himself was in a mood that recalled the night of Landrecies during the retreat from Mons. Every reserve had been used, and French had none to offer. White with anxiety, he hurried off on foot to regain his car and go in search of aid from Foch. But he had barely departed when, just as Haig was preparing to ride forward himself, Brigadier General Rice came galloping back, as red as a turkey-cock and sweating like a pig, with the news that Gallivelt had been retaken and the line re-established. Charteris, it was just as if we had all been under sentence of death and most suddenly received a free pardon. Haig alone showed no sign of the reaction. Pulling at his moustache, he remarked, "I hope that it is not another false report." Despite Rice's assurances, he seemed still doubtful, although he sent an aide-de-camp to tell French. The aide-de-camp caught up French just as he had reached his car. How far the news was convincingly communicated, and how far French understood its significance, is uncertain. He drove off at breakneck pace on the way to Castle. But as his car slowed down in passing Vuvlamerting, a French staff officer recognized him and told him that Foch was there, conferring with D'Herbal and Dubois in the town hall. French went thither to catch Foch. In making his appeal for aid, he painted a black picture of the situation and the state of Haig's corps. The reality was certainly dark, but perhaps the picture seemed blacker because Foch and French had so long persisted in seeing it brightly coloured. French naturally told Foch of Haig's orders for withdrawal, and it was equally natural for Foch to regard any limited withdrawal as tantamount to disaster. He protested vehemently against any withdrawal, crying, "If you retreat voluntarily, you will be swept up like straws in the gale." He could not picture the palsy that afflicted the Germans in following up their attacks. According to Foch, French replied that if his exhausted troops were asked to continue the battle, there is nothing left for me to do save to go up and be killed with their corps. It is possible that the dramatic note was heightened in interpretation. Whether or not Foch replied, "You must not talk of dying," but of winning, he certainly proposed to apply his usual remedy. I.L. attack to right and left. He promised that at daybreak 6 battalions of the 32nd Division, actually 2 less than he had promised at midnight, should counter-attack on the right flank of their corps, while part of Dubois' corps counter-attacked on its left. He then sat down and drafted a NUR. It is absolutely essential that no retirement is made, and to that end to dig in wherever you happen to be. This does not prevent you from organizing a rear position which should join up at Saint-Nevec with our DC Corps, but any movement made to the rear by a considerable body of troops will lead to an enemy push into certain disorder among the retiring troops. This must absolutely be prevented. He handed this epistle to French with the words, "There, if I were in your shoes, those are the orders I do send to Haig." Of Foch's influence on French there is little question. It is reflected in a note which French now dispatched to Haig along with Foch's memorandum. "It is of the utmost importance to hold the ground you are on now. It is useless for me to say this, because I know you will do it if it is humanly possible. I will see if it is possible to send you any more support myself when I reach your quarters. I will then finally arrange with Foch what our future role is to be." But of Foch's practical influence on the battle situation at the time there is no evidence. The Worcestershire's counter-attack had saved it before Foch and French had their talk, and before their notes reached Haig he had settled his new line of resistance. For tactical security, he had decided to straighten the front of the 1st Division by withdrawing to a line just behind Gallivelt, while the 2nd Division was to stand on its existing line. And as the enemy pressure had ceased, what Foch said merely confirmed what had already happened. We may admire the spirit that inspired it, but we cannot regard this celebrated note as materially and historically decisive. For the next 10 days, Haig's line remained without change and unshaken, save for minor withdrawal of his right on the 5th to conform to a recoil of the French troops on his right. On November 1st, the main German effort was again made on the flank of the salient against its southern hinge. This time they tried an assault under cover of darkness as early as 1 a.m., and the experiment was repaid by the capture of the Messines Ridge. The inward bulge of LMBS line was deepened by over a mile, but the arrival of the French 32nd Division soon after daybreak relieved the strain, although his counter-attack could not redeem the lost ground. If the other French attack on Haig's left also made no measurable progress, its appearance likewise tended to discourage the enemy from pressing his own attack. Foch wrote, "The battle continues. It seems to me, more troops are constantly arriving. In a few days, we shall be able to renew the attack in full force." On the 2nd, the French attack to reduce the Messines bulge was forestalled by a German attack, causing a French recoil, during which heat was lost and the bulge somewhat deepened. But most of the French 39th Division and half of Knowes' cavalry corps arrived from the south to relieve the strain, and the 43rd Division was just detraining. The French now took over the larger part of LMBS line. Thus they held tense with 2/3 of the battle line formed by the Ypres salient and the Messines re-entrant, leaving the Weary and into mixed units under Haig's command to maintain the central sector. Worst hit of all was the 7th Division, whose infantry were reduced from 12,300 men to 2,400, a bare fifth of their original strength. During the next few days, Foch pursued his attacks without progress. While those of November 1st and 2nd by their boldness stopped the enemy's will to advance, these later attacks had no such moral effect to compensate their lack of visible progress. For the German command was marking time until, by combining their line elsewhere, they could bring up 6 more divisions for a renewed effort. In this, the points of their attack were to be successively closed in what's like a pair of calipers. Initially, abandoning the attempt to deepen the Messines bulge, they would place the points against the 2 hinges of the salient. Meantime, Foch and D'Herbois were playing into the enemy's hands by reckless persistence in abortive local attacks. The sequel to this self-exhausting impulse is to be traced in the dangerous recoil which came on November 6 at the southern hinge in face of the Germans' new pressure, itself a preliminary to their final stroke. At Saint-Eloi, the grey tide came within 2 miles of Ypres, lapping round the rear of the British, who were holding the nose of the salient. Haig warned his chief that, to avoid being cut off, he would have to fall back to a line through Ypres itself. Foch, however, sent to assure Haig that he would regain the lost ground by an attack next day. At 9:30 a.m. on the 7th, he sent a message that the French line had been re-established. But in fact, nothing had been done. His men were too dead beat to respond to orders. And when eventually they were spurred to an offensive effort, it naturally failed, thus failing to remove the menacing wedge that lay embedded in the flank of the salient. On the 8th, Haig went with French to see Foch at Castle, and found him as exuberantly confident as ever. But it was his indefiniteness rather than his assurance that kept them from fulfilling their intention to fall back to a straighter and safer line. So, unable to attain any satisfaction, and unwilling to leave his allies in the lurch, Haig was fain to hold on as best he could, scraping the human putty off one crack to cement another. Happily, if deceptively, the next 2 days were comparatively quiet along the British sector. Not so for the French. For on November 10th the enemy struck heavily against the northern hinge of the salient, and as far as Dixmude. The blow was parried, the French profiting by the natural line of the Ossett Canal, across which their left retired. Its most significant result was to convince the French command that their line north of Ypres was the spot selected for the enemy as final effort, and thither were diverted such few reserves as they could spare, at the expense of the already weakened southern hinge. But this blow against the northern hinge had been intended by the Germans as simultaneous with one against Gallivelt in the southern hinge as far south as the Calmines Canal, a blow for which a new corps under Plettenberg had been brought up. It comprised a division of the Prussian Guard and another picked division. As Plettenberg was not ready, the left-hand blow had been postponed. On the 11th the attack was launched, in a grey November mist, and prepared by the heaviest bombardment yet experienced. But at all save 2 points it was repulsed. One was at the actual hinge, where the wedge was driven in as far as the later famous Hill 60. The French detachment there appealed for help to the French and British corps on either side, but neither could spare any reserves. The ever-willing Dubois, however, once more sent his only reserve, and with its help the line was restored. The other and deeper penetration was made in the British line just north of the Menin Road. Here the German 1st Guard Brigade broke through the weak front of the British 1st Guards Brigade, a strange coincidence of history, even though only the remnants of one Guards battalion were left in the latter brigade. But the Prussian Guardsmen, bewildered by the woods, failed to exploit their success and were driven back by flank counterattack. In this the 52nd Light Infantry played a leading part, as they had done in repelling the final assault of the Imperial Guard at Waterloo. Although the blow had been heavier than on October 31st, the situation had never been so critical, perhaps largely because it had made less impression on the minds of the commanders in rear. And with the failure of this blow on November 11th date of prophetic symbolism, the crisis at Ypres finally passed. It is true that the German High Command would, in its own mind, still deliver several powerful attacks before it admitted defeat. But the men who were called on to execute its orders were no longer capable of vigorous effort or inclined to pursue such an unhopeful prospect. Thus the spasmodic attacks that continued during the following week, chiefly against Dubois front, were but the fading flickers of a storm that is travelling our way. The relief of the Corps, so long demanded by Haig and refused by Foch with the word impossible, was now carried out, and the French took over for a time the whole salient. First Ypres had been essentially a soldier-esque battle, a greater incursion. In a memorable sentence, General Edmonds has epitomized the situation, the line that stood between the British Empire and Rome was composed of tired, haggard, and unshaven men, unwashed, plastered with mud, many and little more than rags. Its only divergency from accuracy lies in its one deviation from stark simplicity. The British Empire has shown a capacity for survival, even when its military expeditions have actually been driven back to their ships, and when its enemy has been in possession of the Channel ports. And it is by no means sure that, if the expeditionary force had been defeated at Ypres, the Germans were capable of following so closely on its heels as to bring disaster. In the light of the succeeding years, there is, indeed, reason for regret that Haig did not fulfill his idea of withdrawing to the straighter and stronger line along the canal through Ypres. It would have saved costs and simplified defense, and its hindrance to the later attempts at the offensive in Flanders, an impossible country for the offensive, might have been an additional advantage. The danger at first Ypres was certainly aggravated by the failure of Foch, French, and D'Iberville to realize this impossibility. Herein lay their most material influence on the battle, for the real handling of the battle was left in the hands of Haig and Dubois. Even they, for want of reserves, could do little more than cement the crumbling parts of the defense by judicious thinning of other parts of an enormously thin front. Perhaps to Dubois, for the way he took, not once alone, the calculated risk of parting with his own reserves, is due the highest credit of command earned in the defensive battle. Foch undoubtedly had a moral influence on the battle, no less by his obstinate refusal to listen to reason than by the unconquerable strength of his will. This never wilted. Detach it from the actual ebb and flow of the battle line, and we can admire it unreservedly. It made an impression on all who came in contact with it, but one is not able to detect any point at which it touched the men in the battle line, and where it touched the fighting commanders the effect seems to have become a source more of exasperation than exultation. The one sure point where Foch fortified another wolf was at the back of the front of the Allied General Headquarters. While some of the claims made for its influence on the Belgian command may be discounted, especially in regard to King Albert, they cannot be disregarded. On Sir John French the influence is more measurable, but here the measure of its effect is inevitably as infinitesimal as Sir John French's influence on the battle. The German design was foiled, and Ypres saved, in spite of the delusions of the higher command by the troops in the front line. The men who defended Ypres against the German onslaughts were front-line troops in the strictest sense. Their defense had length without depth. Its shallowness was the measure of their numerical weakness, but also the supreme tribute to their moral strength. The thin red line of the past was never so thin as the line at Ypres and never so hardly tried. The thin khaki line withstood a strain that lasted for weeks compared with the hours of the past. By a patriotic falsification of history, into which military chroniclers easily lapse, too many accounts of First Ypres have represented it as a nearly all-British battle. And generously and untruly they have obscured the great part played by our allies, just as a century earlier they distorted the outline of Waterloo and the vital share of the Prussians. To correct the proportions does not diminish the credit of the British troops. It is in quality, not in quantity, that military virtue lies. And no battle in Britain's annals has given clearer proof of fighting quality and of its value than First Ypres. It was a battle in the natural line of British tradition, a defensive attitude combined with timely repose. Thus it suited the nature of the troops who conducted it. If it did not directly fit their pre-war tactical training, predominantly offensive in imitation of the continental fashion, it appealed to their native instincts, which count for more than a fashionable dogma under the test of battle. And because of the extent of their training, compared with the conscript armies of the continent, they had acquired elements of skill that were of value in any form of action. Above all was this true of their shooting skill with the rifle. In defense it had greater scope and effect than in attack. Such was the ability of the British infantry to produce 15 rounds rapid a minute that the Germans credited them with quantities of machine guns, whereas, in fact, each battalion had come to France equipped only with 2, and in many cases had lost these by the time Ypres was reached. The delusion in the minds of the enemy, which such weapon skill created, redressed the delusions of the Allied High Command, and was a decisive factor in the issue. Indeed, it was the decisive factor when coupled with the morale of the men who handled the weapons. No praise can be too high for the indomitable spirit which inspired their collective endurance. This was, in a sense, a special product. The enemy had no lack of courage. Their discipline was equally strong and perhaps too strong for their own tactical effectiveness. But the little British army had a corporate sense that was unique. To this its very smallness, as well as its conditions of service and traditions, contributed. First Ypres, on the British side, was not merely a soldier's battle, but a family battle against outsiders. The family spirit was its keynote, and the key to the apparent miracle by which, when formations were broken up and regiments reduced to remnants, those remnants still held together. They attained their end in both senses. Ypres saw the supreme vindication and the final sacrifice of the old regular army. After the battle was over, little survived, save the memory of its spirit. 5 in 1915, the deadlock. Before the end of 1914, the state of deadlock on the Western Front was realized, if in varying degree, by the governments and general staffs of the warring countries, and each was seeking a solution. The reaction varied in form and in nature, according to the mental power and predisposition of the different authorities. With the Germanic powers, the opinion of Falkenhayn was the decisive factor, and the impression derived not merely from his critics, but from his own account, is that neither the opinion nor the direction was really clear as to its object. On his appointment after the Marne reverse, he still adhered to the Schlieffen plan of seeking a decision in the West, but he did not follow the Schlieffen method of weakening his left wing in order to mass on the vital right wing. The autumn attack at Ypres was made largely with raw formations, while war-experienced troops lay almost idle between the Aisne and the Vosges. Colonel Giarner, chief of the field railways, even went so far as to submit a detailed plan to Falkenhayn for transferring 6 army corps to the right wing, but it was rejected. When we remember how close to breaking point the British front came at Ypres, it can only be said that for a second time the German Supreme Command saved the Allies. At this juncture, too, Ludendorff was pleading for reinforcements to make his wedge blow at the Russian flank near Lodz decisive, but Falkenhayn missed the chance by delaying until the Ypres failure had passed from assurance to fact. Reluctantly dissuaded from a fresh attempt to break the trench barrier in the west, Falkenhayn seems to have been vague as to any alternative object. His feeling that the war must ultimately be decided in France led him to distrust the value, as he doubted the possibility, of a decision against Russia. Hence, while he realized that the Eastern Front was the only practicable theatre for operations in the near future, he withheld the necessary reinforcements until his hands were forced by the threatening situation of the Austro-Hungarian front. And even then he doled out reserves reluctantly and meagerly, enough to secure success, but never in sufficient quantity or in time for decisive victory. It is to his credit, however, that he realized the long war was now inevitable, and consequently set to work to develop Germany's resources for such a warfare of attrition. The technique of field entrenchment was carried to a higher pitch than with any other army. The military railways were expanded for the lateral movement of reserves. The supply of munitions and of the raw material for their manufacture was tackled so energetically and comprehensively that an ample flow was ensured from the spring of 1915 onwards, a time when the British were only awakening to the problem. Here was laid the foundation of that economic organization and utilization of resources, which were to be the secret of Germany's resisting power to the pressure of the British blockade. For this scientific grasp of the economic sphere in war, Germany owed much to Dr. Walter Rathenau, a great captain of industry. She was also a pioneer in the psychological sphere, for as early as the autumn of 1914, German agents launched a scheme of propaganda in Asia to undermine British prestige and the loyalty of Britain as Mohammedan subject. The defect of German propaganda, its crudeness, was less apparent when concerned with primitive peoples than when applied to the civilized peoples of Europe and America. The same period witnessed also the one great success for German diplomacy, the entry of Turkey into the war, although this was fundamentally due to a combination of pre-war causes with military events. Since 1909 the country had been under the control of the Young Turk Party, to whom traditions, including that of friendship with Britain, were abhorrent. Germany, filled with her own dream of a Germanic Middle East of which the Baghdad Railway was the symbol, has skillfully exploited the opportunity to gain a dominating influence over the new rulers of Turkey. Their leader, Enver Pasha, had been military attached in Berlin. German instructors permeated the Turkish army, and a definite understanding existed between Germany and the young Turk leaders as to common military action urged by the common bond of necessary safeguard against danger from Russia. The arrival of the Goeben and Breslau reinforced the moral pressure of Wangenheim, the German ambassador, and eventually on October 29th the Turks committed definite acts of war at Odessa against Russia and in Sinai against Britain. Falkenhayn has shown the decisive importance of Turkey joining in the struggle, first as a barrier across the channel of munition supply to Russia, and secondly as a distraction to the military strength of Britain and Russia. Under German dictation, Turkey struck as early as mid-December against the Russians in the Caucasus, but Enver's over-ambitious plan ended in disaster at the Battle of Sarikamish. Turkey was no more fortunate in her next venture to cut Britain's Suez Canal artery with the East. The Sinai Desert was a check on an invasion in strength, and the two small detachments which got across were easily repulsed, at Ismailia and Tassim, although allowed to make good their retreat. But if both these offensives were tactical failures, they were of great strategic value to Germany by pinning down large Russian and British forces. As an offset to Turkey joining the Central Powers, Italy definitely threw over the artificial ties of the old Triple Alliance and joined the Entente. On May 24th, she declared war on Austria, her hereditary enemy, although avoiding an open breach with Germany. If her main object was to seize the chance of redeeming her kinsmen in Trieste and the Trentino from Austrian rule, there was also a spiritual desire to reassert her historic traditions. Militarily, however, her aid could not have an early or far-reaching effect on the situation, for her army was unready to deliver a prompt blow, and the Austrian frontier was a mountainous obstacle of great natural strength. On the Entente side, the reality of the trench deadlock produced different and diverse reactions. If the desire to hold on to territorial gain swayed German strategy, the desire to recover their lost territory dominated the strategy of the French. It is true that the mental and material concentration on the Western Front, where lay the main armed force of the enemy, was justified by military tenets, but without any key to unlock the barrier, they were merely knocking themselves to pieces. Winter attacks in Artois, on the Aisne, in Champagne, and the Woevre afforded costly proof that against the German skill in trench fighting, Joffre's knitting was usually attrition on the wrong side of the balance sheet. As for any new key, the French were singularly lacking in fertility of idea. Britain's trouble was rather an excess of fertility, or rather an absence of decision in choosing and bringing to fruition these mental seeds. Yet in great measure this failing was due to the obscurantism of professional opinion, whose attitude was that of blind composition rather than expert guidance. British-inspired solutions to the deadlock crystallized into two main groups, one tactical, the other strategical. The first was to unlock the trench barrier by producing a machine invulnerable to machine guns and capable of crossing trenches, which would restore the tactical balance upset by the new preponderance of defensive over offensive power. The idea of a machine for this definite purpose was conceived by Colonel Swinton in October 1914, was nourished and tended in infancy by Mr. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, and ultimately, after months of experiment hampered by official opposition, came to maturity in the tank of 1916. The strategical solution was to go around the trench barrier. Its advocates, who became known as the Eastern in contrast to the Western school, argued that the enemy alliance should be viewed as a whole, and that modern developments had so changed conceptions of distance and powers of mobility that a blow in some other theatre of war would correspond to the historic attack on an enemy's strategic flank. Further, such an operation would be in accordance with the traditional amphibious strategy of Britain, and would enable it to exploit the advantage of sea power which had hitherto been neglected. In October 1914, Lord Fisher, recalled to the office of First Sea Lord, had urged a plan for landing on the German coast. In January 1915, Lord Kitchener suggested another, for severing Turkey's main line of eastward communication by a landing in the Gulf of Alexandretta. The post-war comments of Hindenburg and Enver show how this would have paralyzed Turkey. It could hardly, however, have exercised a wider influence, and it was anticipated by another project, partly the result of Churchill's strategic insight and partly due to the pressure of circumstances. This was the Dardanelles expedition, about which controversy has raged so hotly that the term just applied to Churchill may be disputed by some critics. This is answered by the verdict of Falkenhayn himself: if the straits between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea were not permanently closed to Entente traffic, all hopes of a successful course of the war would be very considerably diminished. Russia would have been freed from a significant isolation, which offered a safer guarantee than military successes. The sooner or later crippling of the forces of this Titan must take place automatically. The fault was not in the conception, but in the execution. If the British had used at the outset even a fair proportion of the forces they ultimately expended in driblets, it is clear from Turkish accounts that victory would have crowned their undertaking. The cause of this piecemeal application of force and dissipation of opportunity lay in the opposition of Joffre and the French General Staff, supported by Sir John French. Despite the evidence of the sequel to the Marne, of the German failure at Ypres, and of his own ambitious yet utterly ineffectual offensive in December, Joffre remained confident of his power to achieve an early and decisive victory in France. His plan was that of converging blows from Artois and Champagne upon the great salient formed by the entrenched German front, to be followed by an offensive in Lorraine against the rear of the enemy armies. The idea was similar to that of Foch in 1918, but the vital difference lay in the conditions existing and the methods employed. A study of the documents conveys the impression that there has rarely been such a trinity of optimists in whom faith was divorced from reason as Joffre, Foch, his deputy, in Flanders, and French, albeit the latter as outlook oscillated violently. In contrast, the British government considered that the trench front in France was impregnable to frontal attacks, had strong objection to wasting the manpower of the new armies in a vain effort, and at the same time felt increasing concern over the danger of a Russian collapse. These views were common alike to Churchill, Lloyd George and Kitchener, who on January 2, 1915, wrote to Sir John French the German lines in France may be looked upon as a fortress that cannot be carried by assault and also that cannot be completely invested, with the result that the lines may be held by an investing force while operations proceed elsewhere. Lloyd George advocated the transfer of the bulk of the British forces to the Balkans, both to succor Serbia and to develop an attack on the rear of the hostile alliance. In a memorandum on January 1st, he suggested Salonika or the Dalmatian coast as bases of operation. That same day, curiously, Gallieni proposed to the French government a landing at Salonika as a starting point for a march on Constantinople with an army strong enough to encourage Greece and Bulgaria to combine with the Entente. The capture of Constantinople was to be followed by an advance up the Danube into Austria-Hungary in conjunction with the Romanians. French at Diaspora expressed similar views, but the commanders on the Western Front, buoyantly confident of an early breakthrough, argued vehemently against any alternative strategy, stressing the difficulties of transport and supply and insisting on the ease with which Germany could switch troops to meet the threat. 8. If there was force in their contention, it tended to ignore the experience of military history, that the longest way round is often the shortest way there, and that the acceptance of topographical difficulties has constantly proved preferable to that of a direct attack on an opponent firmly posted and prepared to meet it. The weight of Western opinion prevailed, and the Balkan projects were stifled. But misgivings were not silenced, and at this juncture a situation arose which revived the Near Eastern scheme in a new if attenuated form. The Dardanelles. On January 2, 1915, Kitchener received an appeal from the Grand Duke Nicholas for a diversion which would relieve the Turkish pressure on Russia's army in the Caucasus. Kitchener felt unable to provide troops and suggested a naval demonstration against the Dardanelles, which Churchill, appreciating the wider strategic and economic issues, proposed to convert into an attempt to force the passage. His naval advisers, if not enthusiastic, did not oppose the proposal and, in response to a telegram, the admiral on the spot, Garden, submitted a plan for a methodical reduction of the forts and clearance of the minefields. A naval force, mainly of obsolete vessels, was got, together with French aid and, after a preliminary bombardment, entered the Straits on March 18th. Drift mines, however, caused the sinking of several ships, and the attempt was abandoned. It is a moot point whether a prompt renewal of the advance would not have succeeded, for ammunition in the Turkish forts was exhausted, and in such conditions the mine obstacle might have been overcome. But the new naval commander, Admiral de Roebuck, decided against it unless military aid was forthcoming. Already, a month before, the War Council had determined on a joint attack and began the dispatch of a military force under Sir Ian Hamilton. But as the authorities had drifted into the new scheme, so were they tardy in releasing the necessary troops, and even when sent in inadequate numbers, several more weeks' delay had to be incurred at Alexandria in order to redistribute the force and its transport suitably for tactical action. Worst of all, this fumbling policy had thrown away the chance of surprise, which was vital for a landing on an almost impregnable shore. When the preliminary bombardment took place in February, only 2 Turkish divisions were at the Straits. This was increased by 4 by the date of the naval attack, the 6th, where Ian Hamilton was at last able to attempt his landing. For this he had only 4 British divisions and 1 French division actually inferior in strength to the enemy in a situation where the inherent preponderance of defensive over offensive power was multiplied by the natural difficulties of the terrain. His weakness of numbers and his mission of aiding the passage of the fleet compelled him to choose a landing on the Gallipoli Peninsula in preference to one on the mainland or on the Asiatic shore, and the rocky coastline limited his possible landing places. On April 25th he made his spring at the southern tip of the peninsula near Cape Helles, and with Australian and New Zealand troops near Gabatip, some 50 miles up the Aegean coast, the French, as a diversion, made a temporary landing at Concail on the Asiatic shore. Owing to the Turks' uncertainty, the British were able to gain a lodgment on several beaches, strewn with barbed wire and swept by machine guns. But the momentary asset of tactical surprise was forfeited, and the difficulties of supply were immense, while the Turks held the commanding heights and were able to bring up their reserves. The invaders managed to hold on to their 2 precarious footholds, but they could not expand them appreciably, and the stagnation of trench warfare set in. They could not go on, and national prestige forbade them to go back. Ultimately, in July, the British government decided to send a further 5 divisions to reinforce the 7 now on the peninsula. By the time they arrived, the Turkish strength in the region had also risen to 15 divisions. Ian Hamilton decided on a double-stroker reinforced blow from Gabatip and a new landing at Sula Bay, a few miles north to sever the middle of the peninsula and secure the heights commanding the Narrows. He deceived the Turkish command and achieved surprise on August 6 but the first blow failed and the second lost a splendid chance by the inexperience of the troops, and still more by the inertia and fumbling of the local commanders. For over 36 hours, before reserves arrived, only 1.5 Turkish battalions barred the path. Energetic new commanders, for whom Ian Hamilton had previously asked, were sent out when the opportunity had passed. The British were once more condemned to hang on to tenuous footholds and, with the autumn rains setting in, their trials were increased. The government had lost faith and were anxious to withdraw, but fear of the moral effect delayed their decision. Ian Hamilton was asked for his opinion, however, and when he pronounced in favour of continuing in which cause he still had confidence, he was replaced by Sir Charles Monro, who immediately declared for evacuation. It was a remarkable example of prompt decision. While Monro visited Anzac, Suvla, and Hells during a single morning, without going farther than the beach, his chief of staff sat on board ship drafting the recommendation for evacuation. While may Churchill say he came, he saw, he capitulated. Kitchener at first refused to sanction the withdrawal, and himself hurried out to investigate. The government was most relieved to see him go because they hoped to utilize his absence to relieve him of his post. Most of the coalition cabinet were united in dissatisfaction with his secretiveness and his administration, although disunited over the question of evacuating Gallipoli. Mr. Bonner Law, the leader of the Conservative Party, took a strong line on both questions. The Prime Minister, however, feared a public outcry over Kitchener's removal only less than he feared Mr. Bonner Law's resignation, and so temporized by giving way to Bonner Law's demand for evacuation and by excluding Churchill from the War Committee of the Cabinet. Evacuation, therefore, was virtually decided upon before Kitchener reached Gallipoli. The fresh wave of opinion at home undoubtedly had an effect on his mind, and after his revived proposal for a fresh landing near Alexandretta had been vetoed by the War Committee, he reluctantly veered round and consented to evacuation. Curiously, in the last phase, it was the Navy that tried to avert this. For de Roebuck, who had passively resisted since March all promptings to further naval attack, was now relieved by Admiral Wemyss, who not only opposed evacuation but, basing himself on a plan devised by Commodore Keyes, offered to force the straits and control them for an indefinite period. The proposal came too late. The forces of opposition at home were now too strong, and in obedience to orders the withdrawal of the troops was carried out from Suvla and Anzac on the night of December 18th, and from Hells on that of January 8th. If the bloodless evacuation was an example of masterly organization and cooperation, it was also a proof of the greater ease of such operations in modern warfare. And as a final touch of irony, Monro and his chief of staff, who had nothing to do with its skillful execution, received high decorations in reward. Thus the curtain ran down on a sound and far-sighted conception, marred by a chain of errors in execution almost unrivaled even in British history. The German campaign. While the British were striving to unlock the back door to Russia, the Germanic powers were hammering the Russians, whose resistance was collapsing in large measure from a lack of munitions which could only be made good by foreign supplies through that locked entrance, the Dardanelles. This fact and its effect was acutely appreciated by Russia's most formidable opponent. In the autumn of 1915, Hoffmann emphatically declared that the success of Germany's efforts against Russia depended on keeping the Dardanelles firmly closed. For if the Russians saw that there was no means of exporting their wheat or importing war material, there would be a gradual collapse in their country. On the Eastern Front, the campaign of 1914 had shown that a German force could count on defeating any larger Russian force, but that when Russians and Austrians met on an equality, victory rested with the Russians. Falkenhayn was forced, reluctantly, to dispatch German reinforcements as a stiffening to the Austrians, and thus was dragged into an offensive in the east, rather than adopting it as a clearly defined plan. Ludendorff, in contrast, had his eyes firmly fixed on a particular object, and from now on advocated unceasingly a wholehearted effort to break Russia. Ludendorff's was a rigid strategy of decision, Falkenhayn's an opportunistic strategy of attrition. The one took too little account of political factors, the other too much. In the conflict of wills between these two men lies the clue to the resultant strategy of Germany, highly effective, yet not decisive. This tug of wills was marked by the offensive use of the telegraph and by the unceasing pull of wires, with the Kaiser as the chief puppet. While Falkenhayn was constantly trying to nullify a potential supplanter by denuding Hindenburg of the power to strike the enemy effectively, Ludendorff countered by screwing Hindenburg up to threats of resignation. Well might Hoffmann, watching the intrigues, note in his diary, when one gets a close view of influential people, their bad relations with each other, their conflicting ambitions, one must always bear in mind that it is certainly much worse on the other side among the French, English, and Russians, or one might well be nervous. His intuition was correct. The race for power and personal position seems to destroy all men as characters. I believe that the only creature who can keep his honor is a man living on his own estate. He has no need to intrigue and struggle for it. It is no use intriguing for fine weather. The Russian plan for 1915 embodied some of the lessons of experience and was soundly conceived, but the means were lacking and the instrument defective. The Grand Duke Nicholas aimed to secure both his flanks solidly before attempting a fresh blow towards Silesia. From January until April, under bitter winter conditions, the Russian forces on the southern flank of the Polish salient strove to gain possession of the Carpathians and the gateways into the Hungarian plain. The Austrians, with a German infusion, parried their efforts, and the loss was disproportionate to the small gains. But the long-besieged fortress of Przemysl, with 120,000 men, at last fell into Russian hands on March 22nd. In northern Poland, the Russians were preparing to strike upwards at East Prussia when they were forestalled by a fresh Ludendorff stroke eastwards towards the frontier of Russia proper. The blow was launched on February 7th over snow-buried roads and frozen swamps, and was distinguished by the envelopment and capture of 4 Russian divisions in the Augustovo forest near the Masurian Lakes. Moreover, it extracted the sting from the Russian attack farther west. These moves were, however, merely a curtain raiser to the real drama of 1915. But before turning to this, it is necessary to glance at events on the Western Front, the importance of which is partly as a signpost to the future and partly because of their reaction on the Eastern Front. While a way round the trench barrier was being sought in Gallipoli and experiments with a novel key were being carried out in England, the Allied commands in France were trying more orthodox solutions. In February and March, the French lost 50,000 men, nibbling their way 500 yards into the German defences in Champagne. In his report, Joffre claimed that the offensive was nonetheless fecund in results. In April, the French sacrificed 64,000 men in an attack against the St. Mihiel salient, which proved a complete fiasco. Smaller, yet more significant, was the British attack at Neuve-Chapelle on March 10th. Save as a pure experiment, the attempt stood self-condemned, for it was an isolated attempt on a small front with inadequate resources. The arrival in France of several new regular divisions made up from foreign garrisons of the Indian Corps and of the 1st Canadian Division had brought the British strength up to 13 divisions and 5 cavalry divisions, besides a number of selected territorial battalions. This increase enabled French to divide his forces into 2 armies, and gradually to extend his share of the front. But Joffre was insistent that French should relieve the French of the Ypres salient, which they had taken over in November, and he made the intended French attack contingent on this relief. Sir John French considered that he had not sufficient troops for both purposes, and so decided to carry out the attack single-handed. An additional motive was his resentment of the constant French criticisms that the British were not pulling their weight. In design, however, the attack, entrusted to Haig's First Army, was both original and well thought out. After an intense bombardment of 35 minutes duration on a 2,000 yards frontage, the artillery lengthened their range and dropped a curtain of fire to prevent reinforcements reaching the enemy Esparta trenches, which were rapidly overrun by the British infantry. Complete surprise was attained, and most of the first positions captured, but when, in the second phase, the frontage was extended, the artillery support proved inadequate. Further, owing to scanty information and to the 2 corps commanders waiting upon each other, a long pause occurred which gave the Germans 5 clear hours to organize fresh resistance. Then, too late and mistakenly, Haig ordered the attack to be pressed regardless of loss. And loss proved the only result. An underlying factor was that the narrowness of the attack sector made the breach more easy for the defenders to close, although this defect was unavoidable owing to the general shortage of munitions, especially heavy guns and high-explosive shell for them. The British had been slower than the Germans to awaken to the scale of munition supply required for this new warfare. Even so, deliveries fell far behind contract, owing largely to the handicap imposed by trade union rules on the dilution of skilled labor. These could only be modified after long negotiation, and the shortage of shells became so obvious in the spring of 1915 as to lead to a public outcry initiated by Colonel Rippington, the military correspondent of the Times, after consultation with Sir John French. Lord Northcliffe, with fearless disregard of the odium, drew the full weight of his newspaper into the campaign which culminated in the establishment of a Ministry of Munitions, under Lloyd George, to coordinate and develop both the supply and the manufacture of raw materials. Although this press campaign failed to recognize some of the major causes of the shortage, as well as the fact that the need was for more heavy guns and not merely for more shells, its general effect was of incalculable value. Nothing else could have so roused the people or cleared away obstructions. Apart from shells, the crudeness and inferiority of all the British trench warfare weapons, compared with the German, made such a radical reorganization overdue, and its urgency was emphasized by the near approach of the time when Britain's new national armies would take the field. If the task was undertaken late, it was carried out with energy and thoroughness, although improvisation was long in overtaking the evil consequences of early neglect. Apart from labor difficulties, the immediate fault lay largely with military short-sightedness, which manifested itself in a constant tendency to underestimate needs and underrate novelties. It is significant that as far back as 1908 the Financial Secretary of the War Office, impressed by an official observer's report of the growing use of machine guns in the German army, wrote to the Master General of the Ordnance that if the military members of the council would like to have more machine guns for the army, that at any rate the finance department of the War Office would make no objection. He received the reply that 2 machine guns per battalion were enough, and to this scale the War Office authorities stubbornly adhered, although in 1909 the School of Musketry urged an increase to 6. Even when the machine gun had obviously gained the dominance of the battlefield, General Headquarters in France resisted its growth from the puny pre-war scale of 2 in each battalion. One army commander, Haig, declared that it was a much overrated weapon and that this scale was more than sufficient. Even Kitchener laid down that 4 were a maximum and any in excess a luxury until the Ministry of Munitions came to the rescue of the machine gun advocates and boldly multiplied the scale of provision by 16. It was due also to Mr. Lloyd George that the Stokes gun, a quick-firing light mortar, had the chance to cement the official barrier and develop into the outstanding and ubiquitous trench weapon of the war. And later, the Ministry of Munitions succored the tank when it was repeatedly threatened by the suffocating embrace of the War Office. Nevertheless, the ultimate responsibility for the munition failure lay with the British people and their representatives in Parliament. Although, before the war came, the new Committee of Imperial Defence had done much preparatory spade work, a strict limit was set to its efforts by the passivity as well as parsimony of Parliament and people in face of the growing danger of war. Preparedness called forward to meet the onrushing menace. Most fundamental of all faults was the neglect to organize the industrial resources of the country for conversion and expansion in case of war. While an increase in the fighting forces may, by its air of threat, accelerate the danger of war, readiness for industrial mobilization is unprovocative and, if war comes, a more essential foundation for the power to wage it. The pre-war neglect is a far graver charge against the government which declared war on August 4, 1914, than any failure to increase the army estimates or to introduce conscription. Yet in making that declaration, the government, however conscious of the political and moral issues, appears to have been unconscious that it was dooming the manhood of the nation to a terrible drain of life through want of weapons. It is a moral question how far, in such circumstances, any government is justified in taking the decision for war and in retaining office. The only excuse lies in the sanction of public indifference to such needs. And unhappily, experience has shown the practical difficulties suffered by a democratic government which tries to outstrip public opinion. Thus the ultimate responsibility falls on the British people. Even the military conservatism which obstructed improvements and reorganization during the war may be charged to lack of public concern with the training and selection of officers in peace. In the light of 1914-18, the whole people bear the stigma of infanticide. No belated wartime spur could overtake the consequences of pre-war neglect until many thousands of lives had been wasted vainly. Even the Somme offensive was to be hampered by a limited supply of ammunition, while of this much was wasted because of the failure of hastily produced fuses. Not until the end of 1916 did the flow of munitions reach a volume, still expanding, which finally removed any material handicap on the strategy of the British leaders. The tactical sequel of Neuve Chapelle was less fortunate. It was clear that the small-scale experiment had only missed success by a narrow margin, and that there was scope for its development. But the Entente commands missed the true lesson, which was the surprise attainable by a short bombardment that compensated its brevity by its intensity. And only partially did they appreciate the fact that the sector attack must be sufficiently wide to prevent the defender as artillery commanding, or his reserves closing, the breach. Instead, they drew the superficial deduction that mere volume of shell fire was the key to success. Not until 1917 did they revert to the Neuve Chapelle method. It was left to the Germans to profit by the experience against the Russians in May. But before that occurred, the Western Front was destined to increase the tally of military blunders. In the first, it was the Germans' turn to find and misuse a new key to the trench deadlock. This was the introduction of gas, and, unlike the British introduction of tanks later, the chant, once forfeited, did not return owing to the relative ease of providing an antidote. On October 27, 1914, in the Neuve Chapelle sector, the Germans fired 3,000 shrapnel shells containing a nose and eye irritant as well as bullets. This was the first battlefield experiment, but the effect was so weak that the fact was not even known until revealed by the Germans after the war. Then, in a local attack in Poland on January 31, 1915, the Germans tried the use of improved lacrimatory gas shell, but the experiment was a failure owing to the nullifying effect of the intense cold. At the next attempt, the gas was lethal and was discharged from cylinders owing to the failure of the authorities to provide the inventor, Haber, with adequate facilities for the manufacture of shells. Further, the initial disappointment led the German command to place little trust in its value. In consequence, when gas was discharged against the French trenches at Ypres on April 22, there were no reserves at hand to pour through the wide breach it created. A strange green vapor, a surging mass of agonized fugitives, a 4-mile gap without a living defender, such was the sequence of events. but the resistance of the Canadians on the flank of the breach and the prompt arrival of English and Indian reinforcements saved the situation in the absence of German reserves. The chlorine gas originally used was undeniably cruel, but no worse than the frequent effect of shell or bayonet, and when it was succeeded by improved forms of gas, both experience and statistics proved it the least inhumane of modern weapons. But it was novel, and therefore labelled an atrocity by a world which condones abuses but detests innovations. Thus Germany incurred the moral odium which inevitably accompanies the use of a naval weapon without any compensating advantage. On the Entente side, wisdom would have cancelled a period of waiting until their munition supply had grown and the new British armies were ready, but the desire to regain lost territory and the duty of relieving the pressure on Russia combined with ill-founded optimism to spur Joffre to premature offensives. The German losses were exaggerated, their skill and power in defence underrated, and a series of diffused and unconnected attacks were made. The chief was by the French between Lens and Arras, under Farquhar's direction, when the earlier experience of failure to make an effective breach in the trench barrier was repeated. The attack was launched on May 9th by D'Herblot's army of 18 divisions on a 4-mile frontage. It was quickly checked with murderous losses except on the front of Pétain's corps which, thanks to meticulous preparation, broke through to a depth of 2 miles. But the penetration was too narrow, reserves were late and inadequate, and the gap closed. Hart, however, persevered with vain attacks which gained a few acres of ground at excessive loss. Meantime, Haig's First Army had attacked towards Aubers Ridge simultaneously with a larger French attempt. The plan was to penetrate at 2 points north and south of Neuve-Chapelle, 4 miles apart, the total frontage of the two being 2¼ miles, and then to converge in exploiting the double penetration. But the Germans, profiting also from the experimental value of Neuve-Chapelle, had developed their defences. Thus the attack died away quickly from a surfeit of German machine guns and an insufficiency of British shells. Under pressure from Joffre, the attack was renewed on May 15th on the Festubert sector south of Neuve-Chapelle, and continued by small bites until May 27th. The larger French offensive between Lens and Arras was not abandoned until June 18th, when the French had lost 102,000, 500 men, nearly double the defenders' loss. The effect of these attacks was, moreover, to convince even the dubious Falkenhayn of the strength of his western line, and of the remoteness of any real menace from the Franco-British forces. His offensive on the eastern front had already opened. Tactically unlimited, its strategic object was at first only the limited one of relieving the pressure on the Austrian front, and, concurrently, of reducing Russia's offensive power. Conrad proposed, and Falkenhayn accepted, a plan to break through the Russian centre as the best means to this end. In this plan, the Gorlice-Tarnow sector between the Upper Vistula and the Carpathians was selected as offering the fewest obstacles to an advance and best protection to the flanks of a penetration. The breakthrough was entrusted to Mackensen, whose chief of staff and guiding brain was Seat, the man who was to rebuild the German army after the war. Mackensen's force comprised the newly formed German 11th Army, made up with 8 divisions from the west and the 4th Austro-Hungarian Army. The Ypres attack and a large cavalry raid from East Prussia were initiated to cloak the concentration on the dunnage of 14 divisions and 1,000 guns against a front held by only 6 Russian divisions. This front was composed of several lines of trenches, but not highly fortified. Between the opposing sides there was a wide no-man's land, as much as 2 miles across, in which the inhabitants were still living in their farms, the cattle pasturing undisturbed until the Germans removed these people as a precaution against any leakage of news. Mackensen's army arrived on the scene and took over its allotted sector during the last week in April, being inserted between 2 Austrian armies. For his 18-mile front of attack, Mackensen had 1 field gun to every 45 yards, and 1 heavy gun to every 132 yards. If this was not large by later standards, it was ample to solve the problem of breaking into a position such as the Russians had organized. The greater problem was that of maintaining the momentum of the advance so as to break through the rearward positions before the Russian reserves could arrive and man them. To meet this need, Seek issued instructions that all staffs must strive to keep the advance continuously moving. No definite daily objectives were to be assigned to corps and divisions lest by fixing them the possibility of further progress might be stopped. The quick advance of one part of the front will ease the situation at other parts where there is more resistance. Disposition and depth should enable the success at one place to be extended to a neighboring front. This conception of varying progress coupled with a flexible use of reserves foreshadowed the famous infiltration method of 1918, with its keynote of backing up success instead of trying to redeem local failure. To the further benefit of the Germans, Ivanov, the Russian army group commander, would not believe reports of the impending attack and was thus caught with his reserves badly placed. During the night of May 1st, the storm troops moved forward across no man's land and dug in close to the enemy front line. At 10 a.m. on 2nd, after 4 hours, intense bombardment had flattened the Russian trenches. The attack was launched and the infantry swept forward through the dust and smoke. Here and there, lone grey figures jumped up and ran back, weaponless, in grey fur caps and fluttering, unbuttoned greatcoats. Soon there was not one of them remaining. Like a flock of sheep they fled in wild confusion. The surprise was complete, the exploitation rapid, and despite a gallant stand on the Wisloka River, the whole Russian line along the Carpathians was rolled up, until on May 14th the Austro-German advance reached the San, 80 miles from its starting point. Russian defeat almost turned into disaster when the Sun was forced at Jaroslav, but the impetus of the advance had momentarily spent itself and reserves were lacking. A new factor was introduced by Italy's declaration of war against Austria, but Falkenhayn persuaded the Austrian command, with some difficulty, not to move troops from the Russian front, and to maintain a strict defensive on their Italian frontier, which was secured by the mountain barrier. He realized that he had committed himself too far in Galicia to draw back, and that only by bringing more troops from France could he hope to fulfill his object of transferring troops back there. For this could only be possible when Russia as offensive power was crippled and her menace to Austria removed. Strengthened by these reinforcements, Mackensen attacked again in cooperation with the Austrians, took Piazza-Missel on June 3rd and captured Lemberg on June 22nd, cutting the Russian front into two separated portions. But neither Falkenhayn nor Conrad had foreseen such results, and in consequence no arrangements had been made to maintain supplies during so long an advance. Hurried improvisation could not atone for lack of preparation, and the consequent delays allowed the enemy to retire without dissolving, though he left copious strippings. The Russians, from their vast manpower resources, had almost made good the loss of 400,000 prisoners, so that Falkenhayn's anxiety about the stability of his Austrian allies led him to yield to Siecht's insistence and to continue the offensive, although still with limited objects and with one eye on the situation in France. Mackensen's direction was changed, however, from eastwards to northwards, at the wide corridor between the Bug and Vistula, where lay the main Russian forces. In conjunction, Hindenburg was ordered to strike southeast from East Prussia, across the Naren towards the Bug. Ludendorff disliked the plan as being too much of a frontal attack. The Russians might be squeezed by the closing in of the two wings, but their retreat would not be cut off. He urged once more his spring scheme for a wide enveloping maneuver through Kovno on Vilna and Minsk. Conrad took the same view. Falkenhayn opposed this plan, fearing that it would mean more troops and a deeper commitment, and on July 2nd the Kaiser decided in favor of his plan. But the result justified Ludendorff's expectation. The Grand Duke extricated his troops from the Warsaw salient before the German shears could close on him. Falkenhayn, on the other hand, considered that Ludendorff had not put his full weight into the attack. The controversy became bitter. Hindenburg wrote not only to Falkenhayn but to the chief of the Kaiser's military cabinet, declaring that this title of commander-in-chief on the Eastern Front had become a cutting irony. Falkenhayn unkindly took him at his word by taking away one of his armies and forming a fresh group of armies, thus reducing his status. By the middle of August, 750,000 prisoners had been taken, Poland had been occupied, and Falkenhayn decided to break off large-scale operations on the Eastern Front. Bulgaria's entry into the war was now arranged, and he wished to support the combined attack of Austria and Bulgaria against Serbia, as well as to transfer troops back to meet the French offensive expected in September. Yet, in hope of redeeming the lost opportunity and placating his personal opponents, he was led to sanction one more effort to break the Russians. Ludendorff was given belated permission to carry out his villainous scheme with such resources as he had, while Conrad planned to strike eastward from Luck in an attempt to repeat Goles and cut off the Russian forces south of the Pripyat marshes. Ludendorff's move began on September 9th, below S Army of the Niemen and Eichhorn's 10th Army forming two great horns which got their way into the Russian front, the one east towards Divinsk and the other southeast towards Vilna. The Russians were driven back in divergent directions, and the German cavalry, advancing between the horns, far overlapped Vilna and drew near the Minsk railway. But the German strength was slender, and the Russians free to concentrate against this isolated menace. In face of stiffening resistance and shrinking supplies, Ludendorff was driven to suspend operations. The crux of the situation was that the Russian armies had been allowed to draw back almost out of the net before the long-delayed Vilna maneuver was attempted. The Austrian offensive did not develop until September 26, and then failed dismally. Conrad unwisely persisted in renewing it, and, by the middle of October, the Austrians had sacrificed 230,000 men without affecting the general issue. Russia had been badly lamed, but not destroyed, and, although never again a direct menace to Germany, she was able to delay the full concentration of German strength in the West for 2 years, until 1918. Falkenhayn's cautious strategy was to prove the most hazardous in the long run, and indeed to pave the way for Germany's bankruptcy. By October, the Russian retreat, after a nerve-wracking series of escapes from the salients which the Germans systematically created and then sought to cut off, came to a definite halt on a straight line stretching from Riga on the Baltic to Chernovitz on the Romanian frontier. The Russian armies, however, had gained this respite at a ruinous price, and their Western allies had effected little in repayment of Russia's sacrifice on their behalf in 1914. For the Franco-British relief offensive of September 25th had been no more fruitful than its predecessors. The main blow was launched by the French in Champagne in conjunction with a Franco-British attack in Artois on either side of Lens. One fault was that the sectors were too far apart to have a reaction on each other, but her worst was that the command tried to reconcile two irreconcilable factors they aimed at a breakthrough, but preceded it with a prolonged bombardment which gave away any chance of surprise. Joffre's plan was that the breakthrough in these two sectors was to be followed by a general offensive on the whole Franco-British front which would compel the Germans to retreat beyond the Meuse and possibly end the war. The unquenchable optimist. Both in Champagne and Artois the attacks penetrated the German forward positions without difficulty, but subsequent delay in bringing reserves forward allowed the German reserves to close the gaps, a task simplified by the narrowness of the frontage of attack. The slight gains of ground in no way compensated for the heavy price paid for them. The Allied loss was approximately 242,000 against 141,000 Germans. And if the Allied commands had gained more experience, so had the Germans in the art of defense. The British share in this offensive is, however, notable as marking the appearance and strength of the new armies. At least they were blooded, and if inexperienced detracted from their effectiveness, their courage and driving force were an omen of Britain's power to improvise a national effort comparable with the long-created military machines of the continent. The direction of this effort inspired less confidence, and Sir John French gave place to Sir Douglas Haig as Commander-in-Chief, just as already in September the Russian command had been transferred from the Grand Duke Nicholas, nominally to the Tsar, as a moral symbol, but actually to General Alexeyev, the new Chief of Staff. 9. Simultaneously, French as Chief of Staff, William Robertson, who had been long slighted by him owing to Henry Wilson's stronger influence, went home to become Chief of the Imperial General Staff in order to give a stronger direction to the general strategy of Britain, if also to give it a Western front bias. Somewhat curiously, Haig chose as his own Chief of Staff an old friend, Kegel, who had not hitherto seen any service in France. Italy's first campaign. Italy's military contribution to the Allied balance sheet of 1915 was handicapped not only by her unreadiness, but by the awkward strategic position of her frontier, difficult for initiating an offensive and hardly more favorable for secured defensive. The Italian frontier province of Venetia formed a salient pointing to Austria and flanked on the north by the Austrian Trentino, on the south by the Adriatic. Bordering on the Adriatic was a stretch of relatively low ground on the Isonzo sector, but the frontier then followed the Julian and Carnic Alps in a wide sweep round to the northwest. Any advance eastwards inevitably suffered the potential menace of an Austrian descent from the Trentino upon its rear. Nevertheless, the easterly sector, though difficult enough, seemed to offer more prospect of success besides threatening a vital part of Austria than an advance northward into the Alps. When Italy was preparing to enter the war, General Cadorna, who assumed command, drew up his plan on the basis of an offensive eastwards and a defensive attitude in the north. The overhanging menace of the Trentino was mitigated by the expectation of simultaneous pressure upon Austria from Russia and Serbia. But on the eve of Italy's declaration of war, this hope faded, the Russian armies falling back under Mackensen's blows, while the Serbs, despite requests from the Allies, failed to make even a demonstration. This lack of pressure enabled the Austrians to dispatch 5 divisions to the Isonzo from the Serbian front, these being relieved by 3 newly formed German divisions. 3 more divisions were sent from Galicia. Even so, there were only some 13 divisions in all available to oppose the Italians, who had a numerical superiority of more than 2 to 1. In order to secure good covering positions on the north, a limited advance was made into the Trentino with success, but another into the northeast corner of the frontier salient towards Tarvis in the Carnic Alps was forestalled. This local failure was to have unfortunate results later in 1917, for it left the Austrians with a good strategic sally port into the Teglamento Valley. Meantime, the main Italian advance by the 2nd and 3rd Armies had begun at the end of May, but out of their total of 24 divisions, only 7 were ready. Bad weather increased the handicap, the Isonzo coming down in flood, and the initial advance soon came to a standstill. The Isonzo front crystallized, like the others, into trench warfare. The Italian mobilization, however, was now complete, and Cadorna mounted a deliberate attack, which opened on June 23rd. This first battle of the Isonzo continued until July 7th with little gain to show. A fresh series of efforts after a 10 days pause were hardly more effective, and the front then relapsed into the spasmodic bickering characteristic of trench warfare, while Cadorna made preparations for a new and larger effort in the autumn. When it was launched in October, he had a 2-to-1 superiority in numbers, but was weak in artillery. This defeat, coupled with the superior experience of the defender, rendered the new offensive as barren as its predecessors. It was sustained too obstinately, and, when finally broken off in December, the Italian loss in the 6 months campaign totaled some 280,000, nearly twice that of the defenders, who had shown on this front a fierce resolution which was often lacking when they faced the Russians. The conquest of Serbia. While stalemate, although with marked changes beneath the surface, had once more settled in on both the Russian and French fronts. The later months of 1915 witnessed stud operations elsewhere which were to have an unforeseen influence on the war. One of the most remarkable blind spots in the strategy of the Allies was the failure to perceive the importance of Serbia as an irritation, and consequent distraction, to the Austro-German alliance in a most sensitive region. Such a menace to uneasy Austria's rear flank was an invaluable distraction to the forces and plans of the enemy alliance as a whole. It was, indeed, a necessary distraction if Serbia's allies were to concentrate with effective results in the main theatres. Geography made Serbia a potential Austrian ulcer, a politically and militarily tender spot. To maintain the irritation, quality rather than quantity of aid was needed. Not the dispatch of large Allied forces, which could scarcely be supplied until communications were improved, but the provision of technical troops and material. The Serbs themselves were magnificent fighting troops, and naturally suited to the terrain, where they required other means of fighting effectively. To provide these was a far more urgent and more economic step than to equip the newly raised armies of Britain. By neglecting it, the Allies allowed their Austro-German opponents to operate on and excise the also. This blindness was the source of wider and widening trouble to themselves. Austria had proved capable of holding the Italians on their San soil, and once the Russian danger began to fade under the pressure of the summer offensive, her command was anxious to deal conclusively with Serbia. Austria's attempted invasions in August and September, and again in November 1914, had been brusquely repulsed by Serbian counter-strokes, and it was not pleasant for a great power, especially one with so many Slav subjects, to swallow such military rebuffs. Her impatience coincided with Falkenhayn's desire to gain direct railway communication with Turkey, hard-pressed at the Dardanelles. Throughout the summer, the rival coalitions had been bidding for Bulgaria as support, and in this bargaining the Entente suffered the moral handicap of military failure, and the material handicap caused by Serbia's unwillingness to give up any part of Macedonia of which she had despoiled Bulgaria in 1913. As Austria had no objection to offering territory that belonged to her enemy, Bulgaria accepted her bid. This accession of strength enhanced the chance of a decision against Serbia, and in August Falkenhayn decided to reinforce the Austrian Third Army with Gautz's army from the Russian front. In addition, 2 Bulgarian armies were available. Mackensen and Siecht were sent to direct the operations. To meet this new threat, Serbia, apart from her own relatively small forces, had only a treaty guarantee of Greek aid and promises from the Entente powers. The first disappeared with the fall of Venizelos, the pro-Allied Greek premier, and the second, as usual, were too late. On October 6, 1915, the Austro-German armies attacked southwards across the Danube, with a flanking movement across the Drina on the right. The steady resistance of the Serbs in delaying actions and the natural difficulty of the mountainous country checked the advance, but before Franco-British reinforcements could arrive, the Bulgarian army struck westwards into southern Serbia, across the rear of the main Serbian armies. This drove a deep wedge between the Serbs and their allies, moving up from Salonika, and automatically loosened the resistance in the north. With their line bent at both ends until it resembled a Vaspo threatened with a double envelopment, and with their retreat to the south cut off, the Serbian armies decided to retire west through the Albanian mountains. Those who survived the hardships of this midwinter retreat were conveyed to the island of Corfu, and after being re-equipped and reorganized, joined the Entente force at Salonika in the spring of 1916. The conquest of Serbia, though not, as it proved, of Serbian military power, relieved Austria of danger on her southern frontier, and gave Germany free communication and control over a huge central belt from the North Sea to the Tigris. For the Entente, this campaign dug a military sump-pit which for 3 years was to drain their military resources, there to lie idle and ineffective. Yet ultimately that sump-pit was to overflow and wash away one of the props of the Central Alliance. The Salonika expedition. When at the beginning of October the Entente governments had awakened to Serbia's danger, British and French divisions had been dispatched hurriedly from Gallipoli to Salonika, which was the only channel of aid to Serbia by the railway to Uskub. The advance guard of this relieving force, which was under the command of General Saro, pressed up the Vardar and over the Serbian frontier, only to find that the Bulgarian wedge had cut it off from the Serbians, and it was forced to fall back on Salonika, pursued by the Bulgarians. On military grounds, an evacuation of Salonika was vigorously urged by the British General Staff, but political reasons induced the Allies to remain. The Dardanelles' failure had already diminished their prestige, and by convincing the Balkan states of German invincibility had induced Bulgaria to enter the war in Greece to break her treaty with Serbia. To evacuate Salonika would be a further loss of prestige, whereas by holding on the Allies could check German influence over Greece, and maintain a base of operations from which to aid Romania, if, as expected, she entered the war on this side. To this end, the Salonika force was augmented with fresh British and French divisions, as well as contingents from Italy and Russia, and there also the rebuilt Serbian army was brought. But apart from the capture of Monastir in November 1916, and an abortive attack in April 1917, the Entente forces made no serious offensive until the autumn of 1918. Its feeble effect was partly due to the natural difficulties of the country in the form of mountain ridges guarding the approach to the Balkans, partly to the feeling of the Allied governments that it was a bad debt, and partly to the personality of Sarajevo, whose conduct and reputation for political intrigues failed to command the confidence and cooperation essential if such a mixed force was to pull its weight. On their side, the Germans were content to leave it in passivity, under guard of the Bulgarians, while they steadily withdrew their own forces for use elsewhere. With gentle sarcasm, they termed Salonika their largest internment camp, and with 500,000 Allied troops locked up, their jibe had some justification until 1918. Mesopotamia. Nor was Salonika the only drain opened in 1915. Mesopotamia was the site of a fresh diversion of force from the center of military gravity, and one which could only be excused on purely political grounds. It was not, like the Dardanelles and Salonika, undertaken to relieve a hard-pressed ally, nor had it the justification of the Dardanelles expedition of being directed at the vital point of one of the enemy states. The occupation of Mesopotamia might raise British prestige, and it might annoy Turkey, but it could not endanger her power of resistance. Although its origin was sound, its development was another example of thrift due to the inherent faultiness of Britain's machinery for the conduct of war. The oil fields near the Persian Gulf were of essential importance to Britain's oil supply, and thus, when war with Turkey was imminent, a small Indian force of one division was dispatched to safeguard them. To fulfill this mission effectively, it was necessary to occupy the Basra Vilayet at the head of the Persian Gulf in order to command the possible lines of approach. On November 21, 1914, Basra was captured, but the rising stream of Turkish reinforcements compelled the Indian government to add a second division. The Turkish attacks in the spring of 1915 were repulsed, and the British commander, General Nixon, judged it wise to expand his footing for greater security. Tanchand's division was pushed up the Tigris to Amara, gaining a brilliant little victory, and the other division up the Euphrates to Nasiriyah. Southern Mesopotamia was a vast alluvial plain, roadless and railless, in which these two great rivers formed the only channels of communication. Thus a hold on Amara and Nasiriyah covered the oil fields, but Nixon and the Indian government, inspired by these successes, decided to push forward to cut el-Amara. This move led the British 180 miles farther into the interior, but had a partial military justification in the fact that it cut the Shad el-Hai, issuing from the Tigris, formed a link with the Euphrates by which Turkish reserves might be transferred from one river line to the other. Tanchand was sent forward in August. He defeated the Turks near Kut, and his cavalry carried the pursuit to Azazir, halfway to Baghdad. Enthusiasm spread to the home government, anxious for a moral counterpoise to their other failures, and Nixon received permission for Tanchand to press on to Baghdad. But after an indecisive battle at Ctesiphon, the growing superiority of the Turkish strength compelled Tanchand to retreat to Kut. Here, isolated far from help, he was urged to remain, as several fresh divisions were being sent to Mesopotamia. Kut was invested by the Turks on December 8, 1915, and the relieving forces battled in vain against the Turkish lines covering the approach on either bank of the Tigris. The conditions were bad, the communications worse, the generalship faulty, and at last on April 29, 1916, Kut was forced to surrender. However unsound the strategy which dispatched Tanchand on this adventure, it is just to emphasize the actual achievements of a small force in face of superior numbers. With inadequate equipment and primitive communications, and utterly isolated in the heart of an enemy country, it wrote a glorious page of military history. When these handicaps are compared with the 4-to-1 superiority in number and highly organized supply system of the force which ultimately took Baghdad, the comparison explains the awe in which Tanchand and his men were held by the Turks. The Home Front, 1915. Perhaps one of the most significant landmarks in the transition of the struggle from a military to a national war was the formation of a national ministry in Britain, which occurred in May 1915. For the prototype of parliaments to abandon the deep-rooted party system and pull the direction of the war was proof of the psychological upheaval of traditions. The Liberal Prime Minister, Squith, remained, but the Conservative element acquired a preponderant voice in the cabinet, although the dynamic personality of Lloyd George began to gain such a hold on public opinion that the real leadership slipped into his hands. Churchill, whose vision had saved the menace to the Channel ports and made possible the future key to the deadlock, was shelved, as already had been Haldane, the creator of the expeditionary force. Political changes were general in all countries, and were symptomatic of a readjustment of popular outlook. The early fervour had disappeared, and been repulsed by a dogged determination which, if natural to the British, was in strange contradiction to popular, if superficial, conceptions of the French temperament. Economically, the strain had yet to be felt severely by any country. Finance had shown an unexpected power of accommodation, and neither the blockade nor the submarine campaign had seriously affected food supply. If Germany was beginning to suffer some shortage, her people had more tangible omens of success to fortify their resolution than had their enemies. In 1916, however, the strain on them was to be intensified by the failure of the 1915 harvest, the worst for 40 years. Fortunately for Germany's powers of endurance, the danger was to be relieved, and the British blockade partly nullified by the inexpensive capture of a wheat-growing country on the Eastern Front. Ironically, the enemy were to throw Germany this lifeline by encouraging Romania to enter the war, after Falkenhayn had almost drowned the war will of the German people in a bath of blood and tears by his renewed offensive on the Western Front. 5. Scene 1. The birth of a plan, the Dardanelles. A giant 3 ships, and the fear of a rape were the main factors in bringing Turkey into the war against her traditional ally, Britain. The giant was Baron Marshal von Bieberstein, who for 15 years, until 1912, was German ambassador at Constantinople. To a race whose sole criterion of conduct and admiration was might, whose chivalry was only extended to the mighty, Marshal von Bieberstein's huge frame, scarred face, and trampling manner formed a living picture of the growing power of Germany. Perhaps one man alone could have counteracted the impression with that of Britain's more mature and quieter strength. This man was Kitchener, who, curiously, seems to have felt an ungratified desire for the post. Instead, the British ambassador during the critical years was one from whose personality the requisite prestige and strength were absent, and who, during the critical weeks, was even absent on leave. The ships were the new German battle cruiser Goeben, and the British-built battleships Sultan Osman and Rashidi. A shrewd step to enhance German prestige and weaken the one remaining foothold of British influence, that of the naval mission, the Goeben was sent out early in 1914 to Constantinople and for long lay anchored near the entrance to the Golden Horn. Then, in the war-charged atmosphere of late July, the ever-present Turkish fear of Russian loss for the Dardanelles developed almost to panic point. It was none the less powerful because mingled with Turkey's lust for wider dominion. Certain of war between Germany and Russia, uncertain of Britain's entry, and by the German offer in Pasha, the Turkish Grand Vizier responded to previous German overtures by asking the German ambassador, on July 27th, for a secret alliance against Russia. Next day the proposal was accepted, and on August 2nd the treaty was signed unknown to most of the Turkish cabinet. On the morrow the first mines were laid in the Dardanelles, and Enver had already mobilized the Turkish forces on his own initiative. But the news of Britain's entry into the war was a shock which nearly burst the new treaty like a paper balloon. Indeed, so much hot air was generated during the next few days that it even sufficed to blow out another Balandi the astonishing offer to Russia of a Turkish alliance. But this offer did not suit Russia's ambition, even though it promised her the one chance of having a channel through which she could receive munitions from her Western allies. She preferred isolation to the sacrifice of her dream of annexation, and did not even report the offer to her allies. But Turkey's sudden reversal of attitude and the predominance of her fear of British power over the fear of Russian ambition were short-lived, and the revival of confidence was greatly helped by annoyance. Turkey, smarting under her wounds of the Balkan War, had been awaiting the delivery of her first 2 modern battleships with an eagerness and pride all the more general because the money had been raised by collections among the people. On August 3rd, however, the British government informed Turkey that it was taking over the ships, and the announcement caused an explosion of indignation. Every man who had contributed his mite felt an injury akin to a personal betrayal. This popular outcry was at its height when, on August 10th, the Goeben, accompanied by the cruiser Breslau, appeared at the entrance to the Dardanelles, having slipped past the British fleet near Sicily. An officer of the German military mission, Lieutenant Colonel von Kress, brought the news to the War Minister Enver Pasha and told him that the forts were asking instructions as to whether they should allow the warships to enter. Then a vital interchange took place. Enver continued to decide that now, I must first consult the Grand Vizier, Kress, but we must wire immediately, a moment of inward turmoil. Then they are to allow them to enter. A further and guileful question from Kress: if the English warships follow the Germans, are they to be fired on if they also attempt an entrance? The matter must be left to the decision of the cabinet. Excellency, we cannot leave our subordinates in such a position without issuing immediately clear and definite instructions. Are the English to be fired on or not? Another pause. Yes, as General Kanengisser, a German witness of this eventful discussion, says, we heard the clanking of the portcullis descending before the Dardanelles. International law was evaded, British objections frustrated, Turkish pride satisfied, and Enver's dubious colleagues calmed by arranging a fictitious sale to Turkey of these warships. Turkey was not yet ready for nor agreed upon war, and Britain had every motive to avoid it. Thus, during the weeks that followed, the Turks were successively enabled and emboldened to advance along the path to war by the passivity of Britain in face of growing provocation. The German crews were kept, the German admiral appointed to command the Turkish navy, the British naval mission removed from control, and then forced to withdraw. British ships were detained, their wireless dismantled, German soldiers and sailors filtered into Constantinople, and the straits were closed. Meantime, Turkish ministers, ever ready with glib assurances, congratulated themselves on the gullibility of the British, whose restraint was rather due to an acute sense of vulnerability as a power with millions of Muslim subjects. Conciliation was pressed to the point of folly, however, when the British Admiralty has intention to appoint Admiral Impus, ex-chief of the naval mission to Turkey, to command the British Dardanelles squadron was abandoned for fear of giving offence to the Turks. And when the need for conciliation had passed, a misplaced chivalry seems to have taken its place in preventing the use of the one man who knew the Turks and the Dardanelles intimately. Even the Germans began to be worried when a series of raids on the Egyptian frontier could not goad Britain to war. So the German admiral, with Enver connivance, led the Turkish fleet on a raid into the Black Sea against Britain's more sensitive ally, shelling Odessa and other Russian ports. The story of this provocation, as related to and recorded by Lord d'Abernon after the war, is illuminating. The official sanction came to the German embassy in a sealed envelope addressed to the admiral. An official took the initiative and precaution to open it and send on merely a copy. The first report that reached Constantinople was that the Goeben had been sunk, and so, thinking that the order had sunk with her, the Grand Vizier conciliatingly replied to Russian protests by denying that any such order had been given. Thereupon the German embassy sent to him, saying the order of which you deny the existence, because you think it was sunk with the Goeben, is in a safe place, that the German embassy prays cease to deny that the Turkish government has given the order to attack Russia. Thus the war-fearing Grand Vizier was compelled to stand aside helplessly while German cunning removed any excuse to the Triple Entente for avoiding war at the end of October. The best chance for both Britain and Russia was now in making war instantly. The defences of the Dardanelles were obsolete and still incomplete. The only two munition factories in Turkey lay on the shore close to Constantinople and open to easy destruction by any warships which penetrated thither. The misuse of the opportunity is a tale of almost incredible haphazardness on the part of Britain, of equal short-sightedness on the part of Russia. On November 3rd, the Allied fleet carried out a short bombardment of the outer forts at the Dardanelles, the only use of which was to help the German authorities in trying to overcome Turkish inertia over the defences. They had sunk back into lethargy again when, 6 weeks later, a British submarine gave a fresh alarm and gained its command over sea by diving under the mines and sinking a ship near the Narrows. But the effect of these warnings has been overrated. Turkish lethargy was almost as boundless as British folly. Not until the end of February did the Turks post more than one division on the Gallipoli Peninsula, and not until March did the improvements in the defences of the Straits approach completion. In part, this state of weakness seems to have been due to a feeling that it was waste of energy to try to prevent a passage, which could not be prevented against any serious attempt. If the few well-informed experts, German or Turk, were dubious of their power to stop a purely naval attack, they were still less confident of resisting a combined attack. And the Turkish staff history frankly says, up to 25th February, it would have been possible to effect a landing successfully at any point on the peninsula, and the capture of the Straits by land troops would have been comparatively easy. At one time, the Entente might have found such troops in quantity without touching their own resources. For in mid-August, the Greek Prime Minister, Venizelos, had formally and unreservedly placed all his country as forces at the disposal of the Entente. The offer was not accepted, owing mainly to Sir Edward Grey's desire to avoid antagonizing Turkey, whose hatred for Greece was stronger than for any other of her adversaries of 1912. But the hope, if not the desire, soon began to fade, and before the end of the month Russia asked Greece whether she would send an expedition to help in forcing the Dardanelles. King Constantine agreed, but made the proviso that Bulgaria's neutrality must be assured to avoid the danger of a stab in the back. The Greek plan, a thorough one, was that 60,000 men should land near the outer tip of the peninsula to take in rear of the forts guarding the straits, while another 30,000 landed near Bula to seize and hold the isthmus. But, by the time Turkey entered the war, Constantine had withdrawn his reluctant consent, believing that Bulgaria was already pledged to Germany. England, the only leader who showed a consistent appreciation of the importance of opening the Dardanelles, was Churchill. From August onwards, he frequently tried to arouse the interest of the War Office which, for several years, had not even made a perfunctory review of the question. 3 weeks after Turkey had entered the war, he raised it again at the first meeting of the new War Council, but all eyes were still focused on the French front, and he got no support from Kitchener. The Turks were granted a fresh lease of repose. But during December, the blankness of the prospect on the Western Front was realized by many in England and a few in France. Simultaneously, the growth of the new armies evoked a natural question as to their use. The two factors combined to freshen, if not to clear, the atmosphere. Suggestions for a new strategic line of approach came from several quarters. The most definite and practical was contained in a paper of December 29th, written by the Secretary of the War Council, Lt. Colonel Maurice Hankey, who emphasized the deadlock in France, and, while urging the development of new mechanical and armored devices to force a passage through the wire entanglements and trenches, suggested that Germany could be struck most easily through her allies, especially Turkey. He advocated the use of the first 3 new army corps for an attack on Constantinople, if possible in cooperation with Greece and Bulgaria, as a means not only to overthrow Turkey and bring the weight of the Balkans into the Entente scale, but to open communication with Russia. Further advantages would be to bring down the price of wheat and release 350,000 tons of shipping. The argument revealed a grasp of grand strategy, whereas the horizon of most soldiers, especially the highest, was narrowly bounded by tactics. Sir John French, of course, objected to any effort outside his own command in France, but at this juncture an appeal came from the Grand Duke Nicholas for a British demonstration to relieve the pressure on his forces in the Caucasus. Ironically, this danger had almost passed before his appeal was received. Still more ironically, the emergency had been due to his own objection to spare troops from the main front. Kitchener's response was to suggest the Dardanelles as the best place for such a demonstration, and also that reports could be spread at the same time that Constantinople was threatened. Fisher now chimed in to suggest not a demonstration, but a combined attack on a large scale, in conjunction with which old warships should be used to force the Dardanelles. He concluded characteristically and prophetically, but as the great Napoleon said, celerity without it failure. Churchill knew how little hope there was of obtaining troops for a large-scale attack, but eagerly caught hold of the naval possibility. Later in the day, January 3rd, he telegraphed, with Fisher's agreement, to the Admiral on the spot, "Carden, do you consider the forcing of the Straits by ships alone a practicable operation?" Back came Carden's answer, "I do not consider Dardanelles can be rushed. They might be forced by extended operations with large numbers of ships." Carden's detailed plan was submitted to the War Council on January 13th. The fatal decision was to be taken in a fateful atmosphere. Strategy, instead of being the servant of policy, had become the master, a blind and brutal master. From many sides there was an urgent call upon policy. Russia was faltering before she had even got into her stride. Serbia had barely escaped a fall. Greece and Romania were leaning back the more that Bulgaria seemed to be leaning forward to grasp Germany's outstretched hand. Italy was sitting on the fence. The one front where troops were available was in France, and their ammunition was not for the scale of ammunition that would suffice, and other theatres would not even make a dent in the trench barrier in France. But strategy, as embodied in Sir John French, evoked the desires of policy, and as he was loyally rather than logically supported by Kitchener, the rest of the cabinet was persuaded by a sense of nam, though not down, despair, aggravated by their amateur status. Hence, they clutched too desperately at straw of professional opinion which offered the chance of making breaks without men. And the words in which the decision was formulated was an epitome of their confused thought to prepare for a naval expedition in February to bombard and take the Gallipoli Peninsula with Constantinople as its objective. The suggestion that ships were to take a part of the land is delightfully naive. A few days later, Churchill made an attempt to strengthen his plan by suggesting to the Grand Duke Nicholas that the Russians should cooperate by a simultaneous land and sea attack on the Bosphorus. Strategically, his suggestion was the best possible. Paradoxically, it proved void because the political aspect here dominated the mind of the Russian strategists. Strong as was their desire to possess Constantinople, they had no wish to cooperate with their allies in gaining it. The cornerstone of Russian policy was the annexation of both Constantinople and the Dardanelles. Sazonov, the foreign minister, had tried to make this claim more palatable to his allies by suggesting the internationalization of Constantinople in return for Russian control of the Straits, but the weight of military opinion had overborne this partial concession. Thus it is not surprising that military Russia viewed with jealousy and suspicion any move of her allies towards her own goal, and withheld her assistance. Even Sazonov records, "I intensely disliked the thought that the Straits and Constantinople might be taken by our allies, and not by the Russian forces. When the Gallipoli expedition was finally decided upon by our allies, I had difficulty in concealing from them how painfully the news had affected me. Russia would not help even in helping to clear her own windpipe. She preferred to choke rather than disgorge a morsel of her ambition. And in the end, she was sure the verdict should be filo da se." In England, too, fresh complications arose. Churchill's quarrel with the plan was that the scale was too petty, Fisher's that it might become too large and so obstruct his Baltic project. And from this divergence a quarrel developed between the political and the professional heads of the Admiralty. At the next War Council meeting, Fisher rose to tender his resignation, but Kitchener intervened and, drawing him aside, persuaded him to fall in with the general opinion of the meeting. Thus the compromise plan was a compromise even in its acceptance. Most apt is the verdict of General Aspinall Oglander in his official history that operations on the Western Front were a gamble with pence for possible gain of pence, whereas in the East pence were to be wagered in the none too sanguine hope of winning pounds. The naval attack began with the bombardment of the outer forts on February 19th, curiously, the anniversary of Admiral Duckworth's successful attempt to pass through the Straits in 1807. 5 days of bad weather then intervened, and when the bombardment was renewed on the 25th, the forts were outranged and the Turks retired from them. Next day, the fleet began the second phase, the crushing of the intermediate defences, more difficult because these, being inside the mouth of the straits, were more difficult targets to observe. Although results were disappointing, the chance was taken to land demolition parties on the tip of the peninsula, which destroyed the guns in the abandoned outer forts. Thereby history, at least, gained a dramatic comparison. For on the same spot where this handful of Marines moved about freely on February 26, thousands of men fell 2 months later. Further landings were made next day, and again on March 3rd, but on the 4th they met slight opposition and were re-embarked. Meantime, the bombardment continued in rather desultory fashion due in part, but not wholly, to the bad weather, and trawlers made a few rather feeble attempts to sweep the first minefield. Lack of aircraft to observe and correct the shooting was, however, a great handicap, and on the 9th Carden reported that he could do no more until his air service was reinforced, and would meanwhile concentrate on clearing the minefield. But the weeks were slipping away, and the Admiralty could not help feeling that Carden's caution was disproportionate to the importance of his task and of speed in his task. Hence, on March 11th, a telegram was sent to urge him to decisive action and to free him from any fear of being held responsible if serious loss ensued. Carden responded at once and arranged a general fleet attack, under cover of which the mines were to be cleared. And the principle governing the attack was to be that the battleship should only move in and fire from what is clear or already cleared of mines. At this point, Carden fell sick and was succeeded by his second-in-command, de Robeck. The attack was begun on March 18th and was followed not by resistance but by inadvertence, for, evading the British destroyer patrols, a little Turkish steamer had laid a new line of mines well outside the main minefield, dropping them parallel to the shore near Rungui Bay, where the Allied fleet had taken up its position in earlier bombardments. This new line of mines lay undiscovered and unsuspected while the fleet advanced past it to engage the forts. By 1:45 p.m. the forts had been practically silenced, with little damage to the battleships, and the minesweepers were now sent forward to clear the main minefield, while the French battle squadron, in the van, was temporarily withdrawn. As this squadron was retiring through Rungui Bay, a tremendous explosion was heard, and a dense cloud of smoke seen in the Bouvet, and in less than 2 minutes she had heeled over and sunk with nearly all her crew. But the relieving line of battleships continued the attack from closer ranges, and the fire from the forts, momentarily renewed, became more and more flickering as guns were buried in rubble and telephone wires cut. Suddenly, however, about 4 p.m., the Inflexible and Irresistible were seen almost simultaneously to have a heavy loss. Mystery accentuated the moral effect. No one suspected the presence of the new line of mines, and guesses as to the cause ranged from that of a shoal of floating mines turned loose to drift down with the current to that of torpedoes fired from some hidden point on shore. Fear of the unknown prompted Admiral de Robeck's decision to order a general retirement forthwith, and even as this was in progress, the Ocean, sent to the Irresistible as aid, struck the same line of mines, and both foundered during the night. Although the whole British fleet lost only 61 men in casualties, the loss in material was large, for out of the 18 Allied battleships, 3 had sunk and 3 more were badly damaged. But a far worse loss was that of nerve and of imagination to see the enemy a sight among the naval authorities. Actually, the enemy were suffering greater depression, and with more reason. More than half their ammunition had been expended, and they had no reserve of mines. Many of the gun crews were demoralized, and the widespread opinion among both Turkish and German officers was that they had little hope of opposing a renewal of the attack. But that attack, contrary to their expectation, was never renewed. When he came out of action, de Robeck had the full intention of renewing it, and so had the Admiralty, which informed him that 5 more battleships were being sent out to replace his losses, and added that it was important not to let the forts be repaired, or to encourage the enemy by an apparent suspension of the operations. But on the 23rd he sent a telegram which not only revealed his reversal of view, but reversed the opinion of the Admiralty except Churchill, who had to bow to the weight of professional opinion. For de Robeck's new opinion was that the fleet could not get through without the help of the army, and that any further effort must be postponed until this was ready. And, in practice, this opinion meant that the Navy was to hand over the whole offensive burden to the army, and to stand by, watching, while the army spent itself in vain assaults unaided by any fresh naval attack. Perhaps the underlying factor was the service tendency of mind which sentimentally values things more than lives, a tendency which may have its foundation in totemism, but is also accentuated by the peacetime shortage of material and the penalties attached to any loss of it. The artilleryman's love of his guns, and readiness to sacrifice his life to avert the disgrace of losing them, is paralleled by the sailor's adoration of his ship, even an old and obsolete ship such as these of the Dardanelles. It hinders him from adopting the common sense view that a ship, like a shell, is merely a weapon to be expended profitably. Perhaps, also, a powerful auxiliary factor in the sailor's decision was now the presence of soldiers and their willingness to assume the burden. For, coincidentally with the preparations for a naval attack, the British government had drifted independently towards a land attack. It had its origin, not in a wider consideration of the Dardanelles problem, but in a separate consideration of whether new armies could be used as an alternative to France. The committee reported in favour of Salonika as an immediate aid to Serbia and an ultimate stab in the back to the Central Powers up the Danube. The opinion won favour at the meeting of the War Council on February 9th, being reinforced by the news that Bulgaria had contracted a loan with Germany and by the desire of encouraging Greece to support Serbia. And Kitchener, who had declared that he could find no troops for the Dardanelles plan, now announced that he would send the regular 29th Division to Salonika in conjunction with a French division. The promise of 2 divisions, however, was naturally not enough to allay Greek misgivings. Greece was unwilling to accept the offer unless Romania was persuaded to join, and Romania was held back by the sight of Russia's misadventures. But the fact remained, and could no longer be hidden from the cabinet by Kitchener's veil of mystery and authority, that the 29th Division was available. Nor did he for the moment seek to withhold it. In consequence, the War Council, on February 16th, decided that it should be dispatched to the centrally placed harbour of Mudros in Aegean at the earliest possible moment, together with troops from Egypt, with the idea that all the forces were to be available in case of necessity to support the naval attack on the Dardanelles. No one, however, suggested that the naval attack should be postponed to obtain surprise and the greater effect of a combined operation. The troops were merely to mount guard over what the navy gained. But the 29th Division immediately became the rope in a tug-of-war between the eastern and western schools of thought, and unto the western end were pulling not only the British headquarters in France, but Joffre. Joffre's foresight was always, and only, quick when his own preserves were threatened, and he saw in the dispatch east instead of west of the newly assembled 29th Division the disquieting omen of the destination of the new army divisions. Kitchener could easily have hardened his heart against French, but he could not against the French. Just as his loyalty to France was an earlier instinct than his love of the East, so it now proved stronger than his belief in the Eastern theatre. At the next meeting of the War Council, only 3 days later, he turned about face and asserted that the 29th Division could not be spared. In its place, he suggested the dispatch of raw Australian and New Zealand troops, 2 divisions from Egypt. And he even notified the Admiralty behind Churchill as back that the 29th was not to go, thereby interrupting the collection of the transports required to carry it. That same day the naval attack had opened and the bombardment echoed throughout the Near East. When the news came that the outer forts had fallen, the Turkish government made ready to flee into the interior of Asia Minor. The Germans expected not only the appearance of the Allied fleet off Constantinople, but that its appearance would be the signal for revolt against Enver, and the consequent signature of peace by Turkey. For the Turks, in any case, could not have carried on the war once Constantinople, their only munition source, was abandoned. Italy and Greece began to incline more strongly towards war, and Bulgaria away from it. On March 1st, Venizelos proposed to land 3 Greek divisions on the Gallipoli Peninsula, but here Russia fatally intervened by notifying Athens that in no circumstances can we allow Greek forces to participate in the Allied attack on Constantinople. Only the neutral part of these favourable echoes reached the War Council in London, but it was sufficient to encourage the believers and win over the doubters. The original idea that the naval attack was only tentative, to be abandoned if found difficult, now faded, and all save one were agreed that the attack must be carried through, if necessary, with land forces. The one dissenting voice was that of Lloyd George, who objected to the army having to pull the Navy as chestnuts out of the fire. Curiously, he alone sounded the warning truth of history that the renewal along the same line of an attack that has failed is rarely justified, and that it is better to switch the effort in a fresh direction. If his just objection was not immediately justified, it was because of the Turks' lethargy in profiting by their warning. In contrast, Kitchener laid down emphatically that having entered on the project of forcing the Straits, there can be no idea of abandoning the scheme. But not until March 10th did he make up his mind to release the 29th Division, and, perhaps worse, not until the 12th did he nominate a commander for the expedition. Yet the French, despite Joffre's refusal to contribute from the field armies, had scraped together a division from the interior and had begun to embark it as early as the 3rd. At the War Office in London, not a single preparatory step had been taken. One result was that when Ian Hamilton departed on the 13th, none of his administrative staff were available, and he had to leave without them. Further, the sum of his information comprised a 1912 handbook of the Turkish army, a pre-war report on the Dardanelles forts, and an inaccurate map. To compensate for this deficiency, some of his staff had scoured the booksellers for guidebooks to Constantinople. The one swift action in this halting period was Ian Hamilton's passage out to the Dardanelles. A chain of special trains and fast cruisers whisked him thither faster than he could have travelled in peacetime by the Orient Express, and he reached the fleet on March 17th, the eve of its attack. His first discovery was the unsuitability of Lemnos as a base, owing to lack of water, as well as lack of piers and shelter in Mudros harbour. His second was that the troops already present were so ill distributed in their transports that they would have to be disembarked and redistributed before they could land on an open and hostile shore. Hence his first step, on the 18th, had to be the unfortunate one of changing his base to Alexandria and directing all transports there. So ill-conceived and chaotic had been the original loading that battalions were separated from their first-line transport, wagons from their horses, guns from their ammunition, and even shells from their fuses. One infantry battalion of the 29th Division had actually been split up among 4 ships. Even with the ample wharfs and camps of Alexandria, unloading and reloading was a slow business, not accelerated by the delayed arrival of the administrative staff. On March 22nd, after the naval attack and before sailing for Alexandria, Ian Hamilton with his chief assistants met de Roebuck in conference. The moment we sat down, de Roebuck told us he was now clear he could not get through without the help of all my troops. Soldiers could not argue with the naval verdict, even had they any wish, and so, without discussion, the army was committed to the task. And the task was committed to the army. For although Ian Hamilton politely suggested to the Admiral that he should push on systematically with the attack on the force, and Churchill made similar representations, the admirals both at the Admiralty and at the Dardanelles were as rigid as rock in passive resistance, and henceforth the fleet was dedicated to what Churchill has aptly termed the no principle and unsurmountable mental barrier. Sired by strategic confusion and downed by naval negation, the landing on Gallipoli was born and marred in delivery by muddled military midwifery. From this welter only one clear note emerged in a memorandum drawn up for the Prime Minister by Maurice Hankey on March 16th. In it he emphasized that combined operations require more careful preparation than any other class of military enterprise. All through our history such attacks have failed when the preparations have been inadequate, and the successes are in nearly every case due to the most careful preparation beforehand. It would appear to be the business of the War Council to assure themselves, in the present instance, that these preparations have been thoroughly thought out. He pointed out that surprise had already been forfeited, and in consequence the task had become far more formidable. Hence he enumerated a comprehensive list of practical points upon which the War Council should cross-examine the naval and military authorities, saying, in conclusion, unless details such as these are fully thought out before the landing takes place, a serious disaster may occur. It may occur to the historian that Hankey was the only expert advisor of the British government who had thought out the foundations of strategy. For when the Prime Minister, loth to question Kitchener's omniscience, tentatively asked if any scheme had been worked out, Kitchener replied that must be left to the commanders on the spot, and thereby shut down all discussion. No heed was given to the wider aspects of the planet's immediate and potential needs in men, guns, ammunition, and supplies. In consequence, the expedition was to live from hand to mouth, nourishment being always too small and too late, yet in some far exceeding what would originally have sufficed for success. 5 Scene 2. The slip took slip and cupped the landing on Gallipoli, April 25th, 1915. Despite the chain of folly which preceded it, was there still a chance of success when the belated line attack on the Dardanelles was launched? The verdict of history is affirmative. Part, if not all, of the opportunity forfeited by the British was redeemed for them by the Turks. The panic caused by the opening of the naval attack, and the feeling that the passage of the Dardanelles could not be prevented, led the Turks toward a new military disposition to which, in the words of Liman von Sanders, head of the German military mission, did away with any defense of the exterior coast of the Gallipoli Peninsula with its dominating heights. It did away with the defense of the Asiatic coast at the mouth of the Dardanelles. It was the feeblest imaginable defensive measure. That it was not put into operation may have been due to Liman von Sanders' protests, with which, however, Inver replied that he did not concur, but was more probably due to pure inertia. The absence of renewed naval attacks after the failure of March 18th was rightly taken as a sign that a land attack was being prepared, and this assurance was confirmed by abundant reports from various Mediterranean ports, especially Alexandria and Port Said. This was the less surprising in that public reviews of the troops were held at Alexandria and Cairo, while at least one member of Ian Hamilton's staff received official letters from home through the ordinary post, addressed Constantinople field force. Any chance of secrecy had indeed disappeared, with the necessity of disembarking the force in Egypt. Thus, on March 25th, Inver was led to form a separate army for the defense of the Dardanelles, and to place it under the command of Liman von Sanders. After a hurried survey, Liman exclaimed to his subordinate, Hans Kanningesser, "If the English will only leave me alone for 8 days." They left him for 4 weeks. This month of grace, he records, was just sufficient to complete the most indispensable arrangements and to bring the 3rd Division under Colonel Nicolai from Constantinople. Its arrival brought his strength up to 6 divisions, 6 times the strength present on Gallipoli before the naval attack began. But he found them dispersed as coastguards, and his first step was to concentrate them. To do this effectively, he had to decide where to expect a landing. The Asiatic coast, where movement and an approach to his rear was easy, he deemed the point of greatest danger. And so he placed 2 divisions near Biscay Bay to cover the line of forts on this side, On the European side, he most feared a landing at the neck of the peninsula, near Liddell, where the waters of the Gulf of Saros were separated by a mere 3.5 mile strip from the waters of the Sea of Marmara. A landing here would cut off the defenders of the peninsula from Thrace and Constantinople, although if they did not lose their nav, they might be able to maintain themselves by drawing supplies from the Asiatic side across the Narrows. This, however, was only a possibility. Near Liddell, therefore, Lim and von Sanders posted 2 more divisions. The 2 other and lesser danger points were near Gavatip at the 6-mile waist to low waist of the peninsula, where a wide valley ran across to Meadows at the Narrows, and near Cape Hales at the southern end, where the gradual ascent up the slopes of Achai-Baba might be swept by the fire of the British fleet. Lim and von Sanders distributed 1 division to guard the whole of the southern part of the peninsula, while his remaining division, under Lieutenant Mustafa Kemal, was posted near the waist as a general reserve. The scheme of defense was essentially based on mobility and to obtain the utmost value from his dispositions, as well as to offset the British ease of sea movement. He concentrated his energy on increasing and improving the roads. Lim and von Sanders' dispositions are the best justification for Ian Hamilton's plan. In this, the governing factors were the small size of the British force and its mission. The force comprised only 5 divisions, 75,000 men to the Turks' 84,000. The object was to open a path for the fleet through the Narrows, not to engage independently in a campaign for big strategic prizes. Kitchener-Espère instructions strongly deprecated, although without explanation, an advance on the Asiatic side, and that the guns of the fleet could give no support beyond the initial landing. The Gulf of Saros was obviously the most vulnerable strategic point, but as Lim and von Sanders himself has pointed out, it afforded no direct artillery effect against the defences of the straits. Moreover, the beaches near Liddell were seen to be strongly prepared for defence, while a landing on the west side of the Gulf would be uncomfortably close to the Bulgarian frontier, and with difficult country to traverse. In either case, a small force would be in danger of being itself attacked in flank and rear from the mainland of Thrace, and so being caught between 2 devils and the deep sea. Weighing up these conditions and his handicaps, Ian Hamilton decided on a dual blow in the southern half of the peninsula. The 29th Division was to land on 4 beaches at the toe and seize Achai-Baba, while the French waited in support, meanwhile sending a regiment to land at Kamkel on the Asiatic side as a feint and distraction. The 2 divisions of the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, whose initials were to enrich both dictionary and history with the word Anzac, were to land north of Gavatip, while the Royal Naval Division made a feint near Liddell. If the idea of security seems to have dictated the landing at the toe, surprise was to be its effect. And surprise was assiduously sought in manifold ways. Commander Unwin was inspired by the proximity of Troy to make the apt suggestion of reproducing the immortal wooden horse, in this case to be a seahorse. A collier, the River Clyde, was to be run ashore at V Beach and to disgorge troops through large openings cut in its sides. Ian Hamilton himself added another stratagem which had some parallel to Wolfess at Quebec, whereby a detachment of 2 battalions was to be landed farther up the coast at a spot apparently inaccessible, and so unlikely to be defended, whence it could menace the rear of the Turks defending the southern beaches. This spot was christened Y Beach. Further, the French transports were to make a pretense of landing troops at Pacifica Bay. Ian Hamilton also wished to increase the chance of local surprise and decrease the risk of loss by landing at night, even though it meant foregoing the support of the guns of the fleet. But Hunter Weston, commanding the 29th Division, preferred a daylight landing to avoid the risk of confusion. He gained his way through the support of naval opinion, which was based on the difficulties of the current. For the Anzac landing, the corps commander, Bedwood, wisely preferred a near risk to that of the obvious, and if his landing was to suffer in effect through confusion which was more due to lack of training than to initial loss of direction in the darkest, escaped the heavy losses of the 29th Division. By April 20th, the preparations for the venture were complete and the troops assembled at Madras on their transports. The weather, almost continuously unfavourable for several weeks, was both the determining and the most uncertain factor. Not until the 23rd did it allow the scheme to be set in motion. For the mechanism, like an alarm clock, required, and was timed to strike, 36 hours from the start of the movement. On the evening of the 24th, 11 transports of the Royal Naval Division sailed for the Gulf of Saros, escorted by warships which opened a slow bombardment at daybreak on the Liddell lines. Towards evening, boats were ostentatiously swung out, filled with troops, and began pulling for the shore to return to the ships as soon as darkness cloaked them. During the night, an officer, Lieutenant Commander B. C. Freiberg, swam ashore from a boat 2 miles out and led flares along the beach. His feat and its effect was an outstanding proof that in war it is the man, and not men, who count that one man can be more useful than 1,000. For the Gavatip landing, 1,500 men of the covering force were carried in 3 battleships to the rendezvous 5 miles offshore. They clambered down into the boats at 1:30 a.m. just as the moon was sinking. Then, towed by the battleships and followed by 7 destroyers with the rest of the covering force, They moved silently inshore until the distance was halved. Here the 12 tows, each with a steam picket boat at the head, cast loose and continued the approach. But darkness and the strong current caused the tows to arrive off the beach a mile north of the intended point, and so on a more rugged part of the coast, skirted by precipitous cliffs, seamed with steep gullies and covered with scrub. Day was just breaking when at 4:25 a.m., under a scattered and erratic fire from a few small and stupefied posts, the 48 boats were rowed across the last 50 yards until they touched bottom. Then, in a headlong rush and scramble, the Australians swept inland. Hardly a man had fallen, but units were badly mixed, and soon became worse. The next contingent landed from the destroyers suffered rather more, at least on the left, but carried the advance over a mile inland. One small party even penetrated far enough to see the glistening straits beyond and beneath. The Hell's Landing was less fortunate, although the opponents were little more numerous. Only 2 Turkish battalions were present in the whole area south of Achai Baba, and only 2 of the 5 selected landing places were covered by wire entanglements and machine guns. These were the central beaches W and V on either side of Cape Helles itself. The British covering force comprised the 4 battalions of Hart's 86th Brigade, which with an extra half battalion were to land at V, W, and X beaches, 1 battalion at S Beach, and 2 battalions at Y Beach for the threat to the enemy S rear. Thus 7.5 battalions were to be thrown ashore initially, followed by 5 more of the main body, and ultimately by the French division. At 5 a.m., under cover of a heavy fleet bombardment, the tows crept towards the shore. The first mischance was the slow progress, against the current, of the tows making for S Beach, on the east flank, which caused those destined for the 3 main beaches to be held back until nearly 6 a.m. Nevertheless, the tows for X Beach, round the western tip of the peninsula, landed without a casualty beneath a low cliff, where their arrival was unexpected by the Turks and opposed only by a picket of 12 men. But at W, the next beach eastwards, the landing parties ran into a well-prepared death trap. Not a shot was fired as the boats rode in, but, as they grounded, they were swept by bullets, and the men, jumping overboard, were entangled in submerged wire. Despite heavy loss, they struggled forward, drove off the defenders, and gained a lodgment on the cliffs. But Hart, too gallantly exposing himself, was wounded, and the effort subsided. The landing at V Beach, beside the old fort of Said el-Ba, fared still worse. Here the invaders ran, like gladiators, into a gently sloping arena designed by nature and arranged by the Turks themselves ensconced in surrounding seats for butchery. The tows, checked by the current, were caught up by the River Clyde, and as a Grand Détaillant. In the incoming boat saws dropped like the wings of scorched moths, while the boats drifted helplessly with their load of dead and wounded. Many men jumped overboard only to be drowned in water stained with their own blood. A few gained the beach and found shelter beneath a low bank which was to mark the limit of the day's advance. Those who tried to emerge from the River Clyde and reach the shore across a bridge of lighters were no more fortunate and fell in heaps. The few survivors on the beach and the 1,000 left in the River Clyde could only wait for nightfall to release them. 2 companies of Turks, distributed between V and W beaches, had checked the main British landing. But this beach, at the other side of Mortar Bay, was, like X, an unlikely spot and so guarded by only a platoon of Turks. The landing battalion got safely ashore and then, having had preliminary instructions to await the advance from the other beaches, fulfilled them to the letter. Its inertness, however, was approved by Hunter Weston, owing apparently to an exaggerated estimate of the Turkish strength. Actually, the 2 intact battalions ashore at the 2 flank beaches, S and X, totaled 4 times the strength of the Turkish defenders of V and W beaches, and by an advance inwards could have taken them in rear. Soon, also, that superiority was increased, but not the pressure. 2 battalions of the 87th Brigade, the other 2 had been used for the original landings at S and Y, were put ashore safely on X Beach by 9 a.m., but they had been earmarked as divisional reserve, and the brigadier did not feel justified in using them, except to dig in, unless and until he received instructions from Hunter Weston. These never came, so the force at X Beach remained passive. Meantime, after another vain attempt to land at V Beach, in which the commander of the 88th Brigade was killed, the remaining 2.5 battalions of the main body were disembarked at W Beach. But, as the official history generally says, in contrast to the gallant exploits of the morning, a certain inertia seems to have overtaken the troops on this part of the front, who now mounted to at least 2,000 men, faced with a definite task. The capture of the beaches, the 29th Division had put an indelible mark on history, but once the task was done, platoon, company, and even battalion commanders, each in their own sphere, were awaiting fresh and definite orders, and on their own initiative did little to exploit the morning air success or to keep in touch with the enemy. Instead, they allowed themselves to be paralyzed by an enemy whom they had already driven from his trenches and whom, though unaware of the fact, they outnumbered by at least 6 to 1. But a still greater opportunity was missed at Y Beach, 3 miles up the coast, where 2,000 men were safely disembarked without a hitch and without any opposition. For 11 hours they were left undisturbed by the enemy, and throughout that period they alone were equal in numbers to all the Turkish forces south of Achai Baba. Yet throughout the 25th the initial success remained unexploited. During the ensuing night the troops gallantly repulsed a succession of fierce attacks on their line, but the whole enterprise was suddenly abandoned next morning, and the men re-embarked at the very moment when the enemy himself was in full retreat. The one man who realized the opportunity was Ian Hamilton himself, out at sea, but he had delegated the execution of the landing to the commander of the 29th Division, and had kept no reserve. Somewhat naturally, he was loth to interfere except by suggestion, though he was far quicker than the man on the spot to appreciate the check in the south, and as early as 9:21 a.m. he signaled to Hunter Weston, "Would you like to get some more men ashore at Y Beach? If so, trawlers are available." But Hunter Weston's attention was glued to the bloody beaches where the enemy was better prepared, and there he preferred to concentrate his efforts. At Y Beach itself the landing had been made without a shot being fired or attack being discovered, but the commander, Colonel Matthews, was content to await further orders. Crowds of troops were sitting about the edge of the cliff, and not until late in the afternoon did they even attempt to entrench. Towards dark, one Turkish battalion was brought up and launched a series of counter-attacks against the 2 British battalions. Repeatedly beaten off, the Turks finally fled in disorder soon after 7 a.m., but their night assaults caused such loss and confusion among the defenders that panic spread. A string of alarmist messages were signaled to the ships, and many stragglers poured down to the beach, swarming into the boats sent for the wounded. This state continued even after the disappearance of the Turks, and Matthews, who saw no response to his urgent appeal for reinforcements, reluctantly decided to follow the example set by his stragglers. By 11:30 a.m. the whole force had re-embarked. Some hours later a naval party under Lieutenant Commander Keyes went ashore and made a prolonged search for wounded without being fired on. But if anything can justify Matthews' action, and previous inaction, it is his utter neglect by his superior, Hunter Weston. Throughout the 29 hours on land, no word of any kind reached him from divisional headquarters. No officer was sent to visit him, no reply was sent to his urgent appeals. And when, early in the morning of the 26th, Ian Hamilton once more intervened with the offer of a French brigade's 6 battalions, Hunter Weston had no thought but to land them on W Beach in the enemy's face. The measured verdict of the official history upon Y Beach is that in deciding to throw our force ashore at that point Sir Ian Hamilton would seem to have hit upon the key of the whole situation. It is as certain as anything can be in war that a bold advance from Y, on the morning of April 25th, must have freed the southern beaches that morning, and ensured a decisive victory for the 29th Division. At Anzac, too, a great opportunity went begging. Although here the initiative of one opponent, the then unknown Mustafa Kemal contributed to its unfulfillment. The surprise landing had placed 4,000 men before 5 a.m. and another 4,000 before 8 a.m. on a shore guarded by only 1 Turkish company. The next company was more than a mile to the south. 2 battalions and a battery in local reserve were 4 miles inland, and still farther away lay the general reserve of 8 battalions and 3 batteries, commanded by Mustafa Kemal. He was out watching a regiment at training when suddenly a number of gendarmes, bareheaded and weaponless, came running frantically towards him, crying, "They come! They come! Who comes?" He lies. He turned to ask, "Have we bought cartridges?" "Yes, all right." Forward, leading a company himself, and leaving the rest of the regiment to follow, he raced to the great dividing ridge of Chun at Barentine about 10 a.m. to cross the crest and check the leading Australians as they were climbing up the steeper slopes on the west. Until now, barely 500 Turks had been available to hold up 8,000 Australians, but henceforth the defenders were to be augmented steadily until by nightfall 6 battalions, perhaps 5,000 men, had been brought up, and from 4 p.m. onwards launched in a series of counter-attacks which forced back but failed to break the ragged Australian line. Both sides had suffered about 2,000 casualties, the Turks far more heavily in proportion, but the raw Australians were in an unknown country, under fire for the first time, and the moral effect of the shrapnel from the enemy's handful of guns was made worse by the absence of their own. Although 15,000 men were ashore by 6 p.m., the front was but a thin and much intermixed line, and the beach was crowded with leaderless men who had drifted back, many because they had lost themselves rather than lost their nerve. But the sight naturally confirmed the fears of the commanders, themselves in rear, and so gloomy was their report to Birdwood, when he landed at 10 p.m., that he sent a message to Ian Hamilton saying, "Both my divisional commanders and brigadiers have represented to me that they fear their men are thoroughly demoralized by shrapnel fire. If troops are to be subjected to shell fire again tomorrow morning, there is likely to be a fiasco. If we are to re-embark, it must be at once." All available boats were ordered to be sent to the beach. Only by a fluke did the message ever reach the commander-in-chief, for in the hurry it was not addressed to anyone, but, being thrust into the hands of the beach master, who was going out to the flagship, he handed it one day to Admiral Thursby. After reading it, Thisbe decided to go ashore to discuss the re-embarkation with Birdwood, but at that moment the Queen Elizabeth, with Ian Hamilton on board, unexpectedly arrived from Hells, so that Thisbe went instead to report to him. Thus, by a chain of happy mishaps, Birdwood's escrave message reached Ian Hamilton in time. Insight must have guided him in an extraordinarily difficult decision, for no other guidance or comfort was available, and no time to obtain it. The reply which he wrote was epitomized in its postscript: "You have got through the difficult business. Now you have only to dig, until you are safe." Like a fresh breeze, this definite and confident order dispersed the rumor-laden and gloomy atmosphere on the beach. The rear ceased to talk about evacuation, and the front did not know that the rear had been talking about it. When morning broke, there was also a respite from the real enemy, for Mustafa Kemal had no further reserves with which to renew his counter-attack, and the shrapnel from his few guns was no longer a terror to troops now safely dug in. Indeed, it was the Turk who suffered demoralization from the guns of the fleet, and especially the huge 15-inch shells of the Queen Elizabeth. Did the lost opportunity still have been regained? History answers, yes, and the reason lies in the profound impression made by Ian Hamilton's original plan on the mind of the enemy commander-in-chief. Lyman von Sanders records of the first day, April 25th, that from the many pale faces among the officers reporting in the early morning, it was apparent that, although a hostile landing had been expected with certainty, a landing at so many points surprised and disquieted them, we could not discern at the time where the enemy was actually seeking a decision. The last sentence is a euphemism, for Lyman von Sanders actually thought that the place where the British were merely making a bluff was the place where they were seeking a decision. If he kept his head, he lost his sense of direction. His first act was to order his 7th Division to march from the town of Gallipoli to Biella. His next to gallop thither himself. And there he stayed while the critical struggle was in progress at the other end of the peninsula. Not until evening were to even spare 5 battalions, out of his 2 divisions around Belair, to go to the real battle zone, and not until over 48 hours after the British landing did he release the remainder. But the extension of the opportunity was of no avail to the British. Partly for want of fresh troops when so many, in comparison, were locked up in the Western Front safe deposit, but partly also for want of effort from those who had landed. Ian Hamilton's optimism, although justified, was not shared by his subordinate commanders on the morning of the 26th. It was not merely the Anzac force which remained passive. At Hells, Hunter Weston, appreciating the tiredness of his troops but not the weakness of the enemy, gave up any idea of advancing until French reinforcements arrived. Expecting a Turkish onslaught and fearing the result, he issued the order, "Every man will die at his post rather than retire." So far from attacking, the Turks went back to a new line in front of Krithia. Well they might, for their total strength here up to the 27th was only 5 battalions, and casualties had reduced them to a real strength scarcely more than the original 2. Not until the 28th was a new attack attempted, and by then the Franco-British force had almost lost its advantage of numbers and suffered the disadvantages of ignorance of the ground, thirst, increased tiredness, besides complicating its task by combining the attack with the right wheel. The small gains were lost to Turkish counter-attacks, and near the coast the line wavered and broke. The danger here was averted by a single shell from the Queen Elizabeth. It burst its 24,000 shrapnel bullets right in the midst of the onrushing mass of Turks, and when the dust cleared, not a Turk was to be seen. But by nightfall, the whole 29th Division was back at its starting point. Meantime, the troops at Anzac were reorganizing and making their front secure. But so also were the Turks, and thus the Anzac force was locked in a tiny cell only 1.5 miles long and half a mile deep, while the Turk looked down from the roof upon the arrested trespassers. The almost blank credit side of the Allied balance sheet was now relieved by a Turkish contribution. Urged on by Vanvera's peremptory order to drive the invaders into the sea, Lyman von Sanders launched mass bayonet attacks on the nights of May 1st and 3rd. Several thousand dead were heaped as a sacrifice before the Allied front, which was only, and momentarily, endangered in the French sector. The Turks' forfeit was soon redeemed by the British. 2 brigades were brought from Anzac, and a new brigade of territorials came from Egypt. Even so, the Allied force at Hells could only bring a fighting strength of 25,000 against a Turkish strength now raised to nearly 20,000. And, in the issue, it did not even test their strength. The Allied attack arranged for May 6 suffered every possible disadvantage. It was purely frontal, on a narrow 3-mile front against unlocated positions, with an extreme shortage of shells, and a shortage of aircraft to observe the fire. At the shortest notice until Western orders were not issued to brigades until 4 a.m. for an attack to begin at 11 a.m. Once more the control of the battle and the last remaining reserves were handed over to Hunter Weston by Ian Hamilton. All that was left to him, as the official history says, of the high office of Commander-in-Chief was its load of responsibility. Fatigue rather than resistance foiled the attack. The troops, worn out by strain and lack of sleep, had not even the energy to press on to the slaughter, and they did not even push back the Turks' advance posts. As the best remedy for lack of rest, Hunter-Weston ordered a fresh effort next morning. This was no more effective, except in draining the ammunition almost to zero. So a third attack was ordered for the third morning. In this the loss at least was confined to a smaller circle, by launching 4 weak battalions of New Zealanders in daylight against a position held by 9 Turkish battalions. Then Ian Hamilton, finding that 3 brigades were still in reserve, himself intervened. The whole Allied line was to fix bayonets, slope arms, and move on Crithi precisely at 5:30 p.m. This produced heavy casualties, if nothing else. The attacking force had lost a third of its strength in the 3 days. Thereafter the front of the 2 small footholds gained by the Allies inevitably relapsed into stagnation, which soon froze solidly as the Turks converted their hasty defences into an organised trench system. Now, at last, Ian Hamilton was driven to ask for reinforcements and to awake the government to a serious need and situation. Hitherto, although conscious of the inadequacy of his force, he had been too loyal to Kitchener, and perhaps too aware of his old chief's arbitrary methods to worry him by importunate demands. Before leaving England he had been told that 75,000 men would and must suffice, that even the 29th Division was but a temporary loan, and the fact that Kitchener had warned Maxwell, the commander in Egypt, to help him with additional troops, was not communicated to him by Maxwell despite Kitchener's explicit instructions. Lack of ammunition was another handicap, and when he called attention to it, the War Office reply merely told him that it was important to push on. Yet, almost simultaneously with his vain 3 days attack, May 6 to 8th, in which he could only use 18,500 shells, Haight was expending 80,000 on Aubers Ridge in 1 day for less result, a far less object, and twice the loss of life. Up to a point, the astonishing feature of Gallipoli was how near Ian Hamilton came to success with his inferior forces and resources. His oft-criticized choice of landing place could hardly have been improved on if, by supernatural power, he had been able to know the enemy's mind and dispositions. By avoiding the natural line of expectation, the pitfall of commonplace generalship, and by distracting the enemy's attention to that line, he ensured his own troops an immense superiority of force at the actual landing places, although his total force was less than that of the Turks. The enemy commander let his attention be so fixed on Belair that for 48 hours after the British were assured their immediate opponents were denied adequate reinforcements. This fact is the best answer to the common criticism that Ian Hamilton should have struck at Belair, a point so obvious to everyone at home that, curiously, it was also obvious to the enemy. Another popular criticism is that Ian Hamilton dispersed his force at too many points and should have concentrated his effort on one small sector. This is answered not only by the pale faces of which Lemon von Sanders tells, but by the next 3 years' experience of this abortive method on the Western Front, experience which was purchased at an infinitely greater cost. Perhaps, as an alternative landing place, also in the least defended area, Silver Bay might have offered the advantages of Ian Hamilton's choice with less disadvantages. But in April accurate information was lacking and exaggerated faith placed in the effect of the naval guns at Hales. Another reasonable criticism is that the British power of rapid sea movement might have been utilized more fully to withdraw troops were checked before they were deeply committed and switch them to reinforced and opposed landings or to fresh points. Thereby the lack of reserves might have been partly compensated through the power to create fresh ones by switching. This, indeed, had been suggested to Braithwaite, the Chief of Staff, on the day before the landing by Captain Aspinall, an officer of the General Staff. He urged that the plan should be adapted to meet the contingency that either or both the landings at Anzac and Hales might fail. An equal or greater fault in the plan was that it failed to provide for partial success, the most probable case in war, and left no floating reserve in the hands of the Commander-in-Chief ready for prompt application at the most promising point ashore. Unhappily, both the plan and the execution suffered from lack of the elasticity which is an essential axiom in war, and the partial success of both landings in the first phase tended to harden the design until it became hard and stuck fast. For years controversy has centered round the incubation period of the Dardanelles project, and the plan which was evolved. More depressing is the later revelation of the opportunities thrown away after the force had landed lost opportunities hitherto obscured by a halo of romance. Scene 3. The gas cloud at Ypres, April 22 ND. 1915. The sun was sinking behind Ypres. Its spring radiance had breathed life that day into the dead town and the mouldering trench lines which guarded it. A month hence the town would be a shell with all the eerie moonlit grandeur of a greater Colosseum. 3 years hence it would be merely a vast ant-heap of tumbled ruins. But on that 22nd day of April, 1915, it had merely the dreariness of incomplete abandonment, momentarily relieved by the fragrance of a spring day as sunshine. As that fragrance faded with the waning sun, even the guns became silent, and an evening hush spread over the scene as if in order waiting of a benediction. The hush was false, purely a prelude to the devil's malediction, with organ pealing, censer swinging. At 5 o'clock a fearful din of guns broke out and heavy shells struck with reverberating crash on Ypres and many villages rarely or never touched before, and to the nostrils of men nearer the front came the smell of a devilish incense. Those nearer still to the trenches north of Ypres saw two curious wraiths of greenish-yellow fog creep forward, spread until they became one, and then, moving forward, changed to a blue-white mist. It hung, as it had come, over the front of the two French divisions, one Algerian, one territorial, which joined up with the British and held the left of the salient. Soon, officers behind the British front and near the canal bridges were startled to see a torrent of terrified humanity pouring backward. The Africans, nearest the British, were coughing and pointing to their throats as they fled. Mingled with them soon came horse teams and wagons. The French guns were still firing, but at 7 p.m. these suddenly and ominously became silent. The fugitives left behind them a gap in the front over 4 miles wide, filled only by the dead and by those who lay suffocating in agony from chlorine gas poisoning. Otherwise the two French divisions had almost completely disappeared. With the aid of gas, the Germans had removed the defenders on the north flank of the salient as deftly as if extracting the back teeth from one side of a jaw. The remaining teeth in front and on the south flank of the salient were formed by the Canadian Division Alderson, nearest the gap, the 28th Division Balfin, and the 27th Division Snow, which together comprised Plumer's 5th Corps. The Germans had only to push south for 4 miles to reach Ypres and loosen all these teeth by pressure from the rear. That evening they walked forward 2 miles and then, curiously, stopped. The space of 4.5 miles between the raw edge of the Canadian front and the canal which formed the core of the salient was only filled by a few small posts taken up hastily by packets of French and Canadians hitherto in reserve, and between these posts there were 3 untenanted gaps of 2,000 yards, 1,000 yards, and 3,000 yards, respectively. Yet on May 1st the Germans had only advanced a few hundred yards farther. And when the fighting at last died down, at the end of May, the only outward change was that the nose of the salient had been flattened mainly by a voluntary British withdrawal. But, in curious contrast to normal experience, it was the defenders who had lost most heavily. The British loss was 59,000, nearly double that suffered by the Germans who attacked them. Why did the gas come as so complete a surprise? Why did the Germans fail to exploit such a surprise? Why did the British escape disaster when taken unawares by the French collapse and yet suffer so disproportionately when the Germans had forfeited their advantage? These are the 3 crucial questions of 2nd Ypres. Towards the end of March, prisoners taken on the south of the salient, then held by the French, gave full details of the way that gas cylinders had been stored in the trenches and of its method of discharge. Perhaps because they were about to be relieved, the French commanders took no action in regard to this warning, although, curiously, the details appear in the bulletin of the French 10th Army, away down in Picardy, for March 30th. An even more complete and localized warning came on April 13th, when a German deserter gave himself up near Langemarck to the French 11th Division, then holding the sector, and related that cylinders with asphyxiating gas had been placed in batteries of 20 cylinders for every 40 meters along the front. At a given signal, 3 red rockets fired by the artillery to cylinders will be opened and the escaping gas will be carried by a favorable wind towards the French trenches in order to guard against being poisoned by the gas. Each German soldier is in possession of a packet of Telsort in oxygen. The deserter handed over one of these embryo gas masks in proof of his statement. The French divisional commander, General Ferry, gravely impressed, warned the French division on his left, the British 28th Division on his right, and a Canadian division which took over part of his front 2 days later while the Algerian division took over the rest. More significant still, Ferry warned his corps commander, Balfourier, and the liaison officer from Joffre's headquarters, who came to visit him. How did these 2 key men react? Balfourier deemed Ferry a credulous fool and ignored his suggestions that the German trenches should be shelled in order to destroy the cylinders, and that the number of men in the front line, exposed to the gas danger, should be reduced. The liaison officer not only dismissed the story as a myth, but reproved Ferry, first, for warning the British direct, and, second, for taking steps to reduce the garrison of the front line contrary to Joffre's doctrine. And, following the usual happy custom of the French army, Ferry was thereafter punished by removal for being right. General Patz, who, with his 2 divisions, took over the left of the salient from Balfourier, was no more inclined to believe the story than Balfourier, although a fresh warning came from Belgian sources on April 16th. Patz mentioned the story scoffingly to the British liaison officer from Smith-Dorrien in his 2nd Army, but apparently did not think it worth repeating to his own troops. So they waited in ignorance until suffocation overtook them. The only measures taken were by the British. Aircraft reconnaissances were made, but failed to observe anything unusual, and Plumer passed the warning to his divisional commanders for what it was worth. No precautions against gas were suggested or ordered, and in the next few days even the fact of the warning was forgotten, perhaps all the easier because it sounded such an ungentlemanly novelty. Yet acquaintance with the German practice of getting in the first verbal blow might well have made the British command suspect the sinister significance of the German wireless communique of April 17th yesterday. East of Ypres, the British employed shells and bombs with asphyxiating gas. But one factor which undoubtedly lulled suspicion of an attack was the lack of any sign that the Germans were concentrating reserves for it. This lack of signs was due not to special precautions, but to the lack of such reserves. And thereby the Germans lost the opportunity created by the most complete surprise of the war. As scientifically hidebound as its opponents, the German Supreme Command had little faith in the new weapon. So little that for want of facilities the inventor, Haber, had to use cylinders mainly for projection instead of shells. A discharge of gas from cylinders must be dependent on a favourable wind, and as a westerly or southwesterly wind was the most frequent in Flanders, the Germans thus offered a hostage to fortune. Disclosing their new weapon prematurely and for a paltry prize, they gave their opponents the advantage in retaliation until sufficient gas shell was produced to replace gas cylinders. However weak their faith, it is incredible, but for the result, that the Germans should have neglected to be ready for a possible success. Yet, actually, Falkenhayn allotted no fresh reserves for the attack, and even refused the request for extra ammunition. Falkenhayn's idea was merely to try the gas as an experimental aid to an attack which itself was merely a cloak to his projected blow against the Russians. If the Ypres salient could be a race, so much the better, but he did not take any longer view. Originally, the attack was to be launched by the Roman 15 Corps against the southern side of the salient, and the gas cylinders were in position by March 10th. But the attack had to be postponed repeatedly for want of a favourable wind, and towards the end of March an alternative attack was prepared on the north side of the salient. Intended for April 15th, this in turn was delayed a week. It was then launched by the two divisions of the Roman 26 Reserve Corps, with one division of the Roman 23 Reserve Corps attacking on their right. As an aid to the main thrust, the other division of the Roman 23 Reserve Corps was to strike a Steenstraat, which was both the hinge of the salient and the junction between the French and the Belgians. Unaided by gas, the subsidiary attack made little progress. Only one division was available in Army Reserve, and this was not released until next day, and was then given to the Roman 23 Reserve Corps, not to the Roman 26, which had an open gap before it. But if lack of reserves was the fundamental cause of the Germans' failure, the immediate cause was the troops' fear of their own gas. They had only been issued with the crudest form of respirator, which many of them did not even wear. No special tactics had been thought of, and, after passing through the gasping and agonized men who littered the French trenches, they were only too willing to comply with the letter of their limited orders, and dig in as soon as they reached the short distance objective that had been assigned. The failing light, too, prevented them discovering the extent of their success and the weakness of the few stout-hearted knots of Canadians who were strung across their path. And during the succeeding days they were equally content to act as camp followers to their artillery, merely taking a short step forward to occupy and consolidate such fresh patches of ground as the guns and gas had swept practically clear of defenders. However short-sighted during the first days, when opportunity lay open to their embrace, this pure siege warfare method was good sense later. It foreshadowed the Verdun method of a year later, and, thanks to Foch, the Allies helped to make it most profitable to the Germans. Foch was then, as Joffre as deputy, in high control of the French troops in Flanders, and charged with the duty of coordinating the efforts of the French, British, and Belgians. On hearing the news of the German breakthrough, he ordered Pepys to make sure of holding his ground near the line of the canal, and to organize a counterattack to regain the ground he had lost. But the French had lost their artillery, and all they could do was to fulfill the first point. Fortunately, the Belgians baffled the German efforts to break the hinge. Pepys, however, told the British that he would be counterattacking, and to aid him 2 Canadian battalions made a midnight counterattack. They penetrated the new German line and captured Kitchener-S Wood, but as no French attack developed, they had to withdraw from it later. Next day, the British, scraping together a few handfuls of reserves, attempted further petty counterattacks which naturally failed at heavy cost, as they were delivered in daylight and with negligible support from the French and from artillery. By evening on the 23rd, however, the broad way to Ypres and the British rear was almost filled, although by only 21 and a half sorely weakened British battalions, 12 of them Canadian, who faced 42 German battalions, and a 5-to-1 superiority in guns. Sir John French ordered a continuation of these vain efforts on the 24th, but the Germans anticipated him. At 3 a.m. they attacked the Belgian hinge and were badly discomfited, hence they were unable either to widen or deepen their small foothold across the canal. At 4 a.m. they launched a heavy blow, with gas, against the jagged corner of the Canadians' front. No respirators were yet available, and the only protection were handkerchiefs, towels, and cotton bandoliers, wetted with the liquid most readily available in the trenches and placed over the mouth. Many men were overcome, and, although there was only a small break in the line at the first onset, this gradually spread. For a time, good artillery shooting prevented the Germans probing the breach, but in the afternoon they surged forward to and beyond St. Julian. The situation looked critical, but a counterattack by 2 Yorkshire Territorial battalions, helped by Canadian batteries firing over open sights, rolled the leading Germans back to St. Julian. This slight taste of repulse sufficed to quench the Germans' thirst for further advance that day. But their resolution was hidden from the eyes of the British commanders by the general confusion. In the patchwork line across the Germans' path, Canadians, British regulars, territorials, even Zouaves of various divisions and brigades were intermingled, clinging on wherever they had been pushed, like dabs of cement into a crumbling wall. The salient had now been compressed by German pressure into a narrow town of land, barely 3 miles across, although nearly 6 miles deep. Thus, in attempting to hold it, the defenders were now so crowded that they provided an easy harvest for the German guns. Yet, Sir John French, beguiled by the optimism of Hart and Patz, and the assurance that 2 fresh French divisions were coming up to retake the lost ground, was unwilling to sanction any withdrawal. Early on the 25th, the day of the Gallipoli landing, a fresh regular brigade was brought up and thrown blindly into an attack near St. Julian, there to be mown down like corn by machine guns and enfilade. With appalling swiftness, 2,400 men were sight more lost than Ian Hamilton and his army paid for the capture of the Gallipoli beaches. And that evening the bulk of a Canadian division was withdrawn into reserve, having lost some 5,000 men in its gallant efforts to battle against gas and heavy guns with their rifles, supplemented meagerly by guns that the official history terms the ancient and obsolete weapons of the South African War. Nor did the burden of this hopeless struggle cease with the relief of the Canadians. It was merely shifted more fully to other shoulders. For another month, operations were to continue, methodical German attacks answered by methodical British attacks. Lest I be thought to emphasize the futility unduly, let me quote the sober and somber words of the official history. The governing idea was that the French should restore the line lost by them, and that the British should assist. General Foch ordered immediate counterattacks, which General Patz was not in a position to execute, whilst the British wholehearted attempts to carry out their share by means of offensive action, which was as a rule neither a true counterattack nor a deliberately prepared attack, led to heavy losses without restoring the situation. It seemed to the British officers at the front that they were being sacrificed to gain time until the French were ready for a big spectacular effort, but this, even if ever intended, did not materialize. To study the cause of the tragedy, we must shift our gaze from the front to the rear. After expending the Indian Lahore Division and the Northumberland Territorial Brigade in another vain attack on the 26th, with a loss of another 4,000 men, Smith-Dorrien realized the futility of such efforts and the improbability of French cooperation. Hence, on the 27th, he wrote to Robertson, the chief of the general staff, asking him to put the real situation before French, and saying, "I'm doubtful if it is worth losing any more men to regain this French ground, unless the French do something really big." He further suggested that it would be wise to prepare for a withdrawal to a less acutely bent line nearer to Ypres. All that he got in reply was a telephone message from Robertson: "Chief does not regard situation nearly so unfavorable as your letter represents." In fact, however, Smith-Dorrien in his letter was far more optimistic than the grim conditions justified. Yet this comforting message from the comfortable and peacefully remote General Headquarters was followed by a still worse rebuff telegram, sent through unciphered, telling Smith-Dorrien to hand over command of all the troops engaged at Ypres to General Plumer, and also to send the latter his chief of staff, General Milne. Relations between French and Smith-Dorrien had become very strained ever since Smith-Dorrien had saved French a situation against his own orders at Le Cateau in August 1914. Now, French, true to a habit of his namesakes, seized the chance to punish Smith-Dorrien for making a true diagnosis, and administered a public rebuff which left Smith-Dorrien no option but to send a hint that he would resign if desired. French instantly embraced it and ordered him to hand over his shrunken command and go home. Nevertheless, Plumer, as first instructions from French were to prepare the very withdrawal that Smith-Dorrien had tentatively proposed. Then French went off to see Foch at the castle and came back with a different outlook. Foch argued vehemently against a withdrawal, said that the lost ground could be retaken by the troops already available, urged that a retirement should be forbidden, and begged French to support the French offensive to retake the Langemarck region at all costs, beginning at noon on the 29th. The days that followed were a comedy behind the front, a tragedy for the troops in front. Day after day, French heard from his fighting subordinates of the sufferings of the men and of the continued absence of the ever-promised French offensive. Thereupon he would incline towards a withdrawal, only to be swung the other way by Foch's buoyant assurances and flattering entreaties. Once more let us quote the official history. For ill now, although for weal in the last year of the war, General Foch was the very spirit of the offensive. Sir John French, though at first he had wholeheartedly complied with General Foch's wishes, appreciated the small result of the French efforts, or, rather, the smallness of the first efforts and the heavy losses of his own troops crowded together in the small place d'armes of the narrowed salient. Sir John French then became convinced that he must withdraw his troops, and passed from optimism to pessimism. It was naturally most difficult for his subordinates to follow his moods, particularly when his mind was on the borderline between one phase of thought and the next, and when, at the entreaty of General Foch, he more than once agreed to wait a little longer before withdrawing his men and to order one more counter-attack. However, he clutched at a straw in the wind when, late on May 1st, Foch confessed that Joffre, so far from sending reinforcements, was calling for troops to be sent from Ypres to strengthen his forthcoming offensive near Arras. French forces sanctioned the long-planned withdrawal by nightly stages, although only to a line some 3 miles short of Ypres, so that the front still formed a salient, if a flatter one. This was more inconvenient for defense and control than the original salient, the head being exposed to pounding from all sides, while Ypres itself formed a dangerously narrow throat of supply and communication. The political and sentimental objection to yielding ground, especially Belgian ground, and the military desire to facilitate the task of any belated French effort, led Sir John French to overrule the fighting commander's wish to withdraw to the natural straight line of defense formed by the ramparts of Ypres and the canal. So they stayed in the reduced salient, one huge artillery target there to be pounded and gassed incessantly, with the scanty ammunition running out, until relief at last came, in the 4th week of May, through the Germans exhausting their own comparative superfluity of shells. For the Germans had at least the good sense to cease attacks when they came to the choice between economizing infantry lives and economizing artillery ammunition. All that the French had done in the interval was to clear the west bank of the canal on May 15th, while the continued British bayonet attacks east of Ypres did not even succeed in preventing the Germans switching troops from the British sector to check the eventual small French attack truly a mountain that was long in labour and brought forth a mouse. And having forfeited 60,000 men for the privilege of acting as midwife, the British were then left to hold the most uncomfortably cramped new salient, or target, at continued expense for over 2 years. To throw good money after bad is foolish, but to throw away men's lives where there is no reasonable chance of advantage is criminal. In the heat of battle, mistakes in the command are inevitable and amply excusable. But the real indictment of leadership arises when attacks that are inherently vain are ordered merely because if they could succeed they would be useful. For such manslaughter, whether it springs from ignorance, a false conception of war, or a want of moral courage, commanders should be held accountable to the nation. 5. Scene 4. The unwanted battle loose September 15th, 1915. In early September, the back of the front in France was seething with rumours of a great Franco-British offensive which was to shatter the German front, and, if the atmosphere among the fighting troops was tense, it had also an exhilarating breath of confidence in the result. For the first time, the new armies and territorials were to take a prominent part, and few seemed to expect that the joint ensembles of British and French together could fail, at least, to dissolve the static trench warfare that had persisted for nearly a year. But there was one extreme contrast to this air of confidence, and that was in the headquarters of the British High Commanders. For the ill-fated Loos offensive was undertaken directly against the opinion of Haig, the man who, as commander of the First Army, had to carry it out. Haig argued that the supply of heavy artillery and of shells was still inadequate, that its adequacy was the governing factor of the situation, and that until this weakness was remedied, it was little use to make plans for offensives. For in June the British Army still had only 71 heavy guns to 1406 field guns, and the factories in England were turning out no more than 22,000 shells a day, compared to 100,000 by the French, and 250,000 by the Germans and Austrians according to report. Haig's view was by no means an isolated one. Robertson, chief of the General Staff of the British Expeditionary Force, fully endorsed it, but his influence with his own chief had been undermined by Sir Henry Wilson, who was a devout believer in the infallibility of French military judgment, and Robertson had even been excluded from Sir John French's personal mess. Meantime, Wilson, the friend and confidant of French, was proposing to Kitchener that the British Army should be divided into 2 groups, one to be located away in Lorraine, so as to ensure that French should be enabled to take an independent attitude towards the French. Equally emphatic and pessimistic was Sir Henry Rawlinson, who, under Haig, would have the main task with his army corps. He noted in his diary, "My new front is as flat as the palm of my hand. Hardly any cover anywhere. D.H. tells me that we are to attack Haut-Fond, that the French are doing likewise and making a supreme effort. It will cost us dearly, and we shall not get very far." He, however, was left no choice but to do that his men might die. For, in face of all these warnings, only too truly found that the better judgment of the British commanders was overborne by Joffre's pressure. The next revelation is that the instrument of this pressure was Lord Kitchener. It is a curious sidelight on one who had been among the first of British leaders to appreciate the state of deadlock in the West and to exclaim against the stubborn folly of seeking to pass the impassable. Kitchener had seen his January doubts fulfilled, and in June had bitterly remarked, as Poincar has recorded, "Joffre and Sir John French told me in November they were going to push the Germans back over the frontier. They gave me the same assurances in December, March, and May. What have they done? The attacks are very costly and end in nothing, yet he was now the determining factor in adding naught to naught. How was this strange chain of causation forged? Joffre, spiritual twin of his subordinate Falk, in the sense of being an unquenchable optimist, was undeterred by his hard experiences of the spring from the repetition of them in the autumn. In his plan, two great convergent blows were to be delivered from the widely separated sectors of Artois Lens and Champagne-Reims-the-Argonne, the former being originally intended as the main blow. Note this point, for it had a vital influence and suffered a vital alteration. A successful breakthrough both in Champagne and Artois was to be the signal for a general offensive of all the French and British armies on the western front. This, Joffre confidently declared, would compel the Germans to retreat beyond the Meuse and possibly end the war. Yet, in the event, 1 and the 3rd German divisions sufficed to break the back of the attack of the 6 British divisions north of Lens, and south of Lens the French attack by 14 divisions was hardly even developed in face of 5 German divisions. What a majestic conception was this plan of Joffre's, and how utterly unrelated to the material conditions of modern warfare. And what painful evidence that professional strategy may be the sheerest amateur strategy. When Joffre's draft plan was sent on June 4th to Sir John French, the British commander-in-chief expressed his general agreement. Then a strong gust of common sense came from his subordinate, Haig, and the military weather vane swung the other way. Haig had made a personal reconnaissance of the area south of the La Basse Canal La Basse Lens and as a result declared definitely that it was not a favourable one for an attack. His verdict was to prove most accurate. In his view the German defences were so strong that, until a great increase of heavy artillery was provided, they could only be taken by siege methods. The ground, for the most part bare and open, would be so swept by machine gun and rifle fire both from the German front trenches and from the numerous fortified villages immediately behind them, that a rapid advance would be impossible. He suggested that, if an offensive on the left of the French was imperative, subsidiary attacks only should be made south of the canal, and the main one delivered astride to north of it. But he concluded with the cold douche already mentioned. Joffre, however, would not accept arguments for postponement of the offensive or a change of site. He even remarked with that magisterial infallibility which is so delightful in retrospect, but in retrospect only, that your attack will find particularly favourable ground between Luz and La Basse. It was certainly both a simple and a magisterial way of brushing aside the adverse evidence of Haig, who had seen the ground. Meanwhile the Germans, if not yet expecting an attack, were working with feverish energy to strengthen their defences and to create a second system in rear of the front. This was nearing completion by the end of July, and knowledge of it accentuated Sir John French's doubts under Haig's reiteration of his opinion. Hence a conference was arranged at Defarvent on July 27th with Falk, who, however, maintained that it was essential that, regardless of the ground and the strength of the MES defences, Haig's army should make its main attack just north of Lens in close connection with the French 10th Army south of Lens, pinching at this maze-like man in town. The tug-of-war between Haig and French, and Joffre and Falk continued, with Sir John French seeking a way out through a project of cooperating with artillery fire alone. This was quashed and the tug-of-war decided by the intervention of Kitchener. Visiting Sir John French in August, he told him that we must act with all energy and do our utmost to help France in this offensive, even though by so doing we may suffer very heavy losses. In this reversal of his own previous attitude, he was apparently influenced by the disasters then occurring on the Russian front, and his feeling of the urgent need to succour our Russian allies, as well, perhaps, by his reaction from the disappointment at the Dardanelles. But two blacks do not make a white, and, as he had long since declared his view that the western front was impassable, it is difficult to see how he could feel that a hopeless offensive that could bring fresh hope to the Russians. He may have felt, however, that it would show the need and pave the way for the appointment of a supreme commander of the Entente forces. The official history has discreetly lifted a corner of the veil of history with the statement it is believed that Lord Kitchener himself had anticipated a call to this post in that case a timely concession to the French over Luz was likely to make them more receptive towards the other suggestion later. But the immediate result, to quote the official history, was that, under pressure from Lord Kitchener at home, due to the general position of the Allies, and from Generals Joffre and Foch in France, due to the local situation in France, the British commander-in-chief was therefore compelled to undertake operations before he was ready, over ground that was most unfavourable, against the better judgment of himself and of General Haig, and, with no more than a quarter of the troops, 9 divisions, instead of 36, that he considered necessary for successful attack. French was himself, as we shall see, to extinguish its last hope of success. The last but one had been extinguished by a final alteration of the French plan. This was Joffre's decision to make the Champagne attack, and not the Artois his main attack, for the reason that the ground in Champagne had fewer obstacles or villages in the way of the attackers. His sudden preference for tactical over strategical considerations is in curious contrast to his view where the British attack was concerned. This change, again, had a damaging influence on the British attack, for both the British and French official accounts make it clear that the French ought to attack south of Lens by 17 divisions on a 12-mile frontage supported by 420 heavy guns was not seriously pressed once the strength of the defence was realised. Yet the French had nearly twice as many heavy guns to the mile as the British, 117 in all. In Champagne, 27 French divisions, with 850 heavy guns, were assembled for the attack on an 18-mile frontage. Thus the proportionate artillery support here was still higher. When the decision to attack at Luz was definitely taken, Haig's first intention, to curtail his commitment and probable loss, was to attack at first with only 2 divisions. But a too successful demonstration of the possibilities of chlorine gas projected in away from cylinders led him to modify his views, and to believe that if the wind was favourable the gas discharge might even procure decisive results and justify him in attacking on the wider frontage of 6 divisions Rolleston S. Roman 4 Corps 47th, 15th and 1st Divisions on the right or south, and go SA Corps 7th, 9th and 2nd Divisions on the left. With sound judgment of the chances, Haig urged that under no circumstances should our forthcoming attack be launched without the aid of gas, but he was overruled by French and Foch. He then obtained permission to reserve his decision until the last possible moment and to let the choice between a large or limited attack depend on the weather conditions. By the irony of fortune, the wind was most favourable for the use of gas on September 15th, the day originally fixed by Foch for the attack, and this fact encouraged Haig's hopes. But the retention of a dual plan led to a distribution of the artillery on the whole army front instead of a concentration on 1/3. Over 5,000 cylinders of gas, containing nearly 150 tons, were carried up to the front trenches and safely installed in special recesses, without one being hit by enemy fire. Even so, there was barely half the volume of gas necessary to maintain a continuous flow for the 40 minutes that, in turn, were considered necessary to outlast the protective power of the oxygen apparatus used by the enemy machine gunners. Hence the cylinders had to be turned on, and off intermittently. Smoke candles were used in the intervals to simulate gas, and, at the end, to form the first smoke screen of the war. The artillery bombardment began on September 21st, the ammunition being eked out by limiting each heavy gun to 90 rounds, and each field gun to 150 in the 24 hours. The results were not encouraging, so far as effect could be discovered, and led the commanders to study the wind all the more attentively. The last night was a time of tense anxiety. Repeatedly Haig studied first chart sent in by a chain of meteorological observers. At 6 p.m. the forecast was that the wind would be on the borderline between favourable and unfavourable, with a slight bias towards favourable. At 9 p.m. the forecast was better, indicating a probable change to a southwesterly or even westerly wind, which would carry the gas over the German trenches. Thereupon Haig unhesitatingly ordered the full-scale offensive with gas, although as a precaution staff officers of each corps had been ordered to stand by their telephones. At 3 a.m., after a further report not quite so encouraging, he fixed sunrise 5:50 a.m. as the hour for releasing the gas. During the hours of darkness the wind changed as predicted, but only as far as southwest, and, worse still, was so slight as to be almost a calm. About 5 a.m., as soon as it was light, Haig went out. He could feel only the faintest breath of air, and he asked his senior ADC to light a cigarette. The smoke drifted and puffed to the northeast. Did it justify the venture? Would the gas merely hang in the British trenches? A slight increase of wind was felt, and at 5:50 a.m. Haig gave the decisive order to carry on and climb to his wooden lookout tower. But the improvement was delusive, and a few minutes later one of his staff telephoned to the corps to ask whether it was possible to stop the discharge and the attack. For this emergency the gas officers had made ample arrangements. But Go replied that it was too late. If it would certainly have been a close shave, one may suspect, especially in view of Go's record, that with the sudden fighter the wish was at least the midwife, if not the father, of the thought. When the gas was actually turned on at 5:50 a.m. it carried failure well over the German trenches on the right, if too slow and slight for full effect, but on the left was a failure, in some places drifting back and upsetting the attack. In Home S 2nd Division, the officer in charge of the gas on the 6th Brigade front declined to assume the responsibility of turning on the cylinders. But when this was reported to Divisional Headquarters, Home replied with an order that the program must be carried out whatever the conditions. As a result of this obstinacy, many of the infantry were poisoned by their own gas. Those who were able to advance were soon stopped and slaughtered by the ungassed German machine gunners. Nevertheless, Home ordered a fresh assault, which was only abandoned after his brigade commanders had protested against the useless sacrifice of life. The general infantry assault had been launched at 6:30 a.m. and into it was thrown the entire strength of the First Army, except for local reserves. Neither Haig nor the commanders of his 2 attacking corps kept any reserve, as they understood that the commander-in-chief expected a breakthrough and would use his general reserve to back them up promptly. On the extreme right, the 47th Division nearly carried out its task of throwing forward a defensive flank, but did not quite have an important bearing on the surprisingly successful initial rush of its neighbour, the 15th Division, contributing towards the loss of direction which nullified its near approach to a breakthrough beyond Hill 70. So swift and deep was the advance of these Scotsmen of KS Army that the German command made hurried preparations to evacuate the whole area, and as far back as Dwight there were endless convoys of wagons formed up in double lines ready to march away. Another ill effect was due to the long delay in the 1st Division's advance, only partially retrieved. Its left brigade had suffered similarly to Horn's division, and instead of the divisional reserve being sent through the gap made on the flanks, the morning was wasted in futile attempts to renew the frontal assault. This stoppage in the British centre tended to check the whole momentum of the British advance. Further to the left, the 7th and 9th Divisions obtained promising results, although the 9th had suffered both in opportunity and life from the misguided insistence of the corps commander, Go, on renewing the vain frontal assault of the left brigade. In wise contrast, Kepper, commanding the 7th Division, when confronted with a check on his left, had quickly passed his reserve through the gap made by the successful advance of his right. The fulfillment of any promise, however, depended on the prompt infusion of reserves. This was the crux of the situation and the sealing cause of failure. Even Joffre had said that if French kept his reserve divisions too far back they would run the risk of arriving too late to exploit the success of the leading ones. It is indispensable that these divisions are put before the attack, at the absolute disposal of General Haig. Haig repeatedly urged that they should at least be brought up close behind him. French's assurances were so vague as to be simultaneously unsatisfying and misleading. As usual, his outlook seems to have been governed by contradictory impulses of undue optimism and pessimism. French's general reserves comprised the cavalry corps which, under modern conditions, did not count except in the minds of cavalry-trained commanders and the Roman 11 Corps. The last included the Guards Division, newly formed, and the 21st and 24th Divisions, newly arrived in France. With curious judgment, French left seasoned divisions lying idle on the quite Somme front and chose to use these two raw divisions for the critical phase of the battle. Moreover, he had given Haig to understand that they would be immediately at hand for Haig's use, whereas he placed them 16 miles in rear. And in his subsequent dispatch he untruthfully stated that they were put at Haig's disposal at 9:30 am on the 25th. Actually, Haig did not hear until 1:20 p.m., and then indirectly. Haig bitterly remarked, soon after, if there had been even one division in reserve close up we could have walked right through. General Headquarters refuses to recognize the teaching of the war as regards the control of reserves. His confidence was probably exaggerated, at least as to the effect of such a narrow breach, and he was himself to err somewhat similarly in the following July. But his natural disgust, accentuated by French's untruthful dispatch, led first to an acrimonious interchange of letters and then to a irreconcilable quarrel. He seems, also, to have been galled, and not for the first time, at the way his own sound advice had been overruled by Fouquet's influence with French. French, in retort, charged Haig with the folly of trying to push reserves through a far too narrow gap. The sequel was that Haig wrote personally to Kitchener and spoke to Hardin about French's failure and incompetence, and thereby helped to precipitate French's downfall and his own succession. As for the long and slow march up of those divisions, bad traffic arrangements were more responsible than their own inexperience for accentuating the evil caused by the commander-in-chief's dispositions. As General Edmonds caustically says, it was like trying to push the Lord Mayor's procession through the streets of London without clearing the route and holding up the traffic. Folly was kept by Fosse when, on the outskirts of Bethune, a military policeman stopped the 72nd Brigade because the brigade commander had no pass to enter the area. Never, surely, were novice divisions thrown into a vital stroke in a more difficult or absurd manner, and in an atmosphere of greater misconception of the situation in all quarters. This amply explains the subsequent failure when the belated attack was at last launched at 11 am on the 26th, and redresses the hasty judgments which were spread at the time, a stigma that was slow to fade. That in courage they were not lacking is clear, and equally that its fruits were reduced by their rawness, by that of their staff still more. The handicap of inexperience in these and the other new army divisions engaged can be overemphasized. It does not appear that, as a whole, apart from certain battalions in them, the regular divisions were more effective or even as effective in the battle. Idlecraft is a rare quality, the product of gifted and original leadership, and in its absence mere dash is often more effective than so-called experience. The ineffectiveness of the larger French attack south of the Lens also affected the British opportunity. For the French did not advance until 6¼ hours after their allies, and even then made little progress where they did not make merely a demonstration. The bitter experiences of the spring and summer seem to have led the fighting commanders to discount Fouquet's faith in a breakthrough and to annul his vehement order by gentle evasion in places. Joffre also put a brake on him from above, for on the second morning he telephoned him to go cautiously, and followed this by the warning, "Stop the attacks of the 10th Army taking care to avoid giving the British the impression that we are leaving them to attack alone. His reason was apparently that he now pinned his hopes to the attack in Champagne, which on the first day gave a delusive promise of a real breakthrough. It is worthwhile to note that the partial opening success of the attack in Champagne, and also in Artois, was largely due to the obstinate self-delusion of Falkenhayn, who had disregarded ample warnings from many sources and requests for reserves. Only 2 hours before the attack began, he assured the Kaiser that the local army commanders see things too black, and that the French were not in a condition to attack. Early reports on the 25th had also led Haig to overestimate his initial success, and as early as 10:30 a.m. he ordered the 3rd Cavalry Division forward. The commander soon discovered Haig's mistake, but Haig, believing that the cavalry had gone on, hurried the 21st and 24th Divisions forward as soon as he could get hold of them. But before they came up, the known situation had changed, and the 2 leading brigades were taken to strengthen the line gained by the original attack. Haig still hoped to break the intact German second line of defences, and to this end the rest 4 brigades of these divisions continued their march across country, and unknown country, in the dark and rain. Tired, hungry, and as confused as their commanders, they were launched to the attack next morning without effective artillery support and against defences now stronger and more strongly manned than the original first line. For the Germans had not only been reinforced, but had covered themselves with a thick wire entanglement during the night. The attack broke down at or before this and cut the obstacle, and the survivors turned and flowed backwards. Their disappearance left a hole in the rugged British front between Loos and Hulluch, which the Guds division came up to fill. Meantime, German counter-attacks were multiplying dangerously, especially on the flanks. At last, on the 28th, Foch came to the relief not only by taking over the British flank sector near Loos, but with a local success on Valmy Ridge, which drew off most of the newly arrived German Guard Corps to check it. And in concert with Sir John French, he arranged to make a renewed general offensive on October 2nd. The same course was adopted in Champagne, where the French for 3 days had vainly held themselves at the German second position, suffering fearful loss, which would have been worse if Petain's Second Army had not stopped his attack in disregard of higher orders. But as the pause was to be followed by a renewal at the same point, it merely gave the Germans time to strengthen it and accumulate resources in the rear. Local upsets due to German counterattacks, and the exhaustion of the troops, caused further delay, and the renewed offensive was repeatedly postponed. Eventually, all 3 attacks were delivered on different dates, the British last on October 13th. And, in the words of the official history, it had not improved the general situation in any way and had brought nothing but useless slaughter of infantry. Curiously, Haig's sense of realism waned in this last phase, or, perhaps more truly, it was subdued by his bulldog tenacity, for although Joffre had abandoned the effort, Haig was working up a new general attack for November 7th, an operation whose inevitable cost does not seem to have had any adequate excuse. Happily, Generals Winter and Wither intervened, but the British casualties already amounted to 50,380 or 60,392 if the subsidiary attacks by Haig's army be included, whereas the German loss was barely 20,000, despite their costly counter-attacks. The French in Champagne and Artois had lost 191,797 officers and men, and inflicted 120,000 casualties, a proportion which suggests that the actual handling of these attacks was better than that of the British, if helped by more powerful artillery. Both allies had gained in experience, if not in wisdom, but they had afforded the Germans still better experience in the way to frustrate such attacks. And in 1916 it was the Germans who profited heavily both by the offensive and the defensive lesson. 6. In 1916 the DOG fought. In 1914 the centre of gravity of the World War had been on the Western Front. In 1915 it shifted to the Eastern Front. In 1916 it once more moved back to France. Although the Entente had dissipated some of their strength in Sarnica and Mesopotamia, the rising tide of indolent new armies and of ammunition supplies promised the power for an effort far larger in scale than before to break the trench deadlock. Measures had also been taken to keep these new divisions up to strength. By the end of 1915 the British force in France had risen to 38 divisions through the entry into the field of Kitchener's army, as well as of the territorial divisions. Although the principle of voluntary enlistment had not yet been abandoned, the method was systematized and based on a national register. This scheme, launched in October 1915 under the aegis of Lord Derby, aimed to reconcile the demands of the army with the needs of industry, calling up men by groups as they were wanted, and taking single men first. But the response among the latter was not adequate to preserve this graduated principle, and in January 1916, by the Military Service Act, the voluntary system is hardly the correct term, was replaced by conscription. At the close of 1915, the first serious effort to obtain unity of action between the Allies was made, and a conference of the leaders of the French, British, Belgian, and Italian armies, with representatives present from the Russian and Japanese, was held at Joffre's headquarters on December 5th. As a result, they adopted the principle of a simultaneous general offensive in 1916 by France, Britain, Russia, and Italy. In view of the rawness of the British troops, it was recognized that time must be allowed for training, and Russia also needed time for re-equipment so that the offensive could not begin before the summer of 1916, although it was hoped to carry out preliminary attacks to wear down the enemy's strength. But in January, both Joffre and Foch gave Haig a clear intimation that it was for him to carry out this preparatory task, and that they did not intend to take the offensive until he had done so. German action was to dislocate this scheme, and only the British share came fully into operation, and not even that into full effect. By grand jest, however, it forced the French to carry out the wearing-down process in an indirect form. For Falkenhayn was about to fulfill his long-cherished plan for a Western offensive, but with characteristic limitations. Always a believer in the strategy of attrition, he now carried this ruling idea into tactics, and produced the new form of attack by methodical stages, each with a limited objective. In an appreciation made at Christmas, 1915, he argued that England was a staple of the enemy alliance. The history of the English wars against the Netherlands, Spain, France, and Napoleon is being repeated. Germany can expect no mercy from this enemy, so long as he still retains the slightest hope of achieving his object safe by submarine warfare. However, England and her army were out of reach, for this sector of the front did not lend itself to offensive operations. In view of our feelings for our arch-enemy in the war, that is certainly distressing, but it can be endured if we realize that for England the campaign on the continent is at bottom a sideshow. Her real weapons here are the French, Russian, and Italian armies. He regarded Russia as already paralyzed, and Italy's military achievements as unlikely to affect the situation. Only France remains. France has almost arrived at the end of her military effort, if her people can be made to understand clearly that in a military sense they have nothing more to hope for. A breaking point would be reached, and England has best sword knocked out of her hand. He added that a breakthrough in mass was necessary, and that instead the Germans should aim to bleed France to death by choosing a point of attack for the retention of which the French command would be compelled to throw in every man they have. Such an objective was either Belfort or Verdun, and Verdun was chosen because it was a menace to the main German communications, because it offered a salient and so cramped the defender, and because of the moral effect if so renowned a place were lost to France. It has also been suggested that the choice was influenced by a peculiarly German moral, or immoral, consideration. For Verdun was the ancient gate of the west through which the German hordes had passed to attack the Gauls. Similarly, the Germans were fond of christening their trench positions after the heroes of the Nibelungen Siegfried, Biar and Hilda, and so on. The vein of superstition is still more clearly suggested in the Kaiser's choice of a second moult to guide his armies, and in the original location of their headquarters in the same hotel and same town, Koblenz, as they had occupied in 1870. The keynote of the tactical plan at Verdun was a continuous series of limited advances, which by their menace should draw the French reserves into the mincing machine of the German artillery. And each of these advances was itself to be secured from loss by a short but intense artillery bombardment. By this means the objective would be taken and consolidated before the enemy could move up his reserves for counterattack. Although the intelligence branch at French General Headquarters gave early warning of the German preparations, the operations branch was so full of their own offensive schemes that the warning fell on deaf ears. Further, the easy fall of the Belgian and Russian fortresses had led to a commonly held view that fortresses were obsolete, and Joffre, persuading the French government to declass Verdun as a fortress, had denuded it of guns and troops. The forts were only used as shelters, and the trench lines which took their place were inadequate and in poor repair. At 7:15 a.m. on February 21st, the German bombardment began, on a front of 15 miles, and at 4:45 p.m. the infantry advanced, although the first day only on a 4.5-mile front. From then until February 24th, the defenders' line east of the Meuse was crumbled away as by the erosion of the tide. Joffre was now aroused so far as to entrust the defence to Pétain, for whose use reserves were assembled. On March 6th, the Germans extended the attack to the west bank of the Meuse, but the defence was now stiffening, the numbers balanced, and the immediate threat to Verdun was checked. A slight lull followed, and during it the allies of France made efforts to relieve the pressure on her. The British took over the Arras front from the French Tenth Army, their front becoming now continuous from the Ossau to the Somme. The Italians made their fifth attack, though in vain, on their Sanzot front, and the Russians held in train masses on the German front at Lake Narox, near Vilna, where the slight gains were soon lost through a counterstroke. These efforts did not prevent Falkenhayn pursuing his attrition offensive at Verdun. The advances were slight, but they were cumulative in effect, and the balance of loss turned definitely against the defenders. On June 7th, Fort Fawkes fell, and the German tide crept ever closer to Verdun. Out in the Ossego region, Conrad had launched his offensive against Italy's Trentino flank. Again Russia came to the rescue. In the spring of 1916 she had 130 divisions, but still woefully short of equipment, facing 46 German and 40 Austrian divisions. The preparation and reorganization for her intended share in the year's Allied offensive were cut short by the emergency at Verdun, and in relief of her French allies she had launched the costly and obstinately prolonged attack at Lake Nox in March. When at last it was broken off, the preparations for the main offensive were resumed. This was to begin in July, coincidentally with the Somme offensive. Meantime, Brusilov, commanding the southwestern front, prepared such attacks as he could stage from his own resources as a distraction of the enemy's attention from the main offensive. But the distraction was released prematurely on June 4th in response to Italy's appeal to Russia to prevent the Austrians reinforcing their Trentino attack. Without warning, because without any special concentration of troops, Brusilov's troops advanced against the Austrian Fourth Army near Lach, and the Austrian Seventh Army in the Bukovina, whose resistance collapsed at the first shock. This last vital effort of the Russian army in the war had important consequences. It stopped the Austrian attack on Italy, already impaired by an Italian riposte. It compelled Falkenhayn to withdraw troops from the Western Front, and so abandon his plan for counterstroke against the British offensive preparing on the Somme, as well as the hope of nourishing his Verdun attrition process. It led Romania to take her fateful decision to enter the war on the Entente side and caused the supersession of Falkenhayn in the Supreme Command and his replacement by Hindenburg with Ludendorff, officially styled First Quartermaster General, as the directing brain. Although Romania's entry was the immediate reason, the underlying one was the fact that Falkenhayn's indefinite strategy in 1915 had made possible the Russian recovery, which stultified his strategy of 1916. Falkenhayn was history's latest example of the folly of half measures. The ablest and most scientific General Pennywise, pound foolish whoever ruined his country by refusal to take calculated risks. In 1916, he had turned back westwards to pursue his long-cherished goal, and his strategy had faithfully fulfilled the canons of military orthodoxy by taking for its objective the enemy's strongest army and the strongest point of the army's position. It certainly achieved the object of compelling the French to pour their reserves into the Verdun bloodbath, but did not achieve any decisive strategic result. Falkenhayn had rejected Conrad's proposal for concentration against Italy such as had previously overthrown Serbia. Conrad's reasons had been that such a blow against the hereditary enemy would act as a tonic to the Austro-Hungarian forces, and that the theatre of war lent itself to decisive results by a thrust southwards from the Trentino against the rear of the Italian armies engaged on Esando. The success attained by the relatively light blow of 1917 Caporetto lends historical support to his contention. But Falkenhayn was dubious both of the feasibility and value of the plan, and was unwilling even to lend the 9 German divisions which Conrad asked for to relieve Austrian divisions in Galicia. In default of this aid, Conrad persisted in attempting his design single-handed, taking some of his best divisions from Galicia, and thereby exposing their front to Brusilov's advance without obtaining adequate force to achieve his Italian plan. Falkenhayn's smouldering resentment at this disregard of his views was fanned into flame by the Galician disaster, and he intervened in Vienna to procure the deposition of Conrad. With retributive irony, his own fall followed close on that of Conrad. Brusilov's offensive continued for 3 months with fair success, but reserves were not at hand for immediate exploitation, and before they could be moved down from the north the Germans were patching out the holes. His later efforts were never so dangerous, but they absorbed all the available Russian reserves, and the huge losses that incurred when fought to complete the ruin of Russia's military power. Great as was the influence of Brusilov's offensive on German strategy, its effect on the Verdun situation was less immediate. But the long-planned offensive on the Somme came to the rescue, and for want of nourishment the Verdun offensive faded away. Nevertheless, although the Germans of Verdun had fallen short of their object, moral and material, they had so drained the French army that it could play but a slender part in the Allied plan for 1916. The British had now to take up the main burden of the struggle, and the consequence was to limit both the scope and effect of the Entente strategy. On July 1st, after a week's prolonged bombardment, the British Fourth Army recently created in place under Rawlinson attacked the 13 divisions on a front of 15 miles, north of the Somme, and the French with 5 divisions on a front of 8 miles, mainly south of the river, where the German defense system was less highly developed. The unconcealed preparations and the long bombardment had given away any chance of surprise, and in face of the German resistance, weak in numbers, but strong in organization, the attack failed along most of the British front. Owing to the dense and rigid wave formations that were adopted, the losses were appallingly heavy. Only on the south of the British front, near Fricourt and Montauban, did the attack gain a real footing in the German defenses. The French, with slighter opposition and being less expected, made larger gains. This setback negated the original idea of a breakthrough to Bapaume and Cambrai, and Haig for a time fell back on the attrition method of limited advances aimed to wear down the German strength. Rejecting Joffre's desire that he should again throw his troops frontally on the Thiepval defenses, Haig at first resumed the attack with his right wing alone, and on July 14th the penetration of the Germans' second position offered a chance of exploitation, which was not taken. From now on, the methodical but costly advance continued, and although little ground was gained, the German resistance was seriously strained when the early onset of winter rains suspended operations in November. The effect, however, can be exaggerated, for it did not prevent the Germans withdrawing troops from the west for the attack on Romania. But in one respect, the Somme shed a significant light on the future, for on September 15th the first tanks appeared. Their early employment before large numbers were ready was a mistake, losing the chance of a great strategic surprise, and owing also to tactical mishandling and minor technical defects, they had only a limited success. Although the higher military authorities lost faith in them, and some urged their abandonment, more discerning eyes realized that here was a key which, when properly used, might unlock the trench barrier. The Somme offensive had a further indirect effect, for its relief to the Verdun pressure enabled the French to prepare counter-strokes, carried out by Mangan-S Corps on October 24th and December 15th, which regained most of the lost ground with small casualties. These economical successes were due to a partial revival of surprise, to a more elastic use of the limited objective method, and to a high concentration of artillery with a minimum of infantry to occupy the defences crushed by the guns. But the French success was greatly helped by Hindenburg's misguided insistence, for the sake of prestige, on maintaining the earlier gains instead of withdrawing the tied troops to a more secure line somewhat in rear. He at least profited by the lesson, to the Allies' detriment, in the spring of 1917. Romania, sympathetic to the Entente cause, had been waiting a favourable opportunity to enter the war on their side, and Brusilova's success encouraged her to take the plunge. Her command hoped that this, combined with the Allied pressure on the Somme and Salonika, would fix the German reserves. But Romania's situation had many inherent defects. The strategical position of her territory was bad, the main section, Wallachia, being sandwiched between Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria. Her army, though externally of a modern pattern, had grave weaknesses beneath the surface. Of her allies, only Russia could give her direct aid, and they failed her. And, with all these handicaps, she launched an offensive into Transylvania, which bared her flank to Bulgaria. While the Entente fumbled, the Germans acted. The plan was initiated by Falkenhayn and developed by Hindenburg-Ludendorff when they took over the supreme command on August 28th. While one force concentrated in Transylvania for a counterstroke, a Bulgarian army with Germans stiffening under Mackensen was to strike through Romania's backdoor and invade the Dobruja. This automatically halted the Romanian offensive in Transylvania and drew away its reserves. At the end of September, the Romanians were thrown back by the Austro-German counter-offensive, of which Falkenhayn was given executive command. They succeeded in holding the passes of Romania's mountain border in the west until mid-November, but Falkenhayn just broke through before the snows blocked the passes. Mackensen switched his main forces westwards and crossed the Danube close to Bucharest, on which both armies now converged. It fell on December 6, and, despite belated Russian aid, the Romanian forces were driven north into Moldavia. The brilliantly coordinated German strategy had crippled their new foe, gained possession of the bulk of Romania with its oil and wheat, and gave the Russians another 300 miles of front to hold. Serial at Salonika had not succeeded in fixing the Bulgarian reserves. The Austrian offensive in the Trentino had interrupted Cadona's plans for a renewed effort on the Isonzo, but when the former was halted, Cadorna switched his reserves back to the Isonzo. In preparation for this offensive, the whole sector from Monte Sabatino to the sea was entrusted to the Duke of Aosta's Third Army, under which 16 divisions were concentrated against 6 Austrian divisions. Following a preliminary feint near the sea on August 4th, the attack opened 2 days later. North of Gorizia-Kevloa's coast swept over the long impregnable Monte Sabatino, which guarded the approach to the river, and, crossing the river on the night of August 8th, occupied the town. This compelled an Austrian retreat in the Kassa sector to the south, but attempts to exploit the success eastward failed against fresh positions of resistance. 3 more efforts were made in the autumn, and if they imposed a wearing strain on the Austrians, they caused greater loss to the attackers. During the year, Italians had suffered some 483,000 casualties and inflicted 260,000. The only territorial success that the Entente could show for their US campaign, and, even so, it did not reveal itself fully until the new year was away in Mesopotamia, the capture of Baghdad. This moral token was seized on with an enthusiasm which, militarily, it hardly warranted. The bitter experience of the past had damped the ardour of the British government, and Sir William Robertson, the new chief of the Imperial General Staff, was opposed to any further commitments which drained the strength available for the Western Front. But Maud, the new commander on the spot, by subtle if unconscious steps succeeded in changing this defensive policy into one of a fresh offensive. After thorough reorganization of the Mesopotamian force and its communications, he began on December 12, 1916, a progressive right wheel and extension of his front on the west bank of the Tigris above and below Kap. These methodical trench warfare operations had placed him ready for a spring across the Tigris at the Turks' line of retreat, which was thus parallel to his front. But despite his 4-to-1 superiority of force, the failure of his right to pin down the enemy and of his cavalry to cut off their retreat prevented a decisive success. But it led to permission for an advance on Baghdad, and he entered the Mesopotamian capital on March 11, 1917. A series of skillfully conducted operations then drove the Turks into divergent lines of retreat and secured the British hold on the province. Ever since the abortive Turkish attempt to invade Egypt early in 1915, the British had kept a fairly large force there, even when the Dardanelles expedition was crying out for troops. When Gallipoli was evacuated, the release of the Turkish forces threatened a fresh move on Egypt. To forestall this danger, the authorities in Cairo had gained Kitchener's approval for landing in Ayas Bay near Alexandretta, but the proposal had been opposed by the general staff at home and then nullified by the political objections of the French to a British intervention in Syria, which they already counted as part of their share of the spoils of war. Thus, throughout 1916, a large British garrison of Egypt, at one time over 250,000 strong, remained passive while the Turks, by using a few thousand men in Sinai and by stirring up the Senussi in a western desert, created trouble on both flanks which reacted on the unrest within the frontiers of Egypt. But the British, also, contrived to secure an Arab ally on the eastern side of the Red Sea. This was the Sheriff of Mecca, who had already rendered invaluable service by refusing to proclaim the jihad from the holy cities at the Turks' behest, and had thus extinguished the prospect of rallying the Muslim peoples for a holy war against the British. Then, in June 1916, the Sheriff raised a revolt in the hedges against Turkish rule, and thereby created a distraction to the Turks which the British had hitherto failed to provide with their own forces. Its first effect was on the British, who now decided to undertake an advance to Al Arish, which would give them command of the Sinai Desert and restore their possession of the frontier. But although another Turkish incursion was punished at Romani in July, Sir Archibald Marius' advance was slow to develop, being governed by the time taken in laying a railway and pipeline for water across the desert. It was not until Christmastide that the British occupied El Arish and pounced on the outlying Turkish posts at Meghtaba and Rafah. This new exodus inspired the British government to carry out an invasion of Palestine at as cheap a cost in troops as possible. The towns of Gaza, on the coast, and Beersheba, 25 miles inland, guarded the approach to Palestine. Murray attacked Gaza on March 26, 1917, but the attempt fell short when on the brink of success. By nightfall, Gaza was practically surrounded, but the victorious position was given up bit by bit, not under enemy pressure, but on the orders of the executive British commanders, through faulty information, misunderstandings, and over-anxiety. Nor did the harm end there, for Murray reported the action to the government in terms of a victory, and without hint of the subsequent withdrawal, so that he was encouraged to attempt, without adequate reconnaissance or fire support, a further attack on April 17th-19th, which proved a costly failure against defences now strengthened. Britain, as new Arab allies, however, provided a valuable distraction which counteracted these Turkish successes, with no drain on the British forces beyond a handful of technical advisors. After its opening success, the revolt had been in danger of collapse, but the situation was saved and the scales changed by Faisalah's sudden flank move up the Red Sea coast to Wedge, whence the Arabs harassed the Hedges Railway. This move was prompted by a young archaeologist turned temporary soldier, Captain T.E. Lawrence. Steeped in the history and theory of warfare, he had the elasticity of mind to adapt his knowledge to irregular conditions, and the magnetic personality to combine the Arabs' loose shower of sparks into a firm flame which consumed the Turkish resources. In May 1917, he set off with a party of Arabs on a lone-hand expedition which, after sowing fresh seeds of revolt in Syria, culminated in a descent upon Aqaba. The capture of this sea base on the northern arm of the Red Sea removed all danger to the British communications in Sinai and opened a way for the Arabs to become a lever on the flank of the Turkish forces opposing the British. Already more Turks were occupied in guarding the long line of the Hedges Railway and the territory south of it than were facing the British in Palestine. The War at Sea, 1915-16. Germany's first submarine campaign, associated by Allied opinion with the name of Admiral von Tirpitz, the exponent of ruthlessness, had been a signal failure, both in its meager results and the disproportionate ethical damage it did to Germany's cause. A series of notes exchanged between the American and German governments culminated in April 1916 in a virtual ultimatum from President Wilson, and Germany abandoned her unrestricted campaign. The deprivation of this weapon spurred the German Navy to its first, and last, attempt to carry out the initial plan on which it had begun the war. Late on May 30th, 1916, the British Grand Fleet left its bases on one of its periodical sweeps through the North Sea, but with reason to expect a possible encounter. On May 31st, early in the morning, the German High Seas Fleet also put to sea in the hope of destroying some isolated portion of the British fleet. For such an encounter, the British Admiral Jellicoe had formulated an outline plan in the early months of the war. Its basis was the cardinal necessity of maintaining the unimpaired supremacy of the Grand Fleet, which he viewed as an instrument, not merely of battle, but of grand strategy, the pivot of the Allies' action in all spheres, economic, moral, and military. Hence, while desirous of bringing the German fleet to battle under his own conditions, he was determined not to be lured into mine and submarine-infested waters. Early in the afternoon of May 31st, Beatty, with his battle cruisers and a squadron of battleships, after a sweep to the south, was turning north to rejoin Jellicoe, when he sighted the German battle cruisers, 5 in number. In the initial engagement, 2 of Beatty's 6 battle cruisers were hit in fatal parts and sunk. When thus weakened, he came upon the main German fleet under Admiral Scheer. He turned north to lure them into reach of Jellicoe, 50 miles distant, who raced to support him. Miss and failing light put an end to an indecisive action, which, however, left the British fleet between the German and its bases. During the night, Scheer broke through the destroyer guard, and although sighted, was not reported. Thus he slipped safely through a net which Jellicoe dared not draw too close in view of his guiding principle and of the danger of torpedo attack. If the Battle of Jutland could be counted a tactical advantage to the Germans, it had no effect on their strategic position. The grip of Britain's blockade was unrelaxed. Once more Germany fell back on submarine warfare, and the first development was an extension of range. In July, one of her large submarine cruisers appeared off the American coast and sank several neutral ships. In the narrow seas, the Mediterranean was the scene of active operations, but the immediate pressure on Britain was relaxed during the summer. For Scheer, in a fit of pique at the German government as surrendered to President Wilson's threat, refused to let his submarines operate under the code of visit and search. Hence the burden of the restricted campaign fell on the Flanders flotillas, and, fortunately for Britain, the German naval chiefs had been obtusely slow to realize and exploit the advantages of the Belgian coast as a base. The 6 months lost originally through neglect to organize a base were never fully redeemed, and the scale of the forces here was never in proportion to the possibilities of menacing Britain from this close-range post. On October 6, Scheer was overruled by an order to reinforce the effort with his flotillas. This failed renewal of the general submarine campaign was inspired mainly by Admiral von Holzendorf, the chief of the naval staff, and Captain von Badenbach, the chief of the Flanders flotillas. The indirect result was to deprive Scheer automatically of the submarines which he required to safeguard his own sorties and lay traps for the British fleet. Thus the paralysis of the German fleet henceforth was the result of the Germans' own alternative plan, and not of Jutland, and it did not even leave the British Grand Fleet in possession of the North Sea. For the moral effect of a submarine ambush which marked the German sortie of August 19th was so great, even though it miscarried, that henceforth the Grand Fleet was almost as confined as an old-time debtor in the Fleet prison, and was definitely debarred from the southern half of the North Sea. Jellicoe and the Admiralty were agreed upon the necessity for this self-imprisonment. The command of the sea became almost a burlesque when the danger of a German invasion of Denmark loomed up that autumn, and, after examination by the Admiralty and War Office, the verdict was that for naval reasons it would be almost impossible to support the Danes at all. The shadow of the submarine was longer than the shadow of Nelson's column. With illuminating candor, the British official naval history says the Grand Fleet could only put to sea with an escort of nearly 100 destroyers. No capital ship could leave its base without an escort of small craft, and the German U-boats had hampered our squadrons to an extent which the most expert and far-sighted naval officer had never foreseen. Yet, with curious inconsistency, the voices of naval officers have been heard ever since the war proclaiming the sovereignty of the battleship, the ineffectiveness of the submarine. The Grand Fleet in the autumn of 1916 was all the more heavily fettered because its warders were reduced, owing to the call for light craft to combat the new veiled submarine campaign against commerce. Despite all countermeasures, this was so successful that the monthly loss of shipping rose steadily from 109,000 tons during June to 368,000 tons in January 1917, approximately half being British. During the veiled campaign, the Mediterranean was both an ill-favored and, by the Germans, too well-favored area, for besides simplifying the submarine's task of finding targets, it simplified the problem of evading the undertakings given to America in the Mediterranean. There was little risk of injuring American ships or interests by mischance. One U-boat alone in 5 weeks' cruise sank 65,000 tons of shipping. Countermeasures proved utterly unable to stem the rising tide of sinking ships, even when more destroyers and other small craft became available. During 1 week of September 1916, 30 ships were sunk by 2, or at the most, 3 submarines in an area patrolled by 97 destroyers and 68 auxiliary craft. Among the remedies tried were those of secret routes, of hoisting false colors, and of decoy ships. This last ruse was carried out by what were known as Q-ships, equipped with torpedo tubes, depth charges, and guns concealed behind collapsible bulwarks, while disguised as merchant ships. The disguise was enhanced by the acting of the crews who coolly simulated panic under conditions where most men would not have needed to do so, and thereby lured the molesting submarine to the surface within close range. Although these Q-ships provided the most romantic phase of the naval war, and sank 11 U-boats. Their effect was almost exhausted by the end of 1916, save that it made the enemy more wary and naturally less inclined to merciful discrimination between armed and apparently unarmed ships. This Q-ship risk to the U-boat was accentuated by the British armament of ordinary merchant ships, which placed the slow, fragile, and half-blind U-boat in a perilous dilemma. The more merciful the U-boat, the greater danger it ran, the less heed it paid to the nature of its target and the rescue of those on board, the more its safety and success were assured. Hence the outcry in Germany for policy of sinking at sight was naturally strengthened. Moreover, if Britain was feeling the strain of economic pressure, so also was Germany, and her leaders feared that the race between decisive success on land and economic collapse would end against her. The naval authorities declared that a renewal of the unlimited submarine campaign, which with her increased numbers could now be far more intense, would bring the Entente to their knees. Accepting this opinion, Ludendorff agreed to a step which he had hitherto opposed. The combined weight of naval and military opinion overbore the protests of the Imperial Chancellor. A proposal of peace discussions, and its foreseen rejection by the Entente powers, was made the moral justification for openly abandoning the restrictions of visit and search, and for withdrawing the promise given to President Wilson. On February 1, 1917, the unrestricted policy of sinking all ships, passenger or cargo, without warning was proclaimed with the full realization that it involved the weight of America being thrown into the scales against Germany. Doubts of its wisdom in Germany was stifled by the plea of necessity, the promise of certain victory, and the argument of inevitability that America was bound to come to the help of the Allies in order to ensure their ability to pay the debts to her. But the Germans reckoned on victory before America's weight could count in the scales. 6 is Scene 1. The mincing machine Verdun. It is a truism that the War of 1914-18 revolutionized all ideas of time, in a military sense, and especially in the duration of its battles. For several thousand years of warfare, a battle, however great the scale, had been a matter of hours. This remained the general case down to the beginning of this century, though a few battles from the Napoleonic Wars onwards increased the span to days, for example, Leipzig, Gettysburg. The real change was inaugurated with the Russo-Japanese campaign, when battles at last had to be reckoned in weeks. With the World War, the standard became months because the battles had usually become sieges, without being recognized or scientifically treated as such. The change, it is to be hoped, is a transitory one, for quantity does not imply quality, and duration does imply immobility and indecisiveness, which are perforce the negation of generalship. So that whether from the standpoint of military science or from that of the drain of human life, long battles are bad battles. The prolongation, too, has complicated the task of the military historian, for unless he desires to fill massive tomes with profuse detail, it is difficult to pick out salient features where there are either none, or else so many that they tend to merge into a formless mass. And of all the so-called battles of the war, Verdun holds the duration record, extending from February 21st to December 15th, 1916. Even if the suspension of the German offensive be taken as the last date, and the French counter-offensive considered as distinct, the duration is 7 months. This difficulty of singling out any one date is unfortunate, for no battle of the whole war was more heroic or more dramatic in its cause, or made so vivid an appeal to the sympathies of the watching nations. It was France's supreme sacrifice and her supreme triumph, and to the splendor of her achievement all the world paid homage. From February 25th onwards, there was a series of crises until June 23rd, and many French authorities select the former date as the chief. Yet who should know better than the Germans the moment when the tide really turned against them? So distinguished a critic as General von Zweil considered that the real turning point was on March 9th, when the Germans failed to capture the Cité de Poivre. It was on March 4th that the Crown Prince called on his army group for a supreme effort to take Verdun, the heart of France. On March 6th, after a 2 days bombardment, the new blow fell, and by the 9th was definitely frustrated. The determination of such a datum point is affected also by the question as to the object of the German Supreme Command in launching the attack on Verdun. General von Falkenhayn, the chief of the Great General Staff and the responsible officer, has stated categorically that it was to bleed France white by choosing a point of attack for which, sooner than let go, the French command would have to fight to the last man. He is also quoted from a paper prepared at Christmas, 1915, to show that he argued that a breakthrough mass was not necessary for this purpose. Yet, despite his post-war statements, there is still a just doubt as to the initial object. A prominent German critic, Colonel Forster, pointed out how difficult it was to reconcile Falkenhayn's statement with the manner in which the attack was carried out, and declared that the initial operation was obviously an accelerated attack for the purpose of breaking through. He based himself on extracts from Falkenhayn's own order of January 27, 1916, and the latter's vehement marginal criticisms on the explanation of failure rendered by the Crown Prince's headquarters on March 31st. These show Falkenhayn calling for an unchecked and continuous advance. Others, including Pete Taine, believe the real idea underlying the plan was that of a revival of the Sedan double envelopment which had been attempted in September 1914. In 1916 such a plan had more favourable chances, for the salient was more acute than at the time of the Marne battle, owing to the St. Mihiel wedge that had been driven into its eastern flank, and the fact that the salient lay astride a river, the Meuse, would hamper the defenders in holding back the German pincers. Moreover, this hypothesis provides a logical explanation for what outwardly seems the unaccountable German mistake in launching their first attack only on the east bank of the river. But if the Sedan was the Germans' object, they might expect that their attack on the east bank would draw the French reserves thither so that the later attack on the west bank, when released, would be able to sweep across the rear of the French, using the river as their prison wall. Thereby, not only would part of the French army be cut off, but the rest be cut in two, while the vast breach would ensure the collapse of the whole trench front in France. Fresh light on this enigmatic battle has, however, come from the German archives and from important witnesses. The evidence collated in a book by Hermann Wendt is particularly illuminating. From this new material it would appear that the explanation of Falkenhayn's purpose lies in his opportunism, and the explanation of the curious course of the German operations in one more of the internal conflicts that wrecked so many plans. Falkenhayn, whose course was apparently none too clear in his own mind, seems to have rested in the hope that something might happen, that something might be a moral collapse behind the French front, produced by the combination of natural depression and subsidized propaganda. But if he was wiser than other strategists in realizing the importance of political effects, he does not seem to have had clear ideas as to how to produce them. And, unfortunately for him, his executive subordinates had a purely military outlook. The scheme drawn up by the Crown Prince as Chief of Staff, Schmidt von Nobelsdorff, diverged widely from Falkenhayn's line of thought. It proposed an attempt to pinch off Verdun by a vigorous attack on both flanks so as to avoid a long drawn-out battle of material with its incalculable expenditure of force. This big gamble did not suit Falkenhayn's book, so he reduced the plan to an attack on the east bank only, apparently hoping to control the executive commander at impetuosity by keeping a tight hand on the reserves. In this purpose, as in his greater one, he was to fail. It is not easy to determine whether that failure was due more to his own misjudgment in adjusting the means to the end, or to his inability to adjust his subordinates' views to his own. Princely subordinates were difficult to control, and Falkenhayn's position was too unstable for him safely to exert strong pressure. Also, whatever his failings, he at least has the credit of affirming a new principle in tactics. The German offensive was to be based on firepower rather than on manpower, and its main agent was to be an intense artillery bombardment, making up for its relatively short duration by the number of batteries and their rapidity of fire, and so seeking to regain the supreme advantage of surprise which was inevitably lost by an artillery preparation of several days, or even a week, as the Allied method had been at Loos, in Champagne, and was still to be on the Somme. To increase their chance of surprise, the Germans constructed none of the customary jumping off trenches close to the enemy lines, confident that their tremendous artillery bombardment would enable their infantry to cross the wide no-man's land, in places half a mile across, without meeting effective resistance. With their rear preparations they were less successful. But although the intelligence branch of French General Headquarters was thus able to deduce the German intentions, the operations branch disregarded the warning. On February 1st, a doublet of 2 territorial divisions was sent, but only at the last moment were adequate reinforcements to Army Corps ordered there. Even when the first of these arrived, there were only 3 divisions on the right bank of the Meuse, 2 on the left, and 3 south of the fortress facing east with no reserves at hand. It is not difficult to guess what would have happened if the German attack had come on the 13th, as intended, before this first corps arrived. That by this saved the defenders in a double sense, for it also hampered the moving forward of the Germans' heavy guns. There is, however, another important aspect of this preliminary phase which is comparatively little known. A hasty generalization from the easy fall of the Belgian and Russian fortresses may have caused much of the subsequent critical position at Verdun. Originally, the French fortresses were not under the control of the field army, but Joffre used the examples of Liege and Namur as an excuse to persuade the French government to declass Verdun as a fortress, and, having got control in August 1915, from then on he drained it of its men and armament. This removal of guns continued even until January 30th, 1916, and the casemates were simply used as shelters for troops. Instead of an all-round defense, a single trench position was taken up beyond the forts, and in rear only one subsidiary trench line was usable. For this continuous front, the commander, General Hare, had not enough men or material to garrison it or keep it in an efficient state of defense. Its wire was incomplete, and it had scarcely any shell-proof cover. Liddell wondered that when the blow fell, the trench position was blotted out. In contrast was the extraordinary imperiousness of the forts. Forts Douaumont and Vaux fell into German hands, and when they were recaptured in October, the French found that months of tremendous bombardment had made scarcely an impression. The underground cover remained intact, not one field gun turret was destroyed, and hardly any of the casemates rendered unoccupable. It was a grim jest of fate that the French should have thrown away their shield for a target through a hasty assumption that fortresses were valueless. The original governor, General Coutanceau, had not shared this view, but when, before a parliamentary delegation, he dared to express his opinion in contradiction to the army group commander, General Dubel, he was not only rebuked but dismissed. For some time, rumors had percolated through to Paris about the inadequate state of the Verdun defenses, and in December Gallieni, as Minister of War, had written to Joffre asking for information and an assurance that they should be developed. Joffre's reply might well be framed and hung up in all the bureau of official in the world over to serve as the mummy at the feast. Rebutting the suggestions, he added, but since these apprehensions are founded on reports, which allege defects in the state of the defenses, I request you to specify their authors. I cannot be a party to soldiers under my command bringing before the government, by channels other than the hierarchic channel, complaints or protests concerning the execution of my orders. It is calculated to disturb profoundly the spirit of discipline in the army. The enemy was soon to dispel his doctrine of infallibility, as the mutinies of 1917 were to show that the incapacity of generals and their waste of human life are the most potent factors in disturbing the spirit of discipline. But retribution is slow. Colonel Dryant, deputy for Nancy and a well-known military writer, who had given the warning, was one of the first victims of its neglect, while Joffre for a time gained fresh popular laurels from the heroic sacrifice of Dryant and his fellows. At 7:15 on the morning of February 21st, a cold, dry day, the German bombardment began on both banks of the Meuse and on a front of 15 miles. Steadily the trenches and wire were flattened out or upheaved in a chaos of tumbled earth. The craters made by the huge shells gave to all the countryside an appearance like the surface of the moon, familiar as it was to be later, in February 1916. So violent a bombardment was new, and therefore the more appalling. So it went on until at 4 p.m. the fury of the shell storm reached its height. Another 3/4 of an hour and a thin skirmish line of German infantry began to advance almost unnoticed, followed by bombing parties and flamethrowers, to fill the French position before the rest of the infantry was launched. This method economized life, and it also disclosed the unequal effect of the German bombardment, which in part suffered from the deadly counter-battery fire of the French artillery. Moreover, the initial German attack was made by only 6 divisions and only along a 4.5-mile front between Bois de Haumont and Herbevois on the east bank. On so narrow a front, a few scattered packets of surviving Frenchmen caused more delay than should have been the case on a reasonable frontage, and the early onset of darkness halted the attack after the foremost trenches had been occupied. But next day the attack developed more widely, and from then until the 24th the defenders' line was progressively crumbled away. The French commanders on the spot asked permission to evacuate the Woevre plain and draw back the line onto the Meuse heights on the right bank. Even this they felt must be only a preliminary to the evacuation of the whole right, or eastern, bank of the Meuse. But behind the front the full gravity of the situation was hardly realized. Operations still asserted that the Verdun offensive was a feint to cover the real blow, in Champagne. Even when the news of the crumbling front came through, Joffre was not moved, much less disturbed. At last, on the evening of the 24th, General de Castelnau, who, since his appointment as chief of the French General Staff, had been adroitly sidetracked by Joffre as overzealous and jealous, Entourage took the initiative and, going direct to Joffre, gained his permission to send Pétain's army to take over the defense of Verdun. Still more alarming reports came in later, and at 11 p.m. de Castelnau, with unique daring, insisted that the orderly officer should rap on Joffre's locked door and wake him up. Before the great man returned to resume his unvarying ration of sleep, he had given de Castelnau authority to go to Verdun with full powers. Leaving Chantilly during the night, de Castelnau motored post-haste to the headquarters of the army group commander de Langle de Gary. Joffre meanwhile had telegraphed that the front north of Verdun must be held at all costs. Every commander who gives an order for retreat will be tried by court-martial. He left it to de Langle de Gary to decide whether to swing back his right onto the Meuse heights, and the latter acted on this permission. De Castelnau's first day at Verdun was not auspicious, for on the 25th occurred the strange incident of Fort Douaumont, and with it the first crisis of the long battle. Like most of the other forts, it had no garrison, except for a crew of 23 gunners who manned one turret. When, however, the German tide approached the fort, General C.H. Artine, commanding the right sector, dictated an order that the line of the forts was to be made the principal line of resistance. This was shortly before midnight on the 24th. Unfortunately, his staff waited for the preparation of some sketches to attach to the order, and so delayed its issue until 9:45 a.m. on the 25th. Meantime, a patrol of Brandenburgers, finding the drawbridge down and no sign of any defenders, the gunners had fallen asleep dead beat, walked in and took possession without firing a shot. A triumphal German communique announced the capture of Douaumont by assault in the presence of the Kaiser. This piece of official bombast, however, was to be outclassed and outfought when, Owing to a misunderstood telephone message, the Communique of March 9th announced the capture of Fort Fox 3 months too early. That the cream of the jest was that both the divisional commander who made the report and the officer who had not taken the fort received from the Kaiser the highest Prussian order, Paul M. Wright. A bad telephone is not without compensations. On February 25th, Pétain took over command at Verdun, and the nucleus of a reserve army was assembling in rear. His first problem was not so much defense as supply. The German heavy guns had closed all avenues except one light railway and the Balladuc to Verdun road, which later became immortal as the Sacred Way. To push up troops was no use unless they could be fed and supplied with ammunition. The road was already cracking under the strain of the incessant transport, and so gangs of territorial troops were brought up to keep it in repair and to double it by parallel tracks. Henceforward the flow of traffic rose to as many as 6,000 lorries in the 24 hours. Up in front, Pétain was organizing the front into sectors, each with its own heavy artillery, and throwing in repeated counter-attacks. If these gained little ground, they disconcerted and checked the attacking Germans. Another assisting factor was that the farther they advanced on the east bank, the more did they expose themselves to flanking fire from the French artillery across the river. The advance lost its momentum, slowed down, and already on the German side a grievous pessimism had set in, so Weil tells us. Falkenhayn was now led to widen the front of attack, although he doled out only 4 divisions. On March 6th, after 2 days' bombardment, the Crown Prince attacked on the west bank of the Meuse, and on the 8th the troops on the east bank joined in the supreme effort. The gains did not repay the losses. Against Mortham on the west and the Poivre on the east, the attack beat in vain. Any hope of a breakthrough faded, for the defense was now consolidated and the numbers had been balanced. Whatever we think of his foresight, there can be no question that Joffre's imperturbable temperament was a great asset in calming the anxiety of those days, and in Pétain he made the right choice for the emergency. It is proverbial that fortune favors the brave, and 2 great pieces of luck befell the French: the fortunate destruction of all the German 17-inch howitzers by the French long-range guns, and the blowing up of the great German artillery park near Spinkerot, which held 450,000 heavy shell, and wisely kept fused. One authority, indeed, General Palat, gives it as his opinion that these 2 factors saved Verdun. From March 9th onwards, there can be no question that the German policy was primarily attrition, and that so far as Verdun was aimed at, it was as a moral objective. Publicity had given it a symbolical value definitely superior to its military value. It must be confessed that the strategy nearly succeeded, but only after a long interval, through the introduction of a new agent. In the meantime, the Germans paid an exorbitant price for little gain. Nevertheless, they put a heavy tax on the French. Pétain did his best to mitigate the strain by a rapid rotation of reliefs, which kept each division under fire for the shortest possible time. But, as a result, a great part of the French army was drawn through the mincing machine, and the drain on the French reserves almost bankrupted their share in the forthcoming Somme offensive. On the German side, the disappointing results produced an earlier reaction. At the end of March, Falkenhayn inquired whether there was any chance of progress within a reasonable time, and he contemplated an alternative attack at Ypres. But the Crown Prince confidently declared that the greater part of the French reserves had been used up, and that he was unreservedly of the opinion that the fate of the French army would be decided at Verdun. Moreover, the fatally old-fashioned idea of the executive command was betrayed in the remark that the destruction of the French reserves should be completed by the employment of men, as well as of apparatus and munitions. Falkenhayn gave way to this plea. So the Crown Prince, egged on by Schmidt von Knobelsdorff, continued to pour out his men's blood, while Falkenhayn spent the time in study of possible alternatives. But at the end of April, the barren result of constant nibbling attacks led to a decision to revert to wider ones. These proved equally futile, so that even Schmidt von Knobelsdorff was led to admit the hopelessness of further attack. Yet when he visited Falkenhayn in this mood of repentance, he found the latter had also changed his mind to the opposite view. So Schmidt von Knobelsdorff was reconverted, and the offensive continued. But the wastage of life was now balanced by Joffre's misguided instructions that Fort Douaumont must be recovered. He also removed Pétain's restraining hand by promoting him to command of the army group and placing Nivelle under charge at Verdun. By launching repeated attacks, Nivelle now played into Falkenhayn's hands and lost on the rebound. On June 7th, after a heroic resistance, Fort Fox really fell by another German till a for a mistake the wrong officer again received the credit, and with it a large stretch of ground was submerged by the German tide that now seemed to the anxious watchers to resemble the forces of nature rather than of men. On June 11th, Pétain was forced to ask Joffre to hasten the relief offensive on the Somme. Then on June 20th, the Germans introduced a new kind of diffusine gas shell with startling effect. It paralyzed the French artillery support, and on the 23rd came a deep advance that brought the Germans almost to the Belleville height, the last work of Verdun. Mangan's incessant counterattacks could do no more than put a brake on the advance, and Pétain made all ready for the evacuation of the east bank. though to his troops he showed no signs of anxiety and ever repeated the now immortal phrase, "unless or." 4 divisions were hurriedly dispatched to him by Joffre, thus further weakening the Somme reserve. But the Germans had used their new lever too late. Strategically, the defenders were now made secure, indirectly, as Falkenhayn stopped the flow of ammunition to Verdun on the 24th when the British bombardment began on the Somme, preparatory to the long-arranged attack which was delivered on July 1st. From that date on, the Germans at Verdun received no fresh divisions, and their advance died out from pure inanition. The way was thus paid for the brilliant French counter-offensives of the autumn, which retook by bites what had been lost by nibbles. It is no disparagement of the sterling defence to recognise, as we must, that the Somme saved Verdun, and, second, that the Germans, after throwing away their best chance by too narrow an attack frontage, came desperately close to their goal 4 months later. 6 is Scene 2. The Brusilov Offensive. On June 5, 1916, began an offensive on the Eastern Front which was to prove the last really effective military effort of Russia. Popularly known as Brusilov's Offensive, it had such an astonishing initial success as to revive enthusiastic dreams of the irresistible Russian steamroller that was perhaps the greatest and most dangerous myth of the war. Instead, its ultimate achievement was to sound Russia's death knell. Paradoxical in its consequences, it was still more so in its course an epitome of the delusive objectives, of the blunders leading to success, and the successes leading to downfall, which marked perhaps the most erratic war in history. In 1915, the Entente had pinned their hopes on Russia, only for the year's campaign to close with the Russian armies, battered and exhausted, barely escaping complete disaster by a seemingly endless retreat. When Falkenhayn turned in 1916 to inaugurate the Verdun attack, he left Russia limp but not crippled, and her surprisingly rapid, if perhaps superficial recovery, enabled her to dislocate the German plans for 1916. As early as March, she attacked at Lake Nerox on the Baltic flank in a gallant sacrificial attempt to relieve the pressure on France. Her command then prepared, for July, a main offensive, also in the north. But before this was ready, the needs of her allies once more led her into a premature move. While the strain at Verdun was growing ever more serious, the Austrians took the opportunity to launch an attack in the Trentino against the Italians, who appealed to their Russian ally to prevent the Austrians releasing further forces from the eastern front to reinforce the Trentino menace. Meantime, the Tsar had held a council of war of his army group commanders on April 14th. It was here arranged that the main Russian offensive should be made by Everett's center group of armies, while Kuropatkin's northern group wheeled inwards to assist it, and it was proposed that Brusilov's southern group should stay strictly on the defensive as his front was unsuited to the offensive. But Brusilov regarded this as a reason for taking the offensive because helpful to surprise, and argued that past lack of success was due to the way the Russian armies had allowed the enemy to utilize his central position by not attacking simultaneously. As a result of the discussion, Brusilov was given permission to act as he wished, and, with such resources as he had, to stage an offensive that would draw the enemy's attention away from the main blow planned in the north near Molochner. Realizing that his best chance of success lay in surprise, he began preparations at over 20 places, so that even deserters could not give away the real point of attack. And, instead of concentrating his reserves, he divided them. The appeal of Russia as ally hastened his action. On May 24th, Alexeyev telegraphed to ask how soon he could attack. Brusilov replied that he would be ready to do so on June 1st, provided that Everett also attacked. Everett, however, was not ready. It was finally agreed that Brusilov should strike on the 4th, and Everett 10 days later. On the night of the 3rd, Alexeyev rang up Brusilov and expressed doubts of the wisdom of a plan so unconventional, suggesting that he should concentrate his troops for an attack on a narrow front, instead of distributing them on a wide front. Brusilov demurred, and Alexeyev eventually gave way, saying, "God be with you. Do as you like." The troops were moved up during the night for an apparent gamble, in which every factor save the possibility of surprise weighed against success. Brusilov's strength was no more than equal to that of the opposing force, 38 against 37 divisions, and it was widely distributed. But the absence of any concentration gave the Austrians no warning of the impending move, and when, on June 4th, the Russian 8th Army, under Kaledin, advanced near Luck for what was little more than a reconnaissance in force, they took the Austrians by surprise. Their front broke like a crust of pastry at the first touch, and almost unresisted the Russians pushed between the Austrian 4th and 2nd Armies. By the following day, 40,000 prisoners had been taken, and the number swelled rapidly as Brusilov widened his offensive. Although the Russian 11th Army Sakharov failed near Tarnopol, the other 2 armies farther south gained as rapid successes at Luck. The 7th Army S.H. Chobyshev drove the Austrians back across the Strypa, and the 9th Army Lechitsky, breaking through in the Bukovina, captured Chernovitz, the southernmost position of the Austrian front. By the 20th, Brusilov had captured 200,000 men. Never has a mere demonstration had so amazing a success since the walls of Jericho fell at Joshua's trumpet blasts. With both flanks collapsed, the Austro-German armies in the south were in danger of a greater Tannenberg, if only the Russians could exploit their chance. But all the reserves were massed in the north for the intended main offensive, and this was not developed. First, Everett said that on account of bad weather he could not begin until the 18th, and, even so, did not expect to be successful. The Tsar and Alexeyev lacked the resolution either to coerce or to replace Everett, and instead authorized him to prepare an attack at a different place, which meant further delay. But neither Everett nor Kuropatkin showed any inclination to take the offensive, and, as Alexeyev could not move them, he tried instead to move their reserves. Bilateral communications, however, prevented these reaching Brusilov before the Germans could hurry reinforcements to stem the tide. The German command showed its usual cleverness, using the first reinforcements for counter-stroke by Linsingen against the northern edge of the Luck breakthrough, and this at least checked the Russian progress at the most critical point. To the south, in the Bukovina, the Russian advance continued until it came to a natural halt against the barrier of the Carpathian Mountains. Late in July, the Russian attack was renewed, first in the center towards Brody and Lemberg by Sakharov, then farther north towards the Starkhad River and Kovel by the Russian Guard Army, long prepared for a supreme effort. But the opportunity had passed, and although the attack still dragged on throughout August, the gains in no way compensated for their heavy cost, and an effort which opened in a blaze of sunshine faded out in autumn gloom. Its indirect were, however, greater than its direct effects, although not unmixed in benefit. It had compelled Falkenhayn to withdraw 7 divisions from the west, and so abandon his plan for a riposte against the British Somme offensive, as well as the hope of nourishing his attrition process at Verdun. It led Romania to take her fateful decision to enter the war on the Entente side to her undoing, and it brought the downfall of Falkenhayn, who had spoiled the ship for a ha'porth of tar. But these indirect effects were purchased at a heavy price. Brusilov had captured the Bukovina and much of east of Galicia. He had captured 350,000 prisoners, but through prolonging the offensive when opportunity had passed, over 1 million men had been lost. This loss undermined morally, even more than materially, the fighting power of Russia. The imminent sequel was to be revolution and collapse. For the last time, Russia had sacrificed herself for her allies, and it is not just that subsequent events should obscure the debt. 6. Scene 3. The Somme Offensive. The battle, or, to be strategically accurate, the series of partial actions in Picardy which opened on July 1st, constituted the offensive campaign of the Franco-British armies in 1916. Into it was thrown the entire British effort of the year on the Western Front, and such part of the French effort as was available after the exhausting strain of the long defensive battle of Verdun. And it proved both the glory and the graveyard of Kitchener-S Army those citizen volunteers who, instantly answering the call in 1914, had formed the first national army of Britain. The Somme offensive had its genesis at the Chantilly Conference of the Allied commanders on December 5, 1915. Joffre, in his appreciation of the situation, claimed that the autumn offensives in Champagne and Artois, including Loos, had brought brilliant tactical results, and ascribed the failure to develop these into strategical success, partly to bad weather and partly to a temporary shortage of ammunition. The essential for the next effort was that the higher command must have no anxiety as regards ammunition, and for this reason it could not be undertaken in less than 3 months. By early February he had realized that the date must be later still, if, as was essential, the Russians were to attack simultaneously and the British were to take an adequate share with their newly raised armies. At a meeting with Haig he emphasized the view that a broad frontage of attack was the method of success, and to this end desired a combined offensive by the French and British bras dessus, with the attacking line of one ally prolonging that of the other ally. Joffre envisaged the French attacking with 40 divisions on a 25-mile front from Lassigny to the Somme, and the British attacking thence to H. Budon, 14 miles, with 25 divisions, or as near that number as possible. The British official history remarks that Joffre's decision to make the offensive in a sector which might be considered the strongest for defense on the Western Front seems to have been arrived at solely because the British would be bound to take part in it. The reasons advanced by General Joffre will hardly bear examination. Even Foch, if it was not his habit to weigh tactical difficulties, disliked the choice of sector as being a strategic dead end. Haig would have preferred to make his attack in Flanders, on the lines of the offensive which he carried out in 1917, assisted by landing on the Belgian coast. Joffre also pressed the British to make a preparatory attack north of the Somme in April, and another in May to draw on the enemy as reserves, so easing the way for the Franco-British main blow. Haig preferred to trust in one great stroke, with all the forces available and when they were fully prepared. Although Haig's attitude was justified by the incompleteness of his resources and by the barrenness of such preparatory attacks the previous autumn, the critic is compelled to recognize that Joffre had the experience of history on his side, and that the experience of the war was to show that decisive offensives were vain until the enemy's reserves had been attracted elsewhere. But Haig was unquestionably right in maintaining that any such preparatory attacks, to fulfill their object, should only precede the general offensive by 10 days or a fortnight. He suggested that the British might deliver one such attack if the French made others. This idea did not appeal to Joffre, who, according to Poincaré, had now in mind a war of attrition which must be chiefly carried out by our allies, England, Russia, and even Italy. So discussions continued. It is amusing to note that the British staff took refuge in the explanation the British army is ready to do its full share, but we cannot cope with the politicians who, after the Germans, are our worst enemies. Eventually, at the conference on February 14, an agreement was reached by which Haig accepted Joffre as planned for the Somme offensive dated for July 1st, while Joffre gave up his demand for preparatory offensives. The result of the postponement of the Allied offensive, whether inevitable or not, was to yield the initiative to the Germans, and their attack at Verdun from February 21st onwards impaired the whole of the Allied plan and campaign in 1916. Yet such a possibility had not even been mentioned at the conference on the 14th. On February 22nd, Joffre asked the British to aid him by relieving part of his troops in the north. Haig accordingly hastened the relief of the French 10th Army round Arras, which was sandwiched between his own 1st and 3rd Armies. Olembiès' 3rd Army sideslipped northwards, and the newly formed 4th Army, under Rawlinson, took over its front between Maricourt and H-Buden. The British now held a continuous 80-mile front from Ypres almost to the Somme. As the French were drained of their strength at Verdun, so did their share of the Somme plan evaporate. Ultimately, their front of attack shrank from 25 miles to 8, and their force from 40 divisions to 16, of which only 5 attacked on July 1st. From now onwards, the British were to take up the main burden of the Western Front campaign, and, because of this fact alone, July 1st, 1916 is a landmark in the history of the war. Nevertheless, Haig did not adjust his aims to the shrinkage of resources. It is true that he continued preparations for an attack at Messines, and formed an alternative plan to switch his reserves thither in case of complete failure. But he does not seem to have foreseen the case of mixed success, and failure always the greater probability in war. And for this want of elasticity his plan suffered in execution. Realism was equally lacking. The hurtful intention of the British command was, in the first stage, to break the German front between Maricourt and Serre, in the second stage to secure the high ground between Bapaume and Ginchy, while the French seized that round Sailly and Rancourt in the third stage to wheel to the left and roll up the German flank as far as Arras, so enlarging the breach. With this object, all available troops, including cavalry, would work northwards from the line Bapaume-Miramont, while a cooperating attack was launched against the German front southwest of Arras. Fourthly, was to come a general advance towards Cambrai-Douai. What a contrast between intention and achievement! In outline, the plan was shrewdly designed, and Haig was wise to take such long views. But he does not seem to have looked clearly enough at the ground beneath his feet. The very belief in such far-reaching possibilities suggests a failure to diagnose the actual conditions. There was a fundamental unrealism in a plan which, while discarding the old and ever new master key of surprise, made no pretense to provide a substitute. The main attack, on a 14-mile front between Maricourt and Serre, was entrusted to Rawlinson's 4th Army of 18 divisions, of which 11 were to lead the attack, with 5 in close reserve. Only 2, together with the cavalry division, were in army reserve. But Haig also placed at Rawlinson's disposal, for exploiting success, a force of 2 cavalry divisions under Gau, with a corps of 2 divisions to follow. 2 divisions of the 3rd Army were to make a subsidiary attack round Gaumecourt. The artillery concentration totaled 1537 guns, 467 being heavy. This meant 1 gun to every 20 yards of front, a record at that time, although far eclipsed by later concentrations. It was double that of the Germans for their great Dunajec breakthrough, but the defences on the Russian front the year before could not be compared with the network of wire and trenches on the Somme front. Another significant contrast was that whereas the French had 900 heavy guns, the British had less than half this number for a far wider front, 1 to every 57 yards. The British official history remarks that the problem facing the Allies was, in fact, that of storming a fortress, in which, according to history and precedent, there should be a main assault in the largest breach or weakest spot, several subsidiary ones on minor breaches which must be strong enough to be converted into main assaults and carried through in false attacks. Instead, the distribution of force was as uniform as the methods of attacks were stereotyped. The artillery, in any case deficient, was spread evenly along the whole frontage. It must be confessed that the problem was not appreciated at GHQ. What were the causes of this blindness? They had a pre-war base. It must be admitted that the problems of semi-siege warfare and the large concentration of guns necessary for the attack of great field defenses had never been studied in practice by the General Staff under the influence of General H. Wilson. The late Sir Henry Wilson had been content to follow French ideas as to the nature of the next war, and ignored and almost resented hearing of the information obtained by its intelligence branch as to the preparations being made, the methods practiced, maneuvers by the Germans. To understand both the problem and the course of the battle, a brief description of the ground is necessary, for in few battles on the Western Front did topography have so important an influence or make so deep an impression on the minds of the combatants. From Piran, where the Somme makes a right-angled turn south, a range of hills runs northwest, forming the watershed between the Somme and the basins of the Scarpe and the Scheldt. This ridge, intersected by the narrow valley of the little river Anker, had been in German possession since the race to the Sea of October 1914, and it gave the enemy command and observation over the Allied lines and the land behind them. For the first year this disadvantage mattered little, for when British troops relieved the French here in July 1915, the front had an air and a condition of peacefulness astonishing to men accustomed to the incessant bickering of Ypres à la base. Reports said that in some places the troops of our ally went back for Dijon to villages hardly touched close to the line, leaving only sentries in the trenches, that in another hamlet which stood in no man's land the sleeping accommodation was neither shared between the opposing sides by tacit consent. I can vouch for the fact that in the first months after the British had taken over this front it was possible for battalions to drill undisturbed on fields in full view of the German lines, whereas 6 months later billets several miles farther back were harassed by gunfire. The campaign policy of the French, except when engaged in active operations, was live and let live, and in retrospect there seems little doubt that it was wiser than the British policy of continual strafing. For when the Germans held the dominating positions, as well as a superiority in ammunition and equipment, these warring tactics wore down the British troops more than the enemy attrition on the wrong side of the balance sheet. Further, they stirred the Germans to strengthen their trench defences, to develop by art the advantages of nature, so that the offensive came against an almost impregnable fortress instead of against the relatively weak defense system which existed in the autumn of 1915. Masefield, in his book The Old Front Line, expressed the situation aptly. Almost in every part of this old front our men had to go uphill to attack. The enemy had the lookout posts with the fine views over France and a sense of domination. Our men were down below with no view of anything but of stronghold after stronghold, just up above, being made stronger daily. Today the tumbled desolation that was the Somme battlefield has passed. Though he underestimated the time, Masefield's instinct was correct that when the trenches are filled in and the plough has gone over them, the ground will not keep the look of war. One summer with its flowers will cover most of the ruin that man can make, and then these places, from which the driving back of the enemy began, will be hard indeed to trace, even with maps. Centreway, Peel Trench, Munster Alley, and these other paths to glory will be deep under the corn, and gleaners will sing a dead mule corner. Yea, while even memory finds it difficult to recapture the wartime aspect, a tranquil visit impresses the mind with the steepness of the ascent and the command from the ridge, even more than in days when progress was reckoned in yards and the contour was seen from the eye level of trenches and shell holes. From an artillery point of view there were advantages in attacking uphill, because the German trenches were more clearly displayed, but in other ways it was a physical and psychological handicap not only to the attacking infantry. Surprise, difficult in face of such commanding positions, was the more difficult because the art of concealing preparations and of camouflage had yet to be relearned. The construction of new hutments on both sides of the Anker provided the Germans with the first clue in February, and thenceforward signs continually multiplied. Falkenhayn contemplated an attempt to dislocate the British offensive, but found that he could not spare the necessary troops. If the vast preparations had not given it away, a bombardment of a weak estuation would in any case have announced the coming assault. Even earlier, a censorship error in allowing publication of a speech to munition workers by the Minister of Labour, Mr. Arthur Henderson, on June 2nd, had given the German command a hint of its early delivery. The one redeeming factor was that despite accurate predictions and warnings of the attack both from the immediate army command, the second, and from agents abroad, Falkenhayn continued to believe that it was only a preliminary to the real blow farther north, apparently feeling that British preparations were too blatant to be true. In consequence he withheld reinforcements, and not until July 5th was he convinced that the Somme was Haig's chosen battleground. In the meantime, he dismissed the Chief of Staff of the Second Army for having been right and asking for more. This divergence of views in the German command left the British a chance which was to be forfeited by a divergence of views in their own command. The extent of this difference, and its effects, has only come to light in recent years. For the offensive was only a few weeks old when the story was spread by officially inspired apologists that Haig was throughout aiming at a campaign of attrition and had not dreamt of a breakthrough. This denial was vehemently maintained for years. Long after the war, it forms one of the most elaborate perversions of historical truth that has come to light. The smoke screen, composed of particles of truth and dishonesty mixed, was finally dissipated by the publication of the official history in 1932. This revealed that Joffre was only contemplating an attrition battle, and that Rawlinson inclined to the same view, while Haig, the middle man, both sought and believed in a breakthrough. His judgment dictated the British aim. But Rawlinson's doubts led to the British plan being a compromise of method, which made it largely unsuitable to aid the aim. In view of his comparatively small resources in artillery and the depth of the German position, Rawlinson favoured a prolonged bombardment and an advance by limited stages. The first inevitably diminished the chances of surprise, the most potent compensation for small resources, while the second was a check on exploiting any success that was gained, giving the enemy time to recover and to bring up reserves. Haig justly realized the latter defect and also inclined to a short bombardment, but, perhaps, being an untechnically minded cavalryman, he skimmed over the problem of cutting the wire entanglements that covered the approach to the enemy's position. After discussion, Rawlinson was allowed his long bombardment, but was ordered to swallow part of the German second position as well as the first, at one gulp. The official history, while showing that a breakthrough could hardly have had decisive results, and even suggesting that it would merely have created a dangerous salient, implies that a breakthrough is possible, but not in the way it was attempted. For his breakthrough aim, Haig actually relied on the one means in which he was, by all advice, too limited. His artillery advisor told him that he was stretching his artillery too much. Rawlinson expressed the fear that he was asking too much of the force available, that its gunpowder would be spread too thinly for effect, and that an attempt to bite off part of the second position would be a gamble. Nevertheless, it was to that gamble that Haig decided to commit his subordinates and their men. Increasing optimism was shown by Haig as the day of battle drew nearer, though French resources, and consequently their share, was steadily shrinking owing to the drain of Verdun. What is perhaps more remarkable is the way his chief subordinates joined in the chorus of optimism, singing so loudly as apparently to drown the doubts they had felt during cool consideration of the problem. They not merely deferred to his judgment, they made it their own. Loyalty could go no further. Privately, Rawlinson was convinced that the Haig's instructions were based on false premises and on too great optimism. Yet he impressed on all conferences and other times that nothing good existed at the conclusion of a bombardment in the area covered by it, and the infantry would only have to walk over and take possession. This current of optimism was passed onwards with the result that even when the bombardment was proving ineffective, battalions which reported that the enemy machine guns had not been silenced were told by the divisional staffs that they were scared. Terrible words for an official history to record, being said to men who were about to pay with their lives for this disregard of their words. Because of its disastrous effects, the causes of this fantastic optimism demand analysis. With some officers, in large degree, and perhaps most officers in some degree, care for their personal interests may have had an influence. Viewed fairly, that is no particular reproach to soldiers, for in any profession where life careers are concerned it is human nature to follow the cue given from above 10. But a wider cause would seem to have been genuine self-delusion. In some cases this may have been induced by the confused idea of loyalty, blind loyalty, that the 19th century military system had fostered. Even here, the Fourth Army instructions, which omitted so many tactical points of vital importance, took pains to lay down with heavy emphasis that all criticism by subordinates of orders received from superior authority will in the end recoil on the heads of the critics, but in other cases optimism was so buoyant as to need no inspiration from on high. Thus when Haig, anxious over the inadequate preparedness of one army corps, sent General Charteris thither with power to countermand its attack, for it had little chance of complete success, his envoy found the commander more than satisfied, and saying exuberantly that he felt like Napoleon before the Battle of Austerlitz. So Charteris yielded to his desire, although he came back feeling very miserable. The official history suggests that the root of this fatal optimism among the higher command may be traced to an astounding failure to grasp the main lesson of previous experience, a lesson that most regimental soldiers have long since learnt. The failures of the past were put down to reasons other than the steady use of the machine gun by the enemy and his scientifically planned defenses. Such expert reasoning is certainly one of the most remarkable recorded cases in all history of missing the wood for the trees. Rationally, it seems inexplicable that the bombardment should have been counted on to leave nobody alive in the opposing trenches. For, beyond Rawlinson's original doubts, there is the fact that he himself spread his limited artillery evenly along the front without regard to the strength and importance of any particular part, with the result that their fire was necessarily so dispersed that many strong points and machine gun posts were never touched. Moreover, a large proportion of the heavy guns available were of obsolete pattern and poor range, while much of the ammunition was defective. Thus the shells could not penetrate the dugouts in which the German machine gunners were sheltering in waiting. Yet it is only on the assumption of a potentially overwhelming bombardment that we can understand at all the tactics adopted by the British command. One can hardly believe that anyone with a grain of common sense or any grasp of past experience would have launched troops to the attack by such a method unless intoxicated with confidence in the effect of the bombardment. The method is certainly an object lesson in supreme negation. The official history continues in the early discussions. Haig had said the corps were not to attack until their commanders were satisfied that the enemy's defenses had been sufficiently destroyed, but this condition seems to have been dropped as time passed. This carelessness to maintain an essential condition of all warfare, especially siege warfare, is another extraordinary fact. It would have been culpable in the commander of a company. Let us, in justice, record a redeeming point of precaution or what might have been one. Haig had suggested tentatively that, before the mass of the infantry were launched, the result of the bombardment and the state of the defences might be tested by sending ahead patrols or small parties, such as the Germans had used at Verdun. But this suggestion was rejected by his army commanders. Was there anything that might have risked success, or at least mitigated the sacrifice? Yes, if the British infantry could have reached the enemy trenches before the defenders were able to open fire. There were two ways in which this might have been achieved. By crossing either before the enemy could see to fire or before they were ready to fire. Without fog, natural or artificial, the only chance of the first lay in an assault during the darkness or in the dim light before dawn. We learned that a few commanders desired that at least the assault should be made at the first streak of light before the enemy machine gunners could see their prey. We are told that Rawlinson himself accepted the suggestion and pressed his French neighbours to agree. But they had double his quantity of heavy guns and wanted good observation for them. So he agreed to the later hour, apparently with little misgiving. The question that remained was whether the British infantry could cross No Man's Land before the barrage lifted. It was a race of death, the greatest of such races, run by nearly 60,000 men in the first heat. They were hopelessly handicapped. The whole mass, made up of closely packed waves of men, was to be launched together, without discovering whether the bombardment had really paralyzed the resistance. Under the Fourth Army's instructions, those waves were to advance at a steady pace, symmetrically aligned like rows of ninepins ready to be knocked over. The necessity of crossing No Man's Land at a good pace, so as to reach the parapet before the enemy could reach it, was not mentioned, but to do so would have been physically impossible, for the heaviest handicap of all was that the infantryman was so heavily laden that he could not move faster than a walk. Each man carried about 66 lb, over half his own body weight, which made it difficult to get out of a trench, impossible to move much quicker than a slow walk, or to rise and lie down quickly. Even an army mule, the proverbial and natural beast of burden, is only expected to carry a third of his own weight. The race was lost before it started, and the battle soon after. The barrage went on, the infantry could not go on, the barrage could not be brought back, and infantry reinforcements were pushed in just where infantry could not go on a compound tragedy of errors. The bombardment began on June 24th. The attack was intended for June 29th, but was later postponed until July 1st, owing to a momentary break in the weather. This postponement, made at French request, involved not only the spreading out of the ammunition over a longer period and a consequent loss of intensity, but a greater strain on part of the assaulting troops, who, after being keyed up for the effort, had to remain another 48 hours in cramped trenches under the exhausting noise of their own gunfire and the enemy's retaliation conditions made worse by torrential rain which flooded the trenches. July 1st dawned a day of broiling heat, and at 7 a.m. the bombardment rose to its height. Half an hour later the infantry advanced from their trenches, and thousands fell, strewing No Man's Land with their bodies, before the German front trench was even reached. For their opponents were the Germans of 1916, most stubborn and skillful fighters. While the shells flattened their trenches, they sheltered in dugouts or shell holes, and then as the barrage lifted dragged out their machine guns to pour an unslackening hail of lead into the unduly dense waves of the attackers. For 1960 marked the nadir of infantry attacks, the revival of formations that were akin to the 18th century in their formalism and lack of maneuvering power. Battalions attacked in 4 or 8 waves, not more than 100 yards apart, the men in each almost shoulder to shoulder in a symmetrical, well-dressed alignment, and taught to advance steadily upright at a slow walk with their rifles held aslant in front of them, bayonets upwards so as to catch the eye of the observant enemy. An excellent imitation of Frederick's infantry automata, with the difference that they were no longer advancing against muskets of an effective range of barely 100 yards. It is hardly remarkable that by nightfall many battalions were barely 100 strong. Only as the upstanding waves were broken up by the fire did advance become possible. For then human nature and primitive cunning reasserted themselves against authorized tactics. The more enterprising and still uncowed survivors formed little groups, usually under some natural leader, and worked their way by short rushes, and crawling from shell hole to shell hole, stalking the opposing machine guns, and often progressing to a considerable depth with little further loss. But in many places packets of the enemy and nests of machine guns were left in their wake to take heavy toll of the supports in similarly dense formations. Thus, save in the south, the force of the tide slackened and later ebbed. Fricourt and the right centre formed a turning point both in the front and in the fortune of the day. The French, south of the Somme and north of it as far as Maricourt, gained all their objectives with slight loss. This success they owed partly to their more flexible tactics and heavier artillery concentration, partly to the lesser strength of the German defences, and to the fact that the attack here came as a tactical surprise to the Germans, who had expected an attack only on the British front. Between Maricourt and Fricourt, the British Roman 13th Corps 30th and 18th Divisions reached its objectives, though with greater loss, capturing Montauban. On its left, the Roman 15th Corps partially achieved its task of pinching at the bastion of Fricourt village and Wood. The 7th Division turned one flank by capturing minets, and on the other flank the 21st Division penetrated some half a mile into the German lines, holding onto a narrower tongue of captured land with both its own flanks in the air until Fricourt fell next day. But the 21st Division marked the boundary of success, and all to the north was failure with the heaviest British loss of any day's fighting in the war. One significant factor was the greater width of no man's land. In the Roman III Corps, fractions of the 34th Division pushed past La Boisselle to Contalmaison, but were forced to fall back. Against Ouvillers, the waves of the 8th Division be practically in vain. A renewed attack was ordered for the afternoon. Wiser counsels, however, prevailed. Northward, again, in the X-Corps, the assault of the 32nd Division was broken against the defences of Thiepval. Only bulletproof soldiers could have taken Thiepval this day. The 36th Ulster Division, however, celebrated the anniversary of the Boyne by penetrating deep into the German front past Thiepval towards Grandcourt. Unhappily, the Corps commander used his reserve to reinforce the division that was hopelessly held up and refused it to the Ulstermen who had made a hopeful opening. Thus their advance parties were cut off, and at nightfall only small fractions of the German front trenches remained in British hands. The attack of the Roman 8th Corps, 29th, 4th and 31st Divisions on the left flank was shattered more abruptly, though here again a few isolated parties pressed through to Beaumont-Hamel and Serres. A muddled argument over a question of one mine explosion led to the heavy artillery lifting 10 minutes before the infantry assault with fatal result. As for the subsidiary attack by the Roman 7th Corps at Gaunacourt, the failure of the 46th Division nullified the opening success of the 56th, while the value of the heavy sacrifice made by the Corps as a whole was nullified by the failure of the main offensive. The tally of prisoners who passed through the Corps cages that day is in some degree an index of the comparative initial success. Roman 13 Corps Congreve, 934. Roman 15 Corps Home, 517, Roman 3 Corps Palteny, 32, X-Corps Moreland, 478, Roman 8 Corps Hunter Weston, 22. In contrast, the French had taken over 4,000 prisoners at little cost. The assault of their Roman 20 Corps next to the British was cloaked by river mist and crossing no man's land, and quickly overran the German first position. The French then proposed to push on, but gave up the idea on hearing that their British neighbours were held back by orders from the High Command. The French attack south of the Somme by 2 divisions of the Colonial Corps and one of the Roman 35 enjoyed a surprise effect through being delivered 2 hours later than elsewhere. It not only gained all its objectives, but was pushed beyond, and by nightfall was within reach of the German second position. For the French, in view of these results, July 1st may be counted a victory. But the major attack was that of the British, and here the Germans could justly claim success, for with only 6 divisions available, and roughly a regiment holding each British division as sector of attack, they had only yielded 1983 prisoners and a small tract of ground to the assault of 13 British divisions. The high hopes built up beforehand had fallen to the ground, and the months of preparation and sowing had only garnered a bit of fruit. Yet although a military failure, July 1st was an epic of heroism and, better still, the proof of the moral quality of the new armies of Britain, who, in making the supreme sacrifice of the war, passed through the most fiery and bloody ordeals with their courage unshaken and their fortitude established. All along the attacking line these quondam civilians bore a percentage of losses such as no professional army of past wars had ever been deemed capable of suffering without being broken as an effective instrument. And they carried on the struggle, equally better, for another 5 months. Experience would improve their tactical action, still more their handling by the High Command, but no subsequent feats could surpass the moral standard of July 1st, a day of an intense blue summer beauty, full of roaring violence, and confusion of death, agony, and triumph, and from dawn till dark, all through that day little rushes of the men of our race went towards that no man's land from the bloody shelter of our trenches. Some hardly left our trenches, many never crossed the green space, many died in the enemy wire, many had to fall back. Others won across, and went farther and drove the enemy back from line to line till the battle of the Somme ended in the falling back of the enemy. That falling back, however, was long postponed, and when it came was so timed as to discomfit the attackers far more than it advantaged them. Why did Haig persevere on the Somme after so disastrous a start, and discard the alternative he had prepared in the north? The official history has little doubt that the Messines attack, carried out so successfully in 1917, would have had in 1916 a far better chance of decisive result, especially if combined with a coastal attack, and had an offensive astride the Somme. As late as June 5th, Haig had warned Rawlinson that if the Fourth Army attack met with considerable opposition, he might decide to stop it and proceed with the Messines operation. The experience of July 1st certainly fulfilled his condition. Perhaps his continuance is best explained by the very marked bulldog element in his make-up. He hated to accept a rebuff, to loosen his grip once he had got his teeth into the resistance. If repulsed everywhere, he might have found it easier to switch his reserves north to Messines. But, having bitten into a slice of the German front, Haig wanted to go on and bite deeper. Why, then, did he not bite quicker on the one soft spot? In part, because of a fog of war that was thickened by human frailty and facing facts. Behind the front, the higher commanders had been rendering reports more rosy than the dim facts warranted, and also pounded in their own belief. Capture of prisoners, but not the heavy casualties, were regularly reported. Ignorance in such conditions was natural, but deception less excusable. Meantime, the opportunity of developing the success in the south went begging. Late on July 2nd, Haig, confronted with a difficult situation, decided to press the attack where success had been gained, instead of making a fresh frontal assault on the intact defences from Overlord's northwards. The tactical experience of the later years and earlier history confirms his wisdom, and the only question is why the exploitation of the success in the south was not more prompt. Part of the dense infantry strength which had been used to strew no man's land with dead might better have been kept as well reserved for such a purpose. Even as it was, the Germans were badly shaken, and if British reserve divisions were few, theirs were less, as the delay in counter-attacking showed. But the Fourth Army made no attempt to push reserves throughout the sectors of least resistance, and at 10 p.m. on the 1st merely ordered its corps to continue to attack, evenly along the whole front. At Rawlinson's suggestion, Gurlt was put in charge of the two left Corps X and Roman 8, which had most obviously failed an unenviable task for a man who had been intended, and was best fitted, for the role of exploitation. The corps commanders pointed out the hopelessness of a fresh attack without adequate preparation. Gurlt wisely concurred, and the orders were cancelled. As these corps were not in a state to attack unbroken defences again, nothing happened on the 2nd. Meantime, the Roman 13 Corps, which had made a real penetration on the extreme right, was held back. This passivity was the more regrettable because, in conjunction with the French, it had already shut at a ragged and fumbling night counter-attack by a German division hurried up from Cambrai to one enemy reserve immediately available. Opportunity receded further when, for the 3rd, Rawlinson merely ordered a renewed attack by the left wing in conjunction with his centre. This plan, Haig approved but modified with not altogether happy results. He was now turning his eyes to the right, and he reduced the Maroes attack to thrusts by small packets against Thiepval and Overloos. The rearrangement accentuated the defects due to divided control, so that the attacks became not only petty in scale but disjointed in delivery and proved void of any effect except further casualties. Meantime, troops of the Roman 13 Corps on the right walked into Bernafay wood almost without opposition, but were restrained from going farther. The French Roman 20 Corps next to it was, as a corollary, also constrained to inactivity, but south of the Somme the French captured the German second line and the high ground overlooking Piron. Haig was now convinced of the advisability of concentrating his effort on the right, but he met a French stumbling block. Both Joffre and Foch, who was in direct charge of the French share of the offensive, insisted that Haig should capture the ridge from Posy-Rez to Thiepval in the centre as a preliminary to any attack on the right, or Longueville sector. Haig's contention that he had not enough ammunition to cover effectively a renewed attack on the whole front, and that the Longueville Ridge defences were weaker than at Thiepval, made no impression, and Joffre declared that if the British attacked Longueville they would be beaten. Indeed, he went so far as to give Haig a direct order to attack in the centre, whereupon Haig retorted that he was responsible to the British government, and that, although he was ready to follow Joffre's strategy, in matters of tactics he would take his own line. This settled the question. A long interval followed, however, before the Fourth Army was ready for the attack on the enemy a second line. The interval was the longer because Haig considered it necessary to clear away all the enemy's outlying footholds before attempting the main stroke, and sought to seize these by a series of nibbling attacks. At the same time, the X and Roman 8 Corps on the left were definitely transferred from Rawlinson's Fourth Army to Gurlt's Reserve Army, later to become the 5th, and the available reserves and guns were concentrated on the reduced Fourth Army front. Thus, during the days immediately following July 1st, when the German defence was seriously shaken in the southern sector Montauban-la-Bruxelles, the renewed attacks were slight in strength and spasmodic. The resistance had breathing space to reorganize and harden, to strengthen its hold on the commanding ridge, Ginchy-Posy-Rez, where ran the German second line. The British progress became very slow, and a special obstacle was offered by Manus Wood. The 3 days' abortive attacks by the 38th Welsh Division and consequent delay here were to prejudice the main stroke. But as great a handicap was imposed from above. If the British higher command had been overambitious and unduly optimistic before July 1st, it perhaps now tended to the other extreme. Rawlinson, however, had been brought to realize that bold and rapid measures were essential if he was to forestall the German reinforcements and labour which were rebuilding in rear the fortified front faster than the British could force a way through. If the British waited until their front line had been carried near enough to the German second line Bronstelling for a close assault, they might well be confronted with a barrier as firm as the original of July 1st. Rawlinson framed a plan to attack and break the German defences on a 4-mile front between Delville Wood on the right and Byzantin-le-Petit Wood on the left. His right was fully 3/4 of a mile distant from the second line, with the vital tactical feature of T-S Wood between still in German hands. Thence towards his left no man-S line gradually narrowed, until in front of Marnot's Wood it was only about 300 yards wide, but T-S Wood enfiladed a large part of the line of advance. If the obvious course was adopted, and an attack delivered only on the left, the prospects were barren, for the experience of 1915 had shown that an attack on a narrow frontage against an enemy with ample guns might gain an initial success, only to be blown out of the captured fragment by the concentration of hostile gunfire thus facilitated. Instead of the obvious, Rawlinson took a course which, for all its calculated risks, was more truly secure and economical of force. The troops were to cross the exposed area by an advance under cover of darkness, followed by a dawn attack, preceded by a hurricane bombardment of only a few minutes' duration. This plan revived the use of surprise, which lay rusting throughout the greater part of the war, until in fact the last year from Cambrai onwards. In 1916, the ideas of a night advance and of such a brief bombardment were alike so fresh in revival as to be a shock and a pure gamble to orthodox opinion. That he should attempt the maneuver with new army troops, men who had been civilians less than 2 years before, made his plan seem yet more rash. The commander-in-chief was strongly opposed to it, preferring a more limited alternative, but Rawlinson persevered, his own confidence reinforced by the confidence of the actual troop leaders in their ability to carry out the night operation. For once, Horn, who was usually as apt to agree with Hague's views as he was dependable in other ways, agreed instead with his immediate superior, and this fact may have helped to tilt the scales. Rawlinson gained his way, but instead of the already delayed attack being launched on July 13th, as he intended, the reluctance of the higher command caused it to be postponed until July 14th, a day's delay that was to have grave consequences. Another drawback was the lack of French cooperation, owing to lack of faith in the prospects of the attack. The attacking troops were composed of the 9th and 3rd Divisions of the Roman 13th Corps on the right W, T, 1st and J, A, L, Haldane, and the 7th and 21st Divisions of the Roman 15th Corps on the left H, D, Watts and D, G, M, Campbell, while on the extreme right flank Max 60th Division had the task of clearing T-S Wood. On the extreme left the Roman 3 Corps formed a defensive flank between Byzantin-le-Petit Wood and Contalmaison. Cavalry divisions were brought up close and placed under the orders of the 2 attacking corps. The German front was held by only 6 battalions of mixed divisions in General Stein's group, with the 7th Division in reserve south of Bapaume. The trenches of the Bronze Stelling ran just in front of Delville Wood, Longful, Byzantin-le-Grand and Byzantin-le-Petit Woods, with High Wood, like a dark cloud on the skyline behind, dominating the whole area of approach. From it the Germans could see several miles behind the old British front line of July 1st. On the right, markers went out some hours after darkness had fallen on July 13th and placed white tapes to guide the troops along their 1,000 yards approach, then further tapes at right angles to mark the forward line on which the troops were to form up, so that they should start parallel with their objective. The hazardous and difficult task was carried through successfully, and soon after midnight the battalions assembled in the shelter of Caterpillar Valley, moving up in long worm-like lines of companies or platoons in single file. At 3:20 am the barrage fell on the German trenches, and 5 minutes later the whole line moved forward to the assault. The division which had dared to attempt such a surprise stroke, and had supported imagination with good staff work, was justified. The whole of the German second line was rapidly overrun, and the attacking troops passed beyond. From left to right, the 21st Division pressed through Byzantin-le-Petit Wood to the village, the 7th Division cleared Byzantin-le-Grand Wood and pushed up the slopes towards High Wood, the 3rd Division captured Byzantin-le-Grand, and the 9th Division fought their way, albeit with difficulty, through Longful to the outskirts of Delville Wood. On this right flank every yard of advance was bitterly opposed, and in the depths of Delville Wood, during the ensuing days, the South Africans made the supreme sacrifice of the war where today a white stone colonnade of peaceful beauty commemorates, and contrasts with the bloodiest battle hell of 1916. But on the left flank opportunity and open country stretched out its arms. Soon after midday the German resistance was clearly disintegrating on the front of the 7th Division, and an effort was made to exploit the chance, although some hours were lost. The 7th Division moved forward soon after 6 p.m. with 2 squadrons of cavalry working on their flank, the first mounted cavalry seen on a British battlefield since 1914. Roseate expectations pictured open warfare on the skyline, but once more it proved a mirage in the military desert. The troops of the illustrious 7th Division were a shade battle-weary, their depleted ranks had been filled with many and tried drafts. Whatever the cause, the advance tended to lack vigor, and although most of High Wood was cleared at evening, the northern corner of the flanking trenches remained in the Germans' grip. Worst of all, 24 hours postponement had enabled fresh reserves to come up, and as their strength steadily swelled, the German hold tightened, the British relaxed. Late on July 15th, the wood was evacuated under pressure of counterattacks, and 2 months would have passed before possession was regained. The surprise storm of the Somme Bastille on July 14th brought the British to the verge of a strategic decision. Thereafter, their effort degenerated into a battle of attrition. After the disappointing end of the July 14th stroke, Haig played for smaller stakes. His overdrawn supplies of ammunition were causing concern, and he had in mind no effective substitute for gun pounding as an opener for the enemy airsail front. Early in June, he had contemplated the step of transferring his main offensive to the Messines sector in Flanders if the German reserves held him up on the Somme, and the Anzac Corps began to move thither in readiness. But by July 7th, he had decided instead to pour his own reserves down to the Somme now, for the enemy, the line of expectation, and to throw all his weight into the direct offensive there. He ordered, however, a number of local attacks in the north as a means to fix the enemy's attention and keep his reserves there and away from the Somme. The method reveals a most curious military delusion, for while simulated preparations for a large-scale offensive would cause the enemy natural apprehension, the actual delivery of an hour-fronted local attack would merely disclose the bluff. One consequence was the shattering of the 5th Australian Division in an absurdly advertised attack at Fromelles, an attack which was the final link of an almost incredibly muddled chain of causation. The rest of the Anzac Corps had been moved to the Somme, where Haig's aim was now to enlarge his lodgment on the main ridge. He had favoured the idea of trying to carry out his original third phase of rolling up the German front northwards, although the original conditions had not been fulfilled. But he had not sufficient elbow room to deploy an adequate force for it, and it would have diverged from the line of cooperation with the French. Hence he decided to continue his main pressure with his right, eastward towards the French line of convergence, while on his left Gough sought to gain the Posy-Rez-Thiepval end of the ridge, and so widen the British hold upon it. To this end, Gough was given the Anzac Corps Budwood, and on July 23rd he launched part of it against Posy-Rez in conjunction with a renewed assault by the 3 Corps of the 4th Army along the whole of its narrow front from Guillemont to Bazentin-le-Petit. This failed completely. On the left, the 1st Australian Division gained a footing in Posy-Rez. Haig reverted to the method of nibbling, now to be exalted as a definite and masterly strategy of attrition, and to be defended by optimistic miscalculations of the German losses. Nearly 2 months of bitter fighting followed, during which the British made little progress at much cost, and the infantry of both sides served as compressed cannon fodder for artillery consumption. On the left flank, the Anzac Corps was the main agent of the new plan of methodical progress. The effect is best described in the measured words of the Australian official history. Doubtless to the Commander-in-Chief, and possibly to the Cabinet, the use of terms implying leisurely progress brought some comfortable assurance of economy of life as well as of munitions, but to the front line the method merely appeared to be that of applying a battering ram 10 or 15 times against the same part of the enemy's battlefront with the intention of penetrating for a mile, or possibly 2, into the midst of his organized defenses. Even if the need for maintaining pressure be granted, the student will have difficulty in reconciling his intelligence to the actual tactics. To throw the several parts of an army corps, brigade after brigade, 20 times in succession against one of the strongest points in the enemy's defense may certainly be described as methodical, but the claim that it was economic is entirely unjustified. 23,000 men were expended in these efforts for the ultimate gain, after 6 weeks, of a tidy ton of ground just over a mile deep. And what of the moral effect? Although most Australian soldiers were optimists, and many were opposed on principle to voicing or even harboring grievances, it is not surprising if the effect on some intelligent men was a bitter conviction that they were being uselessly sacrificed. For Christ's sake, write a book on the life of an infantryman, said one of them, and by doing so you will quickly prevent these shocking tragedies, that an officer who had fought so nobly as Lieutenant J. A. Rose should, in the last letter before his death, speak of the murder of many of his friends through the incompetence, callousness, and personal vanity of those high in authority, is evidence not indeed of the literal truth of his words, but of something much amiss in the high leadership. We have just come out of a place so terrible, wrote one of the most level-headed officers in force that a raving lunatic could never imagine the horror of the last 13 days. The history indicates that Birdwood lost much of his Gallipoli popularity through his failure to interpose against Gough's impetuous desire for quick results and his lack of thought. This may have been a factor in leading the Australian troops to reject Birdwood's personal appeal when they voted against the conscription of other men to share the horrors that they had experienced. But Posy-Rez was matched on the other flank by Guillemont, now a peaceful hamlet in mid-cornfields, then a shambles of blended horror and mystery. From Tiarness, what it is down one slope, up another, only a few hundred yards of farm road now, yet in July and August. 1916, an infinite distance. Division after division essayed to cross it, felt the petty prize within their fingers, and then slept back unable to maintain their hold. and when it was at last secured on September 3rd, Jinchi, a few hundred yards farther up the slope, was a similar obstruction until September 9th. Save Thiepval, still defiant, no hamlets have exacted a heavier price for their possession. Now at last the British line was straightened on a 7-mile front running northwest from Luz Wood, overlooking Comblaise, where it joined up with the French. They had just extended farther south the attack south of the Somme, storming 3 miles of the old German front line near Chalnes and taking 7,000 prisoners. On August 30th, Rawlinson had recorded in his diary the chief is anxious to have a gamble with all the available troops about September 15th, with the object of breaking down German resistance and getting through to Bapaume, and be added, somewhat illogically, we shall have no reserves in hand, save tired troops, but success at this time might bring the Boches to terms. Despite his professed faith in attrition, Haig was now reduced to gambling on a breakthrough. The attack was to pivot on the left when go Essami. The primary object of the main blow by Rawlinson was to break through what had originally been the Germans' last line between Morval and Les Sars, in cooperation with the French thrust to the south between Comblaise and the Somme, thus pinching out Comblaise. If the opening success warranted the attempt, the British attack was to be extended northward to seize Courcelette and Martinpuich. 8 divisions were deployed for the original attack and 2 detailed for the extension. A special feature was the employment for the first time of tanks, the armored cross-country machines which had been invented as an antidote to the defensive obstacle of machine guns and barbed wire. In disregard of the opinions of the tank progenitors, and of their own expressed agreement with these opinions, the British Higher Command had decided to utilize such machines as were available as a stake to redeem the fading prospects of the Somme offensive. When this decision was taken, only 60 of the initial 150 machines had been transported to France. 49 were actually employed to work in tiny detachments of 2 or 3 machines, another breach with the principles laid down by Colonel Swinton. The scant and hasty preparation combined with the mechanical defects of this early model to reduce the total, so that only 32 reached the starting point. Of these, 9 pushed ahead with the infantry, 9 failed to catch the infantry, but helped in clearing the catch of ground, 9 broke down, and 5 were ditched in the craters of the battlefield. The first 9 rendered useful aid, especially in capturing Flers, but the greater prize of a great surprise stroke was a heavy forfeit to pay for redeeming in a limited degree the failure of the Somme offensive. After 3 days' bombardment, the attack was launched at dawn on the 15th in a slight mist. The mist, together with the clouds of smoke, prevented the German gunners in many places from seeing the light signals fired by their infantry, and the consequent lack of artillery support on the German side eased the path of the British infantry. Thus the Roman 15 Corps in the centre made early and good progress. By 10 a.m. its left division was beyond Flers. Its progress was greatly helped by the tanks, of which the German regimental histories give a vivid impression. The arrival of the tanks on the scene had the most shattering effect on the men. They felt quite powerless against these monsters which crawled along the top of the trench, enfilading it with continuous machine gun fire, and closely followed by small parties of infantry who threw hand grenades on the survivors. But on the right, the Roman 14 Corps lost heavily and was held up long before it could reach Morval and Les Boeufs. The Roman 3 Corps, on the left, also fell short of its objectives, although its 47th Division finally cleared the long-sought high wood. On the extreme left, the projected extension of the attack was carried out, and both Martinpuich and Courcelette were taken. As a result of the day, the crest of the ridge had been gained, except on the right, and with it the commanding observation which the Germans had so long enjoyed. The failure on the right was redressed on September 25th by another big attack which, in conjunction with the French, compelled the Germans to evacuate Comblaise. Next day, Thiepval at last fell to an attack by 4 divisions of Goetz army. German accounts make it clear that the decisive break in their front was caused by the appearance of 3 British tanks on the outskirts of Thiepval village. Haig still called for pressure without intermission, and, as a result of further small gains, by the first week of October the Germans were back in their last completed line of defences, which ran from Sailly-Saint-Lissel on the right past Le Tremblay and in front of Bapaume. They were busily constructing fresh lines in rear, but these were not yet complete. On the other hand, these days had proved the continued strength of the German resistance, and the limited success held but little hope of a real breakthrough or its exploitation. The early onset of the autumn rains made this hope more slender daily. The rains combined with the bombardments to make the ground a morass in which guns and transport were bogged, while even lightly equipped infantry could barely and slowly struggle forward. Attacks under such conditions were terribly handicapped. That most of them failed was inevitable, and if a trench was taken, the difficulties of consolidating it liquidated the gain. By October 12th, Haig seems to have been at last convinced that he could not pass the German defences that year. But Joffre and Foch continued to urge him on, and in partial response Haig continued to call for fresh attacks through the mud towards the Tremblay until a strong protest was made by Lord Cavan, commanding the Roman 14 Corps, who desired to know whether it was deliberately intended to sacrifice the British right in order to help the French left, and pointedly added, "No one who has not visited the front can really know the state of exhaustion to which the men are reduced." But other corps commanders had less moral courage, and Wellington, although sympathetic, seems to have yielded against his better judgment to his chief's determination. Hence the Roman III and Anzac Corps continued a hopeless series of petty attacks until November 16. Their ineffectiveness was redeemed, as their ineptitude was obscured, by a welcome, last-hour success of Gau's army. The wedge that had been slowly driven eastward between the Ancre and the Somme had turned the original German defences north of the Ancre into a pronounced salient. For some time, Gau's army had been preparing an attack against this, and a temporary improvement in the weather allowed it to be launched on November 13th by 7 divisions. Beaumont Hamel and Brucourt-sur-Ancre were captured, with 7,000 prisoners, but on the left side once more proved impregnable. Haig was pleased because it would strengthen the hands of the British representatives at the forthcoming Allied military conference at Chantilly. So the Somme offensive could at last be suspended with honour satisfied. The folly of the last phase, from September 25th onwards, was that having at last won the crest of the ridge and its commanding observation, the advantage was thrown away by fighting a way down into the valley beyond. Thereby the troops were doomed to spend the winter in flooded trenches. Somme was soon to be notorious. Thus the Moscou Battle of the Somme closed in an atmosphere of disappointment, and with such a drain on the British forces that the coincident strain on the enemy was obscured. This strain was largely due to the rigidity of the German high commanders, especially General von Below of the First Army, who issued an order that any officer who gave up an inch of trench would be court-martialed, and that every yard of lost trench must be retaken by counter-attack. If German mistakes do not condone British mistakes, they at least caused a vain loss of life, and still more of morale, which helped to balance the British loss until on August 23rd Below was compelled to swallow his own orders and modify his method of resistance, in accord with that of the new Hindenburg-Ludendorff-Argheim. 6. The Scene 4. The growing pains of the tank. On September 15, 1916, a new instrument of war received its baptism of fire and helped to make the British attack on that day one of the landmarks of the Somme offensive. It was one of the few attacks which did not require the use of a large-scale map and a magnifying glass to detect its progress. But, far more significant, it cast its shadow over the whole future of the war. And as it thus becomes a greater landmark in the history of the war than in the history of the Somme, so it is likely to become a still greater landmark in the history of war. For this new instrument, the tank changed the face of war by substituting motor power for a man's legs as a means of movement on the battlefield, and by reviving the use of armor as a substitute for his skin or for earth scrapings as a means of protection. Hitherto, he could not fire if he wished to move, and could not move if he wished for cover. But September 15, 1916, saw the simultaneous combination in one agent of firepower, movement, and protection and advantage until then enjoyed in modern warfare only by those who fought on the sea. But although sea warfare on land may be the ultimate consequence of the tank, and was foreshadowed in its first name of landship, the original intention was more limited and more immediately practical to provide an antidote to the machine gun which, in alliance with barbed wire, had reduced warfare to stagnation and general ship to attrition. The Cura was a British production, the most significant achievement of British brains during the World War. Yet it has an essential transatlantic link, symbolical in view of the association on the battlefield that was soon to follow. For the source of both the evil and the antidote was American. The trench deadlock was due above all to the invention of an American, Hiram Maxim. His name is more deeply engraved in the real history of the World War than that of any other man. Emperors, statesmen, and generals had the power to make war, but not to end it. Having created it, they found themselves helpless puppets in the grip of Hiram Maxim, who, by his machine gun, had paralyzed the power of attack. All efforts to break the defensive grip of the machine gun were vain. They could only raise tombstones and not triumphal arches. When at last a key to the deadlock was produced, it was forged from the invention of another American, Benjamin Holt. From his agricultural tractor was evolved the tank, an ironic reversal of the proverbial custom of beating swords into plowshares. The eventual effect of the tank is best appreciated by studying the evidence of those who had to face it. Was it not Ludendorff himself who spoke of the great tank surprise of August 8, 1918, as the black day of the German army in the history of the war, and added, "Mass attacks by tanks remained here after our most dangerous enemies." More emphatic still is the comment of General von Zwail: "It was not the genius of Marshal Foch that beat us, but General Tank, nor can it be suggested that these were afterthoughts put forward in mitigation of defeat, for the most striking evidence of all, red hot from the forge of battle, is to be found in the momentous report submitted on October 2, 1918, by the representatives of the German military quarters to the leaders of the Reichstag. The Chief Army Command has been compelled to take a terribly grave decision, and declare that according to human possibilities there is no longer any prospect of forcing peace on the enemy. Above all, two facts have been decisive for this issue. First, the tanks. The confession thus made gains force for comparison with the earlier disparagement of the tanks by the German command. For history, the first question is how the tank came to be introduced, and the second, why its decisive effect was delayed until 1918. The first question is befuddled rather than guided by the popular question, so widely raised during and after the war who invented the tank. So many claimed the honor, many with some show of reason, and still more without, that the public became confused. And the government did not help to establish the actual chain of causation, perhaps influenced by the instinct of the Treasury to avoid the recognition of financial obligations. Thus it did not become clear until the evidence in an action brought against the Crown in 1925 was available to supplement the given in 1919 before the Royal Commission on Awards to Inventors. In order to defeat this unjustified claim to reward, the Treasury had to provide an opportunity for evaluating the genuine claims to honor. The historical evolution of the tank has been confused also by the lack of any clear definition of the tank and its purpose, and this vagueness owes something to the fact that prior to the time when the camouflage name tank was invented, the machine was known as a landship or land cruiser. Such a title, due to its being mothered in infancy by the Admiralty, however prophetic of its still distant future, is far from applicable to its past in the war. Regarded as a landship, or even as an armored battle car, the origin of the tank is lost in the mists of antiquity. Among its forebears might be included the ancient war chariot, the Hussite war cuts which formed their famous Wagenburg, even, with some show of reason, the battle elephants of Pirhes, or the medieval knight in armor. If the search be limited to self-moving, as distinct from men or animal-moved machines, its origin might be traced to Valtry's wind-propelled war chariot of 1472, or to the proposals made by that many-sided genius, Leonardo da Vinci, to his patron Ludovico Sforza. In 1599, Simon Stevin constructed for the Prince of Orange two actual landships, wheel-borne and sail-propelled. As far back as 1634, David Ramsay took out the earliest patent for self-moving car capable of use in war. So through an endless chain of experiments, the origin might be traced. The caterpillar track itself, perhaps, in general opinion a distinctive feature of the tank, goes back to the early 19th century, or even to Richard Edgeworth's device of 1770. If the definition be drawn still closer to mean a petrol-driven track machine for military use, the Hornsby tractor, used at Aldershot in 1908, takes precedence of the American Hart tractor in the ancestry of the tank. If the use of tank-like machines as weapons be the test, then Mr. H.G. Wells deserves the credit popularly accorded him for priority of conception, although his prophetic story of 1903 in the Strand magazine was itself 20 years behind the writings and drawings of M. Albert Robida in La Caricature. If similarity of design, then one recalls Mr. L. E. de Molles' model superior to the 1916 tank, which was pigeonholed in the War Office in 1912. To these add also the story of the Nottingham plumber whose hobby it was to make toy machines of this nature, and whose design, submitted to the War Office in 1911 and duly pigeonholed, was unearthed after the war, the file bearing the terse official comment, "The man is mad." The chief result of this historical survey, however, is to show the futility of trying to determine the credit for the origination of this decisive weapon of the World War without a clear understanding and definition of its particular purpose. Leonardo da Vinci and the Nottingham plumber alike may claim to be among the fathers of mechanical warfare, but for the parentage of the actual tank of a world war we must look closer. The test of its origin is tactical rather than technical. It was a specific antidote for a specific disease which first broke out virulently in the World War. This disease was the complete paralysis of the offensive brought about by the defensive power of serried machine guns, and aggravated by wire entanglements. This disease doomed the manhood of the nation to a slow and lingering end, prolonged only by the capacity to produce fresh victims for the futile sacrifice. Wycherley's phrase, "necessity, mother of invention," has never had a true example, and it provides the real test to determine the immediate origin of the World War tank. The first military physician who diagnosed the disease and conceived the antidote was Colonel Ernest Swinton, whose pen name of all Lockroy had become well known through the Green Curve and Duffer S. Drift studies of war in fiction form, wherein the pill of knowledge was delightfully coated with jam. A term of hard labor on the British official history of the Russo-Japanese War gave him the opportunity to analyze its tendencies and to deduce the potential domination of the machine gun. Later, he took an interest in the whole tractor experiments. These two impressions soon fitted together like the two segments of a circle. For when, soon after the outbreak of war, he was sent to France as official witness at General Headquarters, he was both well placed and well prepared to recognize the first symptoms of stalemate and to suggest a remedy. On October 20th, visiting London, he saw Colonel Maurice Hankey, the Secretary of the Committee of Imperial Defense, and after describing the situation domination of defense based on the machine gun outlined his proposals for an antidote. These were, in brief, to develop such a machine as the Hart tractor into a bulletproof trench-crossing machine gun destroyer armed with one or more small quick-firing guns. In Hankey he found an acute and receptive mind, and a further discussion the next day led to an understanding that Hankey would take up the matter at home in Swinton in France. On October 23rd, Swinton took up the question at General Headquarters, but the suggestion came up against a blank wall. Meanwhile, Hankey put the idea before Lord Kitchener, with equally barren result. But he also submitted to the Prime Minister, Mr. Asquith, a memorandum on various ways, strategic and technical, of overcoming the deadlock which embodied, among others, Swinton's suggestion. This reached Mr. Churchill. His mind was already active with the problem of enabling armoured cars to cross broken ground and trenches, because of his concern with the armoured car detachments of the Royal Naval Air Service operating on the Belgian coast. On January 5, 1915, Churchill wrote a letter to the Prime Minister supporting and amplifying the suggestion in Hankey's memorandum for the use of armoured Caterpillar tractors to overrun trenches. This letter was sent by Asquith to Kitchener. By a coincidence, Swinton had called at the War Office on January 4th to press anew his proposals, now extended owing to the continued experience of conditions in France. The seed thus planted at the War Office by two sowers fell on stony soil, and after some attention finally withered, owing largely to the freezing verdict of Sir Capel Haldane, Director of Mechanical Transport. Fortunately, the general idea was kept alive on other soil, for Churchill, in February, formed a committee at the Admiralty, which later became known as the Landships Committee. But this committee, though investigating many lines of thought and experiment, did not make much practical headway, its energies being diverted for a time in the direction of a landship with giant wheels. A worse blow was the removal of Churchill's vision and driving force, though even when he left the Admiralty it was his influence which kept the experiments alive. By this time also, fortunately, the committee under the guidance of Mr. Tennyson D. Ankworth, the Director of Naval Construction, had got onto the right line, that of the Caterpillar. Even so, concrete results seemed to have been hindered, and energy leaking, through lack of any exact specification of the military requirements of such a machine, for in the scheme of scientific war the tactical takes precedence of the technical. This essential, but hitherto missing, link came in a memorandum forwarded from General Headquarters, and once this was available progress became rapid and practical. The memorandum was compiled by Swinton, who had surmounted the barrier of unbelief and convention by an appeal direct to the Commander-in-Chief. It formulated the performance required of the machine, and on the specification the newly framed Joint Committee of War Office and Admiralty went to work. On July 19, Swinton returned to England as Acting Secretary to the War Committee of the Cabinet and got in touch with the Joint Committee later, on the Prime Minister's authorization, calling an interdepartmental conference to coordinate the work on the new machines. On September 19th, an inspection was held at Lincoln of a provisional machine, Little Willie, but this was rejected by Swinton as failing to conform to requirements. He was then shown a full-size wooden model, or mock-up, of a larger machine, which had been specially designed by Mr. Tritton and Lieutenant Wilson to meet the latest Army specification. This was accepted, as it looked capable of complying with the two main conditions to climb a vertical face of 5 feet and cross a ditch 8 feet wide, and it was decided to concentrate on the production of a sample machine of this type. Finally, on February 2nd, 1916, at Hatfield was held the official trial of this machine christened Mother or Big Willie, and as a result 40 of these machines were ordered, and number subsequently increased to 150. The French, now, had independently begun similar experiments through the initiative of Colonel Etienne, whose project was sanctioned by Joffre on December 12. Although both idea and machine were later in maturing than the British, it is a significant contrast that the first French order was for 400, and that order was soon doubled. During the summer of 1916, the crews for the new machines were being trained in a vast secret enclosure, surrounded by armed guards, near Thetford in Norfolk. They formed a unit that was christened the Heavy Section Machine Gun Corps. For secrecy, also a new name had been chosen for the machines. The need was to find a name sufficiently mystifying and yet plausible to any outside observer who might see the toppling machines in transit on the railway, and after discussing the merits of tank, cistern, and reservoir, the choice fell on the first. Through the secrecy so well maintained, surprise was obtained when the tanks made their debut on the battlefield. Unhappily, the fruits of the surprise were forfeited. Herein lay the tragedy of September 15, 1916, for the official guardians disregarded the entreaties of the parents and insisted on putting the tank to work before it was mechanically mature and before its numbers were adequate. Thus they not only endangered its future usefulness, but threw away the chance of surprising the enemy while he was unprepared with any countermeasures. The consequence was to prolong the hardships and toll of the war. The reply normally made to this charge is to point out the mechanical defects which the early tanks developed, the numbers that were ditched, and to argue that a weapon must be tested under battlefield conditions before mass production is begun. The contention is plausible, but unconvincing in view of the facts. The tank first used in the shell-mangled chaos of the Somme, and against the deep and intricate trench systems of 1916, was built to a specification laid down in the summer of 1915, when trench lines were far less developed and artillery bombardments were not so heavy as to turn the ground into a morass as in 1916 and 1917. Moreover, the apologists gloss over the fact that in September 1916, the tanks were hurried out to France and rushed into battle before their crews were fully trained and before the commanders in France had time to think or had been given instructions how to use them. Again, the very likelihood that the proportion of mechanical failures in this early model would be high was surely a logical reason for the production of a large number, so that sufficient might survive to reap the harvest of surprise. As the British nation was paying over several £1 million a day for the pleasure of watching and occasionally tapping on the lock gates of the German front, it would surely have been worth risking an extra day's expenditure in the purchase of a possible means of breaking the lock. Let us probe a little further the mystery of the premature use of this immature instrument. In December 1915, Churchill drafted a paper on the use of the tank. Printed for the Committee of Imperial Defence, copies were given to the Commander-in-Chief in France. In February 1916, as soon as the design and armament of the machine had been settled sufficiently for accurate calculations, Swinton produced a more comprehensive and detailed memorandum. This emphasized that the vital factor was the secret production of tanks until masses could be launched in a great surprise stroke, and that on no account should they be used in troops as they were manufactured. Haig expressed his full agreement with this memorandum in the spring. Yet in August he suddenly decided to use the near 60 then available. At that time the offensive on the Somme had practically come to a standstill, and the reports of petty gain at heavy loss grated unpleasantly on the ear of the public. Haig's decision came as a shock to the cabinet at home, and Lloyd George, now War Minister, energetically protested, while Montagu, his successor at the Ministry of Munitions, went out to General Headquarters in a vain attempt to avert the premature use of the tanks. Haig was immovable, and the powerless parents had to submit to the sacrifice of their offspring as future. Thus history is left to surmise that the tanks were pawned for a Son of the Somme. Pawned to pay for a resounding local success which might draw an encore from the public and, incidentally, drown the growing volume of criticism. But the greater prize thus lost beyond recall was a heavy forfeit to pay for redeeming, in a limited degree, the ill success of the Somme offensive. With Haig, this act may have been prompted by a laudable if unwise desire to economize the lives of his infantry without giving up his offensive. He had certainly shown his eagerness to clutch at any new aid, but the attitude of some of his staff cannot be similarly excused. For the breach of principle does not complete the tally of General Headquarters. Swinton's memorandum laid down a number of conditions which were disregarded in September 1916, only to be adopted after bitter experience had shown their necessity. The sector for tank attack was to be carefully chosen to comply with the powers and limitations of the tanks. This condition was neither considered nor fulfilled until the Cambrai offensive in November 1917. Their routes of approach were to be specially prepared, as well as suitable railway trucks or barges to bring them up. Despite 6 months' warning, these preparations were not begun until the tanks arrived in August. The need for reserves of tanks was stressed, but the lesson was not even learned by the time of Cambrai, nor indeed until August 1918. The combined tactics of tanks and infantry were expanded also to be overlooked until Cambrai. In addition to shell, the tank guns were to fire case shot. It was designed, but its manufacture was debarred until the commanders in France clamored for after the Somme. Some of the tanks were to be equipped with wireless S. These were designed and operators trained, but General Headquarters would not allow the equipment to be sent out, and it was dispersed. The attitude and mentality prevailing at General Headquarters is illustrated by a story current at the time. A general on Haig's staff gave instructions that the tanks were to be brought to the front by a certain railway route. The technical expert in charge of the movement pointed out that this was impossible because of the loading gauge. The general retorted what the hell is a loading gauge. The officer explained, and pointed out that by another route they could avoid the 2 tunnels that made this route impossible. But the general, still refusing to recognize the impossible, curtly said then, "Have the tunnels widened." The trial of the tank on the Somme did not complete. 1,000 of a new model had just been ordered by the Ministry of Munitions in England. But their opponents, by which one means not the Germans but the general staff in France, made haste to report so adversely that the War Office cancelled the order. Unfortunately for their intention, if fortunately for England, the officer in charge of the construction of tanks was a temporary soldier, Major Albert Stern, whose permanent position in the city enabled him to bear with equanimity the frowns of his temporary superiors. Disregarding the order, he went straight to the War Minister to find that the cancellation had been sent without Lloyd George's knowledge. And having satisfied himself of Lloyd George's opposition to any such foolish measure, Stern called on the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir William Robertson, to intimate that he was not going to carry out the cancellation order. Nevertheless, let it be said to the credit of those who, on the General Staff, opposed the tank, that if they had not the ingenuity to devise means of beating the Germans, they were fertile in devices to beat the sponsors of the tank. Swinton, as merely a soldier, was not a difficult adversary and almost at once was ousted from his position in command of the whole tank unit in England. In July 1917, D'Eyncourt and Stern were neatly excluded from the meetings of the committee, which now at the War Office controlled tank design and production, a committee whose 3 military members had not even seen a tank until a few weeks previously. The program of building 4,000 tanks for the next year's campaign was then cut down by 2/3. And in October, under pressure from the generals, Stern was removed from his post at the Ministry of Munitions and replaced by an admiral who had not seen a tank at all. The general staff would seem to have profited from contact with their French colleagues, and to have learnt that the most important point when proved wrong is to get rid of the uncomfortable prophet who was proved right. Just as Swinton was sacrificed to balance for the general staff's folly in launching the first model into the Somme battle, so Stern seems to have been chosen to expiate the folly of throwing the next model into the swamps of Passchendaele. Instead of losing faith in their own judgment, the general staff again lost faith in the tank. Happily, the younger regular soldiers who had taken charge of the tanks at the front had overcome their first doubts and, realizing the stupidity of Passchendaele, fought for the chance to give the tanks a fair trial. They obtained it at Cambrai in November, a battle which at last fulfilled the pattern designed in February 1916. Although, for want of the resources wasted at Passchendaele, the victory itself was but a tinsel crown, it yielded the tanks a solid crown which none could any longer dispute. As 1917 was the year of vindication, so 1918 proved the year of triumph. Yet it is a sobering reflection that the price in lives might have been cheaper if tanks had been available in thousands instead of hundreds. The numbers manufactured under the reduced program of 1917 sufficed to bring victory, but they could not bring back the dead. May the tank as hard childhood be an object lesson for future generations, so that if war engulfs them, they may learn by the experience of others and not at their own cost. 6 is Scene 5. Romania swallowed. Romania entered the war on August 27, 1916, and the fall of Bucharest on December 6, 1916, marked the virtual extinction of her war effort and of the misplaced exhilaration which had greeted her entry on the side of the Allies. Less known and less studied than almost any other campaign of the world struggle, it has a special interest, and deserves far more attention than it has received, because it epitomized the Allies' fundamental weakness and the Germans' strength, the evils inherent in a co-partnership system of conducting war as opposed to the concentration of effort and economy of force which springs from a single control. Nor is this the sum of its lessons. There are others which have a more practical value, because more easily remedied. It revealed the fallacy of numbers, and the much abused Napoleonic saying that God is on the side of the big battalions received yet another historical contradiction from the Alexandrian principle of quality rather than quantity. Once again the blend of superior hitting power with superior mobility played havoc with an army which pinned its faith to a weight of human bodies. Moreover, the swift 3 months conquest of Romania is of particular value for British study, because it was essentially a war of movement carried out under the difficult natural conditions, topographical and climatic, for which the small British army is trained and has to be prepared. During the preceding years of the war, public opinion in Romania had gradually consolidated in favor of intervention on the Allies' side, and the friendly sentiments of Jonescu and Filipescu found a powerful lever in the people's desire to rescue their kinsmen in Transylvania from a foreign rule far more drastic than Alsace-Lorraine had suffered. At last, in the summer of 1916, the spectacular, but, as we now know, superficial successes of the Russian advance under Brusilov encouraged Romania to take the decisive step into the abyss. She might have fared better if she had declared war earlier when Serbia was still an active force and Russia a real one. The 2 years of preparation had doubled the numbers of the Romanian army, but in reality reduced its relative efficiency, for while her foes, under the pressure of hard experience, had developed their means of firepower and equipment, Romania's isolation and the incapacity of her military leadership had combined to prevent the transformation of her army from a militia of bayonet into a modern force. Her infantry had no automatic rifles, gas equipment, trench mortars, and few machine guns in the 10 active divisions, only the usual per-war proportion of 2 per battalion. Out of the 13 new divisions, 8 had none at all. Her artillery was inadequate, and her air force negligible. She had only 6 weeks' supply of ammunition. At the start, an explosion in the Bucharest arsenal had destroyed 9 million rounds of small arm ammunition, and her allies failed to maintain the daily supply of 300 tons which they had promised. And the unwieldy size of her divisions, added to the indifferent quality of her corps of officers, was in itself a brake on mobile operations. Her strategical situation was another source of weakness, her territory forming an L reversed, with the bottom section, Wallachia, sandwiched between Transylvania and Bulgaria. Moreover, the length of her frontier was out of all proportion to the depth of the country. She suffered a shortage of lateral railways, and the capital was within 30 miles of the Bulgarian frontier. Further, she had in the Dobrich on the other side of the Danube a backyard strip which offered an easy way of access. These internal and geographical handicaps were accentuated by the divergent counsels of her allies as to her action. While the British General Staff favoured a southward advance against Bulgaria which might have crushed the latter between the Romanians and the Salonika army, the Russians urged a westward advance which would, in theory, be in closer cooperation with their Bukovan advance. The political and moral advantages of a move into Transylvania led the Romanians to adopt the second course, and bitter as the upshot was, their folly is not so certain as their critics have suggested. The Bulgarian territory offered many obstacles to an effective invasion by such a defective instrument as the Romanian army proved, and they had ample ground to doubt the energy of Cyril in pushing forward to meet them. On the other hand, we now know that a more rapid invasion of Transylvania by the Romanians would have put the Austro-Germans in a grave position, and that, even with the breathing space they were unluckily given, they were almost at their wits' end to scrape together forces for this new front. Romania's fault was less in her choice of objective than in her incapacity to strike for it rapidly and forcefully. The Romanian advance began on the night of August 27th-28th with 3 main columns, each of about 4 divisions, moving in a general northwesterly direction through the Carpathian passes, the conception being to pivot on the left and wheel the right up into line facing west when the Hungarian plain was gained. 3 divisions were left to guard the Danube, and 3 more in the Dobruja backyard, whither also the Russians had promised to send 1 cavalry and 2 infantry divisions. The Romanian stipulation originally had been for a force of 150,000 Russians. The slow and cautious advance of the Romanian columns, hampered by the bad mountain roads and the Austrian destruction of bridges, but not by resistance, withheld danger from the 5 weak Austrian divisions which covered the frontier and enabled the Supreme Command to bring up 5 German and 2 Austrian divisions and concentrate them on the line of the River Maros ready for counter-offensive. In fulfillment of the other half of Falkenhayn's plan, a Bulgarian force of 2 divisions, and 2 more to follow, with a German detachment and an Austrian bridging train, was placed under Mackensen to invade the Dobruja. Falkenhayn adds that preparations were made for the abundant equipment of Mackensen's army with such weapons, not yet known to the Romanians, as heavy artillery, mine-throwers, gas. Thus, at the outset, Romania had 23 divisions against 7, but within a week she would have 16 against her, so that her chances of success turned on the rapidity of her action. While her columns were creeping westward into Transylvania, Mackensen stormed the Tăriceea bridgehead on September 5th, destroyed the 3 Romanian divisions which covered the Danube front, and then, with his flank secure, pressed eastwards into the Dobruja. It was a shrewd moral blow, for the automatic strategic effect was to draw away the Romanian reserves intended to support the Transylvanian offensive, and so check its progress for want of nourishment, and the dispersion left them weak everywhere. Thus on September 18th, when Falkenhayn arrived to conduct the Austro-German offensive in Transylvania, he found the Romanian advance almost at a standstill, and their columns widely separated over a 200-mile front. One must mention that Falkenhayn had now been replaced in the Supreme Command by Hindenburg and Ludendorff and given this executive command as a consolation. Falkenhayn's decision was first to concentrate against the Romanian southern column, which had crossed the Rothertown Pass, while using smaller forces to hold off the other columns. Even allowing for his superior information, he took bold risks and suffered anxious moments before success, as so often in war favoured the brave. The Alpine Corps, by a 50-mile march in 3 days over the mountains, turned the Romanian southern flank and combined with the skillful manoeuvre of the reserves in the direct attack to throw back the Romanians from Sibiu-Heimenstadt and force them to retreat through the mountains. His next move was facilitated by the fact that the Romanian High Command, like Napoleon's opponents, saw too many things at once. They kept their Transylvanian armies inactive while diverting their reserves for an abortive attempt to force a crossing of the Danube at Brakovo and take Mackensen in rear. This enabled Falkenhayn to concentrate against the Romanian centre column at Brasov-Kronstadt, and by October 9th he had driven this back in turn, but he missed his greater goal of encircling and destroying it, which would have opened a clear passage into Romania. The mischance jeopardized the whole German plan and almost saved Romania, for with all the passes through the mountain barrier still in their hands, her troops steadily repulsed the Austro-German efforts to press through on their heels, and compelled them to wait for reinforcements. A prompt attempt by Falkenhayn to swing farther south and force a way by the Vulcan and Scherta passes was also stopped, and the beginning of the winter snows was on the point of blocking operations when a concentrated last-minute effort at the same point, November 11th-17th, broke through to Târgu. A rapid pursuit through the Wallachian plain hustled the Romanians back to the line of the Alp. It was the signal for the next move in an ably coordinated plan. Mackensen, leaving only a fraction to hold the northerly part of the Dobruja, withdrew the bulk of his forces westwards to Sestovo, where, on November 23rd, he forced the crossing of the Danube and automatically turned the flank of the Romanian line on the Alp. A prompt and well-planned Romanian counterstroke, inspired by General Persan, the new chief of the General Staff, for a brief time threatened danger to Mackensen's force and almost enveloped its flank. But once the counterstroke was parried, the converging pressure of Mackensen and Falkenhayn proved too great for the Romanians' last desperate resistance on the line of the Argeșiu, and on December 6 the Austro-Germans entered Bucharest. The pursuit pressed the Romanians and the Russians, whose action in the Barbuda had been ineffectual, rapidly back to the Sarath-Black Sea line. The greater part of Romania, with its wheat and oil, lay under the heel of the invader, and the Romanian army was crippled, while her allies had suffered a moral setback greater than any material advantage for which they might have hoped from her intervention. For military history, this brief campaign furnished an object lesson that men do not count modern machines, but instead that the better machine controlled by a better man, the commander, can discount the value of big battalions. Weapons and training count far more than mere numbers. 6. Scene 6. The capture of Baghdad. The entry of the British into Baghdad on March 11th, 1917 was an event which impressed the imagination of the whole world, both because of the romantic appeal of the famed city of the Arabian Nights, and because it symbolized the first streaks of dawn coming to illumine the darkness which had lain like a pall over the Allied cause throughout 1916. If the historical data that are now available in the radiance of popular impressions, revealing that the military achievement was less striking than it appeared at the time, the moral significance and value cannot be minimized. But in justice to those who have fought and failed, it is well to realize the fallacy underlying this contemporary public view that the operations which led to the fall of Baghdad were as white as those which culminated in the surrender of Kut were black. The strategy and organization of the campaign were infinitely more sound and more sure, but on the lower scale of tactical execution the record of the advance is spotted with missed opportunities, despite an overwhelming preponderance of force. While recognizing the difficulties of the country, the historian cannot but feel that a sledgehammer was used to crush a flea, and the flea escaped being crushed. And if quality rather than quantity be the test of a feat of arms, comparison suggests that the advance and retreat of Townshend's original 6th Division, in face of superior numbers, with inadequate equipment, primitive communications, and utterly isolated in the heart of an enemy country, forged an intrinsically finer link in the chain of British military history. Credit for the 1917 success is due, above all, to the strategical direction and to the ability and energy of those who put the organization of supplies and transport on a sound and efficient basis. These assets, moreover, suffice to attain the military goal without any further economic drain on the forces in the more vital theatres of war. The general direction was now transferred to Whitehall. After the surrender of Townshend to Kut, despite the gallant but costly efforts to relieve him, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir William Robertson, was emphatically in favour of a defensive strategy in Mesopotamia. He inclined to adopt a withdrawal to Amara as the simplest and cheapest way of safeguarding the oilfields and of commanding the two river arteries, the Tigris and Euphrates. But the new commander, Maud, who had been Robertson's own choice, maintained, after examination, that the advanced position at Kut was both militarily secure and politically wise. He was supported by Duff and Morrow, the successive commanders-in-chief in India, and Robertson gave way, accepting the judgment of the man on spot. There is profound psychological interest in studying how the strong personality of Maud and the military results which, step by step, he obtained, combined to change this defensive policy, almost imperceptibly, into a fresh offensive policy. The mirage of Russian cooperation had also an influence, for, beginning as a mere supplementary aid to a Russian offensive, the advance became an all-British achievement. The whole summer and autumn of 1916 were devoted to thorough reorganization and preparation, initiated by Lake, but greatly expanded and intensified by his successor, Maud. He strove to ameliorate the condition of the troops, to improve both their health and training, to develop the precarious lines of communication, and to amass a large reserve of supplies and ammunition. Thus Maud ably established a secure base for his subsequent and sustained offensive, fulfilling Napoleon's maxim. The design of his plan of operations was equally admirable, blending boldness and circumspection. A study of his orders, both initial and during operations, shows that the lack of decisiveness cannot be charged to his want of energy. Where he tended to err was in excessive centralization and secrecy. If the latter is usually a fault on the right side, it seems here to have been partly responsible for the pause at Azazir, on the advance to Baghdad, for his Inspector General of Communications had to complain that even he had not been given warning that such a move was intended, and thus he had made no special preparations in readiness. This imperceptible offensive began on December 12, 1916, the first step in a series of well-thought-out trench nibbles, methodical and deliberate, on the west bank of the Tigris. When it began, Maud faced the Turkish trenches at a right angle to the Tigris, and gradually brought his left shoulder up, pivoting on the river, and at the same time extending his front farther and farther upstream. At last, by February 22, 1917, he had cleared the west bank, his extended line facing the main Turkish forces on the other bank, from Sania to the Shumen bend above Kut. Thus the Turks had not merely to guard against a direct attack from the south upon their fortified position at Saniyat, but against a cross-river blow from the west, which might cut their communications. The length of this patient siege warfare process was not merely due to the intricacy of the defences or the stubborn resistance of the weak Turkish detachments on the west bank. Robertson had no taste for further adventures, and his instructions from home were framed to prevent them. The historian who studies the orders and operations gains the impression that modest operations were contrived, consciously or unconsciously, to undermine the stability, not merely of the Turkish position, but of Robertson's instructions. The outcome of these deliberate and economical operations was that by the third week in February Maud was able, and admirably placed, to play for a bigger stake. His plan was to pin the Turks left at Saniyat while he sprang at their communications. By forcing the river crossing at the Shuman Bend where the right flank ended and their line of retreat prolonged their line of battle. Wisely, he realized that a mere feint at Saniyat was useless, and that a real simultaneous menace to both extremities was essential if the Turkish force was to be held while it was being cut off. Unhappily, his purpose was not fulfilled. Splendid as was the gallantry of the troops at the Shuman crossing, the difficulty of the task made progress slow, and the Saniyat attack could not pin the defenders long enough. Even so, the Turks were placed in such peril that, as they confess, only the slowness of the enemy saved them from disaster. The main cause was the tardy and feeble action of the cavalry in pursuit, partly due to Modest's too strict control, partly to the cavalry commander's want of energy and initiative, and partly to the inherent vulnerability of cavalry under modern conditions. On February 24th, when there was a splendid opportunity of turning retreat into rout, the cavalry division broke off to go back to bivouac at 7 p.m. after a mere 23 casualties. And on subsequent days they were no more effective. The excuses offered are the need to water and the obstacle of modern firearms, and their admission rather accentuates than impairs the lesson as to the restricted modern value of cavalry even in Asia. Only the daring pursuit of the naval flotilla disturbed the Turks' orderly retreat acting on the river as a few cross-country armoured cars might have done on land. The strategic victory had at least won Maud's sanction for an attempt to gain Baghdad, and on March 5th his advance from Azazia began. When a check came at the line of the Diyala, Maud switched the cavalry division and 7th Corps to the west bank for an outflanking move direct on Baghdad. More mistakes enabled the Turks to hold up this menace, but realizing their hopeless inferiority of strength in the inevitable end against two powerful converging advances, they gave up Baghdad on the night of March 10th and retired northward up the river. Next afternoon Maud entered the city, and another name was added to the roll of Baghdad's innumerable conquerors. For the prestige of Britain and the morale of all the Allies, the capture was an invaluable stimulant worth the immediate effort, if not the sum of the efforts which had gone to fill the debit side of the victor's balance sheet. 6. Scene 7. The Battle of Blind Man Esbuf Jutland. Only once during over 4 years of war did the Grand Fleet of Britain and the High Seas Fleet of Germany meet. It would be more exact to say that they hailed each other in passing with a hail that was awe-inspiring, but leaving an impression that was merely pen-inspiring. No battle in all history has spilt so much ink. On the afternoon of May 31st, 1916, the fleet that had been built to dispute the mastery of the sea stumbled into the fleet that had held it for centuries. In the early evening these two fleets, the greatest the world had seen, groped towards each other, touched, broke away, touched again, and broke away again. Then darkness fell between them, and when the glorious 1st of June dawned, the sorely puzzled Grand Fleet paraded on an empty sea. A fundamental difference between the higher naval and military leadership in the World War was that the admirals would not give battle unless sure of an initial advantage, and perhaps not then, whereas the generals were usually ready to take the offensive whatever the disadvantages. In this attitude the admirals were true to their art, the generals were not. The sole reason for employing men who have made war their profession is the presumption that by training they have acquired a mastery of their art. Anyone with sufficient authority or inspiration can lead or push men to battle, especially if he is furnished with technically trained assistants who can help him to regulate the marshalling of the forces in movement and fire. For this shepherding of sheep to the slaughter, perhaps artful but essentially inartistic, a practiced demagogue would have a definite superiority over the tongue-tied professional warrior. But the custom of employing a professional is based on the idea that throughout he will be able to obtain more profit at less cost. Only one consideration should override a commander as fidelity to the fundamental truths which govern his art, and that is national expediency. It is for the government, and not for its employee, to decide whether the needs of policy compel a sacrifice of art and the consequent sacrifice of lives. Curiously, however, in the World War the generals were so full of the lust of battle that they voluntarily sacrificed art, and repeatedly sought battle at a disadvantage against the wishes of a government reluctantly dragged in their wake. The admirals, in contrast, were so faithful to their art that they sometimes ignored or evaded the express wish of the government for battle even without an assured advantage. If this sense of reality was refreshing, it tended to throw a heavier burden of expense on the armies, although it is fair to point out that this might not have occurred if the generals had not been so extravagantly eager to shoulder Perhaps one explanation of the difference was that the admirals exercised their command in the forefront of the battle and the generals from headquarters far in rear. This does not imply that the difference was merely a matter of the physical courage required, for some generals were as ready to risk their own lives as their men, while others undoubtedly gained moral courage through physical remoteness. But, undoubtedly, imagination and sense of reality are quickened by personal contact with the situation. A commander so placed is better able to appreciate where the advantage lies and when it fades, quicker, also, to recognize the impossible. It would be natural to expect as a result of this difference that sailors would have a bias towards tactics, soldiers towards strategy. Actually, the reverse occurred. The explanation of the paradox would seem to lie in the different experience of peace training, wherein the soldier serves in small garrisons and exercises in cramped areas, while the sailor traverses the wide oceans and learns navigation as a staple of his craft. For him, geography precedes gunnery. From the outbreak of war, British naval strategy was governed, rightly, by the appreciation of the fact that maintenance of sea supremacy was even more vital than defeat of the German fleet. Instantaneously, that sea supremacy had come into force, and upon it was based the whole war effort of Britain and her allies, because upon it depended the very existence of Britain. Churchill has epitomized the issue in a graphic phrase: Jellicoe was the only man on either side who could lose the war in an afternoon, hence the aim and desire to defeat the German fleet was always subsidiary. If it could be achieved, it might do much to hasten the victory of the Allies. It might even prevent their defeat. The collapse of Russia, as well as the near starvation of Britain by the U-boats, may well be traced to the inability of the British Navy to crush the German fleet. But if, in trying to defeat the German fleet, the British lost so heavily as to lose its strategic superiority, national defeat would be certain. The aim of German naval strategy since August 1914 had been to avoid the risk of a decisive action until the British fleet was so weakened that the prospect of success veered from gloomy to fair. Mines and torpedoes were the means on which the Germans relied to achieve this preliminary weakening. And it was the fear of such underwater weapons, the possibility that by trap or chance they might dramatically alter the balance of strength, which infused an extra degree of caution into the British strategy of precaution. In a letter of prophetic foresight on October 14, 1914, Jellicoe had warned the Admiralty that if a chance of battle came, he would regard the turning away of the German battle fleet as a sign that it was trying to lure him into such a trap, where mines and submarines lay in wait, that he would refuse to be drawn into it and, instead, would move quickly to her flank. In other words, he would sidestep to avoid the chance of being surprised, and so not only disarm the enemy of his best potential weapon, but possibly throw him off his balance. The calculation is an indication of how thoroughly Jellicoe had thought out his theory of war up to a point. Both the German and the British strategic keynotes were well attuned to the reality of their respective conditions. The question remains whether more energy and subtlety could have been shown in executing them. The situation in May 1916, after nearly 2 years of war, was that the British fleet was still waiting for a favourable chance of battle, and the German fleet was further away from the attainment of its preliminary aim of weakening the British. Despite a few losses due to mines and torpedoes, the British fleet was proportionately much stronger than at the beginning. In the coming clash it was to bring 37 capital ships, battleships, and battle cruisers of the dreadnought type against the German 23, and in gunpowder the margin was still greater. 168 guns of 13.5 15-inch caliber and 104 of 12-inch could be brought against 176 German guns of only 12-inch caliber. It is true that the German fleet also included 6 pre-dreadnought battleships, but in a fleet action these would be little better than a target for the heavier guns of the British. Moreover, by their presence they reduced the already slow German fleet to a still more marked inferiority in speed. The British had also a comfortable superiority in cruisers and destroyers, 8 armoured and 26 light cruisers, against 11 of the last, 80 destroyers against 63. Another advantage gained since the outbreak of war was in the sphere of knowledge. For the British had not only gained from occasional contacts a clearer idea of the capacity of the enemy's weapons, but had discovered his signal code. In August 1914, the German light cruiser Magdeburg had been sunk in the Baltic, and clasped in the arms of a drowned under-officer, the Russians had found the cipher and signal books of the German Navy, as well as the squared maps of the North Sea. These were sent to London, and thereafter, by intercepting the enemy's enciphered wireless messages, the British intelligence was able to obtain advance information of many of the enemy's movements. Although suspicion led the enemy to make variations in their codes and maps, their efforts to seal up the leakage of information were offset by the development of directional wireless as a means of locating the position of ships. And this was the source of the one naval battle of the War Jutland. In January 1916, a new commander was appointed to the German High Seas Fleet. This was Admiral Scheer, the nominee of Admiral von Tirpitz, and an advocate of a more aggressive war policy. The pressure of the British blockade and the relaxation of the German submarine blockade under pressure from President Wilson combined to provide an urge to action. and a rumoured division of the British fleet to protect the coast from raids came as an encouragement to action. In mid-May, Scheer crystallised his plan. A cruiser raid on Sunderland was intended to draw out part of the British fleet to counter it, and lying in wait for this detachment would be the German submarines with the High Seas Fleet behind, ready to pounce. The submarines were duly dispatched, but bad weather prevented reconnaissance by the German airships. Without this safeguard, Scheer would not move, and thus the submarines exhausted their seagoing endurance. On May 30th, Scheer decided to abandon his plan and the use of his submarines for an alternative. This was to send the scouting force of battle and light cruisers under Admiral Hipper to demonstrate off the Norwegian coast while he followed out of sight. He calculated that the danger to the British cruiser patrol and shipping might draw part of the British fleet to the spot and give him a chance to destroy it. Hipper steamed north early in the morning of the 31st, with Scheer 50 miles astern. Already, the previous evening, the impending departure of the Germans, although not their purpose, was known to the British Admiralty, and the Grand Fleet was ordered to sea. Jellicoe with the main section of the fleet sailed eastward by 10:30 p.m. for a rendezvous some 50 miles off the Norwegian coast, being joined on the way by JMS Squadron from Invergordon. Beatty with the battle cruisers, reinforced by 4 of the latest Queen Elizabeth-type battleships, sailed simultaneously from Rosyth near Edinburgh, with orders from Jellicoe to reach by 2 p.m. on the 31st a spot 69 miles south-southeast of the main rendezvous. From this, if no enemy had yet been sighted, Jellicoe would sweep southwards toward Hergullen Bight, while Beatty was ordered to close to within sight of him. Beatty reached his own rendezvous at the assigned hour and was just turning north towards Jellicoe when the Galatea, one of his screen of light cruisers, sighted a stray merchant steamer and, instead of turning with the rest, continued east-southeast to examine her. This was the first of many jests of fate, for simultaneously a German light cruiser, screening Hipper S. western flank, also sighted the steamer and decided to investigate. Within a few moments, the two unsuspecting rivals had sighted each other and warned their respective superiors. Thereby the strange steamer not only brought on the Battle of Jutland, but probably cost the British a decisive victory. For if this chance meeting had not occurred, the two forces might not have met until they were farther north, when the Germans would have been farther from shelter and nearer the jaws of Jellicoe. Minutes were now to be momentous. Controversy as to their use has been accurate, but much of the criticism on both sides seems pedantic, more apt for the proverbial armchairs, although here occupied by professional sailors, than for the vague conditions in the North Sea on the afternoon of May 31st, 1916. At 2:20 p.m. the Galatea signalled enemy in sight, 2 cruisers probably hostile bearing southeast, course unknown. The sound of guns from the distant Galatea had just been heard when, at 2:32 p.m. Beatty turned again southeastwards to cut off the retreat of the enemy cruisers. Unfortunately, his signal to turn, made by flags, was not read owing to smoke and want of wind by Evan Thomas' squadron of battleships which had been following 5 miles astern. In consequence, Evan Thomas did not turn until 2:40 p.m. and thereby found himself 10 miles behind BDS battle cruisers. It has been argued that the signal should have been made, more simply and effectively, by searchlight flashes, an argument that seems irrefutable. It has been argued that Evan Thomas should have turned on his own initiative, as he must have seen Beatty turning, an argument which seems highly disputable in view of his general orders and his ignorance of BTS tactical intentions. On the other side, it has been contended, first, that Beatty himself should have acted earlier, second, that he should also have given Evan Thomas the chance to close up to him either by continuing on his northward course while Evan Thomas was turning, or, still better, by swinging towards him before turning. But this ideal perhaps unduly discounts the conditions physical and psychological. Both Jellicoe and Beatty had been steaming leisurely, with hope of an encounter waning as the hours passed, and all the more because the Admiralty had signalled that, by directional wireless, the enemy fleet had been located still at its anchorage. Yet another unlucky mishap. If fair account be taken of the hazy situation, Beatty would seem to have taken his decision with all reasonable promptness. As for the decision itself, he had every reason, from past experience, to fear that the German cruisers would give him the slip, and little reason to suspect that they massed a greater force. At the most he might meet the German battle cruisers, and they were only 5 in all, while he had 6. If his temperament was impetuous rather than calculating, both past experience and the general strategic situation would here seem to justify his action in forfeiting extra strength to gain extra minutes. Finding that the enemy cruisers were apparently following the Galatea northwestwards, Beatty himself gradually changed his course until he was steaming northeast. Thereby he and Hipper were converging towards each other, and about 3:30 p.m. they came in sight of each other. Hipper promptly turned to fall back towards his own battle fleet, and Beatty duly turned on a parallel course. At 3:45 p.m. both sides opened fire at a range of about 9 miles. Owing to bad light, the British miscalculated their range, and so not only lost the advantage that their guns outranged the Germans, but made poor shooting. In contrast, the British were silhouetted against the western sky. Just after 4 p.m. catastrophe burst upon the British. A shell from the Lotso Hipper-S flagship plunged into the midship turret of the Lion, BTS flagship. With both legs shattered, Major Harvey of the Marines managed before he died to call down the voice tube the order to flood the magazines and thereby save the ship from being blown up. But the Indefatigable, hit by a salvo of 3 shells from the Von der Tann, dropped out of the Lion and, hit again, turned over and sank with 1,000 men. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Evan Thomas, by cutting the corners, had come within range, and his accurate fire disturbed the accuracy of the Germans, although the poor quality of the British shells, which burst without penetrating their armor, saved the Germans from vital injury. And at 4:26 p.m. the Skoda Fresh, when the battle cruiser Queen Mary, hit by a salvo, blew up and sank with her crew of 1,200 to grave, and their grave marked by a gigantic pool of smoke 800 feet high. Thus Beatty was reduced from 6 ships to 4 against 5. About this time also, the Princess Royal vanished momentarily in an ominous cloud of smoke and spray, and a signalman on the line laconically reported, "Princess Royal blown up, sir," whereupon Beatty curtly said to his flag captain Chatfield, "There seems to be something wrong with our damned ships today, turn 2 points to port nearer the enemy." It was a tribute to his cool now, although the crisis had really passed with the entry of Evan Thomas into the fight. That entry marred the trap which Scheer was planning for Beatty. For instead of steering to catch Beatty between the 2 jaws formed by Hipper and his own main fleet, Scheer was forced to steam direct to Hipper-S aid. At 4:33 p.m. Goodenough, his light cruiser squadron, 2 miles ahead of the Lion, sighted battleships to the southeast, and signaled the news to Beatty. Goodenough boldly held to his course until he could definitely identify the high seas fleet, and then sent a wireless message direct to Jellicoe, who had already quickened his pace towards Beatty. Beatty also held his course until he had sighted Scheer's battleships and then, at 4:40 p.m. turned about to run north towards Jellicoe. The turn was well timed to let Beatty's force, now the bait, be seen by Scheer without letting it come within range of Scheer's guns. But the signal to turn, again made by flags, was again missed by Evan Thomas, who held to his southward course until he had passed Beatty running north. Thereby he came under fire from Scheer's leading battleships, and became both the bait to Scheer and the shield to Beatty during the run north. Danger during Beatty's turn, which was made in succession round a fixed point, was partly averted by the disconcerting and gallant attacks of the British destroyers. 2 had been crippled and, drifting helplessly between the oncoming lines of battleships, with glorious impudence fired their last torpedoes before they were riven by shells. German destroyers chivalrously stopped to pick up the survivors. Meantime, the 2 great fleets were rushing towards each other, Scheer in ignorance, Jellicoe in knowledge of his enemy's approach but not of his exact course. But upon such detailed knowledge, Jellicoe's own dispositions must depend. Unfortunately, the haze over the North Sea was mental as well as physical. Beatty, leading the run north, had lost touch with Scheer's fleet and even with Hipper-S, which was steaming roughly parallel to him in the mist. And although Evan Thomas was still in touch with Scheer, he sent no reports. The only messages Jellicoe received came at the very start of the retirement, 4 from Goodenough and 1 from Beatty, whose wireless had been shot away so that he had to transmit the message to a 3rd ship. But the importance of this lack of information of the enemy can be, and has been, exaggerated. For the German fleet did not vary its course, and the real trouble came from British error in reckoning their own position on the part of both Jellicoe's and Beatty's flagships. The result was that when the 2 came in sight of each other, the Lion was found to be some 7 miles farther west than Jellicoe had anticipated. And, as a corollary, the enemy also was sighted on the starboard bow, i.e., on Jellicoe's right front instead of straight ahead. More frequent reports of the position of Beatty's fleet might have provided, through averaging, a more accurate reckoning. Jellicoe was advancing south in a compact mass of 6 parallel columns, like a 6-pronged comb, 4 miles wide from flank to flank. That is not a fighting formation, for only a minimum of the total guns would be able to fire forward if an enemy was met. To deliver the maximum fire, the ships must bring their broadsides to bear and must form into line of battle. If the enemy were found directly ahead, each column had only to wheel to the right or left for the whole fleet to be in line, firing their broadsides at the enemy. The Grand Fleet only required 4 minutes to make this deployment, but it required that the enemy should be in exactly the right position. An alternative method, if the enemy lay to a flank, was for one of the columns, normally a wing column, to steam on while the remainder wheeled to follow in its wake. In this case, the fleet would still be able to form a single chain within 4 minutes, but would take much longer to straighten their line. Let us now see what actually happened. Jellicoe had dispatched the 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron here to support Beatty, but owing to the error in reckoning already mentioned, it moved too far eastward. Thereby it became, unintentionally, the upper jaw of a trap into which the unconscious Hipper was putting his head. Hipper meantime was still running parallel to, but out of sight of Beatty. At 5:40 p.m. Hipper suddenly sighted Beatty afresh to the westward and coming under fire, swerved more to the eastward. Then he heard Hood's guns opening fire on his light cruisers. Alarmed, he turned away to the southeast at 6:34 p.m., only to see his light cruisers attacked by 4 of Hood's destroyers, which he imagined to be the foreigners of Jellicoe's main fleet. So he swerved again to the southwest. Meantime, Jellicoe and Beatty had not sighted each other until just before 6 p.m., although their advanced cruisers had made visual contact at 5:30 p.m., when about 5 miles apart. At 6:01 p.m., Jellicoe flashed the question, "Where is the enemy's battle fleet?" No answer came. Beatty was busily intent on his own disappearing opponent, Hipper following him on a long outer curve which, incidentally, was carrying Beatty across Jellicoe's front. At 6:10 p.m. Jellicoe repeated his question, and 4 minutes later Beatty, almost simultaneously with Evan Thomas, reported the enemy's bearing. The two reports enabled Jellicoe to judge Shearer's rough position, although not the course he was steering, which, actually, was northwestward in Hipper's wake. Within a minute of Beatty's report, Jellicoe had made his decision and given the order to deploy on his left wing. 2 minutes later his right wing opened fire as it was wheeling to the left. It has been argued that he should have deployed earlier, but this would have meant acting on uncertain information and the risk of putting himself in an unfavorable position. It has been argued that he should have deployed on his right, but this would have meant the risk that the enemy crossed the head of his line before he could cross theirs, and the certainty that until the line was straightened out 22 minutes later only a part, if a growing part, of his fleet could fire. It has been argued by Churchill that he might have deployed on one of the center divisions and thereby have saved 7 minutes, besides gaining the advantage of deploying within closer, yet not too close, reach to the oncoming foe. This, however, was a maneuver rather more complex and less practiced, and would at least have meant that the fire of the left fork of the tail was temporarily masked. Jellicoe's actual deployment ensured that he would have time to cross the head of the enemy, line the historic and deadly maneuver of crossing the T, and also that none of his battleships would have their fire masked by others while the chain was straightening. Nor does there seem much actual substance in the criticism that a chance was lost by deploying farther away from the enemy. Rather was it gained, for Scheer had no intention of fighting the Grand Fleet unless at an advantage. Thus he no sooner saw that Jellicoe's line obscured for a time by the smoke of the cruiser action in the intervening space was likely to cross the T than he made, at 6:30 p.m., an instant turnabout. This was a deft emergency maneuver whereby each ship, beginning from the rear, began to turn in almost simultaneous succession. It enabled the whole line to slip out of range in the minimum time. His precipitancy was due to the fact that he mistook Hood's battle cruisers for Jellicoe's leading battleships, and so thought the British maneuver was further advanced than in reality. His mistake was to his opponent's disadvantage, for Jellicoe had signaled at 6:29 p.m. for his line to turn south-southeast by subdivisions in order to get closer to the enemy, but had cancelled the order on finding that his tail had not yet straightened out. Nor had it done so when Scheer made his somersault turn, under cover of a torpedo attack and the smoke screen. This hid Scheer's retirement for the few minutes before he was swallowed up in the mist. Although several of his leading battleships had suffered heavy hits, the only complete loss had been one of Hipper's light cruisers, the Wiesbaden. And, before disappearing, Hipper had destroyed another British battle cruiser, the Invincible, and one armoured cruiser, and had left a second sinking. But the potentially vital fact in Scheer's retirement was that he had turned westward away from his own harbours. If he had sighted the British battle fleet on his flank, as would have happened if Jellicoe had deployed in any other way, the natural course for Scheer would have been, not to turn about, but to turn right and so retire towards his own harbours. Thus the best justification for Jellicoe's choice is that it gave him the opportunity to cut off Scheer's path of retreat. It also placed Scheer against the western sky. This opportunity Jellicoe promptly exploited. To give direct chase to Scheer, when his own line was already 6 miles astern of Scheer, and only 2 hours daylight remained, was a move that promised little. It would also have exposed the battle fleet to the very risk of running into mines dropped and torpedoes fired by the enemy, which Jellicoe was intent to avoid. Instead, at 6:44 p.m., he ordered each division to turn southeast so that they were once more in 6 columns echeloned back like a staircase from left to right. In the next quarter of an hour, he made 2 more partial turns. The effect was to bring him round in a gradual curve between the unseen Germans and their line of retreat, while edging closer to them. Only the coming darkness and the increasing mist threatened the advantage gained by his skillful maneuver. One criticism, however, appears reasonable that, either on Beatty's initiative or Jellicoe's orders, the battle cruiser fleet, whose essential role was that of feelers for the battle fleet, might have swung round more sharply and sought to keep touch with the enemy. Actually, the battle cruisers were farther away than the battle fleet from the enemy. The enemy, however, was about to make touch himself to his own danger. Having slipped out of one trap, he almost slipped into another, created mainly by his own miscalculation. For, after steaming west for about 20 minutes, Scheer suddenly reversed his direction and steamed east again to appear out of the mist at about the same point as before. He claimed in his subsequent dispatch that his idea was to strike a second blow so as to keep the initiative and maintain German prestige. The claim is at his own expense, for no good tactician would steam into the middle of the superior British fleet for such a purpose. The logical hypothesis is that he expected to cross the tail of the British fleet, thereby gaining the chance to punish part of it and regaining his path home. For, as already mentioned, he had mistaken Hurt's squadron for the van of the battle fleet, and so he overestimated the distance that the battle fleet had moved. Hence, when Scheer appeared out of the mist at 7:10 p.m., he was opposite the centre of the steppe British line. Its rear squadron, being nearest, opened fire first at a range of only about 5 miles. Within the next few minutes, the greater part of the British fleet joined in, but with a perhaps excessive fear of partial exposure, Jellicoe ordered his rear squadrons to form astern of him in non-technical language, to wheel eastward and follow in his wake. Thereby he drew them farther away from the enemy. And at this moment Scheer had also decided to go away. Indeed, he was in such a hurry to get out of Jellicoe's jaws that he not only performed a fresh somersault maneuver, less neat than before, under cover of smoke screens and destroyer attacks, but also launched his battle cruisers in a death ride. The destroyers proved the most effective of these agents of his salvation, for seeing their torpedoes loosed. At long range, Jellicoe swung his ships away by 2 quick turns of 2 points each 22.5 degrees in all. This turn away was a long practice method which the majority opinion in the Navy approved as the best expedient, and only a minority opposed on the score that the torpedo danger was overrated, and that its adoption tended to abnegate the offensive value of the battleship. A decision between these opinions is difficult. One can only draw the logical conclusion that if the precaution was essential, it was a confession of the weakness of the battleship and of the ease with which its offensive movements could be paralyzed by an infinitely less expensive instrument of war. At Jutland, the justification for the precaution is that only one British battleship was hit by a torpedo, and the justification for the minority opinion is that this battleship was so little affected that it kept its place in the line. As a means of freeing the German fleet, the destroyer attack was not only the most effective but the cheapest, for only one destroyer was sunk by a counterstroke of the British light cruisers, while the German battle cruisers suffered heavily. The Lotso was disabled before the death ride began, and the other 4 were hit repeatedly in the few minutes before signal of recall from Scheer reprieved them. The tactical effect of the destroyer attack was that while the German fleet was going west, the British fleet was going the opposite way. A quarter of an hour later, satisfied that the torpedo attack had spent itself, Jellicoe corrected his turn away, but continued on a course almost due south. Not until 8 p.m. did he turn west. In this delay there seems to be ground for criticism, for to maintain his tactical advantage of being across the enemy's line of retreat, it was desirable both to shepherd him away from his own coast and to keep in touch with him so that he had less chance of slipping past the British mobile barrier in the dark. By one school of criticism, much emphasis has been given to the fact that after sighting the enemy again at 7:40 BD, send a further wireless signal to Jellicoe 10 minutes later, submit van of battleships, follow battle cruisers. We can then cut off whole of enemy's battle fleet, but excellent as this sounds, and was its meaning, its historical value is rather diminished by the fact that, before it was decoded and handed to him, Jellicoe had already turned the battle fleet west, while Beatty was merely going southwest according to his last message. Moreover, the German fleet was already cut off from its base. Perhaps Beatty meant head off his own next order to his light cruisers to locate the head of the enemy S-line, which was now steaming south, suggests this explanation. Moreover, he succeeded in heading off the enemy on his own, for when they came under his fire about 8:23 p.m., they promptly sheered off to the westward again, and by checking their course south this encounter helped them in slipping past the British day later. The best, indeed the only, chance of closing with the Germans had passed in the half-hour following the 7:20 p.m. turn away. The great question that remained was whether Jellicoe could continue to bar their way during the night so that he could re-engage at dawn with a whole day as light before him, and thereby profit from his strategic advantage now added to superior strength. When the blanket of darkness spread across the sea about 9 p.m., it not merely accelerated the haziness of the day, but changed it to blindness. The battleships lost their advantage of range, the torpedo craft gained the advantage of coming to close range with minimum risk, and all ships would have difficulty in distinguishing friend from foe. Jellicoe wisely rejected the hazard of a night battle, for it would have meant staking his double advantage on a pure gamble. Thus his problem was to prevent the enemy finding an open way home during the 5.5 hours before daylight. There were 3 likely routes, each leading to a swept channel through the minefields which covered the approaches to the Heligoland Bight and the German harbours. One, on the east, was past Horn Reefs and down the Frisian coast. A second, more central, eventually led past Heligoland. The third, in the extreme southwest, was entered near the German coast and led eastward past the mouth of the Ems. The distance to this was 180 miles, and being the farthest it was the least obvious choice. Hence Jellicoe might justly fear that an astute enemy might take it but for one factor. This was the inferior speed of the German fleet compared with his own. If the Germans had enjoyed equal or greater speed, the Ems route would have offered them more chance and scope for evading an uncertain guard during the hours of darkness. Lacking it, they were wise to take the greater immediate risk of the shorter route. Jellicoe, however, was unwilling to uncover one completely in order to cover the others more closely, and he chose a beat which certainly reconciled as far as was possible the difficulties of covering all. Indeed, it left the Germans only one good chance of slipping behind Jellicoe and taking the Horn Reefs passage. Hence, one would anticipate that Jellicoe would be specially sensitive to any signs of an attempt to pass astern of him. At 9:17 p.m., Jellicoe ordered the fleet to take up night cruising stations, the battleships being closed up in 3 parallel columns. The course of the fleet was to be due south, and the speed 17 knots. The destroyers were massed 5 miles astern, a disposition which prolonged the moving barrier, protected the rear of the battle fleet against torpedo attacks, and, above all, prevented the risks of mistaken identity in the darkness. If the battleships sighted destroyers, or the destroyers battleships, each would know that the dim shapes were those of an enemy. Beatty had already taken station with the battle cruisers ahead of and on the western, or enemy, flank of the battle fleet. The historical significance of his night position is that it made impossible any attempt of the Germans to outstrip or pass south of the British, and so might have provided a further cause for sensitive suspicion of an attempt to pass astern. The formation of the Grand Fleet might be likened metaphorically and symbolically to that of the traditional British Lion, BDS battle cruisers, and light cruisers being the nose and ears, and the destroyers the lioness tail. The nose was to smell nothing, the ears to hear something, the tail to be twisted, but the lion as an entity to remain as majestically immoved as those which surround Nelson S. column. One preliminary remains to be mentioned sheer as intention. It was simple, not subtle, and to that extent simplified the problem of parrying it. Desperation, at the morning as dire prospect, seems to have inspired it. For he took the shortest route home by Horn Reefs, prepared to lose heavily, but determined to break through. Unlike Jellicoe, he could at least feel that the luck lurking in a night encounter was more likely to be a friend than otherwise to his bold course. To enhance his prospects and safety, he posted his lame battle cruisers and old battleships in rear and covered his van with destroyer and light cruiser tentacles. The scene was set, with the monarchs of the seas taking the call, clash and blind battle. Thus the anticipation. But only the tinkle of the jester as bell was heard from the darkened stage. And when light came, the stage was empty. The first tinkle came at 9:32 p.m. when a Lion, BDS flagship, inquired by flashing lamp of the Princess Royal, "Please give me challenge and reply now in force, as they have been lost." The reply seems to have been seen, in part, by an enemy ship. For about half an hour later, several cruisers were sighted by the Castor, which was leading one of the British destroyer flotillas. They took the initiative and challenged her by making part of the British secret challenge for the day. As, however, they next switched on their searchlights and opened fire, the Castor replied in a similar unfriendly fashion, but several of her attendant destroyers withheld their torpedoes from a natural doubt as to the true identity of the cruisers. But the effect of this mischance, and mischance, can be exaggerated. For, from 10:20 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., the British tail was repeatedly in action with the enemy, who were trying to elbow their way through. At 10:20 p.m., they elbowed good enough as light cruisers, but sheered off after the light cruiser Forlop had been sunk by a torpedo from the badly battered Southampton. In the next hour, the British destroyers suffered the contusion and caused confusion. The light cruiser Albion was rammed by the battleship Posen and left sinking, while the British destroyer Spitfire acted out to her name by ramming the battleship Nassau. She not only got away with this act of impertinence, but with a long strip of Nassau as plating as proof of her prowess. Once more the German fleet sheered off, but veered in afresh about 11:30 p.m. and this time broke through, although harassed by the British Hornets for more than an hour at the cost of 4 of their number. They had contributed much gallantry, but little intelligence. The only report of these encounters that came to Jellicoe was one from Goodenough at 10:15 p.m. and, owing to the Southampton S wireless being shot away, this did not reach Jellicoe until 11:38 p.m. For the light craft, hotly engaged, there was some excuse for failure to send information, although even those which were not engaged sent no word of what they saw. But Evan Thomas' 5th Battle Squadron was also astern of the main fleet, forming an intermediate link. It was well aware of the constant attacks, and its 2 rear battleships actually saw the leading German battleships in their wake. The Valiant, at 11:35 p.m., noted 2 German cruisers with at least 2 funnels and a crane amidships, apparently steering eastward at a high speed. The crane identified them so unmistakably as battleships of the Westphalen class that the mistake of assuming them to be cruisers would be incredible were it not fact. The Malaya, 5 minutes later, noted enemy big ships 3 points abaft the starboard beam steering the same way as ours. It had evidently sighted the enemy battleships as they were making a momentary swerve in face of the destroyer attack. It noted the conspicuous crane of the leading ship, and drew the correct deduction that it was apparently Westphalian class. Neither the Valiant nor the Malay reported what they had seen, apparently assuming that the Bahram, their flagship ahead, had seen it likewise. How the Bahram failed to see it has never been explained. The one clear fact is that no word from the squadron was sent to the Commander-in-Chief. Was there, then, no information which might have quickened Jellicoe's suspicion, or upon which he might have acted? 2 reports reached him from the Admiralty, which had been intercepting German wireless messages. The first, giving the German location at 9 p.m., was valueless because, owing to an error, the position indicated was obviously inaccurate. This did not encourage him to accept the second, which was only too accurate. It stated that the German fleet had been ordered home at 9:14 p.m. and gave the dispositions, course, and speed. But, by another fateful slip, it omitted the most significant fact contained in the several enemy messages which it summarized that Shea had asked for an airship reconnaissance near Horn Reefs at daylight. Here was the unmistakable sent to his bolt hole. This message was received at 11:5 p.m. and read, after deciphering, about 11:30 p.m. One other message reached Jellicoe, being received at 11:30 p.m. and so read later than the Admiralty message. It came from the light cruiser Birmingham and reported that battle cruisers, probably hostile, were in sight, steering south and well to the westward. Unfortunately, the Birmingham had sighted them at a moment when they had sheered away from the British torpedo attacks. If Jellicoe already distrusted the Admiralty message, upon which he took no action, it was natural that he should regard the 2 later reports from the Southampton and Birmingham as support to his debts. Yet, it is curious, and not easy to explain, that he should have been so insensitive to the definite indication of fighting astern. For, apart from these 2 reports, the recurrent firing was heard in the flashes seen both by his flagship and the other battleships. That this fire was obviously from light guns did not, it is true, reveal the presence of enemy battleships, but it was no proof that they were not there, for night battleships would naturally be using the secondary armament if engaged with British light craft. More curious still is the fact that Jellicoe made only one attempt, at 10:46 p.m., to inquire the source of the firing, and the wording of his signal suggests a preconceived idea that it was merely an enemy destroyer attack. Thus, in sum, the conclusion is that while Jellicoe's lack of certain knowledge was due to the neglect of his subordinates, his lack of suspicion is the measure of his own responsibility and the salvation of Scheer. One more serious contact occurred before the German fleet was at last safely free. In the dim light before dawn it was sighted by Captain Stirling's 12th destroyer flotilla. The exception, when he should have been the rule, Stirling sent a wireless report to Jellicoe at 1:52 a.m. before he engaged the enemy and another during the action. His attack torpedoed and sank the German battleship Pommern and thereby achieved more than the whole Grand Fleet had done. But his reports did not reach Jellicoe, presumably owing to a wireless failure. Thus the British battle fleet continued serenely on its course southward and the German on its course homeward. When daylight came, Jellicoe turned about at 2:39 a.m. and steamed northward, expecting to see the German fleet and seeing only an empty sea. Then came another Admiralty message to say that the German fleet was close to Horn Reefs, and this time its evidence was accepted. After searching for enemy stragglers and finding none, the Grand Fleet in turn steamed homeward. Its total loss had been 3 battle cruisers, 3 armored cruisers, and 8 destroyers to the German 1 battleship, 1 battle cruiser, 4 light cruisers, and 5 destroyers. In officers and men, the British had lost 6,097 killed to the German 2,545 and 177 prisoners to none. Thus the one naval battle of the World War was but a casual item in the long butcher-ass bill. Its value as a battle was in every sense negligible. To trace to it the ultimate and bloodless surrender of the German fleet 2.5 years later is absurd, confounding mere sequence with causation. Yet Jutland did little to encourage the Germans to provoke a decisive clash, as it did little to discourage them. They had won the first game against the battle cruisers, and superior gunnery had yielded them honours above the line. They had been outmanoeuvred in the second game, with honours easy, and had scored several tricks in the third before the game had been broken off. As they could not hope to gain the rubber because of their opponent's stronger hand, the interruption left them at least a flattering sense of their own skill. As a new and untried creation, the German Navy inevitably suffered an inferiority complex in face of a navy which enjoyed a matchless roll of victories in the Nelson tradition. Jutland had dissipated this fear of the untried in face of the known unknown. Within 12 weeks, the German fleet was to make a bolder bid to take the British at disadvantage. Covered by airship patrols, it advanced close to the English coast on August 19th with the idea of bombarding Sunderland as a bait to draw the Grand Fleet south onto a waiting ambush of submarines. Battle was again backed by caution and an accident. One of BDS advanced cruisers was torpedoed in Jellicoe, suspecting instead a new laid minefield, turned back and steamed north for 2 hours. When he again came south, the German fleet had gone. Forshire had received a report of a strong British force, actually the light force from Harwich, coming up from the south, and hastily assumed that this was the Grand Fleet. If so, it had not only evaded his trap by turning the tables, threatened to cut him off. Hence he turned for home. For the British Navy, Jutland would better not have been fought at all. However unpalatable the admission, it undoubtedly depreciated British naval prestige in the eyes of allies and the home public more than the inspiring feats of individual gallantry and the fact of Britannia's continued supremacy as he could redeem. That supremacy was to ensure the ultimate downfall of German power to continue the war. But no victorious battle helped, as such a battle might, to shorten the gloomy and costly process of exhaustive slaughter on land. Jutland merely ensured what was already ensured without battle, so long as the British Navy maintained its passive superiority of strength. Here was the general aspect. On the technical side, Jutland was more significant if not more productive of enthusiasm. It showed that the German standard of gunnery was far higher than complacent or patronizing opinion in England had recognized, and it tended, less fairly, to reflect unfavorably on British gunnery owing to the lapse of some, and the lack of opportunity of other, elements of the fleet. In material, Jutland showed also that the Admiralty and its technical advisors had failed to foresee or profit by experience as well as the Germans. Against the inferior armor-piercing qualities of the British, shells must be set, but not offset the fact of insufficient protection of the British ships against plunging fire, and especially against the flash from an explosion in a gun turret passing down into the magazine. This was the probable cause of the mysteriously sudden end of the Queen Mary and Indefatigable. More debatable, perhaps, were the results of the policy of building huge battle cruisers in which a large degree of protection was sacrificed for a small increase in speed. Speed in itself confers indirectly a high degree of protection, but essentially through diminishing the target, in the sense of making it more difficult for the enemy to hit. For effective protection in this way, a diminution of size is required, not merely a diminution of armor for the sake of a few extra knots. The tactical side of Jutland has aroused still more criticism and controversy than the technical side. Criticism of its foundation is less easy to counter than criticism of the actual direction. The naval neglect of tactical study, the absence of tactical textbooks, and the secrecy which by custom had enshrouded the meagre instructions have ever been a source of wonder to soldiers, who know from history and experience that good and flexible tactics in an army are essentially the product of ceaseless reflection and discussion by many minds. La critique est la vie de la science. Students of military history know that the attempt to keep tactics secret defeats its own end and its own employer. There was no mystery in the tactics by which Alexander's Macedonians, the Romans, the Mongols, Gustavus Swedes, Frederick's Prussians, Wellington's Peninsular Infantry won their repeated triumphs. Only a matchless harmony of execution through practice and understanding which gave them the advantage no rival and imitator could overtake. Secrecy leads to rigidity of tactics, open discussion and criticism to flexibility and the well-attuned initiative of subordinates when confronted with the unexpected. The basic criticism of naval tactics during the World War period is that they undermine the basis of tactics elasticity. Moreover, the fleet fought at Jutland as a single body, as did armies in the days before Napoleon developed the system of independent divisions. Tactically, the fleet was an armless body. Thus, however skillfully Jellicoe maneuvered his fleet, he could not justly hope to paralyze his opponent as freedom of movement. And to pin an opponent is the vital prelude to a decisive maneuver. This dual act gives a double meaning to the old maxim divide to conquer. The British fleet was all too truly one and indivisible. Subject to this dominant proviso, Jellicoe's handling of the fleet during the day of May 31st may fairly be adjudged a very able if cautious performance when we take full account of the obscure conditions. In 1916, this obscurity had reached an extreme, for aircraft reconnaissance had not yet been adequately developed as a corrective to the long ranges developed by progress in guns. As for Jellicoe's oft-criticized deployment in the left wing, it was probably the best in the circumstances, although praise of it is apt to overlook the fact that it was not free from trouble. For it meant that BDS battle cruisers took longer to get clear of the front of the battle fleet and so masked its fire and caused checks, the very objection which has been brought against Churchill as suggested alternative of deploying from the centre. The lessons of the night have already been summed up, and the only further question is whether Jellicoe might not have seized the opportunity to foresaw the enemy's attempt to break through by using his torpedo craft offensively instead of defensively as his pendant tale. But if, discounting all criticisms, we admit that Jellicoe's handling of the battle fleet was the flawless masterpiece that numerous naval admirers argue, the admission only strengthens the belief that the worst fault of the Jutland battle was that it was ever fought. 1917 The strain. Despite incessant provocation for 2 years, since the Lusitania incident, President Wilson held to his neutral policy, and if his excessive patience angered many of his own people, it was at least the means of consolidating American opinion and reconciling it as a halt to intervention in the war. Meantime, he strove by speech and by the agency of Colonel House, his unofficial ambassador, to find a basis of peace on which the belligerents could agree. This effort was doomed to failure by his misunderstanding of the psychology of the warring peoples and of people at war. He was still thinking in terms of traditional warfare between governmental policies, while the conflict had long since passed into the wider sphere of the struggle of peoples dominated by primitive instincts and chained by their own catchphrases to the chariot wheels of mass mechanized. The declaration of the unlimited submarine campaign brought convincing proof of the futility of these peace hopes and of the reality of the German intentions, and when followed by the deliberate sinking of American ships and an attempt to instigate Mexico to action against the United States, President Wilson hesitated no longer, and on April 6, 1917, America entered the war against Germany. Her potential force in manpower and material was illimitable. But, even more unready than Britain in 1914, it must be long and exerting more than a moral influence, and Germany confidently anticipated that the submarine campaign would take decisive effect within a few months. How near her calculation came to fulfillment the record of 1917 and 1918 bears witness. The year 1916 had closed in gloom for the Entente. The simultaneous offensive on all fronts, planned a year before, had misfired. The French army was at a low ebb, the Russian still lower. The Somme had failed to produce visible results in any way proportionate to its cost, and another fresh ally had been overrun. At sea, the negativeness of Jutland was a disappointment, and although Germany's first submarine campaign had been abandoned, a stronger one was threatened. To offset these debits, the Entente could only show the capture of distant Baghdad and the limited Italian success at Gorizia in August, whose value, however, was mainly that of a moral fillip to Italy herself. Among the Allied peoples and their political representatives there was a growing sense of depression. On the one hand, it took the form of dissatisfaction with the conduct of the war, and, on the other, of discouragement over the prospects of a victorious conclusion to the war and a tendency to discuss the possibilities of a peace by negotiation. The first named tendency was the first to come to a head and was signalized in London, the political mainspring of the Allies, by the replacement of Asquith's government on December 11th by one with Lloyd George as its chief. The order of precedence in events had a significant effect. For Lloyd George had come into power as the spokesman of a widespread demand for a more vigorous as well as more efficient prosecution of the war. The second tendency received an impulse from the German peace move of December 12th, after the fall of Bucharest, which proposed an opening of peace discussions. This suggestion was rejected as insincere by the Allied governments, but it afforded the opportunity for President Wilson, on whose behalf Colonel House had long been sounding the belligerent governments as to the prospects of mediation, to invite these to define their war aims as a preliminary to practical negotiation. The German reply was evasive, the Allied replies were considered by their opponents unacceptable as a basis of discussion, and the tentative peace move subsided. But while this wave of depression was surging on the home front, the Allied commanders continued optimistic. In November, Joffre assembled, at Chantilly, a further conference of the commanders at which it was agreed that the Germans were in great difficulties on the Western Front and that the situation of the Allies was more favorable than it had ever been. The fighting strength of the British army in France had grown to be about 1,200,000 men, and was still growing. The fighting strength of the French army had been increased by the incorporation of native troops to some 2,600,000, so that, including the Belgians, it was estimated that the Allies disposed of about 3,900,000 men against about 2,500,000 Germans. Joffre, however, declared that the French army could maintain its strength for one more great battle, and that thereafter it must progressively decline, as France had no longer a sufficient number of men of military age to replace losses. He therefore warned Haig that during the coming year the burden must fall more and more upon the British army. It was also agreed that in view of these factors the relative superiority of the Allies on the Western Front would be greater in the spring of 1917 than at any time which could be foreseen with certainty. In consequence, it was decided to take the earliest opportunity of pressing the advantage gained on the Somme, and to continue the process of exhausting the enemy's reserves as preparation for an effort which should be decisive. An alternative proposal was made by General Cadorna that the French and British should cooperate in a combined thrust from the Italian front against Austria, with the object of knocking this weaker partner out of the war. But it was rejected by the French and British commanders, despite Lloyd George's espousal of it at the Allied conference held in Rome in January. Their objection was that it involved a fresh diversion of strength away from the main front, where alone, they held, success could have decisive results. An offensive towards Vienna would have had formidable difficulties to overcome, especially from the mountainous country. But in judging the objections to it, the historian is compelled to note that the Franco-British strategist showed no signs of recognizing a fundamental truth of strategy, that a concentration at one place is unlikely to succeed unless an adequate distraction to the enemy as counter-concentration is provided elsewhere. In their justifiable conviction that the main effort of France and Britain must be made on the Western Front, they seem to have dismissed too lightly the possibility of helping Italy to create a distraction to their own benefit. Yet, with Russia palpably flagging, the need to develop some fresh channel of pressure had become more urgent. When Robertson dogmatically asserted that the first lesson of history was to concentrate all available force in the main theatre, and that any departure from this rule has invariably proved to be disastrous, he exposed his own ignorance of history. Lloyd George might well have reminded him of the effective way in which the Italian theatre had been used by Eugene, with Marlborough's support as a lever against France in the War of the Spanish Succession, and by Napoleon Bonaparte as a lever against Austria in the War of the First Coalition. It was a reflection on modern strategists that, with superior facilities, they treated as insuperable the obstacles of nature which their ancestors had repeatedly overcome. To turn the Italian theatre into an effective distraction in favour of the Western Allies, quality rather than quantity of aid from them was needed. The initial task of breaching the Sonzo front would have demanded the concentration there of heavy artillery from the Western Front, but with a promise of much increased effect in proportion to their number. The subsequent advance would have depended less on weight of numbers and on providing the forces with an adequate spearhead of troops suitable for mountain fighting. In the organization of their respective forces, as in the organization of their total resources, a cardinal defect of the Allies in their strategy was that they concentrated by count of numbers instead of concentrating on the most effective utilization of suitable tools. Poverty of thought, not poverty of resources, produced the bankruptcy of the scheme drawn up at the Chantilly Conference. The military cupboard was abundantly stocked with men and munitions, but its shelves were bare of constructive ideas. The proceedings reveal only too clearly the want of any deep understanding of war and knowledge of its history. The Allied peoples were clamoring for something fresh. This instinct was true if their motives mix. But all that the combined brains of Chantilly offered them was a skeleton swathed in a few mouldering platitudes. The Entente plan for 1917 was soon to be complicated by changes in the command. French opinion had tired of the meagre results of Joffre's attrition strategy, and the method of the limited objective had fallen into disfavor because of the unlimited losses on the wrong side, which accompanied it without apparent gain. They contrasted the dull course of Joffre's strategy with the brilliant results gained by Mangan at Verdun in the autumn, under Nivelle's direction, and as a result Joffre gave place to Nivelle, who promised a real breakthrough. His confidence so inspired Lloyd George, the new British Prime Minister, that Haig was subordinated to him for the forthcoming operations, an arrangement which violated the axiom that a general cannot direct one force while exercising executive command of another. For carrying out a plan essentially audacious, Nivelle had two further handicaps. He failed to convert several of his subordinates to the idea, and he was given less rein by the government than his predecessor. Again, while Joffre had intimated that the British must take the chief part, Nivelle changed this policy, and in his desire to conserve the glory for France overlooked how severely the French fighting power had been strained. Joffre's plan had been for renewal of the Somme offensive on a widened front, the British to attack north of the Somme, including but extending beyond the Albe battleground, and the French south of it to the Oise. This attack was to open early in February and to be followed a fortnight later by a smaller French attack in Champagne, between Reims and Craon. The French had in mind comparatively short-distance objectives, hence, unless German resistance unexpectedly collapsed, the bulk of the British forces would subsequently be transferred to Flanders for a fresh offensive there. Analysis of the facts does not tend to support the idea that the chance of early victory for the Allies was forfeited through the abandonment of Joffre's plan. The hard frost that came in late January would have aided its early development, but it would have been too early for any prospect of a simultaneous offensive in the other theatres, and although it might have disturbed the Germans' execution of their plan, they were better prepared to rally in rear than were the Allies to press home the advantage. Nivelle's plan was more far-reaching than Joffre's. He intended to deliver a convergent attack on both flanks of the great salient lands Noyon-Reims, with the French striking the main blow in Champagne immediately after the British and French attacks north and south of the Somme had attracted the enemy's attention and resources. In this preparatory offensive, Nivelle's design was to avoid the old Somme battlefield and, instead, to strike on each side of it. Haig's frontage of attack would thus be reduced, and in return Nivelle wished him to take over the French front south of the Somme as far as Roye, so as to release additional French forces for the main attack in Champagne, where Nivelle hoped to achieve a decisive breakthrough. Haig was rather skeptical of such a possibility and in favor of a later date for the offensive, but he recognized certain advantages in the new plan, especially the fact that it implied a greater effort by the French. On the other hand, he objected strongly to an extension of his front which would reduce the British forces available for his cherished idea of an offensive in Flanders. This objection produced the first crack in the Nivelle plan. To Nivelle's personal letter of December 21st, Haig made a definite reply, saying that he could only relieve the French if he himself obtained 6 additional divisions, and Nivelle, feeling that there was no time to lose, appealed through his own government to the British. In mid-January, as a result, a conference was held in London. Here Hague's appeal that they should wait for the Russian and Italian attacks in May was overruled, and the date fixed for not later than April 1st. It was also settled that Hague should relieve the French south of the Somme, and he was promised 2 additional divisions for the purpose. After further argument, he eventually received 8. Hague was instructed to carry out this agreement both in the letter and in the spirit. But the difficulties, especially those of personal feeling, had not been smoothed out. Tension between the French and British headquarters increased, the former complaining of obstruction and the latter of attempted domination. This tension was magnified by British dissatisfaction with the French railway service, and on this point Hague now made an appeal to his own government, which led to a fresh conference at Calais on February 26th. But here, to his surprise, the French seized the opportunity to raise the wider issue of a unified control of operations, and produced a scheme by which, for this purpose, the British armies would be placed under Liddell, whose orders to them would be issued through a British chief of staff at his headquarters. To this proposal, Hague and Robertson naturally took exception, and after heated discussion a compromise was reached by which Hague agreed to act under Liddell as direction during the forthcoming offensive, subject to the right of appeal. But the chance of a smooth working arrangement was vitiated